The Devil Does Not Need to Be Defeated Chapter 399 to Chapter 457. The God Realm. This was a world completely different from the human realm or even the demon realm. This was because the God Realm did not have land, nor did it have oceans. There were only castle-like islands floating in the air. That's right, they were islands. The God Realm was formed by many floating islands, forming a wonderful scenery that the other two realms did not have. The floating islands were constantly moving. Therefore, the position of the islands was constantly changing. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would discover that the movement trajectories of those islands were all traceable. They were all surrounding a large, unmoving island, like celestial bodies moving around the sun, rotating and moving in a circular shape. However, the closer it was to the central island, the fewer the floating islands there were. There were only 3 floating islands closest to the central island, and they surrounded the island like guards or heirs, rising and falling up and down, looking quite pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Anima appeared on one of the 3 floating islands. The goddess of life seemed to be strolling in the clouds. As she slowly walked forward, she looked around. Even though she did not open her eyes, she seemed to be able to see everything around her. Not long after, Anima arrived at a forest. It was a very beautiful forest. The forest was filled with the aura of life. It was an environment that Anima loved. Unfortunately, although Anima was the goddess of life, she was not the owner of this forest that was filled with the aura of life. The owner of this forest was another goddess. In order to find this goddess, Anima entered the depths of the forest. Finally, she arrived in front of a clear lake. "Ah, Anima, it's you?" At this moment, a pleasant voice, like that of a lake spirit, entered Anima's ears. Anima raised her head and looked at the crystal clear and beautiful lake in front of her. She spoke softly. "Come out, Najula. I have something to talk to you about." Just as Anima's voice faded, ripples suddenly appeared on the lake in front of her, raising great waves. Amidst the waves, the clear lake water seemed to be dancing. Suddenly, streams of water rose from the lake. The streams of water circled around each other and gathered together, forming a beautiful body made of water. In the next second, the body gradually turned from water into a solid body. It became a goddess. She had long, ice-blue hair that reached her waist like water. She was so lifelike that she seemed to be formed from the concept of beauty. Even her eyes were crystal clear, ice-blue, and her ears were long and sharp like those of an elf. She was a goddess that everyone admired. When this goddess appeared, the forest, the lake, the atmosphere, and even the heavens and the earth seemed to be happy. They constantly emitted a joyful emotion. They either glowed or swayed. The goddess named Najula seemed to be born from nature. Or rather, she was the embodiment of nature. Riding on the trickling water, she arrived in front of Anima. "Greetings, Anima." With an impeccable and perfect smile, Nadia bowed to Anima respectfully. "Greetings, Najula." Anima smiled helplessly and said, "How many times have I told you? You don't have to be so polite to me." This was only natural. After all, this beautiful goddess was born at the same time as Anima. They were both at the pinnacle of the Protoss. They could be said to be close like sisters. She was one of the 3 great goddesses, the goddess of nature. It was normal for Anima to not want to see the other party being so courteous to the people she was closest to and treated like sisters. "But, I'm not being courteous. I'm just being polite." Nadia's smile was still perfect and flawless. Rather than calling her a goddess, she looked more like a well-educated princess with a noble background. Anima had always thought that if Najula wasn't a goddess, she would definitely be the one who fit the concept of a princess. She was dignified, polite, beautiful, and generous. Every move she made was close to nature. She was elegant and modest. In both the god realm and the human realm, she had always been the most popular and beloved goddess. Anima often thought that if all the living beings in the human realm could have Najula's character, they would have probably cultivated to the state of perfection as a life or race. When creating the human race, Anima often used this goddess as a model. Even the goddess of destiny, when guiding the living beings in the mortal realm, basically used this goddess's behavior as a model to guide the progress and growth of the living beings in the mortal realm. Sometimes, the goddess's dignified politeness and calmness would even make Anima feel inferior. This showed how perfect the behavior of the goddess of nature was. Just like now, Najula extended an invitation to Anima. "It's rare for you to come here. Do you want to try the honey tea I made recently?" After saying that, Naduna waved her jade-like, slender, and smooth little hand. A cup of tempting honey tea was carried by a stream of water from the direction of the lake and arrived in front of Anima. "Thank you for your hospitality." Anima couldn't refuse. She politely accepted the tea and began to taste it. Just like that, the two of them entered a time of idle conversation. It was as if two noble young ladies were having afternoon tea. It was so relaxing and warm. If anyone else saw this scene, they would definitely stop in their tracks. It was as if they had seen some beautiful scenery and couldn't bear to leave. In front of Najui, Anima could not help but become more particular. Her choice of words became more aesthetically pleasing, causing Anima to feel helpless more than once. But it couldn't be helped. Anyone in front of this goddess of nature, who was so perfect that she couldn't be picky, would feel that they couldn't be too rude or ugly. Otherwise, they would seem very vulgar. This caused Anima to be unable to directly enter the main topic. She fell into a passive state and continued to chat with Najula. It was only after a long time that Najula smiled in satisfaction when Anima finished tasting the honey tea she brewed. "Is there something important that you want to talk to me about?" Najula finally entered the main topic. Only then did Anima's expression, which had unknowingly relaxed, tighten. "I do have something very important to talk to you about." Anima's expression was very serious. "Seems like it's something very important." Najula nodded thoughtfully. Just as Anima knew Nadia very well, how could Nadia not know Anima? Just like how Anima admired and respected Najula's demeanor, generosity, politeness, and elegance, Najula also had a very high opinion of Anima. The three goddesses who stood at the top of the protoss each had their own famous characteristics. If Najula was said to be a perfect goddess who was dignified, polite, and regarded as a code of conduct, then Anima was the goddess who was most like a goddess. She loved all life in the world from the bottom of her heart. She would be happy for their growth, but she would also be sad for their passing. Thus, she never saw herself as a superior existence. Instead, she would be close to humans, close to the human race, close to any life, and would watch over them equally and protect their existence. Anima would even give demons a certain level of respect. Because she was the goddess who controlled life, her respect for life was something that was engraved in her instincts. If there was one thing that Anima couldn't tolerate, it would be depravity. Because of this, Anima told Shuren that if Lilith failed to return, then don't hesitate to destroy the true seal. They couldn't let the depraved goddess do evil and harm all life in the world. Once Anima became serious, it undoubtedly meant that something serious was about to happen. As she thought so, Nadia heard something unexpected from Anima's mouth. "Do you think it's possible for a hero to appear in this world?" So Anima said to Nadia. "Hero?" Najula was slightly startled. After a moment of surprise, she said hesitantly, "Are you talking about the princess of Mitra who was blessed by the goddess of destiny? If there was a hero that might appear in this world, it would be none other than Her Royal Highness the Princess. She was recognized by the sacred sword of Mitra and had unprecedented talent. In addition to her powerful unique skills, there was no doubt that she would be comparable to a hero in the future. She was also recognized as a modern hero, and Najula also thought highly of her. She believed that she was the existence with the most potential and the most charismatic in the human world. So, when it came to the modern brave, the first person that came to Naduna's mind was her. However, Anima shook her head. Rusty Mitra is indeed qualified to be called a hero, but I'm not talking about her." Anima hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind and told Najula. "Actually, I met a hero in the human world, a hero who was summoned from another world." Hearing this, Najula's eyes slightly widened. "Impossible." Without thinking, Najula said such words. "The hero's summoning has been sealed, how can there be a hero from another world?" Najula didn't really believe it. "I know how you feel. In the beginning, I was just like you. I didn't believe this at all." Anima smiled bitterly and said, "But this is the truth, Najula. I saw him use the sacred sword with my own eyes and helped Lilith return. Lilith even entrusted the true seal to him. Hearing this, Najula frowned slightly and fell silent. There was no other way. If it wasn't for the fact that Anima was the one who said it, Nadia would never have believed it. Not to mention the holy sword, even the return of the evil god Lilith and the matter of entrusting the true seal to someone sounded like a dream, and no one dared to believe it. Does Lidas know about this? Najula asked. No, I haven't told her yet. Anima shook her head. That's good. Najula nodded lightly. Like Anima and Najula, the goddess of fate, Lidas, was also a person with a distinct personality. Anima was selfless. Najula was dignified and beautiful. Lidas, on the other hand, was a goddess who regarded a sense of mission and responsibility as everything. She was tolerant, powerful, strict, and serious. As the strongest of the Protoss and the strongest of the three realms, this goddess of fate was duty-bound to lead the Protoss and the human race, and made many contributions to the progress and growth of the two races. If she knew that there was a problem with the hero summoning, it was very likely that she would act quickly. For the world, for peace, she would not hesitate to turn the three realms upside down to find out the truth. Najula could even imagine that scene. Well, it would definitely be very messy. After all, having a sense of mission and responsibility was a good thing, but an excessive sense of mission and responsibility was very likely to cause people to lose control of their behavior and do many things that went too far. Especially since the goddess of fate was really a bit, thinking about it, Nadia wanted to smile bitterly. So, Najula immediately said so. Don't let Lidas know about this for the time being. Najula said solemnly, let's check it out ourselves first, and when we have a general direction, it's better to tell her. I think so too. Anima nodded in agreement. If there's a general direction, then Lidas shouldn't be so desperate. The two goddesses looked at each other, as if they could see the scene of the strongest goddess losing control of her behavior, and sighed. So, the two had a discussion and immediately made a decision. I will investigate the hero summoning in the divine realm, and also go to the sealed place to see if there is any problem with the summoning ritual that was sealed. Anima said so. I will go to the human realm, and while observing the movements of the demon realm, I will also go see the hero, and also check on Lilith's situation. Najula planned to do the same. Originally, Anima wanted to be in charge of the latter, but in terms of the ability to observe and monitor, Najula was undoubtedly more suitable than Anima. Because Nadura was the goddess of nature, the existence that created the earth and the ocean, every blade of grass and every tree on the earth were her eyes and ears. She could also transform herself into nature and monitor everything to the greatest extent. If she devoted herself to this work, almost everything that happened in every corner of the human world would not be able to escape her eyes. Therefore, going to the human realm, monitoring the demon realm, and contacting the hero was undoubtedly more suitable for Najula. You have to be careful. Anima instructed that hero is not only accompanied by the goddess Lilith, but also by the demonic dragon Aie. Dragon demon? Nadia didn't expect something like this to happen, and she was a little surprised as she asked, she already has her eyes on the hero? Lilith and hero recalling Aie's attitude, Anima said helplessly, she seems to like that hero very much. For him, not only did she come out to restrain me, but she also contributed to Lilith's matter. That bad-tempered dragon demon actually. Naduna frowned and said in disbelief, could it be that the summoning of the brave was actually caused by the demon race secretly? Najula frowned and said in disbelief, could it be that the hero's summoning is actually caused by the demons secretly doing something? Obviously, compared to the fact that the dragon demon would help a hero because it liked him, Najula was more willing to believe that there was no scheme involved. Anima didn't know how to explain it to Najui, so she could only say, you'll know when you see for yourself. I can only say that the demonic dragon is really different from before, and the Bravehearts this time are also different from the Bravehearts of the past. I feel that it's the type that the dragon demons like, so it's quite convincing. I feel that he will be the type that the dragon demon likes, so it's quite convincing. Nadu once again nodded her head as if she was deep in thought. She immediately laughed, in that case, I will personally go and experience it. Alright. Anima did not comment further. After assigning tasks, the two of them bowed and said their goodbyes. Special hero. Najula could no longer hide the curiosity in her eyes as she looked at Anima's departing figure. Needless to say, Anima's description had piqued the goddess' interest. Let me see how special this hero is. With a burst of laughter, Najula's figure turned back into a crystal-clear water body. Like a fairy in the water, she surged and merged into the clear lake. Mitra Kingdom, the capital city. In the bedroom, Rosie and Lia were having afternoon tea together. As usual, Shauna stood behind Lia, dutifully carrying out her duties as a knight and guarding the tea party of the two princesses. Lia drank the sweet black tea while looking at Rosie, who was sitting opposite her. Her eyes were filled with thoughts. This was because Rosie, who was sitting opposite her, seemed to be absent-minded. She kept looking out of the window, thinking about something. Rosie. Lia called out to her sister. Unfortunately, Rosie did not seem to hear her and was still looking out of the window. Rosie? Lia called out again, but there was still no response from Rosie. Under such circumstances, Lia and Shauna looked at each other and saw the doubt and helplessness in each other's eyes. In the next second, Lia stretched out her hand and grabbed Rosie's cheek. Rosie, Rusty! Lia shouted angrily. Ah! Rosie finally reacted. She cried out in pain and subconsciously slapped away the hand that was grabbing her cheek. Then, she looked at the angry Lia, as if she knew what had happened, and became embarrassed. Looking at her perfect little sister's awkward expression, Lia was a little angry. I say, Rosie, what are you thinking about? Lia felt strange and blamed her. You seem to be a little absent-minded recently. Are you not feeling well? Lia could not believe it even when she said it herself. Because she had never seen Rosie sick, nor had she seen her feeling unwell. I'm fine. Rosie shook her head and said, I have the blessing and protection of the goddess of destiny. Under normal circumstances, I won't fall sick. This was also a proof that Rosie was blessed by the heavens. Sometimes even Lia could not help but feel envious. This sister of hers was almost flawless, making people yearn for her. As an elder sister, Lia had often been compared to her perfect and flawless younger sister in the past. She had once been envious and jealous, not knowing why she had to be born into this world. She was outshone by her younger sister in every aspect, and her inner world had once been filled with gloom. Being born in a royal family. Sometimes, it was a sin not to be outstanding. Other people's gossips and covetous eyes could bite you at any time when you showed a flaw, causing you to be covered in cuts and bruises. Lia had such an experience. She thought that after her impeccable sister was born, she would probably completely lose her value, be despised by others, and fall into the abyss. Similar things had happened countless times in history. Whether it was the royal family or the nobles, there were all sorts of anecdotes of enmity, hatred, and even killing each other for the sake of inheritance rights. It was not surprising at all. If such a situation developed normally, then Lia would very likely walk down a path of no return under the pressure of her sister's excellence and the surrounding environment, or completely fade into the crowd, but Lia was lucky. Because her sister's excellence had long surpassed the limits of humans, reaching a height that no one could reach. Sometimes, the gap between one and another would cause one to be unwilling, envious, and resentful. However, if the gap was too large, then it would cause one to give up, and accept reality. Rosie and Lia were in such a situation. Because her sister was too outstanding, so outstanding that it made people lose their focus. Not only did Lia gradually feel that her unwillingness and envy were stupid, even the people around her felt that it was not right to compare normal people with Rosie. Because of that, Lia unknowingly gave up her envy and jealousy. The people around her also did not dare to compare anyone with Rosie, thinking that Rosie's excellence was something from another dimension, and that it was natural that ordinary people could not compare to her. Thanks to that, after no longer being compared, Lia's own excellence was gradually discovered and valued by others, and was acknowledged by others. This made Lia feel fortunate that her sister was a monster, so that she and others would not even have the mood to compare. Otherwise, she might really fall into the abyss, and walk down a path of no return. But because of that, Lia herself was unknowingly attracted to Rosie's excellence and perfection. Yes. As the elder sister, Lia was actually also an admirer of her sister, seeing her as a person she longed for. Therefore, Lia had to say it. You've been a little off lately. Liao said to Rosie rather seriously, if there's anything bothering you, you can actually tell me. Liao was worried that something bad might have happened to her sister that she didn't know about. Not only her, even she had recently noticed that Rosie was not in the right state, and had expressed worry about it. For the kingdom, Rosie was too important, and they could not afford to lose her. Recently, Liao had often looked for Rosie to drink tea with. In fact, it was also at the behest of Xianxia, who was the king. They hoped that they could find out about Rosie's problem by beating around the bush. Don't worry, Liao said with some enthusiasm, no matter what, I, father, and the people of the kingdom will stand on your side. If there's anything you want to do, just tell us. I believe that after knowing about your troubles, everyone in the kingdom will do their best to help you solve your problem. This was not just a casual remark. As long as Rosie said it, then the power of everyone in the kingdom would be gathered to achieve her wish. That was something that would definitely happen. Really? Rosie was silent for a while, and then said faintly. Of course. Leah's heart immediately lifted, and she said, as long as you're willing to say it, we will definitely help you. Leah was very excited. She could finally help her sister, and let her voice out her troubles. But, I want to get married. When Rosie said such words with a serious expression, the black teacup in Leah's hand slipped and fell to the ground. Bam! The sound of porcelain hitting the ground was exceptionally clear, more or less breaking the elegant and beautiful atmosphere of the princess' bedroom. However, Leah, the instigator of all this, could no longer care about such a small matter. Get married? Leah was completely dumbfounded. Cough. Not to mention Leah, even Xianxia, who had been standing behind Leah without saying a word, widened her eyes and could not help coughing out a mouthful of saliva. Her meticulous image of a noble knight was instantly damaged. The two of them were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Rosie, who had a serious look on her face, unable to react for a long time. Rosie thought she didn't make herself clear enough, so she repeated herself. I want to get married. Her honest words had really stunned Leah and Xianxia. Sister Leah? Seeing that Leah could not react and could only stare blankly at herself, Rosie frowned and called out to her, as if wanting to say something. Wait. Leah did not give Rosie the chance. She stretched out her hand and stopped Rosie from speaking, saying, let me take a break first. Leah pressed her temples and rubbed them a few times, as if suspecting that she had fallen into a state of mental exhaustion, which was why she had heard wrongly. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. After that, Leah seemed to have gotten some relief. She opened her eyes again, pulled herself together and stared at Rosie. Tell me, what do you want to do? Leah stared straight at Rosie, as if hoping that everything she had just heard was just a hallucination. Unfortunately, this hope was mercilessly shattered by Rosie. I want to get married. Rosie acted as if she did not notice Leah's abnormality, and said with melancholy, tell me, what should I do? No, no, no. I should be the one to tell you what to do. Leah really wanted to shout that out loud. Not to mention Leah, even Xianxia looked dizzy and a little absent-minded. But there was no other way. What did they just hear? Rosie wants to get married, the most precious treasure of the kingdom wants to get married, this. Isn't this bad? I say, Rosie, Leah said calmly. Leah then calmly said, can you tell me, why do you suddenly want to get married? First, she had to get to the bottom of this matter. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any progress. Even Xianxia could not help but say something. Hasn't Her Highness always been uninterested in marriage before? Xianxia said in surprise, whether it's the nobles of the kingdom, the royals of foreign countries, or even the important figures of other races, as long as they come to propose marriage, Your Highness has always rejected them without hesitation, hasn't she? Although Rosie was only 17 and was very young, she was already an adult in this world. Since she was an adult, she could get married. In this world, couples who were already married at the age of 15 or 16 could be said to be everywhere. As for the royals and nobles, even if they weren't of age or even born yet, it was possible for them to be engaged first. This was especially true for princesses, who were engaged the moment they were born. There were countless examples of such marriages being arranged. Leah, for example, already had a betrothal, but she was not interested in the so-called betrothed at all. That was why she had yet to marry her betrothed even though she was already 18 and 3 years into her adulthood. Instead, she had been stalling for time, causing the royal family to be grumbled by the other party's family for a long time. However, Luo Qian was different. Even though there were countless people who had proposed marriage, so many that they could form a queue from the human realm to the god realm or the devil realm, her marriage had never been settled. But Rosie was different. Even though there were countless people who proposed marriage, and the queue could stretch from the human world to the realm of gods or the realm of demons, her marriage had not been settled. When Rosie was born, her magic power alarmed the divine realm, causing the goddess of destiny, one of the 3 goddesses, to descend and bless her. In this case, Rosie's magic power had alarmed the realm of gods when she was born, causing the goddess of destiny to descend and bless her. Under such circumstances, the royal family and the kingdom did not know how much value Rosie could bring into play. Naturally, the royal family and the kingdom were not willing to let Rosie get engaged to someone else. Who knew if the other party was worthy of Rosie? Who knew if the other party would climb up the social ladder? Who knew if the other party had any ulterior motives? Who knew if the kingdom would be bound and restricted because of this marriage contract in the future? Therefore, before they were certain of Rosie's future achievements, and before they knew if Rosie would inherit the throne and become the queen of Mitra Kingdom, the kingdom did not dare to simply set a marriage contract. As Rosie's talent gradually revealed itself, it became more and more amazing. In the end, even the sacred sword recognized her. The Protoss even took the initiative to recruit her as a resident of the realm of gods. Rosie's status became more and more extraordinary. As more and more people proposed marriage, the kingdom did not dare to simply set a marriage contract for her. This made Rosie feel disgusted, and even more so, the Protoss. In addition, Rosie had always been perfect. She had never been close to anyone of the opposite sex. She had even rejected all the marriage proposals without hesitation. So the princess's marriage contract had not been confirmed until now. Liao also knew that with Rosie's current influence in the kingdom, as long as she was not willing, no one could go against her will and set a marriage contract. That was why she was envious more than once. She thought that perhaps her overly outstanding sister would never fancy any man in her life. She would never become someone else's wife or marry someone else. It was because of this reason that Liao was so surprised and curious when she found out that Rosie and Shuren had a close relationship in private. In other words, Liao had never thought that she would hear the words "I want to get married" from her exceedingly excellent younger sister. Who would have thought that Rosie would give her a surprise today? It could even be said to be a great shock. Liao did not know that Rosie herself was also suffering unspeakably. "I've already been taken advantage of. How can I not get married?" Rosie wanted to shout that in her heart. Of course, that was only one of the reasons. The reason why Rosie did not accept a marriage contract in the past was not because she looked down on anyone. It was because she knew very well that she was not as perfect as others imagined her to be. She also did not want to play the role of a perfect princess in front of her life partner. That was why she did not want to accept a marriage contract, nor did she want to get close to anyone of the opposite sex. It was only when she met Shuren, an insider and an understanding, that she naturally developed some special feelings after messing around with him every day, that Rosie finally abandoned some of her previous insistence. In other words, the number one beauty of the human race was not that difficult to deal with. On the contrary, Rosie was surprisingly easy to deal with. Because no one had ever seen her true face, Rosie was very lonely. Because she never dared to reveal her true face, Rosie was very lonely. Just as Nian had said, she was a very lonely princess. For such a princess, once someone barged into her real world, saw her true face, and became the only person who understood her, it would be too easy to gain the favor of this princess. Otherwise, why would Rosie give her true seal to Shuren if it was so difficult? One must know that at that time, their relationship had just surfaced. Before that, they were just friends who accompanied each other and understood each other's secrets. It was not until that kiss in front of Borstut's house that Shuren and Rosie's relationship had a little breakthrough. But it was that little breakthrough that Rosie did not hesitate to entrust her true seal to him. Was it because Rosie loved Shuren? No. Although Shuren was very special in Rosie's heart, the two of them did not go through life and death together, nor did they have anything to do with each other. How much affection could there be between them? It was the same for Shuren. Didn't he not want to do anything with Rosie in the beginning? The reason why he did it later was not because he loved Rosie, but because he lusted after her beauty and body. Righteous, but sometimes, when two people are together, it doesn't necessarily need to be a passionate love. It's just a little bit of warmth and joy in their daily interactions. That's enough. This was the case for Shuren and Rosie. Both of them had holy swords and were crowned with the title of brave. Therefore, when their abilities were similar, they had a common topic, and they had a little secret that only the other party knew, as well as a mutual understanding. They would get along well with each other. Then, once there was a little breakthrough in their relationship, everything would be smooth sailing. This was the case for Shuren. After that kiss, he completely regarded Rosie as an attractive person of the opposite sex. In the end, under the impulse of a foolish man, he would, of course, take advantage of her as much as he could. If he did not eat the meat that was delivered to his door, then it was not a matter of whether he was brave or not, but a matter of whether he was a man or not. Anyway, he would be responsible, he would be sincere, and he would pay for his actions. It was enough as long as he did not be a scumbag. Passionate love was something that only existed in TV dramas. It could also exist in reality, but it was really not necessary. As for feelings, Shuren wanted to say that he could totally get into the car first and then pay for it later. Rosie probably thought so too. That was why after the breakthrough in their relationship, she felt that she could be with Shuren, and perhaps there would not be a second person like him in the future. That was why she so resolutely entrusted the true seal to him. Obviously, Rosie herself also knew that she had to change. Otherwise, for the rest of his life, he would probably be so dull and lonely. That was why Rosie and Shuren got together, and after tasting the taste of the relationship between a man and a woman, she completely fell in love. It could be said that Shuren and Rosie definitely had feelings for each other now, and this feeling was definitely much stronger than when Rosie entrusted the true seal, and Shuren pushed Rosie down. This was also a way of love, it was just that others thought that Rosie was not this type of person. And now, Rosie was really looking forward to the life after marriage with Shuren. At that time, she would no longer be a princess, and she would no longer have to stay in the palace. She would no longer have to do those boring jobs. She could completely let herself go, and no longer need to pretend. Just thinking about that kind of life, Rosie really could wake up from her dreams with a smile. However, Rosie also knew that now was not the time to talk about marriage. It was mainly because of Shuren. He was worried that he would be torn into pieces by the people of Mitra Kingdom. Rosie was also worried that her sudden marriage would affect the kingdom and the royal family, so she did not plan to get married in such a hurry. But now, I always have a premonition. Rosie unconsciously murmured out loud. If we don't get married soon, I'm afraid something will happen. Recently, Rosie had a feeling that her man was about to be snatched away. If she did not defend her position as the first wife, she would not have a share in the future. But when these words fell into Leah's ears, it had a different meaning. Could it be a blessing? Leah's expression changed. At this moment, Leah's expression turned completely solemn. Not only Leah, but even Xianxia had a shocked expression on her face. She could not help but tense up. If this matter was related to the goddess of destiny's revelation, then it was not something that could be joked about. At least, that was what Leah and Xianxia thought. And from their point of view, the phrase "if we don't get married soon, something bad will happen" naturally meant something else. Could it be that some shocking disaster is about to happen, and Rosie must get married to avoid it? Leah couldn't help but worry about such a thing. By now, the incident in Cosmos was known by everyone. Everyone knew that the fortress city of Cosmos had been destroyed and had completely disappeared. The first knights of Duke Srym's territory had also disappeared without a trace. Even the Empire's Valkyrie had disappeared along with the Broken Blade Knights, and their whereabouts were unknown. Therefore, to the people of the kingdom and the Empire, a disaster had actually happened once. And according to the intelligence gathered by the royal family, the orcs seemed to have released news that the leader of the Old Demons faction, Mirage, who caused the incident, had not been dealt with, and the human mastermind who worked with him seemed to still be active. Since that was the case, the possibility that these terrorists had not left the kingdom and were still waiting for an opportunity in the dark of the kingdom was very high. In other words, the disaster might be unexpectedly close to them. Perhaps, in the dark of the kingdom, a new conspiracy was brewing, ready to launch an attack. Rosie's blessing might have captured the premonition of the disaster, and thus gave Rosie a revelation. Is the situation very serious? Lia confirmed with Rosie in a deep voice. Naturally, Rosie did not know what Lia was thinking about. Looking at her solemn expression, she thought that her sister was concerned about her marriage. Although she has always been teasing me, as expected, Sister Lia does care about me. Rosie was a little touched, and she responded seriously. Of course it's very serious. It's not something to be joked about. Rosie's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Although she did not mind Sharon marrying 1 or 2 concubines, the prerequisite was that she had to be a concubine. In any case, she was a princess with a prominent reputation in the human world and a certain status in the immortal realm. If she couldn't even become a legal wife or a legal concubine, then not only would she become a joke, but her kingdom would also become the laughingstock of other kingdoms. Therefore, Rosie was sure that if Sharon's first wife was someone else, the kingdom would not allow her to marry him. Even if Rosie had a high authority in the kingdom and did not need to listen to anyone else's orders, it did not mean that she did not care about the royal family and the kingdom's reputation. Therefore, she had to be the first wife no matter what. If she couldn't do it, then there was basically no chance of her marrying Sean. Unless Rosie could abandon her family and the kingdom and leave with Sean, the kingdom would definitely risk offending her and try its best to stop her from leaving. Rosie could make her own decisions about her marriage. However, she did not want to break up with the kingdom on bad terms because of this. If she was the first wife, the kingdom would have to swallow their protests no matter how reluctant they were. However, if Rosie failed to live up to expectations and insisted on being someone else's concubine, then the whole kingdom would be rioting and protesting. Rosie was worried and absent-minded when she thought of this. Because of this matter was very serious, and could not be joked about at all. Leah's heart tightened when she heard Rosie's words and saw her solemn expression. It seems like it's a terrible disaster for Rosie to be so worried. Leah felt that she might have understood why her sister was in such a bad state. She must not want to see the kingdom suffer such a terrible disaster, but the only way to resolve it is to get married. That must be why she is so worried. His younger sister was so responsible and fulfilled her duties as a princess of the kingdom. If she knew that marriage was the only way to resolve this terrible disaster, she would definitely choose to get married without hesitation. Even if it meant sacrificing her own happiness, she would still do it. This was the real reason why she said, "I want to get married." It must be, Leah, who felt that she had grasped the truth, could not help but feel touched. Although Rosie has always been uninterested in us and the enthusiasm of the people, she does care about us. Leah made up her mind. Don't worry, Rosie. Leah looked at her sister with a determined gaze and said solemnly, "I will help you." Hearing this, Rosie was slightly stunned. Help me? How? Rosie smiled bitterly. This matter, only I can do it. No one else can help. Wasn't that right? Once it reached the point where she needed to borrow the power of the royal family and the kingdom to fight for favor, then even if she won in the end, she would not be able to convince the others, right? Moreover, that fellow would definitely not want to see her using unscrupulous means to suppress the women around him just for the position of the first wife. Moreover, she did not want to use such means. Therefore, no one could help her in this matter. She could only rely on her own strength to fight for it. Just as Rosie was thinking about this, Leah suddenly grabbed her hand. Don't say that, Rosie. Leah held Rosie's hand tightly and said resolutely, things have not reached the point of no return yet. Let's plan well, and in the end, it might be a perfect ending? At this moment, Leah's brain was working furiously as all kinds of ideas popped up in her mind. Even if marriage is necessary, Rosie does not have to sacrifice her own happiness. As long as Rosie finds a husband that she truly likes before the disaster comes, won't the matter be solved? Although Rosie has high standards and is the most outstanding genius in the world, and no man is worthy of her, but if the conditions are slightly lowered, there should still be some who can meet the requirements, right? When the time comes, as long as I work hard to make the other party become the type that Rosie likes, won't that solve the problem? Yes. Let's do that. Leah's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and she did not hear the latter part of Rosie's words. Indeed, things have not reached the point of no return yet. Yes, I will not lose. Rosie cheered herself on. At the side, Sanai looked at Rosie cheering herself on, and then looked at Leah's face that was working hard to find a way out, and could not help but murmur. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Sanai was at a loss. At this moment, Leah had already stood up. I will go and discuss this with my father now. Leah said to Rosie in a strong voice, Don't worry, Rosie. Believe in me, I will make you happy. Leaving such words behind, Leah turned around and left. Your Highness Leah. Seeing this, Sanai hurriedly followed. Sister Leah, Rosie, on the other hand, just watched Leah leave with a face full of gratitude, her heart even more determined. Yes, I will definitely obtain happiness. Even if it was for her sister who was so considerate of her, she could not lose to anyone. I will definitely be the first lady. On the other side, Leah, who did not know that she had created a huge misunderstanding, hurriedly sought an audience with her father and told him everything about Rosie. What? And she could not help but stand up in shock. A disaster that needs Her Highness Rosie's marriage to resolve? Aridia, who was accompanying her, also frowned. Both of them really wanted to ask Leah what kind of joke was this. However, Leah looked anxious. It's all true, father, Leah quickly said. I heard it with my own ears. This seems to be the reason why Rosie hasn't been in a good state recently. If you don't believe me, you can ask Shauna. Eh? Sanai was stunned. She did not expect that she would be pushed out. And she looked at Sanai, frowned, and asked, Is this true? Aridia also looked at Sanai. Being stared at by the king of a country and a legendary knight, Sanai held her breath. Thus, even though she felt that something was wrong, Sanai still told them the truth. This subordinate did hear Her Highness Rosie say that if she does not get married soon, something bad will happen. Shauna told him what she heard from the beginning. Ansi and Alidia exchanged glances with each other, and finally revealed a solemn expression. What does Rosie think of this? And she asked Leah in a low voice. She is very troubled. Leah said bluntly, but she seems to be planning to sacrifice her happiness and the rest of her life for the kingdom, for us. There was no way and she wouldn't understand the meaning of these words. For the kingdom, Rosie has decided to accept marriage, father, Leah quickly said. We can't just watch Rosie sacrifice herself like this. Leah's tone was full of sorrow. And she's mood also became very bad. And she really valued and doted on Rosie a lot. Rosie had never let Xianxia down, let alone anyone else. Her outstanding performance could be said to have exceeded everyone's expectations, which was why she was loved and admired by everyone in the country. Otherwise, why would Rosie be called the most precious treasure of the kingdom? It was precisely because of this that Xianxia did not want to see his blessed daughter sacrifice her happiness for the kingdom, for himself and the others. But as the king of the kingdom, Xianxia could not turn a blind eye to a disaster that could endanger the kingdom. What do you think? Aridia? And she could only ask Aridia's opinion. I'm not sure. This is not something I'm good at. Aridia was silent for a moment, and then said expressionlessly, but I think that once the nobles of the kingdom learn of this, they will definitely advise His Majesty and Her Highness to agree. Since it concerned the survival of the kingdom, the nobles naturally could not oppose it. They would even do their best to promote this matter, and let Rosie marry their heirs. That way, not only would they be able to resolve the disaster, but they would also be able to marry the most precious treasure of the kingdom as they wished. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Who would object to such a great thing? Leah could naturally think of this situation as well. Do they really think they can hit on Rosie? Leah did not think much of it. Then what do you think? And she turned his gaze and looked at his daughter once more. I think so, father, Leah immediately said. Even if we want Rosie to get married, we have to help her choose someone who is outstanding enough and can win Rosie's favor. As she spoke, Leah told Ansi all of her thoughts. Listening to Leah's plan, Xianxia's frown deepened, as if he did not agree. But in the end, under Leah's persuasion, and she sighed and nodded. If Rosie has no objections, then let's do it. And she's words made Leah smile. And so, an uproar that swept through the entire human world quietly began. Bam, when a pile of parchment papers fell in front of Rosie like a mountain of documents, Rosie was dumbfounded. Phew, Leah, who was standing in front of Rosie, seemed to have expended a lot of energy. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and smiled brightly. Come, choose. Choose? Only then did Rosie react. She looked at her sister in astonishment and asked curiously, what should I choose? Humans. Leah said as if it was a matter of course, I've already gathered all of your suitors, as well as the information on the heroes of the various races who contacted us in a hurry after receiving the news, claiming that they want to propose marriage. You can take your time to choose, take your time, until you're satisfied and stop them. That will be perfect. Huh? Rosie was dumbfounded. Rosie could understand everything Leah said. However, to use a saying from her previous life, Rosie could understand every single word. But after they were put together, Rosie could not understand what they meant at all. Leah thought that Rosie was shocked by her efficiency and action, so she said proudly, I've said it before. The kingdom is on your side. As long as you have a request, we will gather the power of the kingdom to fulfill your wish. This huge pile of information was compiled by the Mitra kingdom with the highest efficiency, the highest priority, and the fastest speed and enthusiasm. Although you have very high standards and will definitely not fancy more than 99% of the fellows here, we will continue to collect and filter until you find a husband you're satisfied with. As she spoke, she handed a quill pen to the dumbfounded Rosie. Here, you can rate them according to your preferences. The full score is 100. The higher the score, the higher your evaluation and satisfaction. The kingdom will decide the treatment for these suitors based on your satisfaction and evaluation. Those suitors are now rushing to the capital. When the time comes, we will help you eliminate those who score less than 50 points. Only those who score more than 50 points can enter the palace and have the chance to woo you. Of course, there might be some outstanding talents that even you haven't noticed. So, from today onwards, we will hold a martial arts competition to showcase your talents during your daily appearance ceremony so that you can take a look at them personally. When the time comes, if you think that the other party performs well, you can raise his score. This is a martial arts competition that will be decided based on your preferences and evaluation. Don't make yourself feel wronged. If you don't like him, try to give him a low score. Don't compromise. This is Father's order. Perhaps there isn't much time left before the disaster arrives, but what Father means is that if you really don't have anyone you're satisfied with by then, even if we lose face as the country of the brave and ask for help from other countries, or even the Protoss, it's still acceptable. It's true. At most, we can gather the strength of the entire country to fight against this disaster. I don't believe that with the strength of the Mitra kingdom, they can't overcome this crisis. Leah kept saying such things. Her words were filled with comfort and advice to Rosie, as well as the awareness and fighting spirit of facing death with equanimity. Leah's words. Martial arts competition? Disaster? Difficult? Why do I feel like I'm getting more and more confused? Rosie could only hold her quill and stare blankly at the pile of parchment before her. Suddenly, her eyelids twitched. Because at the top of the pile of parchment, the first thing that caught Rosie's eyes was the information of a person she couldn't be more familiar with. Name, Sharon Bostut. Race, human. Affiliation, Mitra Kingdom. Status, Honorary Viscount. Experience, Lamijan, Marquis of Mureo. Entered the royal capital due to his meritorious service against the Old Demons faction, Slaughterer faction. He was appreciated by His Majesty, but rejected the kingdom's first offer of nobility. It was only when the Galuoli family betrayed the kingdom and secretly allied with the Old Demons faction that they tamed the Black Dragon in the Adro Canyon and annihilated the Galuoli family, causing the kingdom's knights to lose almost half of their combat power. Once again, he made a great contribution and received a second offer of nobility. He accepted it and became a new noble in the royal capital, bestowed with the title of Viscount. Evaluation, suspected to possess a unique skill that could elevate one's own level and skills under certain conditions. Mastered a very high level, taming skill. Due to single-handedly defeating the Slaughterer faction and taming the Black Dragon in the Adro Canyon, the kingdom sees him as one of the most outstanding talents of the new generation. Moreover, suspected to have a personal relationship with the demons and close ties with Her Highness Rosie. Although his title is not high, the kingdom still considers him the first priority candidate for Her Highness Rosie's son-in-law. High rewards can be given. It must be said that Rosie's mind only had one point of concern after reading through the report. First priority candidate? Doesn't that mean that the kingdom also thinks that Shuren is the most suitable person to be my husband? Not bad. Good taste. Rosie's mood suddenly became very good, and she could not help taking the parchment that recorded Shuren's report and reading it with a grin, not even sparing a glance at the other parchments. Lia was not surprised at Rosie's expression, and instead thought to herself, I knew it. As I thought, Rosie's favorite is this fellow. That was something that Lia, Anqi, and the many higher-ups of the kingdom were all aware of. That was why, after Lia and Anqi made their decision, they decided to make Shan the first candidate in the selection of a son-in-law. Even if Anqi did not seem to be in a good mood, their objective this time was to choose a son-in-law based entirely on Rosie's preferences and evaluation. That was why even if Anqi was reluctant and the rest of the kingdom could not bear to see it happen and strongly opposed it, Lia still stood her ground and decided on the matter. Of course, Lia did not know that the sister she had tried so hard to help had already been completely devoured by the so-called first priority candidate. If she had known about it, there would probably be no need for a first priority candidate, and the winner could have been decided directly. However, when that time came, Shuren would definitely be in deep trouble. The royal family would not let him go. Although they could not do anything to Shuren, it was Shuren who had turned into a beast and devoured their treasures first. It was foreseeable that he would be caught and set up a series of unfair treaties. As for now, because they did not know about this matter, they had to take the initiative to select a son-in-law. Not only could the royal family not find trouble with this matter, they could only helplessly give away their treasures. At least, that was what Lia thought, causing her to feel a little sad and a little desolate. It was finally time for his most precious and outstanding younger sister to be harmed. Lia's heart was sour, as if she had lost something important. But, everything was for Rosie. How she felt was not important at all. After convincing herself, Lia calmed her emotions and said, How is it? The kingdom's intelligence gathering ability is not bad, right? You can slowly choose, it's fine. Hearing this, Rosie really wanted to tell Lia that there was no need to choose, she only wanted the one in her hand. But feeling that something was wrong, Rosie decided to ask first. Why are we suddenly choosing a son-in-law? Rosie asked doubtfully. Didn't you say you wanted to get married? Lia said confidently, If that's the case, we will gather all the outstanding heroes in the world in the capital for you to choose. Huh? Rosie's eyes widened. Only then did Lia tell Rosie the reason. It turned out that after Lia's strong push, when the kingdom learned that Rosie wanted to sacrifice her own happiness for the kingdom, they had already decided. At that time, he had already decided to gather all the heroes in the world for Rosie before the disaster arrived and let Rosie choose her husband. Because of this, the kingdom had already held a big conference and announced the news. Once the news spread, the whole world was shocked. Especially the young masters of the royal family and nobles, all of their eyes were red and they turned their homes upside down. In the end, through their families, they sent a marriage proposal to the kingdom. In other words, now, not only the kingdom, but almost the whole human world knew that the kingdom's treasure was going to choose a son-in-law. This undoubtedly shook the whole human world. The people of the kingdom were even more excited. Especially when they knew that Rosie was doing this to save the kingdom and fight against the disaster, everyone in the kingdom was touched. Because of this matter had completely spread, causing the capital to become extremely lively. It also attracted the heroes from all over the world to come here. After knowing what had happened, Rosie was dumbfounded. Fight against the disaster? When did I say such a thing, and I want to sacrifice my own happiness? I don't want to, my happiness is just about to start. I have been looking forward to marrying Shuren for so long, and now you want me to sacrifice this happiness to choose a son-in-law, No. Rosie immediately exploded. However, just as Rosie was about to resist, Lia said so. If it was in the past, it would not be easy for you to choose a son-in-law. At least, there are many people in the kingdom who do not want to see you get married. The princess they admire will become someone else's possession. When these people riot, it will not be a joke. Fortunately, this time, you chose this path for the sake of the kingdom, for the sake of resisting the calamity. The people are very touched and chose to support you. Therefore, as long as it's someone you choose, even if they are unwilling, they will still accept it on the surface, right? Liao said in relief. His words made Rosie stop herself from protesting. Will they accept it? Really? Rosie could not help but ask, as long as it is someone I choose, will you all accept it? Of course. Liao said without hesitation, we do not want to see you sacrifice your own happiness for the sake of the general interest. So, only this time, everyone will accept the husband you choose. You will receive everyone's blessings. Will receive everyone's blessings, blessings, blessings. Rosie cast her gaze on the parchment in her hand that recorded Sean's information, and her eyes lit up with an incomparably bright light. How is it? Liao asked Rosie, what do you think? Rosie answered without hesitation. Good. Couldn't be better. In a trance, Rosie saw a throne flying towards her from the void. The throne was engraved with 2 words, Empress Dowager. We're here. On the back of the pitch-black dragon, Xianxia said as he looked down at the bustling city standing on the ground. I'm back, the royal capital. Xianxia, who had once invaded the royal capital as a member of the old demons, looked at the bustling city and sighed. Roar. Yulin roared and flapped her dragon wings, stopping in the clouds above the royal capital. Sean, who was holding Lilith's hand, suddenly smiled. Look, that's the royal capital. Sean smiled at Lilith, who was beside him, and introduced her as such. Lilith nodded and gazed at the bustling city below, her eyes filled with curiosity. This was the first time Lilith had left the Stringham dukedom and come to another territory city. In the past 10,000 years, although Lilith was not sealed in the darkness shrine like her original body, which had lost control, she had a certain degree of freedom. However, this freedom was relative. She could leave the shrine, leave the independent space that exiled the shrine, and even leave Cosmos. However, she could not leave the Stringham dukedom, which was too far from where her original body was. As the only rational half, if Lilith were to stray too far from her original body, it was very likely that her connection with her original body would be severed, and she would never be able to return to the shrine. Hence, all this while, Jade, who was Lilith's original body, had only been active in the Stringham dukedom. She had never left the dukedom. It was only now that Lilith could finally leave the Stringham dukedom. The world was vast, and there was no place that this evil god, who was comparable to the demons, could not go. Of course, she should only go to a place where this hero was by her side. Lilith had already made this decision long ago. Hence, as long as Shuren was willing to stay in the Stringham dukedom, she was willing to stay there as well. However, Shuren naturally would not want to stay in the Stringham dukedom forever. Even though barley had been dealt with by them, and that place was no longer their opponent's territory, Shuren had no intention of staying there. For the current Shuren, the only place left for him to settle down was the royal capital. After all, the royal capital was his home, and there were people who missed him. He missed them too. Shuren, who had sworn not to stay in the royal capital, was already dead. How fragrant. While feeling dejected, Shuren noticed that Aie, who was yawning at the side, was frowning. What's wrong? Shuren asked. Nothing. Aie relaxed her knitted brows, as if she was not interested, and said, I just feel that there are more people in the capital, and the city seems to be livelier than before. Lively? Sean was slightly startled, and immediately looked down. With this glance, Sean also discovered that even above the clouds, he could still see the stream of people that were as tiny as ants. It seemed that they were constantly coming from all directions and entering the capital, making the capital much livelier and noisier than before. Sean even sensed a decent amount of magic power from those people. What did that mean? It meant that the people who came from all directions were all of extraordinary strength. Why are there so many masters? Shuren was surprised. Those people seemed to be nobles from other places, and the knights who escorted them here. Xianxia seemed to have noticed the scene, and used some magical means to investigate. She was puzzled. Nobles and knights from other places? Xianxia frowned. Why did so many nobles suddenly come to the royal capital? Did something happen? Xianxia pondered. Looking at Xianxia, who was deep in thought, Xianxia said expressionlessly, "Let's go back, Mr. Xianxia." "That's true," Xianxia nodded. "Instead of guessing, let's go back and take a look." As he spoke, Xian patted Yulian's head under his body. Roar. Yulin immediately understood Xianxia's meaning. With a roar, she dove down. The scene of the pitch-black dragon appearing above the clouds and flying in the direction of the royal capital was seen by many people both inside and outside the royal capital. Dragon. There's a dragon. A dragon has appeared. Oh my god. Outside the royal capital, many people turned pale with fright and panicked. On the other hand, the people in the royal capital, as well as some of the nobles, did not lose their composure when they saw the black dragon descending from the sky. Is that the Adol's black dragon? The mount that Viscount Porstut tamed. In other words, that Viscount Porstut is up there? I heard that he recently left the royal capital and went to Duke Stringham's territory. From the looks of it, they should be back, right? TSK, he actually came back at this time. Some of these people were curious, some were scrutinizing, but most of them seemed to be resentful and unwilling for some reason. In an instant, all of them started talking at once. Even the people in the royal capital were like this. Viscount Porstut is back. He's finally back? What a lucky fellow, that's right. At this moment, both nobles and commoners looked at the black dragon descending from the sky. Some were whispering, some were discussing, some were deep in thought, and some showed the same resentment and unwillingness. There were even some who were full of hostility, causing many to stare at the black dragon descending from the sky as if they were staring at their mortal enemy. At this moment, Xianxia, who was on the dragon's back, was also dumbfounded. The reason was simple. As he got closer to the royal capital and appeared in front of people, Xianxia realized that his enemy sense actually had an intense reaction. One by one, the red dots that represented his enemies appeared in Xianxia's mind and increased at an alarming rate. This told Xianxia that there was currently a large number of people in the royal capital who were hostile towards him. These people who had developed enmity towards him almost occupied the entire royal capital. Xian was dumbfounded. And dumbfounded. What's going on? Did I do something wrong? Why does it seem like I've become the public enemy of the royal capital after a few days of absence? What's wrong with you? Your expression is so strange. Xianxia noticed Xianxia's blank expression and asked in surprise and confusion. No, nothing. Xianxia suppressed the shock in his heart with great difficulty, but he still could not hide the fact that he was shaken. He looked at Xianxia and hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "Have I done anything immoral?" The sudden question stunned Xianxia. She looked at Xianxia, and the first thing that appeared in her ruby-like eyes was not surprise or confusion, but an indescribable emotion. Xianxia seemed to be able to see a sentence in Xianxia's eyes. Whether you've done anything immoral or not, don't you know it in your heart? Xianxia saw this sentence in Xianxia's eyes. At that moment, Xian fell silent. He could not refute it, so Xianxia was a little panicked. Could it be that something immoral that I've done has been exposed? Xianxia searched his brain with all his might, hoping to come up with something. Sadly, Xianxia realized that there were many things that he had a clue about. This made Xianxia unable to determine which of them had been exposed. After some thought, Xianxia could only think of one possibility. It must be because I was too kind to take in Xianxia, the wanted criminal of the kingdom. Now that this matter has been exposed, I've become the public enemy of the royal capital. Xianxia immediately used his unique skill, shifting the blame. So, Xianxia unconsciously reached out his hand and grabbed Xianxia's shoulder. What are you doing? Nothing. Why are you grabbing my shoulder if it's nothing? Is it because we have a good relationship? Is it? Of course, people who have a good relationship often have their arms around each other's shoulders like this. Don't you know? I know, but I don't know why I'm feeling a little anxious now. I feel like you're planning something bad. You're thinking too much. Really? Really? Are you sure? Yes. Then can you tell me what you're thinking right now? Nothing. I'm just thinking that if the matter of me taking you in is exposed, I'll hand you over to the authorities. Not only will I not be punished, but I'll also be rewarded. After a short conversation, Xian and Xianxia fell silent one after another. Then, they began to wrestle without saying a word. Just as the two of them were locked in a fierce battle, Yulin flew into the royal capital and headed towards the center of the noble district. There, the Podet family's mansion appeared before everyone's eyes. However, the crowd realized that there were many nobles and commoners gathered in front of the main entrance of the Podet family's mansion. The nobles and commoners gathered in front of the Podet family's mansion, and they kept shouting. I am the son of Count Citri. Ask Viscount Podet to come out and meet me. Duel with me. I'm the son of Count Kidias. Ask Viscount Podet to come out and meet me. Duel with me. I am the son of the Marquis. I am the son of the Duke. Please accept our challenge. We want a duel. Yes. Duel. The nobles were shouting, and the knights were holding the line. The commoners had also gathered together, as though they wanted to see what the master of this place was capable of. The scene became extremely noisy. It was as though someone had executed a tyrannical regime, and the innocent commoners could no longer stand it. They stood up and were ready to parade in the streets to overthrow the tyrannical regime and dictator. This. Shuren was dumbfounded. Even the rest of the people were shocked by the scene. Did you live so miserably in the royal capital? Xianxia was confused. Did you really do something immoral? Even Ai looked at him suspiciously. Xianxia didn't say anything. She only stared at Shuren quietly, but she gave Shuren the greatest pressure. Lilith tilted her head, her face full of question marks. Shuren really wanted to complain loudly. What the hell happened? Just like that, Shuren became the public enemy without even knowing it. Viscount Borstat has returned to the Imperial City. In less than 10 minutes, the news had spread throughout the streets and alleys of the Imperial City. This was because many people had personally witnessed Yulin's return to the Imperial City and the scene of her flying to the center of the noble district. It was too easy for the news to spread. After receiving the news, regardless of whether it was intentional or not, everyone rushed toward Borstat's house. The young masters of the noble families, in particular, seemed to be ready to risk everything as they hurriedly gathered in the direction of Borstat's house. Duel. 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 For a time, this thought became common in the minds of almost all the young masters of the noble families. Perhaps it was because they were unwilling, angry, or perhaps they wanted to prove that they were not inferior to the rumored viscount. These young masters of the noble families were hot-headed and could do anything. The people who had gathered in front of Borstat's house were especially excited when they saw Shuren's return. Some of them even planned to break the door and barge into Borstat's house. Unfortunately, they could not even think of taking a step closer. Roar. In the sky above Borstat's house, right in front of the main entrance, a pitch-black dragon flapped its wings and let out an earth-shattering roar at everyone present. The angry roar transformed into a powerful gale that blew forward, causing the young masters of the aristocratic families and even the commoners to scream and wail in pain. They either swayed left and right or simply fell to the ground. It was as if they had encountered a Category 12 typhoon. Their faces were filled with fear and anger. Yulin guarded Borstat's house firmly. Whenever someone tried to approach, she would immediately let out an earth-shattering roar. Under such circumstances, everyone looked at the terrifying black dragon and swallowed their saliva. They were completely stunned on the spot, their faces pale and motionless. It was obvious that no matter how arrogant they were, they did not think that they had the strength to defeat the famous black dragon Adel. Therefore, no matter if it was the nobles or the commoners, none of them dared to approach Borstat's house. However, even if they could not approach, they could still make noise. Therefore, the young masters of the noble family suppressed the fear in their hearts, clenched their teeth, and began to speak one after another. We want to see Viscount Borstat. Let Viscount Borstat come out. Viscount Borstat. Come out. If you have the guts to collude. Pfft. If you have the guts to win the favor of Her Highness. Don't you have the guts to come out? Come out and fight me. I must prove to Her Highness that I am more suitable than you are. Come out! Come out! Similar curses kept ringing out, causing the entire place to be filled with curses. This made you. A bunch of human ants actually dared to provoke my lord like this. Yu Lin really wanted to take care of all of them with a breath of dragon breath. However, when Shuren asked Yu Lin to guard the gate, he had instructed her not to hurt anyone here unless someone tried to force their way in. Therefore, Yu Lin could only stand at the gate and scare the humans. She spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath, which was like flames, as if it was about to burst out of her mouth, causing many to tremble in fear. If it was any other time, people would have run as far as they could if a dragon gave such a warning. However, this time, it was not only the reckless commoners, even the young masters of the noble families who usually bullied the weak and feared the strong held back their fear and continued to shout. It was obvious that these people were not willing to retreat just like that. People from every corner of the imperial city gradually gathered here, making the front of Borstut's house extremely crowded. At the same time, Shuren had already led the crowd back to the mansion. Shuren! Mr. Shuren! Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika seemed to have received the news of Shuren's return. They immediately came out of the mansion and gathered before Shuren, looking surprised and overjoyed. Big sister! Big sister! The servants and maids cried tears of joy at the return of Xianxia, who had been following behind Shuren. They were so excited that Shuren almost doubted whether he or Xianxia was the master of this place. Of course, the crowd also noticed the young girls who had returned with Shuren. Needless to say, everyone knew Aie and Xianxia. However, when they saw Xianxia and Lilith, they were shocked. People who look exactly like Miss Xianxia. Could it be? Lumia and Marika covered their mouths in shock. Ter also looked at Xianxia and Lilith with a frown. Vivian was also surprised when she saw Xianxia, and her expression was solemn. She had probably guessed Xiaxia's identity. Back at the outskirts of Limijan, everyone in Vivian's team had seen Xianxia and knew who Xianxia was related to. Now that they saw Xianxia, who looked exactly like Xianxia, they naturally recognized her at once. However, when Vivian saw Lilith, her eyes trembled all of a sudden, and she stared at her without shifting her gaze. Lilith's gaze also swept across everyone present, and finally stopped on Vivian. For some reason, she no longer shifted her gaze. On the other hand, Xianxia was the one who smiled at everyone generously. Nice to meet you all. Xianxia said with a smile. Previously, at the outskirts of Limijan, Xianxia only wanted to see Shuren and not Shuren's team. Hence, she forcibly moved Vivian and the others away. Thanks to this was indeed the first time Xianxia appeared in front of Vivian and the others face to face. Previously, she had only found out about their existence when she was secretly observing Shuren. This was the first time Xianxia, Vivian, and the others met each other in the truest sense. Vivian and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to react. If it were any other time, Shuren would have thought of a way to solve this problem. But now, Shuren just wanted to understand the situation. What the hell is going on? Sean hurriedly asked Vivian and the others. I only left for a few days. Why is everyone treating me as an enemy who killed their father as soon as I came back? Sean's bewildered words caused the strange atmosphere on the scene to ease up a little. Vivian and the rest returned to normal. They looked at Sean, who had a blank look on his face, and could not help but laugh. If you had come back a few days later, they might really have treated you as their father's killer. Vivian teased. In fact, in the eyes of those nobles, you are even more detestable than their father's killer, right? Ter couldn't help but exclaim. How did I offend them? Shuren said as if he was wronged. How big of a deal is it? Is it necessary? Is it necessary? Yes, it is. Vivian and the others looked at Shuren with a strange look. Why are you looking at me like that? Sean felt a little guilty from being stared at. He could only put up a brave front and said, I didn't do anything to offend so many people. Well, no matter what, I'll deny it first. Although Sean himself did not know if he had done anything that would offend the people of the entire kingdom, he did not know what he had done. Vivian and the others, who did not know what Shuren was thinking, could only laugh at each other. I say, Shuren, Vivian patted Shuren's shoulder and said, don't worry, this is a good thing. A good thing? Shuren could not help but be stunned. It is indeed a good thing. Tyr's tone was indifferent, as if she did not have any thoughts. At least, it is for you. For me? Sharon frowned. Lucia and Marika's expressions were different from Vivian and Tyr's. One had a faint look of admiration, while the other seemed to feel wronged. This confused Sharon. In this regard, Aie, who had been silent all this while, felt a little impatient for some reason. Since it's a good thing, I don't need to be here anymore. I'll go back to my room and sleep. Aie turned and left as if she was in a bad mood. Miss Lilith, let's go take a look at the room first. Xianxia came back. She seemed to have left at some point earlier to quietly gather first-hand information from the surrounding servants and maids. Now that she seemed to know the whole story, she took the equally confused Lilith away. It seems interesting, but it shouldn't have anything to do with me. I'll let Xianxia take me to choose a room. Xianxia did not seem to care at all, or rather, she was happy to see Sean running around in circles anxiously as she left with a smile. Wait, Sharon wanted to ask them to stay, but after careful consideration, he decided to settle the matter here first. Seeing this, Vivian and the others did not keep him in suspense. Actually, not long ago, the kingdom sent out a message to the entire human world, claiming that they were going to choose a husband for Princess Rosie. Tyr bluntly threw out the truth. What did you say? The sudden news stunned Sharon. Choose a husband, Rosie was going to choose a husband, why? Sharon was confused. What confused him even more was the words that came after. It's all true, Mr. Sharon. Lumia seemed to be worried that Sharon would not believe her, so she hurriedly said. We were also shocked when we found out. Melika's tone became more and more aggrieved, like a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away. She was full of dejection. Then why are they so hostile to me? Sharon began to have an ominous premonition. As expected, because the kingdom has announced that you, Viscount Sharon Porstut, are the first priority candidate for Princess Rosie's husband. Vivian's words made the corner of Sharon's mouth twitch. There was only one sentence left in his mind. Damn it. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 years. Although Sharon had only left for a few days and kept in touch with Rosie every night, for a man and a woman who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, it was very uncomfortable not to stick together all day long. This was especially true for Rosie. She had always been a very, very lonely person. The period of time when Sean was away was quite hard for her. No one could imagine that the dignified #1 beauty of the human race, the Princess of Mitra, the most precious treasure of the kingdom, actually had such a timid and dependent side. Under such circumstances, Rosie had more than once fantasized about how much they would stick together and how much they would miss each other after Sharon returned. The reunion between the two of them would definitely be very heartwarming and touching. This was a very normal thing. Don't ask why she was so confident, ask because everyone was like this. Unfortunately, Rosie was wrong. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It's going to be torn off. My face is going to be torn off. At this moment, similar cries of pain could be heard from Rosie's bedroom. The female sword saint knights outside the door looked at each other, unsure if they should just barge in. In the room, Sharon forcefully pinched Rosie's breathtakingly beautiful face. With a belly full of anger, he forcefully pulled her face to both sides while ignoring Rosie's struggles and complaints. He forced a smile and spoke. You've really given me a big surprise, Your Highness. I'm almost touched to the point of wanting to kill you. Tell me, how should I make it up to you? Sharon didn't seem to show any mercy. As if he was going to put justice before family, the hand that was pinching Rosie's face was still forceful. It's going to fall off. It's going to be torn off. Rosie was in so much pain that she couldn't stop crying. She sobbed and said, Quick. Let go. If this face is ruined, you're the one who's going to suffer. Rosie began to speak incoherently. Sharon couldn't help but slow down a little. Obviously, he also felt that it would be a pity to ruin this breathtakingly beautiful face. However, Sharon didn't let go immediately. Instead, he gave Rosie a frightening smile. Come, tell me, what are you up to? Sharon's voice sounded like an ultimatum. This made Rosie scared. I didn't do anything. Rosie felt wronged and said, I just want to marry you, is that wrong? Want to marry me? Xian was not soft-hearted at all. Instead, he sneered and said, you organized such a son-in-law selection ceremony and said that you just want to marry me? I think you're trying a reverse beauty contest, right? Why don't you go to heaven? Rosie. Let go first. Rosie looked at Sharon's fierce expression and couldn't help but say nervously, let go first. I'll explain it to you later, okay? Okay. Sharon said straightforwardly, I hope your explanation will satisfy me. It sounded like he was just making a threat, but Rosie knew that the little man in front of her was really the type who could do anything. So, Rosie said nervously again, what if it doesn't satisfy you? Hearing this, Sharon's smile became bright. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Sharon said in a very open-minded manner, it's just that I'll go back to Lemijin or run around the world. I'll make the number one princess in the human world a resentful wife who can only see me once every 2 or 3 years. Rosie immediately abandoned all her dignity and apologized to Sharon. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Rosie almost kowtowed to Sharon. Sharon fiercely poked the biggest weakness in Rosie's heart. Fortunately, Sharon was just a prankster and not a ghost. Otherwise, if Rosie didn't call him daddy a few times, he wouldn't let it go. Although, in some specific situations, Rosie did call Sharon daddy. And she, achoo. Only then did Sharon's resentment in his heart subside. Come on, tell me. Sharon crossed his arms and said unkindly, what's going on with this so-called son-in-law selection? It wasn't that Sharon hadn't heard about the cause of the matter from Vivian and the others. Is there really such a thing as a disaster that can only be avoided by getting married? Sharon's face was full of doubt. It couldn't be helped. This statement sounded like a cool novel set up by a brainless idiot. If it was put in other novels, it would probably be used to let the protagonist win the heart of the beauty. However, he had already eaten up this beauty. At this time, there was still this kind of brainless and refreshing plot. Wasn't it a little wrong, or did he get the rhythm wrong? In fact, this was the original plot that the will of the universe had prepared for him, the protagonist. According to the original plan, he was supposed to break through the relationship with Rosie here and take Her Royal Highness as his wife. In the end, because he acted too quickly, it became like this. When Sharon learned about this matter, he went through a brainstorm like this. But it turned out that Sharon was really not the protagonist. In fact, there was no disaster at all. Rosie whispered, it was my sister Wang who misunderstood. She thought that I had received a revelation about the disaster, so she made things so big. The corner of Sharon's mouth twitched, and he said, in other words, everything was a misunderstanding? Yes. Rosie said awkwardly, it was all a misunderstanding. Sharon was silent for a while, then turned around and left without hesitation. Don't go. Rosie's expression changed. She rushed up and hugged Sharon, and said loudly, this, although it was a misunderstanding. But it is also a good opportunity. Good opportunity? Sharon pressed Rosie's face and pushed her away. He narrowed his eyes and said, then tell me, what kind of opportunity is this? If Princess Luyu dared to say that this was a chance to defend her sovereignty and make use of the young masters who harbored ill intentions against her to teach Xian a lesson so that she could make a comeback, Xian felt that he should consider divorcing her and becoming a scumbag once and for all. Rosie saw something from Xian's flickering eyes. She quickly said, think about it, in the current situation, even if we get married, the kingdom and the people of the kingdom won't have any objections, right? After hearing Rosie's words, Sharon immediately understood her plan. So this was what Princess Fish Catching had been planning? Do you understand now? Rosie knew that Sharon had understood, so she immediately struck while the iron was hot, and said, originally, it would not be easy for us to get married. Even if I insisted on it, the people of the kingdom would find fault with me. If this matter were to blow up, it would not be good for either of us, right? This was also what Sharon had been worried about. He really felt that he would be torn apart by the higher-ups and commoners of the kingdom. This was not a joke, it could really happen. Think about it, when celebrities in his previous life announced their relationships, they would be harassed and bullied on the internet by their die-hard fans. It was not uncommon for celebrities to lose their fans in large numbers because of marriage, and it even led to malicious incidents. Rosie was undoubtedly a superstar in this world, and she was even a world-class superstar. It could be said that the entire kingdom was her diehard fan. In history, which countries people would riot just because they couldn't see the princess and didn't know if the princess was living well? In history, which country's princess had to show her face every day and let the people see that she was safe and sound in order to maintain peace? However, it just so happened that it happened here. Therefore, Xianxia was sure that once his relationship with Rosie was exposed, he would definitely be torn apart alive. Of course, this was only a secondary reason. After all, if there were die-hard fans who came to provoke him, he would not go easy on them just because they were commoners. In fact, Xianxia had always hated the so-called die-hard fans and keyboard warriors since his previous life. If there were really any die-hard fans who dared to provoke him, Xianxia would definitely let them know that they were just yes-men who only dared to attack him from behind. Therefore, what Xianxia was really worried about was not these so-called die-hard fans, but other things. For example, Xianxia could not care less about himself, but Rosie could not care less about the people's evaluation of her. Another example was that once these things were exposed, the royal family and nobles who had their eyes on him and wanted him to work for the kingdom would force him to sign many unfair treaties. The reason why people could be free and unrestrained was because they had no worries. Before, Xianxia could be free and unrestrained in front of the royal family and nobles, but once Rosie and his little lover were involved, Xianxia would definitely not be able to be free and unrestrained, considering the other party's feelings and scruples. Because of this, Xianxia felt that the marriage between him and Rosie could not be completed without 3 to 5 years of planning. But now, as long as you claim that it is to resolve the disaster, not only will the people not feel resentful, they will also feel touched. The royal family and nobles will also try their best to promote this matter, thinking that we are choosing a son-in-law, and not a situation that you have to be responsible for. They will not ask you to make any promises. Rosie looked at Xianxia expectantly. In this way, the things that we are worried about will all be solved, right? Rosie led the topic and her own purpose to the solution of the hidden danger between the two of them. In any case, Rosie would never say that she was in a hurry to confirm their relationship and stabilize her position as the legitimate wife. She also wanted to get rid of the current sea of suffering and desperately hoped to live a salted fish life after marriage. That was why she decided to do this. Don't worry, this is just a formality. After a while, I will announce that you are the husband that I have chosen, and the others are just tools to promote our good things. Rosie said resolutely and decisively, words that could make all the noble young masters burst into tears. Xianxia wanted to know, after hearing these words, whether those noble young masters would still dare to claim that they wanted to duel with him. By then, these guys would probably not gather in front of their homes, but in cliffs, tall buildings, the sea, and the graveyard. Speaking of which, Xianxia did not expect to hear the word tool from Rosie's mouth. Where did she learn it from? Did she learn it from me? Had he ever brought up the topic of tool people before? Did I seem to have? Xianxia could not remember it clearly. However, there was no doubt that those young men from various countries who had racked their brains for an opportunity to marry Rosie, the number one genius and beauty in the human world, would definitely be in for a miserable time. Still, if this was in any other novel, it would probably be a whole volume of plot, describing how the protagonist stood out from the crowd, how he was aloof, how he slapped his rival in love, how he crushed all the supporting characters, and finally won the highest recognition of the kingdom and the love of the princess. Not only would he successfully win the beauty, he would also ascend to the altar, be respected and worshipped by tens of thousands of people, and become famous. However, on his side, the winner was decided internally, and the others were just going through the motions. This was too much. If this was a serious competition, some supporting characters would probably jump out and yell, claiming that there was a shady deal and that someone cheated. If this was in another novel, it would probably just be the incompetence and rage of the supporting characters, but in Xianxia's novel, it was a fact. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but feel sympathy and even pity for those so-called rivals in love and opponents. Really, it's not that you guys are not good enough, it's that I took a shortcut and got the prize first. Anyway, I'm destined to win, so I'll enjoy the prize first and then compete with you guys. Is there a problem with that? No problem at all. Therefore, looking at Rosie, who was looking at him with a hesitant face, as if she was afraid that he would be angry and object. Shuren seemed to be deep in thought, but in his heart, he was very happy. Otherwise, why would so many people want to get in through the back door? That kind of calmness that guaranteed victory could really make people feel good for a long time. But in this way, I really have to get married. Shuren was a little hesitant. Although Rosie did have a good plan and solved a lot of worries, once he married Rosie, he would inevitably be tied to the ship of the kingdom. At that time, his father-in-law, the king, might not be too harsh on him, but if necessary, Shuren believed that he would still look for him and ask him to contribute to the kingdom. This made Shuren, who had not had enough fun, smack his lips. "Don't you want to marry me?" Rosie stared at Shuren at this time, her beautiful eyes filled with emotions that made Shuren's heart beat. She said, "You said you would marry me." Well, now there was nowhere to go. Rosie's gaze completely sealed off all of Sean's escape routes. In addition, Sean was not really against marrying Rosie. He was just a little conflicted because of external factors. In this case, he could only surrender. "Don't put on such a pitiful expression." Sean touched his nose and said helplessly, "I didn't say it was bad, did I?" That bright and happy smile could probably charm all living beings in the three realms. Hearing this, Rosie's eyes lit up and she smiled happily. That bright and happy smile could probably charm all living beings in the three realms. Then it's a deal. Rosie held Shuren's hand, her face full of happiness. Seeing this, Shuren's heart also became restless. With this restlessness, Shuren's hands were not very well behaved. Once his hands were not well behaved, his clothes naturally could not be kept neat. And once his clothes were not neat, what would happen next was only natural, right? Feeling all this, Rosie's pretty face blushed, but she did not say anything. She just lowered her head and accepted all of Shuren's actions with a blushing face. At that moment, Shuren chuckled and picked up the first beauty of the human realm, the treasure of the Mitra kingdom, and the princess who was regarded as a goddess by the world, and walked towards the bed. They had not seen each other for a period of time. For this brave couple who were passionately in love and were about to get married, it was nothing more than a matter of course. At the same time, Liao was heading towards Rosie's bedroom. This was because she had received news that Shuren had returned, and that he had entered her sister's bedroom as soon as possible to meet Rosie. I wonder what that man's expression is like now. Before coming here, Liao had been thinking about this in her heart. In her opinion, after returning and knowing that she had become the first priority candidate for Rosie's marriage, Shuren should be overjoyed. Even though the other party had been well behaved in the process of interacting with her sister, he did not have any ill intentions. His behavior had never crossed the line, nor had he harbored any ill intentions. However, Liao felt that there was no one in this world who could ignore her younger sister's charm. Perhaps it was because of the difference in status that the other party knew his place from the start, and thus did not do anything that crossed the line. Perhaps the other party had been playing dumb all along, intending to deceive others and hide his intentions. Therefore, from Leah's point of view, this moment might be the time for the other party to reveal some flaws. After all, he was currently the person closest to his sister. He was also the person who was most likely to become his sister's husband out of everyone in the world. If the other party really had some ulterior motives, he might be unable to restrain his excitement at the moment when he was about to achieve his goal, which would lead to a flaw. Liao felt that she had to take this opportunity to observe the man carefully, to see if he could really give her sister happiness. I hope he really is a man who can make Rosie look at him in a different light. With this thought in mind, Liao prepared to head to Rosie's bedroom to scout out her sister. For this reason, Liao did not even bring Shauna along, trying to eliminate the possibility of other people interfering, and strive to achieve her goal. If she brought Shauna along, when she intended to carry out some tricks to annoy the other party and make him take action, Shauna would very likely stop her immediately to prevent Liao from being hurt. By then, if Shuren really had some ill intentions, but did not reveal it because of Shauna's stop, then it would be meaningless. Therefore, Liao did not bring Shauna along, and went to Rosie's bedroom alone. However, under such circumstances, Liao was also entangled in this matter. "So you're here, Your Highness, Leah." Following a somewhat surprised voice, Leah's footsteps froze. This was because the owner of the voice was the person Liao did not want to see the most. "Long time no see, Your Highness. How have you been recently?" The person who said this was a frail, scholarly man. He was tall and thin, dressed in luxurious clothes, and had 2 knights by his side. Edel Xianxia. Liao looked at the surprised nobleman, calling his name in a low voice, and her expression turned ugly. However, the other party did not seem to notice any of this, and delightedly approached her with his guards. "I've been looking for you, Your Highness Liao." The nobleman named Edward wore a smile that did not have much color in it as he looked at Liao rather passionately. Liao was very uncomfortable with his warm attitude, so she frowned and took a step back without a trace. "Long time no see, young Master Xianxia." Liao respectfully bowed to the other party. She looked elegant and courteous, but in fact, she was displaying an attitude of keeping people at a distance. But Edel still did not seem to have any self-awareness. "Didn't I tell you many times before, just call me Edel?" Edel was still as warm as before. "Is Your Highness Liao alone?" "No, not at all." Liao immediately shook her head, and said calmly, "My knight happened to be inconvenienced, so she left for a while. I'm just leaving first, she will come up later." Naturally, Liao said that on purpose. Otherwise, based on her understanding of the man before her, he would definitely try his best to invite her for tea the moment he found out that she was alone. As expected. "Night, is it?" Edel frowned slightly. "Since you left your post without permission and left Her Highness alone, it is a dereliction of duty. Why don't Your Highness come with me, and have a cup of tea at my place?" Edel acted as if he was very considerate and gentlemanly. But the more he acted this way, the more disgusted Liao felt. Does he really think I'm a fool, like those young noble ladies who would be tricked by a few sweet words? Liao could not help but think disdainfully, knowing what kind of person he was in private, but maintained a polite look on her face. "No, my sister is preparing to choose a husband, and it's a busy time now. Whether it's as a member of the royal family or as her sister, I have a duty to help her." Liao rejected Edel. Her Highness Rosie's husband. Edel did not suspect anything, but there was a strange glint in his eyes. Lia's disgust deepened when she clearly noticed the change in his expression. And so, Liao said without hesitation, "Well then, I'll take my leave first. Please forgive me for not being a good host." After saying that, Liao immediately turned around and left. Wait. Only then did Edel react. Just as he was about to call out to Liao, she had already taken quick steps into Rosie's bedroom. Seeing this, the warmth on Edel's face turned into viciousness. Despicable woman, still as arrogant as ever. Edel's face was ashen as he grumbled hatefully. "You'll fall into my hands sooner or later anyway. Let's see how long you can drag this on." With that, Edel glanced at Rosie's bedroom, as if he was thinking of the most beautiful princess in the world. A trace of intoxication and jealousy flashed in his eyes. "If I'd known there would be such a chance, my family wouldn't have set their eyes on Liao, Ella." Edel left with a heart full of resentment and jealousy. Phew, Liao, who had entered Rosie's bedroom, seemed to sense Edward's departure and could not help but sigh in relief. But then, a bitter expression appeared on Lia's face. "I should have guessed it. So many royal and noble families have gathered in the capital this time, and it's so lively. How could the Xianxia family not come? This time, because Rosie, the gifted modern hero, and the most precious treasure of the kingdom was looking for a son-in-law, almost all the nobles and even royals in the human world had come. This included the nobles of other races. They would not miss this banquet either. There was no other reason than that this was a chance for them to gain the protection of a future hero, and also a great opportunity to form a marriage alliance with the country of the hero. In addition, Rosie was crowned as the most beautiful woman of the human race. There was almost no one who did not have thoughts about this. Even though many knew that compared to the truly outstanding heroes, their chances of successfully becoming the husband of the most precious treasure of the kingdom were very low, so low that it was no less than a beautiful superstar suddenly falling in love with a beggar, they were not willing to miss this banquet. Because everyone wanted to try their luck. What if they succeeded? What if he and her royal highness fell for each other? What if she liked their type? That must be what many people were thinking, right? In addition, for the selection of the son-in-law this time, there would definitely be nobles from all over the world gathered in the royal capital. Among them, there would be no lack of nobles and royalty with high positions of power. Even if they lost the selection in the end, they would still be able to get on good terms with some of the nobles and gain a lot of benefits for their families. It would definitely be a worthwhile trip. All the families and countries would definitely choose to make such a trip. Since that was the case, it was not strange at all that Edward's Xianxia family would come. He might even be planning to use this opportunity to complete what Lia had been putting off all this time. No, it should be said that this was the main purpose of his visit, right? At this thought, Lia's eyes could not help but flash with gloom. Recalling the strange look that flashed across Edward's eyes when he mentioned Rosie's selection of a husband, Lia felt a little nauseous. It could be said that Edward was the person that Lia hated the most in her life. Until now, Lia could still remember the shock, greed, evil, and lustful look in his eyes when he first saw her. That was not the most important thing. Most importantly, Lia had been trying his best to woo her after that, but ever since he saw Rosie, Lia had once again revealed that kind of gaze and was mesmerized by it. He stood there blankly for a long time, and after that, he actually abandoned Lia to woo Rosie madly. After Rosie mercilessly taught him a lesson, he licked his face and came back to woo Lia again. That disgusting behavior made Lia lose her appetite for 3 whole days. In such a situation, his reputation was still in a mess. It was said that his private life was very chaotic. In his own territory, he often bullied men and took women by force. Many women that caught his eye were ruined, and many people's families were destroyed. It was said that he had married several wives and concubines, but those wives and concubines had always been treated violently by him in private, and in the end, they died one after another. It was said that he had once made a move on the wife and daughter of a visiting noble. After he was discovered, he immediately pushed all the blame to the other party. It was also said that because of his unscrupulous behavior, many nobles in the Xianxia territory had protested and reported him to the Xianxia family, which was the lord of the territory. In the end, the territory was in chaos. He could no longer be described as a spoiled brat. He was a real bully and scum. Unfortunately, this scumbag was the only surviving male heir of the Xianxia family. His 2 older brothers had both died in an accident, so his father doted on him very much. Otherwise, based on what he had done, he would have been executed many times over. The Xianxia family was a genuine ducal family. Opposite to the Stringham family, which was responsible for guarding the northern part of the kingdom, the Xianxia family was responsible for guarding the southern part of the kingdom. Of course, compared to the Stringham family, the Xianxia family did not have as much power. Because the southern part of the kingdom was bordered by a small country, they did not dare to openly target Mitra kingdom like the Ragnar Empire. Instead, in order to seek Mitra kingdom's protection, they constantly showed goodwill to the kingdom. Because of this, the nobles and even the royal family of that small country had given many gifts to the Xianxia family. Rather than saying that the Xianxia family was guarding the border, it was more like they were fishing for benefits. Therefore, the Xianxia family's power and ability to guard the border were incomparable to the Stringham family, who had fought for the kingdom from all over the world. However, no matter how incomparable, the Xianxia family was still a ducal family. Since it was a ducal family, it was the highest class of nobles in the kingdom. Other than other ducal families and some powerful marquis families, the other nobles could not even compare to them. For example, the 2 guards that Adele brought with him today were both above level 70. They were probably the commanders of the knights under the Xianxia family's command. The Xianxia family actually sent the commanders of the knights to protect their own son, and there were 2 of them. This showed how much the Xianxia family loved Adele, as well as the peace in the Xianxia territory. Otherwise, as a valuable combat force, how could the commander of the knights have the free time to be a young master's guard? But this was not the most unfortunate thing. The most unfortunate thing was that Lia and Adele were engaged. Yes. Lia's betrothal was from the Xianxia family, Adele. This was not a betrothal arranged by Xianxia for Lia. It was arranged when the previous king, Lia's grandfather and Xianxia's father, was still on the throne. Because it was a betrothal, the previous king had no idea that Adele would grow up to be like this. After Xianxia succeeded the throne, the old king passed away. The Xianxia family immediately used the reason that this is a betrothal arranged by the late king, and we should follow his last wishes as an excuse to not cancel the betrothal. This reason, one had to admit, was quite practical. At least, in this medieval-style world, among the influential nobles, it was indeed useful. Xianxia also felt that it was troublesome. If there was a reason, it would be fine. But if they unilaterally cancelled the betrothal arranged by the previous king without a reason, it would definitely be a source of gossip. Helpless, Xianxia could only help Liao delay the betrothal as much as possible and see if there was a solution in the future. Therefore, Liao had been avoiding Adele, but Adele had been pestering her. More than once, Liao felt a headache and annoyed because of this matter. As she thought about it, the bitterness on Lia's face turned into self-mockery. And I said that I must help my sister find happiness. I can't even guarantee my own happiness. At this moment, Liao had revealed her weakness. Of course, Liao would not allow herself to be weak for too long. I am the first princess of Mitra Kingdom, Rosie's sister. Even if I am not as outstanding as Rosie, I am still a true descendant of the brave. This sentence was something that Liao would silently think and recite in her heart almost every day to remind herself. Regardless of whether she would become the queen and inherit the throne in the future, regardless of what the future would be, she must not embarrass the royal family, her father, and even more so, Rosie. All right. Liao pulled herself together and regained her usual cheeky vibe. With a playful smile, she headed towards Rosie's room. Along the way, Liao naturally met many young nobles who were staying in the palace, intending to court Rosie's favor. Under the attentions of these nobles, Liao politely declined their requests to meet Rosie, and perfunctorily brushed off those who hoped that she would put in a good word for Rosie. Then, with the female knights of the Sword Saint Knights welcoming her, she entered the inner palace and arrived before Rosie's room. Then, Liao opened the door without the slightest bit of courtesy. Rosie, I am here. When Liao walked into the room and was about to greet Rosie with a cheerful voice, the scene that appeared in front of her made her widen her eyes and freeze on the spot. Sister. Sister Liao. Rosie's voice rang out, and it was filled with panic. What the hell? Xianxia could not help but curse. The room fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Liao felt her vision darken, and she had the urge to faint. She could not help it. She saw it. She saw Tsun Takashi hitting Lai Fu. After returning to her senses, Liao closed the door almost as quickly as she could, causing a loud bang that startled the female knight who was guarding outside the door. Your Highness Rosie? Your Highness Liao? What is it? Did something happen? The female knights gathered in front of the door in surprise, looking at each other as they asked. And nothing. Don't mind it. Guard the door. Don't let anyone in. Leah's voice rang from behind the door. Her voice was filled with stiffness and slight panic, as well as an unquestionable sternness, causing the female knights to lower their heads and return to their posts. Only then did Liao slowly turn around with her back against the door. She looked at Xianxia, who had put on his clothes and was looking at the scenery outside the window as if oblivious to anything. Then, she looked at Rosie, who was hiding under the blankets with only her head poking out, shuffling as if she was putting on her clothes. Her face was as dark as it could be. The two of you. Liao felt like she was gnashing her teeth in anger. She even felt like the sky had collapsed, causing her heart to feel cold. At that moment, there was only one thought in Leah's mind. So the best cabbage in our house has been taken away already? For all. Silence. 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 Still silence. In the room, the three of them who were sitting opposite each other remained silent. Maintaining the silence made the atmosphere rather strange. Especially the expressions of the three of them at that moment, it added a lot of subtle colors to the strange atmosphere. Rosie's face was red from the beginning to the end, looking like she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Her expression was rather awkward, and she almost turned around and ran away. Sitting beside Rosie, Xianxia appeared rather calm, but whether or not he felt guilty, only he himself would know. As for Liao, who was sitting opposite Xianxia and Rosie, her face was as black as charcoal. Looking at the man and woman sitting opposite her, it was obvious that she could not restrain her anger. Especially when she turned her gaze to Xianxia, Leah's murderous gaze and expression were completely unconcealed. Xianxia, who had the enemy sense, skill, knew very well that the princess must be thinking about how to stab him with a knife. If it was not for Rosie's blushing face, and her expression of "we did it willingly," Liao would have definitely gone berserk. Of course, now, Liao felt like she was about to go berserk. "Don't you want to explain anything to me?" Liao spoke in a low voice, her voice filled with the meaning of gnashing her teeth, making it clear to everyone that the princess was in a terrible mood at that moment. "Sister Liao," Rosie looked embarrassed and indignant. She wanted to say something, but did not know what to say. The flawless look she had in front of her sister in the past had completely disappeared. However, Rosie did not know that the more she behaved like that, the colder Leah's heart became. After all, as the elder sister, she had never seen her younger sister reveal such an expression. That shy and awkward expression, like that of a little girl, made Leah feel very complicated. Leah must have never thought that her perfect and flawless sister would actually reveal such an expression one day, right? This was undoubtedly telling Leah that everything Rosie did was willingly done. Not only had her sister fallen, but she had also been completely devoured by someone else. Leah did not know whether she should be happy or angry. As for being happy, it was naturally because he was happy that his sister could find someone she truly liked and could entrust her life to. Angry? Of course, it was because of her sister's lack of restraint. Why are you so impulsive?" Leah could only use a tone of exasperation to say, "Even if you've really set your mind on him, you don't have to be in such a hurry to hand yourself over, right?" Leah really did not expect her sister, the most precious treasure of the kingdom, the modern hero, and the first beauty of the human race, to entrust everything of herself to a man before marriage. Regardless of whether this would affect the reputation of the royal family, or whether it would affect Rosie's reputation, Leah just wanted to know, was it necessary? "You are the goddess in the eyes of everyone in the world, you are such a noble, such an outstanding, such a perfect goddess," with her family background, bloodline, talent, beauty, and the great power behind her, she didn't even know if there was a man worthy of her in this world. In the end, you handed yourself over just like that? Leah could not help but want to curse. This was also the reason why Leah was in such a bad mood. If Sean and Rosie had only confirmed their relationship and planned to date and get married, Leah would have mixed feelings, but most of them would have been gratification. But now, witnessing her younger sister being ruthlessly taken away by someone else, the impact and stimulation caused to Leah was simply too great. As a princess of the royal family, she was actually so unreserved that she did not even leave a way out for herself. Was she not afraid that the person she met would be a scumbag, or that an accident would happen and she would get pregnant before marriage? If such a thing really happened, not only would the royal family lose all its face, countless men in the entire kingdom would commit suicide in grief and indignation. Thinking of such consequences, Leah almost fainted. Leah did not notice that the silent Shuren's face had been in a twisted state since the beginning. Because, on his waist, there was a hand that was constantly pinching Shuren's waist so hard that it almost turned purple. "It's all because of you." Rosie's angry voice drifted into Shuren's ears. Obviously, Rosie had pushed all the blame onto Shuren. No, this was Shuren's fault from the start, wasn't it? At least, Rosie had never thought that she would be pushed down by Shuren so quickly. If this animal did not take advantage of her when she was in a precarious position and did that to her without any explanation, how could she have lost her chastity so easily? Therefore, Rosie could only vent her embarrassment, shame, and other emotions on Shuren. Shuren was suffering in silence. How could he be blamed for this? Was it wrong to do something that was consensual? Moreover, in that situation, if he did not do anything, who knows how many people would have criticized him for having a perverted heart but not having the guts to do it. A typical protagonist like Liu Xiaohui, a slow-witted man in a light novel, would be scolded. Would you believe it? And it was all thanks to him. If it was a bulldozer in other novels, he could have bulldozed more than 40 people out of 400 chapters. Would you believe it? Therefore, he could not blame himself for being a GTK, he could only blame the people in front of the screen for being LSPs. He had really restrained himself. Broken voice, just as Shuren and Rosie were secretly fighting over this, Leah seemed to have calmed herself down and sighed. "Shuren, right?" Leah looked at Shuren and said with an unfriendly expression, "Now that things have come to this, it's useless for me to say anything more. Just give me an explanation." Hearing this, Rosie stopped her hand that was ravaging Shuren's waist. Shuren also raised his head and looked at Leah, pursing his lips. "What explanation do you want?" Sean did not appear to be too guilty, and directly threw the topic back to the topic. Lia was equally straightforward. Just tell me what you plan to do. Lia said straightforwardly, from the looks of it, you two should have already confirmed your relationship. Rosie has no other choice but to marry you now. So, you will take responsibility, right? Hearing Lia's words, Sharon really wanted to laugh. It was not because he found Lia's idea funny. On the contrary, Sharon quite liked Lia's attitude. Other than marrying him, there was no other choice. If it was in his previous life, who would pay attention to the person in question? How many goddesses had secretly prepared countless spare tires, and how many honest people had been prepared to take over? Yet, here, they were only making people take on the responsibility. Could it be that this was a different world? Love it, therefore, Sharon did not beat around the bush. That's what we plan to do. Sharon said to Lia with a smile, otherwise, Your Highness Lia, how do you think this so-called son-in-law selection came about? That one sentence was like a Bodhi's blessing, allowing Lia to instantly figure it out. So the two of you did this just to get married? Lia looked at Sharon in astonishment. I didn't plan this. It was your good sister who planned it. Sharon said snappily. Rosie, you. Lia looked at Rosie in disbelief. Rosie instantly felt even more awkward. It's over, I've been exposed. My sister found out that I did this to get married. This is too embarrassing. Rosie was too ashamed to show her face. Lia naturally got the answer she wanted from Rosie's attitude, and instantly felt even more dizzy. So, this was not just the problem of Sharon being too beastly and acting too fast, but also the problem of her sister wanting her to get married as soon as possible. You're the goddess in the eyes of everyone in the world, you're so noble, so outstanding. Blah blah blah, Lia kept shouting in her heart. She felt that she was almost unable to recognize this younger sister of hers. So the revelation that we have to get married to resolve the disaster, that's also fake? Lia resisted the dizziness and made the final confirmation to Rosie. Rosie laughed dryly and said in a mosquito-like voice, That's what you said, not me. Well, the husband's singing and the wife's following. Even the way they threw the pot was so similar. Lia only felt that she had been so excited recently, so full of fighting spirit, and so busy, just like a fool. Was this really the perfect and flawless sister he knew? Could it be that she had been replaced? Lia could only press on her forehead, looking as if she could not hold on any longer. Sister Lia, come, have a cup of tea first. Don't be angry, I'll apologize to you, okay? Rosie also knew that she was in the wrong, and quickly came to Lia's side. She got a cup of tea for Lia, massaged her shoulders, and even gave Sharon a look. Sharon was speechless. He could only pick up the teapot and pour Lia a cup of tea. Have some tea, sister. Sharon smiled at Lia. Sister? Only then did Lia come back to her senses. Looking at Sharon, who was looking at her with a smile, her face finally looked a little better. It could not be helped, this sister had already proved Sharon's attitude, and was also Sharon's promise to Lia. That is, this marriage, he will marry. Sigh. Lia sighed and said, Since you have this plan, then as long as the result is good, I won't say anything more. Rosie only then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then this time's matter. Sharon more or less vaguely reminded them. He was naturally referring to the matter of choosing a son-in-law. Don't worry, I will cooperate with you. Lia said in a bad mood, and Sharon and Rosie finally smiled. The two of them looked at each other, one rolled her eyes, and the other was overjoyed. Nothing needed to be said. Looking at this scene, at this moment, Lia felt complicated, and at the same time, she could not help but feel a little envious and lost. So, her sister had already found the happiness that belonged to her. What about herself? Where was her happiness? Thinking of Liushka's family, the envy in Lia's heart all turned into bitterness. Perhaps she would never be able to compare to her sister in this lifetime. For her, everything would be better than herself. Just like that, the matter between Sharon and Rosie was exposed in a grand manner during the stage of their conspiracy. Fortunately, the person who was exposed was Lia, who admitted to it for the time being. Even though she still seemed a little reluctant to let it go, she still decided to help Sharon and Rosie so that they could get married smoothly. In order to promote this matter, Rosie even discussed many details with Lia, who looked like she could no longer be enthusiastic, and was ready to carry it out. According to Rosie's opinion, the matter between her and Shuren could be delayed for the time being, and the show called The Selection of a Son-in-Law, which was actually decided internally, could be made into a bigger show. Otherwise, if they exposed their plan too quickly, some people with ulterior motives might be able to detect the purpose of this show. Therefore, Rosie felt that she could wait for the nobles from all over the world to gather together, and create the illusion that she was really going to choose the most outstanding person from all the heroes of the human race. By then, she would announce her decision to choose Shuren, which would have the best effect. Firstly, that way, the entire human world would know that Rosie had finally chosen Shuren, and many of the nobles who had been pestering Rosie would give up. Secondly, if this matter was decided in front of the entire human world, even the kingdom would not be able to renege after the matter was over. Otherwise, it would be a harsh slap in the face in front of everyone in the world. Rosie's idea was that it would be best if everyone in the three races of God, human, and demon knew that she already had a master. That was because if this engagement was made known to everyone, it would basically be completely finalized. Unless something really happened to Shuren, there could not be any other twist to this matter. In view of this, Rosie wanted to make this selection of a son-in-law as big as possible. Of course, looking at Rosie's excited and passionate look, both Shuren and Leah felt their hearts beating faster. "You're planning to completely seal off your path of retreat, my stupid sister." Leah felt a headache coming on. Rosie's plan sounded like it covered all aspects, but just like what Leah said, she was simply sealing off all her paths of retreat. By then, if there was no twist to this matter, Rosie would also not be able to go back on her words, right? If it wasn't handled properly, it could play everyone to death. Firstly, those sons of nobles who were full of expectations and dreams of marrying the princess and the first beauty of the human race would definitely die a violent death in the end. Secondly, those people would very likely feel indignant and embarrassed, and feel that they should not lose to Shuren. They would then challenge Shuren one by one, and cause Shuren to die a violent death. Lastly, if Shuren could not withstand the pressure and collapsed, Rosie herself would die a violent death as well. This was a feast that could very well lead to everyone's violent deaths, yet Rosie was actually planning it with full fighting spirit and passion, causing Leah to tremble in fear. On the other hand, Shuren also felt that he was done. "If I don't want to marry her so soon in the end, won't I be torn apart alive?" Marriage, sigh. In the past, Shuren had always felt that this saying was just those damn winners in life showing off in disguise. If having a wife and children were all stepping into the grave, then did the single dogs deserve to be stuck in a lemon forever? Wouldn't that be worse than death? Being single wasn't good, getting married wasn't good either. What's the point of not being able to do? Why not go to heaven? But now, Shuren felt that, regardless of others, his own marriage was indeed a little like a disco on a grave, desperately seeking death. "I say, my wife, take it easy." Shuren could not help but say this. However, this sentence was met with a pitiful expression on Rosie's face. "You don't want to marry me?" The kingdom's treasure's faint words made Shuren immediately lay down his arms and surrender. Well, this time he was really going to step into the grave. Shuren felt that he, the hero, was definitely here to cause trouble. "I guess I'm the fastest to get married among all the protagonists. In another few hundred chapters, I'm afraid I'll even have a child, right? I might as well change the name of this book to The Story of My Quick Marriage After Transmigrating to a Different World, or The Hero's Flash Marriage Travels, or something like that. Dash. Oh. Dash. It was a foregone conclusion, no matter if it was Shuren or Rosie, they would not be able to escape now. Thus, Leah could only sigh and continue to help Rosie, continuing to plan this grand death banquet. As for Shuren, he was called away by an unexpected visitor. "His Majesty wants to see you." Aridia arrived at Rosie's bedchamber. After asking for an audience, he said this to Sean, who was in the room, expressionlessly. Shuren raised an eyebrow, but he did not reject him. "Lead the way." Under Rosie and Leah's watchful eyes, Sean accepted it without hesitation. "Your Highness Rosie and Your Highness Leah don't have to go. His Majesty only wants to speak to Viscount Porstad alone." Alidia stopped Rosie and Leah, who were about to follow him. "Alone?" Leah frowned. "I can't go as well?" Rosie was even more unwilling. Unfortunately, the words of the two princesses were useless against Alidia. Your Highness, please wait here. Alidia was like a machine that had no personal feelings, he declared to Rosie and Lia without leaving any face. Facing the strongest knight of the kingdom, the #1 legendary powerhouse in the human world, not to mention Lia, even Rosie did not dare to be too willful. After all, Alidia was Rosie's mentor. Rosie still had some respect for her mentor, so she remained silent. I'll be right back. On the other hand, Xian did not seem worried at all. He gave Rosie and Lia a reassuring smile before leaving Rosie's room with Alidia. He'll be fine, right? Looking at Xian's back as he left, Lia seemed a little worried. Rosie, on the other hand, calmed down and returned to her princess mode. Don't worry, Sister Lia. Rosie flashed a bright and charming smile at Lia as she said so. He's much more capable than you think. He won't disappoint. After leaving Rosie's room, Xian followed Alidia's lead and headed towards the king's room. Along the way, the two of them met many nobles. Many of them pointed at them and whispered to each other. This was very normal. As the first priority candidate for Rosie's husband, Xian already had many eyes on him. Therefore, when he came here, Xian activated concealment and sneaked in. Now that he was walking under everyone's nose, it was impossible for him not to be pointed at and pointed at. If it wasn't for Alidia leading the way in front with his expressionless and cold demeanor that deterred many people, there would have been a lot of people who had overestimated themselves and dashed up to challenge or provoke Xian at this point in time. Aridia's reputation as the strongest of the human race was vividly displayed. However, as Xian followed behind Alidia, his gaze towards the strongest legendary knight was filled with deep meaning. Alidia did not turn around. However, he seemed to have noticed something. You seem to be hostile towards me, Viscount Porstut. Aridia suddenly said this. Of course not, Xian squinted his eyes and said with a faint smile, how would I dare to be hostile towards the legendary knight of the kingdom? Is that so? Alidia said calmly, weren't you considering whether or not to give me a kick from behind just now? How would I dare? Xian blinked and said innocently, it was just an illusion, right? Only you know whether it was an illusion or not. Alidia still did not turn around, as if he was deliberately exposing his back to Xian. Only his voice could be heard, you are hostile towards me because of terror, aren't you? In the end, Xian was unable to answer this question at the first instance. Because Alidia had guessed correctly. It seems that you know a lot of things, Alidia said calmly, did someone tell you? Or did Terre tell you herself? What's the difference? Xian stopped pretending and said slowly, all you need to know is that I don't like you. Hearing this, Alidia stopped walking. Xian also stopped, but he still looked at Alidia's back without changing his expression. Under such circumstances, the atmosphere between the two of them began to smell like gunpowder. Alidia turned around and looked at Xian, his eyes filled with judgment. There are many people who don't like me, Alidia said. Alidia said, but you are the first person who dares to say it to my face like this. Oh? Xian said thoughtfully, then what does Marquis Elbian plan to do? Will he rush over and stab me like he did the first time we met? Xian's words were met with a serious expression on Aridia's face. Yes, I do. Alidia looked straight at Xian and said, others think that although your strength is enough to be one of the best in the younger generation, you are only one of the best. You are not at our level. But I don't think so. In the eyes of others, although Xian had the strength to annihilate the Slaughterer clan, this strength should not be considered much in the eyes of the legendary level beings above level 90. Xian was too young. Even if he had fought with Rosie, and the result of that fight had a great impact on him, it was still not enough in front of the truly powerful beings. In other words, many people had not seen Xian's true strength. Back at the Slaughterer clan, Xian's level was still very low, and the only bystanders were Lemijin and the others. There were not many witnesses. Back at the Adel Canyon, no one saw the scene of Xian casting the Aurora meteor shower. Xian had been with Aie, Vivian, and the others. Others only thought that the Galuoli family was destroyed by Black Dragon Yolan. Not to mention the time at Cosmos, other than the Beastmen, who knew Xian's strength, it could only be Capeline and Anima, right? Capeline had disappeared, and Anima, one of the three goddesses, had returned to the divinity realm. To sum it up, Shuren had not truly displayed his strength in front of others. Therefore, even though Shuren's influence could not be compared to before, there were not many people who recognized his strength compared to other rumors. But Alidia did not think so. I always feel that you are very dangerous. Alidia stared at Shuren and said in a deep voice, I always feel that you have the strength to threaten me. This was Alidia's impression of Shuren. Hearing Alidia's words, Shuren was quite surprised. I didn't expect that I would have such a high evaluation in the eyes of the regiment commander of the Royal Guards. With a rather surprised expression, Shuren turned his gaze to Alidia. You are worthy of such an evaluation. Alidia said matter-of-factly, other than Her Highness Rosie, you are the only young man who was able to receive a blow from me unscathed. Before you and Her Highness Rosie appeared, the only person who could achieve such a feat was 33 years old. Because of this, Alidia had such a high evaluation of Shuren. Originally, I thought that other than Her Highness Rosie, only the Empire's war goddess could receive a blow from me unscathed when she was in her teens or 20s. For you to be able to do this, it proves that even if you are not as good as those two, you are not too far off. Furthermore, you are able to befriend one of the 6 great demons, form a connection with the Moon Demon, and tame Adel's black dragon. I don't think that this is just luck. So, I once boldly guessed that perhaps your true strength is not inferior to Her Highness Rosie's, even if Her Highness uses the High Saint Sword and unique skills. Because only from such a highness can I feel the same threat. Am I right? Alidia had made so many comments in one go, which was completely different from his usual reticence. From this, it could be seen that Alidia really valued Shuren. However, Shuren did not feel happy because of this. Are you sure that other than me and Rosie, there is no one else who can make you feel threatened? Shuren finally said mockingly, have you forgotten the power in your daughter's body? Leader? Aridia's eyes narrowed as soon as he heard this. You've already seen that? Alidia's tone suddenly became cold. Yes, I have. Shuren said mockingly, why? Are you afraid that this matter will spread? Are you worried that others will know that a monster has appeared in your Elbian family? Alidia did not answer and only stared straight at Shuren. It seems that you are more of a threat than I thought. You actually came back alive after seeing that. Alidia said indifferently, unfortunately, that is a cursed power. I will not acknowledge that power. So? Sean sneered and said, you can treat this daughter as if she doesn't exist without the power to make you admit it? As long as Alidia dared to reply yes, he would attack without a second word. As long as Alidia dared to reply yes, then he would immediately attack without hesitation. Although Sean was not 100% confident that he could defeat the strongest person in the human race who was at level 98 without releasing the holy sword, he would still skin him alive even if he could not win. Not knowing if his thoughts were exposed, Alidia remained silent for a while. I did not treat Alidia. Rosie. No matter what, she has my blood flowing in her, in the past, in the present, and in the future. After leaving behind such an inconceivable sentence, Alidia turned around and continued to lead the way. Shuren frowned and stared at Alidia's back. Only when Alidia's figure was about to disappear did Shuren twitch his mouth. If there is a chance, I will definitely give you a good kick. Let's see if you can still maintain that poker face of yours. After saying that, Shuren caught up with Alidia. Shuren did not notice that in a corner, a weak nobleman and 2 knights were looking at him. Is he the Viscount Pottertut? Edward asked the knight beside him. Yes. The knight glanced at Sean, then nodded, and replied, he's the first priority candidate chosen by Her Highness Rosie Rusty. Is that so? Edward turned his attention back to Sean, and said in a low voice, what a lucky guy. He's just a Viscount. Sean's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Edward was really jealous. Ever since he met Rosie, Edward had been deeply captivated by her. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Even the holy goddess and the pure elves could not be compared to her. Edward, the son of a duke who loved women, could not sleep at night. Unfortunately, Rosie was not someone that a mere son of a duke could touch. He had paid a terrible price for coveting Rosie. Even until now, Edward still remembered that day when he confessed his love to the princess in front of her bedroom. What he got in return was a merciless beating. As the son of a duke, that was the only time Edward was taught a lesson. It was also the only time that even though he was taught a lesson, his arrogant family could only choose to keep the peace and even force him to apologize. It was because of that incident that Adele, who had always thought that he could do whatever he wanted without fear, was completely terrified. Without the support of his family and his father, who was a duke, he was just a useless person who could not do anything. Naturally, he was terrified and could only run away with his tail between his legs. Even so, Adele could not forget Rosie. It was because the princess was too beautiful. She was so beautiful that even the narrow-minded Edward could not bring himself to hate her after being taught a lesson. After that, Edward even fell into a strange state for a period of time. He did not like any woman he looked at. Only Princess Rosie's sister, his fiancée, could move Edward's heart. After all, although she was not as beautiful as Rosie, who was known as the #1 human, Leah was also a beautiful princess. She was not inferior to the Protoss goddess or the Elves at all. Therefore, Edward came back to lick Leah's boots. However, because of his disgusting behavior, Leah completely disliked him. Leah actually didn't know that after Edward returned to Xianxia territory, compared to before, he had done a lot less despicable things. It was not that he could not do it, but after meeting Rosie, Edward realized that he would only be attracted to beautiful women. Apart from extremely beautiful women, there was only one type of woman that Adele would ever lust after. That was a woman who was similar to Rosie. Whether it was temperament, figure, or even just eyes, nose, mouth, or ears, as long as there was even the slightest resemblance to Rosie, Edward would not be able to control himself. Because of this, Adele once fell in love with an extremely ugly 40-year-old woman who happened to dress a little like Rosie, and forced himself on her. In other words, Adele had developed an unflattering fetish. It was obvious how infatuated Edward was with Rosie. The reason why he used violence on his wives and concubines and killed them was because they did not look like Rosie, nor were they beautiful women. Edward was angry and repelled them, and in the end, he could not help but beat them all to death. From Edward's point of view, Sean, who had the highest possibility of becoming Rosie's husband, made him very jealous and even hated him. It was not hard to imagine. Is there a way to break his arms and legs so that he can't participate in the election? Edward uttered such vicious words to the knight beside him. However, the two knights shook their heads without hesitation. No, we can't do that. He is a man who went against the Slaughterer clique alone, and he has a dragon with him. Not to mention us, even the 3 knight regiments of Xianxia territory would not be able to do anything to him. The two knights cowered away without any hesitation. Useless. Edward was enraged. In fact, he knew that he was just making things difficult for Rosie. Because he had become the first priority candidate, Xianxia instantly entered the sights of all the nobles and human kingdoms, and all his life history had been investigated. Therefore, many people knew that Xianxia was powerful, and he had a dragon that was above level 90 by his side. On top of that, he seemed to be on good terms with the demon dweller. He was not someone to be trifled with. If not for that, Xianxia would not be facing a challenge. Instead, he would be facing assassination, murder, and framing. Because many people were afraid of the power behind Xianxia, the nobles did not dare to act rashly. They could only challenge Xianxia openly to prove themselves and compete with Xianxia openly. Edward was a scumbag, but he was not an idiot. He also did not dare to provoke Xianxia, who had the demon dweller behind him. Otherwise, not only the Xianxia family, but also the kingdoms, humans, and even the Protoss would not be able to protect him. Forget it, I will continue to keep an eye on Riyadh and Ella. Edward muttered to himself, unwilling to accept the outcome. Although she is not as good as Her Highness Rosie, she can still move my heart. At least she is better than those ugly monsters. Edward did not dare to have any ideas about Rosie. The lesson he had learned back then had left him traumatized. In addition, he had no confidence that he could catch Rosie's eye. Edward could only settle for the next best thing, which was to force Leah to submit. On the other side, Xianxia had also arrived at the king's bedroom under Lydia's guidance. Your Majesty. Looking at Xianxia, who was sitting in the room and painting at the lake outside the window, Xianxia pursed his lips and gave a noble bow. You're here? And she put down his brush and looked at Shirin. As if satisfied, he smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I am just painting casually because Rosie likes to paint too." And she's words reminded Shirin of the first time he met Rosie. Rosie was indeed painting. Even now, Shirin could still remember the beautiful scene. "Come, sit down." And she greeted Shirin. "Thank you." Shirin did not stand on ceremony. He sat down in front of Xianxia. Alidia returned to Xianxia's back and guarded him like a loyal knight. And she continued to look at Shirin, who was sitting opposite him. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He smiled. As expected of Rosie's first priority candidate. "Mr. Porstut, you seem to have become much stronger than before." And she seemed to have noticed some of Shirin's growth. However, Shirin only felt strange. This father-in-law was praising him as soon as they met. Was it really that nice? Would he take out a check and throw it in his face to test if he was sincere to Rosie? In fact, and she had rather complicated feelings toward Shirin. Although he couldn't sense Shirin's capabilities like Alidia, and she was still rather satisfied with Shirin's abilities even though it was only what he showed on the surface. If that wasn't the case, why wouldn't she spend so much effort to recruit Shirin and make Shirin a noble of the kingdom? It was all because he valued Shirin's abilities. However, and she was more or less upset that Shirin was so close to his precious daughter. It wasn't that Shirin did anything wrong, but Rosie's performance had always been too outstanding and transcendent, which made she feel that no man in this world could catch his daughter's attention. Including Xianxia and Lia, as long as they truly experienced Rosie's excellence and knew her perfection, they would subconsciously feel that there was no one in this world who was worthy of Rosie. Therefore, when the people of the kingdom saw that Rosie was indifferent to the opposite sex around her and kept a distance from them, not giving any chance to the opposite sex, they basically felt that it was normal. Although it wasn't a good thing for a princess of the royal family. After all, the greatest responsibility of a royal princess was probably to arrange marriages. As a princess, Rosie's way of doing things was not appropriate. However, no one would make things difficult for her because of this, and no one would force her because of it. Rosie wasn't an ordinary princess, but one who was destined to rise above everyone else and catch up to the footsteps of the heroes of the past, becoming the strongest of the human race. Her future was no longer just to live as a princess, but to be nurtured as a reserve hero and become the trump card of the human race and the human world. With her, the human race might be able to occupy an advantageous position in dealing with the powerful demons that they didn't have in the past. The heroes were the natural enemies of the demons and the bane of the demons. If a hero could be nurtured, it would be a great blessing for the human race. Under such circumstances, everyone turned a blind eye to Rosie's selfishness. Even if Rosie didn't choose a husband in the future, people might feel it was a pity, but most of them would feel that it was only natural, right? To sum it up, people felt that there was no man in this world who could catch Rosie's attention and be worthy of her. Since that was the case, people were more willing to see Rosie, a perfect goddess, remain single for the rest of her life than to let an unqualified husband like her. This was probably the same as the so-called fans and die-hard supporters who hoped that their goddesses could remain single for the rest of their lives. It was the same for Xianxia. Therefore, compared to ordinary fathers who looked forward to marrying their daughters to a good man, Xianxia also subconsciously felt that his daughter would remain single. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen today, causing his daughter to have no choice but to be married off? Compared to the heroes of the world, his daughter had a whole new level of respect for this viscount with an unstable temperament. Therefore, before this, Xianxia had thought that his daughter might have been abducted. And now, that person had directly become his daughter's first priority candidate for her husband, proving that his daughter had a whole new level of respect for him. No, it wasn't just a whole new level of respect. Lia had also mentioned that Rosie could make all the decisions in the selection of the son-in-law. She could grade everyone to her heart's content and eliminate those she was dissatisfied with. The full score was 100, and only those who scored 50 and above would have a chance to compete. Under such circumstances, Rosie had already graded each of the suitors. Although the scores were not made public, more than 90% of the suitors had been directly eliminated with low scores. They did not even have a chance to compete, and could only put on a stage performance in Rosie's public appearances every day, doing their best to show off, hoping that Rosie would take a second look at them and give them a better evaluation. The remaining less than 10% were basically famous young talents. But she, as the king and Rosie's father, had naturally seen the scores of those young talents. In the end, none of those so-called young talents had scored more than 60 points. Only Sharon had scored a full score, 100. Yes. Rosie did not hesitate to give Sharon a full score. Moreover, if not for the fact that she had to keep up the act, Rosie would have given the rest 0 points. Those who scored more than 50 points were basically just for show, to tell others that there would still be competition in the selection of the son-in-law. Otherwise, if only Sharon got a high score, and the rest got 0 points, it would be clearly telling everyone that she, Rosie, only wanted Sharon. In order not to expose herself, Rosie deliberately gave some of the more outstanding people a chance to compete, but refused to give them a high score. In the end, although those people had scored more than 50 points, not a single one had scored more than 60 points. Such a clear indication was basically pointing at Xi's nose, telling Xi that Rosie had already decided on Sharon. Therefore, Xi knew that this newly promoted viscount, who was suspected to have dealings with demons and had tamed an invincible king of demons, was most likely going to be his son-in-law. Understanding this, Xi wanted to meet Sharon. You also know that Rosie's status is very special. She doesn't want to be close to anyone of the opposite sex and live with others. That's because she's worried that her true colors will be exposed, right? Don't be fooled by Rosie's appearance. She's actually very reclusive. Usually, if there's nothing urgent, she'll stay in her room alone, even after finishing her work. That's because she wants to hide in her room and roll around, right? Rosie doesn't have any hobbies or interests. Apart from drawing occasionally, we've never seen her ask for anything. That's because she doesn't want you to know that she likes to eat desserts and fancy meals outside, right? My daughter is very outstanding, but she's always very obedient. Until now, I still can't believe that there was such a sudden revelation that Rosie had to get married. That's because she's in a hurry to get married. And she seemed to want to have a heart-to-heart talk with Sharon. With a sorrowful expression, he kept talking about Rosie, but he didn't notice that the corner of Sharon's mouth was twitching, and he kept whispering to reveal some truths that must never be known by others. And she, who didn't know any of this, kept talking to himself. This must be a very difficult thing for you, right? And she comforted him, now that you're already the first priority candidate for this son-in-law selection, many people are probably thinking about how to defeat you, embarrass you, and lower Rosie's evaluation of you so that they can replace you. But I know that Rosie actually has a good impression of you. Even if you're defeated, she probably won't lower her evaluation of you, right? And she was half amused and half sighed. I can understand what Rosie is thinking now. She must think that if she has to find someone to spend the rest of her life with, that person must be you, who is the closest to her. No, you're wrong, Your Majesty. That fish-catching princess just wants to get rid of the current environment and live a salted fish life. She's not as great and sacrificial as you think. Sharon found that he couldn't stop complaining. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that these people, who had been completely deceived by Rosie and had almost become her die-hard fan, would be disillusioned and even have their worldview shattered, Sharon really wanted to tell Xi that his daughter was very bad. Of course, if Sharon really told him Rosie's true colors, Xi would never choose to believe him. He would only think that he was slandering Rosie and would never treat him nicely again. No matter in which world, a drama queen is the most popular. Sharon looked up at the sky speechlessly. At this time, Xi finally revealed the real purpose of his visit. The reason I called you here this time is actually to ask you one thing. Xi looked at Sharon and said seriously, if we want to put Rosie on the throne and make her a queen, do you agree or disagree? This sentence stunned Sharon at first, but then he finally understood. So, Your Majesty is worried that I will affect Rosie's future? This was indeed something that had to be solved. After all, once Rosie ascended the throne and became the queen of the Mitra kingdom, then as the queen's husband, Sharon's status in the kingdom would truly be above one person and below tens of thousands of people. This also meant that Sharon's power and status in the kingdom would be second only to the queen's. However, Sharon had just become a noble and had just joined the noble circle in the kingdom. If he were to climb to such a high position so quickly, it was easy to imagine how worried others would be. And she was worried that Shuren would be blinded by power and influence, which would affect Rosie's succession to the throne and becoming the queen. And she was even worried that Shuren would ask Rosie to pass the throne to him. As the husband of the royal family, as long as he married Rosie, when the time came, Shuren would also have the right to inherit the throne. Although the right to inherit the throne was not high, usually only when there was only one daughter left in the royal family, the only daughter's husband could replace her and ascend the throne. However, with Rosie's special status and ability, if she wanted to support her husband to ascend the throne and become the queen, there was a high chance that she would succeed. It was because of this that people like Limjo wanted to get close to Rosie, right? It was not only because of Rosie's appearance, but also because they wanted to use Rosie's influence and voice to ascend to the top of the kingdom. And she had taken this into consideration, which was why he had wanted to test Shan. In response, Shuren calmed down. "Don't worry, Your Majesty." At that moment, Shan did not hesitate to say something. "Rosie will not want to inherit the throne. Even more so." Shan's words caused Anshi to be slightly taken aback. Not to mention Anshi, even Ali Dia, who had been silent all this while, furrowed his brows and looked at Shuren. Shuren, however, felt no pressure at all. Because he knew very well that Anshi was just testing him. After all, Your Majesty should have known that Rosie never wanted to be queen, right? Shuren said leisurely, "She has no interest in inheriting the throne, and even wants to support her older sister, Leah, to become queen. I believe Your Majesty is well aware of this." Anshi was silent. As the king and father, it was impossible for him not to know about this. Rosie had never tried to hide her thoughts, right? In front of Leah, Rosie had also said the same words many times. Therefore, the kingdom had long known that Rosie had no interest in the throne. If not for that, there would have been many factions supporting Rosie's ascension among the kingdom's higher echelons, building up momentum for Rosie's ascension. The kingdom also intends to let Her Highness inherit the throne, right? As if he had seen it with his own eyes, Shuren said with a faint smile, "Although Rosie is definitely more outstanding and talented, but compared to Rosie, all of you want Her Highness to inherit the throne more." And she was surprised by his words. Because Shuren was right. The kingdom does intend to let Leah inherit the throne. Anshi pondered for a moment, and then chose to reveal this important information. "But even Rosie and Leah don't know about this, so how would you know?" That was why Anshi was surprised. Aside from the true core of the kingdom's higher echelons, no one knew that Anshi had already designated Leah as the heir to the throne. Others, however, did not know about this, and even believed that Rosie would be the one to inherit the throne. The reason was simple. Just like what Shuren had said, Rosie was definitely more outstanding and talented. If that was the case, many naturally believed that Rosie was the one most likely to become queen. But those who thought so were actually limited by their own horizons. They only saw the issue of a kingdom's succession, and did not see the consideration of the entire human race. Shuren, on the other hand, had always been an objective person, and could see the situation clearly. Therefore, Shuren gave a direct answer. "Because there are many who could become king, but only one who could become a hero in 1,000 years. Isn't that right?" Shan's concise and comprehensive response made Anshi look at him in a different light. "I didn't expect you to have such a big picture view." And she was surprised, but at the same time, he said with satisfaction, "That's right, there are many people who can become the king of a country, but only Rosie can become a hero, so we can't limit Rosie to just one throne." Like what was said before, the hero was the human race's trump card, the strongest human race. Cultivating a hero was definitely more important than cultivating a king. Rosie was recognized by the Holy Sword, had extremely powerful unique skills, and was also blessed by the goddess of destiny, one of the 3 goddesses. Her potential was limitless, and her conditions were not inferior to the heroes of the past, or even better than normal heroes. With such a talent who could become a hero, it would be foolish to not cultivate her into a powerful being that could intimidate the entire demons, and instead let her be distracted by national affairs and the throne. The Mitra kingdom was originally created by heroes. If we can still cultivate a hero 1,000 years after the end of the war, it will definitely greatly increase the country's status and influence among humans, Protoss, and demons, right? Shuren saw through it very clearly. To put it bluntly, a king and a hero can't be compared at all. Even if he ascended to the throne and developed the country to a prosperous state, so what? It would be a piece of cake for a demon dweller to destroy a country. But if there was a hero in this country, one who was not inferior to a demon dweller, and could even fight against the demon king, let alone one demon dweller, even 6 demons would have to be wary, right? Thus, Shuren could say with certainty. The kingdom would never want Rosie to be affected by trivial matters such as state affairs, which would hinder her growth. That would be a reckless waste of God's gifts. So I'm guessing that the kingdom has long decided to let Her Highness inherit the throne, and Rosie's goal is to become a true hero, and all she needs to do is to work hard and train. Am I right? Shuren's frankness made Anchi look at Shuren in a new light, and he laughed out loud. That's right, this is the decision that the kingdom has made long ago. You can actually see the reason behind it. As expected of Rosie's chosen one, you are even more outstanding than we thought. And she didn't seem to be worried anymore. Are you relieved, Your Majesty? Shuren smiled curiously and said, aren't you worried that I've already seen the reason behind it, which is why I purposely got close to Rosie, waited until I married her, and then relied on her support to ascend the throne? Knowing that the kingdom did not intend to let Rosie inherit the throne, if there was really someone who wanted to become the king, he would probably be very tempted, right? For example, once Limju knew about this, he would definitely be tempted, and work even harder to get close to Rosie. While winning the beauty, he would also use Rosie's support to compete for the throne against Lia. At that time, as the husband of the hero, he would definitely receive a lot of support, and the higher-ups of the kingdom would also consider that this could better use the hero's reputation, and then seriously consider the feasibility. In other words, becoming Rosie's husband and inheriting the throne was not a dream. That should be what Anchi was really worried about. But now, since you've chosen to say it, it proves that you don't have such thoughts, right? Anchi said straightforwardly, I almost forgot, you're a man who even dared to reject a noble title, so the throne is not as attractive to you as we think, right? That's true for now. Shuren no longer maintained his respectful tone, but returned to his normal self, and said casually, I might change my mind in the future. You should hide these words, and not say them out loud. Anchi did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt more at ease. It seems that Rosie has good taste. That's right, a person who is blinded by power would not be able to gain her approval. Since she's willing to get close to you and interact with you, it already proves that you're not someone with ulterior motives. As a person blessed by the goddess of destiny, Rosie's sensitivity in this aspect was unparalleled. It was actually impossible for someone like Limju to get close to Rosie. Such an existence would immediately be discovered by Rosie's revelation once he got close to Rosie. Previously, when Shuren and Limju were entangled, Rosie clearly had not seen Limju much, but she still said that he was not the type she liked, right? This was proof. Yet, Shuren was able to gain Rosie's approval, which was enough to explain a lot of things. At least, Shuren was not someone with ulterior motives, this was certain. Thinking of this, and she relaxed, but at the same time, his mind couldn't help but become more active. Come to think of it, if this Shuren could marry Rosie, with his ability, he could also make a lot of contributions to the kingdom. Not to mention that Shuren was strong, even Aridia could not guarantee that he could defeat Adol's black dragon, which could become the guardian beast of the kingdom, blocking many disasters for the kingdom. Shuren's taming skill was also so advanced. If he was willing to work for the kingdom and help the kingdom train a large army of monsters, then the kingdom's military strength would definitely be improved. Moreover, Shan was also in contact with the demon dwellers, so it was very likely that he had a way to get the demon dwellers' support. Thinking of this, if he could work with Rosie to help Lia, combining their abilities to support the kingdom, then the kingdom might welcome an unprecedented explosive growth, and completely establish itself as the #1 kingdom in the human world. Therefore, and she became more enthusiastic. Don't worry, Borstut. As long as you and Rosie are in love, and you can give her happiness, the royal family will stand on your side. Anchi made a promise. Evidently, Anchi was ready to invest. Shuren could see something from Anchi's attitude, and thought to himself. As expected, he's plotting against me. These people in power all have dirty hearts. Because of this, Shuren did not want the kingdom to know that he had already boarded the carriage and ruined the kingdom's most precious treasure. Otherwise, these old foxes would definitely seize the opportunity to sign many unfair contracts for the kingdom. You want me to work for the kingdom, right? Then you better prepare a reward. Sharon instantly thought of hundreds of ways to fool around. But without waiting for Sean to speak, Xianxia threw out his bargaining chips in an endless stream. I know you don't like troublesome obligations, so I won't give you any position or job. I'll help you raise your title. Viscount is still too low after all. Although the title of Count, which is above Viscount, usually requires a lot of achievements, and the family has to develop, you're going to be the husband of the princess. Just this alone is enough reason to raise your title. How about this, after this son-in-law selection, I will use your victory as a reward to promote you to the rank of Earl. After you and Rosie get married, I'll help you raise your title to Marquis. As for Duke, you'll probably have to wait until Lia ascends to the throne. As a relative of the royal family, only then can you be conferred the title of Duke. What do you think? Anchi's bargaining chip made Sharon dumbfounded. This father-in-law of his was really tactful. Following that, the atmosphere between Sharon and Anchi completely changed. It became like a father-in-law exchanging greetings with his son-in-law. It was very harmonious and enjoyable, constantly exchanging all kinds of trivial matters. Originally, Sharon and Anchi didn't have much in common to talk about, but one of them was marrying off his daughter, while the other was marrying off his wife. Therefore, the topic of their conversation naturally extended to Rosie, and they chatted about Rosie's matters. Although they were chatting, in fact, it was more like a competition between the two. It all started with a casual remark from Sharon. I know Rosie very well, more than anyone else. You don't have to worry that I will bully her. For some reason, this remark aroused Anchi's competitive spirit. Are you trying to say that you know Rosie better than me, her father? With such a speech as an opening, Anchi started to talk about all kinds of things about Rosie. From the time Rosie was born, to when she was a child, to when she slowly grew up, Anchi told Karen all kinds of interesting things about Rosie in the past 17 years. He spoke with great enthusiasm, and the more he talked, the more excited he became. This made Sharon certain. This guy definitely has a daughter complex. This was an extremely certain thought that came to Sharon when he found out that Anchi had a whole warehouse of magical recording devices, which were all records of Rosie's growth stages, or in other words, pictures. To be honest, Sharon really wanted it. According to Anchi, Rosie was very beautiful now, and she was even more adorable when she was a child. She was loved by everyone who saw her, and the so-called most precious treasure of the kingdom first appeared because of her world-class cuteness. You can't imagine how cute someone can be. I even suspect that the Protoss wanted Rosie to become a resident of the realm of divinity because all the goddesses were captivated by her cuteness. How could a dignified king say such stupid words to Sharon in such a serious manner? But it had to be said that because of Anchi's endless praises, Sharon was really curious, and his heart started to itch. There were many cute girls around Sharon. Ai was an extremely cute little girl, right? Lilith was also an extremely cute little girl. With two extremely cute little girls around, Sharon was really curious about how cute Rosie, who was known as the #1 beauty of the human race, was when she was a child. Thus, after a verbal battle, Sharon finally convinced Anchi to lend him Rosie's album when she was a child. Remember, it's a loan, and you must return it to me in the future. As he handed the crystal-like item to Sean, and she kept reminding him of this. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Do I look like a person who only borrows and never returns? Sean assured Xianxia, and then swiftly put away the crystal that would never return to Xianxia's hands again. And she felt a sense of melancholy, as if his precious baby would never come back. He reminded him again and again, warned him again and again. While nodding seriously, Sharon's words went in one ear and out the other. His heart had already flown to the album, and all he wanted to do was to go back and admire it. After that, Sharon finally got rid of Anchi and left under the watchful eyes of Anchi and Alidia. Only then did Anchi's stupid papa expression disappear. What do you think? Alidia? Anchi watched Sean's back as he left. It was only then that he asked Alidia a question. I can feel that he's not lying. Alidia calmly replied. Is that so? Anchi murmured. In other words, you think I can trust him, right? That's just my opinion, Alidia said expressionlessly. Alidia said expressionlessly, I'm just a martial artist. So, it's very possible that I might not think things through. But for a pure martial artist like you, your intuition and vision are often far superior to that of ordinary people. Anchi didn't look down on Alidia. Instead, he smiled and said, since you said he can be trusted, I'll trust your feeling. It's my honor. Alidia lowered his head slightly and said, so, Your Majesty, are you going to fully support Borsted's selection of a son-in-law? Yes. And she said reluctantly, since Rosie has taken a liking to him, then even if it's for Rosie's sake, I have to give him my full support. That's true. Alidia nodded and said, Your Majesty really dotes on Princess Rosie. It's because of Rosie's special status that I can fully support her relationship as a father. Anchi was silent for a while. Then, he smiled bitterly and murmured, if it's possible, I really want to fully support my other daughter like this. Alidia fell silent. As Anchi's knight, Alidia knew very well that compared to Rosie, Anchi's other daughter had a more serious problem. As a princess of the royal family, they should have gained power that ordinary people couldn't, but at the same time, they should have lost a lot of freedom. Sometimes, being born in a royal family could be so unfortunate. However, Rosie was blessed by the heavens, so she was able to clear away all the misfortunes that might have shrouded her with her best performance. This was her ability, and it was also her skill. However, there was only one person like Rosie in 1,000 years. Therefore, all the misfortunes would be shouldered by her sister, who couldn't be so outstanding. On the other side, Shuren returned to Rosie's bedroom. Rosie and Lia seemed to be waiting for him. When they saw him, they immediately asked him about it. Shuren didn't hide anything and told them the entire conversation between him and Anchi. Hearing this, the two sisters were shocked. You're saying that father has already decided to pass the throne to me? Lia couldn't believe her ears. That's great. Rosie, on the other hand, was beaming. Shuren shrugged and said to the two, it's not hard to understand. Just like what I said, Rosie will definitely be nurtured as a hero. She shouldn't be pushed to the throne and wasted on national affairs. If that's the case, giving the throne to your sister is only natural. Lia's expression was complicated. She really didn't know if she should be happy or depressed. Obtaining the throne seemed to be a great blessing, but if the throne fell into her hands because others looked down on her, and she was just a spare successor to the throne, it naturally wouldn't be something to be happy about. Don't think too much about it. That's just asking for trouble. Shuren said to Lia, this kind of situation has only happened once in 1,000 years. At least you're not a failure, right? Yes, Sister Lia. Rosie was a little worried that her sister would overthink things and quickly said, you have the talent to inherit the throne. The decision of the kingdom's upper echelons was made because they recognized you. That was the truth. If Lia didn't have the talent to be king, then even if Rosie didn't inherit the throne wouldn't have landed on her. Although Rosie and Lia were the only direct descendants of the royal family in this generation, the king did not only have 2 children. It was only after becoming a noble that Shuren learned that Anchi had 7 concubines even though he only had 1 wife. The concubine only gave birth to Lia and Rosie, and because she was ill, she stayed in the shrine all year round. One reason was to recuperate, the second was to cultivate her mind, and the third was to use the high-level recovery magic of the clergyman in the shrine to recuperate her body. In the words of his previous life, she was equivalent to a monk and basically wouldn't appear in the palace. The 7 concubines gave birth to a total of 18 children, so Lia and Rosie actually had 18 half-brothers and sisters. However, because the children of the concubines didn't have the right to inherit the throne, they wouldn't be granted the title of duke when the king of the same generation was decided. Only the children of the first wife had the right to inherit the throne, and if they didn't ascend to the throne in the end, they would receive the title of duke. Thus, they were destined to be dispensable collateral relatives. According to the laws of the kingdom, they could use the power of the royal family to make a living. They could become knights, or they could work hard to become high-ranking officials of the kingdom. It could be said that the royal family had guaranteed their future. However, as collateral relatives, they could only rely on their own efforts if they wanted to obtain the title of duke. Perhaps one day, something would happen to the direct descendants of the royal family. Only then would they have the chance to be promoted and have the right to inherit the throne. This situation also applied to the nobles. It was the same for the nobles. The children of the first wife all had the right to inherit the title. The winner would ascend to the throne, while the loser would be sent to the frontier and get some high-power units in the family. The children of the concubines were all spare tires. Unless something happened to the children of the royal family, they would have to find another way out in the future. Because of this, the treatment of the first wife and the concubines was very different. This was also why Rosie felt that if she couldn't become Shuren's first wife, even the kingdom would risk offending her and strongly oppose it. There was no other reason than that the concubines really didn't have any human rights or reputation. Of course, no matter how bad it was definitely better than the commoners. At least, their lives would be guaranteed, and they could also use the family's help to find a way out in the future. It was much more comfortable than being born a commoner. If not for this, there wouldn't be so many women who were willing to become the concubines of the nobles just to enjoy the splendor and wealth. Therefore, if Lia really didn't have the ability to inherit the throne, the kingdom might decide to choose a capable person from the collateral relatives to compete with Lia. Lia naturally knew this, but she still felt a little complicated. Lia wasn't particularly averse to inheriting the throne. Or rather, in the past, Lia had hoped that she could be recognized and thus ascend to the throne. Now, Lia no longer had the desire to do so. If I become the queen, then the Xianxia family will definitely take the opportunity to expand their influence and interfere with the kingdom's political power, right? The Xianxia family was also a ducal family. Since it was a ducal family, it meant that they were also relatives of the king. The ancestors of the family had been defeated in the struggle for the throne. Now that there was a great opportunity to return to the capital and return to the center of the political power, they would definitely make a big deal out of it, right? Thinking of that possibility, Lia couldn't help but sigh. However, Lia didn't show it, and continued to communicate with Shuren and Rosie with a normal expression. The three of them kept talking about the selection of a son-in-law and the succession of the throne. It had to be said that some of Xianxia's expectations were answered. As Shuren and the other two chatted, the sky slowly darkened. It was not until the evening that Shuren got up to bid farewell and left Rosie's chamber. Rosie looked at Shuren's back as he left. The reluctance on her face was somewhat difficult to conceal. This made Lia's impression of her younger sister refreshed several times in her heart. Ever since she confirmed the relationship between Shuren and Rosie, Lia's understanding of Rosie had been constantly refreshed. She really did not think that one day, Rosie would also reveal such a feminine side. However, it must be said that compared to the perfect Rosie in the past, this Rosie was more realistic. This made Lia realize that her younger sister had changed, and that she really liked Shuren. Sigh, Lia unconsciously wanted to sigh, but she quickly stopped herself in time and shook her head, trying to get rid of the envy and even a little jealousy in her heart. Now that things had come to this, Lia no longer wanted to have similar feelings of jealousy towards Rosie. That would make her feel like she was still her past self, without the slightest bit of growth. The kingdom has already designated me as the next heir to the throne. Since that's the case, I should also focus on my own matters. Lia had already prepared to study the art of emperors in the near future. Although, as a direct descendant of the royal family, Lia had always been learning the way of an emperor, otherwise she would not be so good at some of the government affairs. Previously, Lia had always thought that the throne would be Rosie's, so although she was learning, she did not put much effort in this aspect. But now it was different. I have to work harder than before. Lia gradually let such thoughts fill her heart. This was also to be able to fight against the Xianxia family in the future, to prevent them from manipulating her and the kingdom's political power. Of course, Lia did not realize that she would think this way. To a certain extent, she had already accepted her fate regarding her marriage. I'm not Rosie after all. Lia felt bitter in her heart, but on the surface, she calmly woke up Rosie, who was still feeling reluctant to leave, and began to tease her. On the other side, Shuren was actually also a little reluctant to leave Rosie's chamber. There was no other way. I didn't even have enough fun with that shot, Shuren said words that would make people want to strangle him to death, and sighed as he walked out of the chamber. He did not realize that, in fact, a pair of eyes had begun to pay attention to him. Is this that brave one? In a realm that no one could see, Naduna looked at Xian, who was walking in the palace, with strong curiosity in her eyes. This goddess finally came to the human world, found Shuren, and began to pay attention to him. No one noticed her existence. Even Xian did not notice that a pair of curious eyes were staring at him. This was because Naduna had already used her power to become one with nature. Right now, she was nature, and nature was her. Under such circumstances, living beings in the natural world would not be able to detect Nadula's existence. Right now, Naduna could be the atmosphere of nature, a speck of dust on the ground, or even a drop of rain, a gust of wind, or a ray of sunlight. She was a genuine fairy. Unless someone directly launched a destructive attack on this side of nature, Naduna would be nature itself. No one would be able to sense her, and no one would be able to touch her. In this state, Nadura could easily borrow the power of nature and spread her vision across the whole of nature, monitoring every corner of the world. That was why Nadula was able to observe Xian like this without anyone noticing. She didn't need to worry that someone would find her. It could be said that once Nadura entered this state, as long as she did not attack, no one could sense her existence. This included the 6 demons, as well as the other 2 goddesses. That was why, in terms of concealment, movement, and observation conditions, Nadura was undoubtedly the strongest in the 3 realms. As long as she was willing, she could easily go anywhere, escape anyone's sight, and monitor anyone. In the war 1,000 years ago, before the final battle, Nadura was in charge of collecting information about the demons. She found the location of the Demon King and the demons, and found out the deployment of the demons' army. That was how the Protoss and the humans came up with a complete strategic plan. Otherwise, the 6 demons would not have been targeted by the Protoss and the various powerhouses of the human race, and they would not have been defeated one by one. In the end, even the Demon King fell under the joint attack of the hero and the Supreme God. In other words, in the war 1,000 years ago, the Protoss and the humans won because of this goddess of nature's contribution was second only to the hero. In the past, Scylla had been troubled by Nadura's authority. Because she did not know when Nadura would appear beside her and watch her quietly, Scylla often put on a battle of wits and courage with the air just to guard against this goddess of nature's spying. Under such circumstances, Nadura was not worried that she would be discovered by Shuren. Instead, she approached Shuren boldly and followed beside Shuren to observe him from the closest distance. Huh? As she got closer, Nader suddenly became suspicious. This was because she realized that there was a strong sense of intimacy from Shuren. It was a special temperament that was close to nature, and even made nature feel close to it. No, it was not nature. It should be said that the entire world was getting close to him. The protection of the world. Nadura revealed an incredulous expression. After all, although nature was a part of the world, it was only a part. As the embodiment of nature, it was not that Naduna had never seen an existence that was close to nature. Not to mention anything else, the elf clan was close to nature and was even born from nature. Even though part of this was due to the goddess of life, and it was her authority that promoted the birth of the elf clan was actually the people of nature. Strictly speaking, they should be regarded as Nadura's children. Because of this, Nadura was the only god that the elf clan believed in, just like how Anima was the only god that the orc clan believed in. The goddess of fate, Ledas, was responsible for guiding the humans, and the 3 goddesses were responsible for the 3 human races. In the past, there were heroes who received Nadura's blessing, and they would also receive the protection of nature and become beings that were close to nature. It was not rare for Nadura to have a being that could be close to nature. However, it was different with the protection of the world. The world is the realm of Goddess Omnis, and it is something created by the Supreme God. Logically speaking, there is no one who can receive the protection of the world, unless he received the blessing of Goddess Omnis. Nadura looked at Shuren with a different expression. As the pinnacle of the Protoss, Nadura naturally knew what it meant for the Supreme God's blessing to appear. It was a blessing that even the previous heroes couldn't receive, and no one had ever received it before. The Mother Goddess has no interest in the lives of the world, so she has never blessed anyone, and she will not bless anyone. Moreover, the Supreme God had been sleeping for thousands of years, and it was impossible for her to suddenly wake up and summon the hero and bless him. There was no need for that, right? In this case, there was only one situation that could allow the hero to receive the Supreme God's blessing. Once the Protoss was in danger of being destroyed, through the ritual of sacrificing the hero, the last hero of the world would be summoned. This hero would also receive the Supreme God's blessing and become the Protoss and the savior of the world. That was the Supreme God's last mercy and hope for the world. Now, a hero carrying compassion and hope had suddenly appeared. Did that mean that the Protoss would be facing a calamity? But who activated the hero's summoning? Even if they wanted to summon the last hero, they would need a goddess to host the ritual. Also, the large amount of magic required for the ritual is directly absorbed from the world. If it's activated, it will definitely cause a phenomenon in the entire God realm. But until now, there had been no abnormalities in the God realm. There was not even a sign of it, much less a disaster. It was very peaceful. What's going on? Nadura was puzzled. However, Nadura knew very well that Shuren's appearance was definitely not a coincidence. If something big happened, it was very likely that it was happening in the dark. And this hero is the core and the crux of it all. After understanding this, the curiosity in Nadura's eyes turned into seriousness. At this moment, Nadura made up her mind. I have to stay by his side and observe closely. Only then would she be able to gradually discover the truth. This is the reason why Anima told me this, isn't it? Obviously, Anima had also noticed something and realized how important Shuren was. Looks like I'll have to deal with this hero for a long time. However, he was the only one who knew about this interaction. As she thought about it, Nadura subconsciously followed closely behind Shuren. Moreover, the more she followed, the closer Nadura could not help but get. It could not be helped. The aura around Shuren that was close to the world was naturally attractive to Nadura, the goddess of nature. That feeling, it's like I'm following Mother Goddess. Nadura was both nostalgic and intoxicated. At the same time, in a corner of the god realm, inside a temple, Nian was frowning as she looked at the screen in front of her. On the screen, Shuren was walking alone on the road of the palace. There was no one beside him. However, Nian knew that there was actually a second person beside Shuren, observing him. Yes. Nian discovered Nadura, the goddess of nature that no one should be able to discover. Nadura would never have thought that there was someone in this world who could discover her. Nian murmured. As expected, the Protoss has begun to target Shuren. This was not out of Nian's expectations. Nian was very clear that once Shuren's identity as a hero was exposed, the Protoss would definitely not ignore him. However, of all the people to keep an eye on him, why did they have to send this goddess of nature? Nian was somewhat amused. With the protection of the world and the blessing of the High God, Shuren had a natural attraction to this goddess of nature. Looks like the Protoss's most popular goddess of perfection is going to suffer. Nian was happy to see this. Being able to see the Protoss suffer was also a kind of pleasure for Nian. Even her own hero would be targeted by some coquettish bitch, which made Nian very unhappy. Forget it, she can only eat what others left. However, I probably can't casually summon Shuren, in case he is discovered by that goddess of nature. I have to plan properly. At that moment, Shuren had no idea that he was being watched by an omnipresent goddess. He was using the concealment skill as he headed toward Borstut's house. If he did not use the concealment skill, Shuren was sure that he would definitely be challenged by countless rivals in love. He might even be hunted down. Although Shuren was not afraid, he could not go on a killing spree. Moreover, it was extremely troublesome. He really did not have the mood to fight with these guys who were destined to become losers. Therefore, with the thought that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, he avoided all of them. At first, Naduna, who had been following Shuren silently, was a little confused. It was only when she saw the situation in the Imperial City that she came to a sudden realization. So he's going to marry the beloved of the God of Destiny? That's a good match. One was a hero from another world, and the other was the only princess in this world who had the potential to become a hero. If these two were to marry, it would be a great thing no matter how one looked at it. As one of the leaders of the Protoss, Naduna was used to thinking from the perspective of the leader of the human race. In the end, she realized that this matter was very worthy of support for the entire human race and even the Protoss. In the future, these two will definitely become the trump cards of the human race. Even if they can't compare to Mitra, they won't lose to us and the demons. When that time comes, with the combined strength of both the Protoss and the human race, as well as the power of the two holy swords, we will no longer be at a disadvantage when facing the demons. Moreover, the child born from the union of two heroes will definitely have extraordinary talent and potential in the future, right? Naduna realized that this might be a good opportunity to increase the strength of the entire human race on a racial level. Of course, Lidas is probably going to be sad. Naduna could not help but chuckle. Lidas, Anima, and Nadia were the three goddesses who were born in the first generation of the divine race. They were as close as sisters, and there were no secrets between them. Therefore, Nadia was very clear that Lidas valued Rosie even more than those brave warriors that she had guided and blessed. Firstly, Rosie's potential was indeed extraordinary. If she could grow up smoothly, she could be as powerful as Mitra or even surpass him in the future. Secondly, unlike the heroes that were summoned from another world, Rosie was born in this world. She attracted Lida's attention the moment she was born and was blessed by Lidas. She had been protecting and paying attention to her for more than 10 years. Moreover, Rosie was loved by everyone since she was young. She was perfect in all aspects, and her unique skills were unique. The Protoss was delighted to see this hero descendant as one of them. Lidas treated Rosie like her own daughter. If not, how could Rosie go to the divine realm whenever she wanted and meet the most powerful goddess of the three realms whenever she wanted? Her Royal Highness was truly blessed by the heavens. This was not a metaphor, nor was it an exaggeration. It was a true fact. In the end, the daughter that she treated as her own was about to get married without her knowing. One could imagine how sad the goddess of destiny would be. I'll comfort Lidas later. She still has another daughter that she treats as her own. Naduna laughed and continued to follow Shuren back to Borstut's house. When they arrived at Borstut's house, Naduna was shocked again. Roar! With a loud roar, a huge black shadow descended from the sky and landed in front of Shuren. A dragon? Naduna was surprised. He's actually raising such a high-level dragon? Obviously, Nader had seen through Yulin's level and strength. If this dragon was raised by the demons, once it is successfully cultivated to the stage of humanization, it would probably become the strongest among the demons, right? Naduna looked at Urine in amazement. Under Naduna's gaze, Shuren greeted Urine and patted Urine's lowered head. After a period of intimate interaction between master and servant, he ordered Urine to continue guarding the yard while he entered the house. Najula followed Shan into the mansion, and soon after, she saw many people who surprised her. First of all, they seemed to be waiting for Shuren's return. When they saw Shuren enter the house, they immediately rushed out and stood beside Shuren. How did it go? Did you meet with Her Highness? Has the selection of a son-in-law been confirmed? Mr. Shuren, Vivian's team gathered around Shuren and kept asking questions. Shuren stammered and laughed dryly. It was understandable that Naduna was surprised by the appearance of Vivian's team. Isn't that the other daughter that Lidas treats as her own? Nader fixed her eyes on Ter, who was standing aside quietly. She didn't say anything, but her eyes never left Shan. As far as Naduna knew, this girl was another human blessed by Lidas, the goddess of destiny. Although she was not as talented as Rosie, she had very powerful unique skills and was quite talented. That was why Lidas decided to give her a blessing. If Rosie was the perfect and obedient elder daughter in every aspect, then Ter would be the younger daughter who had a lot on her mind and was lovable. Therefore, Lidas was also quite concerned about this youngest daughter. He didn't expect that this rumored youngest daughter would also appear beside the hero, and her gaze seemed to be a little off. Could it be? Naduna felt strange and mourned for Lidas in her heart. It's a pity, Lidas. Daughters are all destined to be married. Naduna could already see the scene where the goddess of destiny was so wrong that she would cry. However, among the people present, Ter was not the only special one. So she's here too? Naduna looked at Vivian, who had a gentle smile on her face as if she was watching over everyone, including Shuren, and sighed. Naduna was not a stranger to Vivian. No, it should be said that she was not a stranger to her past. I'm glad to see that you're still in the kingdom, Vivian. Naduna smiled sweetly. Then, as if she suddenly noticed something, she looked at Marika, who was standing beside Vivian, in surprise. Marika seemed to be throwing a tantrum, and she also looked a little wronged. However, the way she looked at Shuren was a little similar to Ter's. Because Marika was an elf, when Naduna looked at her, there was inevitably a trace of affection in her eyes. After all elves born from nature could be counted as her children, so it was impossible for Nadwa not to love her children. However, this child doesn't seem to be ordinary. Naduna could feel that the atmosphere around Marika was constantly surging with magic power into her body, improving her elven body and continuously increasing her magic power. Under such circumstances, Marika's magic power had reached a level that was unreachable in the past, and she was even better than many high-level demons. In terms of magic power, even in the entire elven race, Marika could probably squeeze into the top 5, right? If this kind of improvement could continue, then her future would be limitless. Is it because of the hero who has the protection of the world? Naduna immediately guessed the reason, and she cast a joyful glance at Marika. If this child can continue to grow up by the hero's side, thinking about it, Najula had the urge to show up and personally give Marika her blessings. The 3 goddesses rarely gave others their blessings. This was because giving someone their blessing was equivalent to giving them protection. As the peak of the Protoss, they naturally had to carefully choose who they wanted. However, there were very few humans who were worthy of the 3 goddesses' blessings. In the past, only the hero could truly receive their blessings, and it was extremely difficult for the creatures in the human world. Because of this, when the goddess of fate, Lidas, suddenly received 2 well-wishers with extraordinary potential, she was extremely pleased, and Nadia and Anima were extremely envious. If it wasn't for the fact that Lidas was in charge of humans, the 2 goddesses would have fought over it. Unfortunately, the 3 goddesses had already agreed that apart from the hero, the blessings of the creatures in the human world were based on the scope of their jurisdiction, and not evenly distributed. In other words, if a peerless genius appeared among the humans, it would be Lidas who would give her blessings. If a peerless genius appeared among the beastmen, it would be Anima who would give her blessings. Naturally, the target of Naduna's blessings was the elf race. However, although the elf race was a naturally born magic race, their numbers were very small, and their lifespans were very long. Their population was small, and their birth rate was pitifully low. It had been 1,000 years since Naduna had found a qualified blesser. One could imagine how pleasantly surprised Naduna was by Marika's appearance. However, is it another child that was harmed by the hero? Seeing Marika's gaze on Shuren, Naduna's emotions became complicated. Forget it, following the hero will only bring this child benefits and no harm. Also, she's not strong enough to receive my blessings right now. It'll depend on how much she can improve in the future. Naduna let go of the worries in her heart, but she could not help but laugh. If I really give this child my blessings in the future, then Lidas and I'll both become the hero's women. Anima will probably laugh at the 2 of us, right? Speaking of which, Anima also saw the beastman Saintess in the lower realm this time. She feels that she's quite talented, so she has the intention of nurturing her so that she can give her blessings in the future. At that time, that Saintess will probably be the only one among the 3 goddesses who hasn't been abducted by the hero. Naduna could not help but laugh. Achoo! At the old site of Cosmos, Elise, who was settling down her people and preparing to lead the beastmen clerics to search for Capeline and the mastermind behind the scenes, suddenly sneezed cutely. Ugh, why do I feel like someone mentioned me? Elise thought as she covered her mouth and nose. Could it be that bad guy? As she thought about it, Elise could not help but blush. In her mind, the scene of him hugging her amidst the storm of evil aura and holding a resplendent holy sword was still vivid in her mind. Soon, the members of Vivian's team, who were chattering beside Sean, left with the answers they got from Sean, each with their own thoughts on their minds. Naduna could sense that the girls had their own sentiments about the fact that Shuren had really become the first candidate to be the husband of the kingdom's most precious treasure. I didn't expect that you would be the one who ended up with Her Highness Rosie. Vivian sighed. Now that I think about it, only you are worthy to be the husband of Her Highness. Ter didn't seem to care, and her tone was rather indifferent. Her Highness's husband, Lucia looked at Shuren with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Sob, Marika seemed to be a little unwilling, but she didn't dare to say or ask. She could only look aggrieved. After watching the 4 girls leave, Naduna looked at Shuren, who had a sulky look on his face, and couldn't help but find it funny. sure enough, the brave are all affectionate. This was also the nature of all the brave, or rather, the nature of the hero. But then, Naduna realized that the girls around Sean were not the only ones from Vivian's team. Not long after, Shuren, who was walking in the mansion, met two more acquaintances. "You're back? The royal family didn't make a mistake, did they?" Lesia teased Shuren as soon as she saw him. "Congratulations." Unlike Lesia seemed to have received accurate information through her own channels, and she congratulated Shuren expressionlessly. In the face of these two people, Sean was not in a good mood. Naduna, on the other hand, was shocked once again. She stared at Lesia and Lasia's faces, and finally sighed. "Even they are here?" Naduna didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. Naduna naturally knew Lesia and Xianxia. After all, the thing that had been hidden in the palace of the Mitra kingdom was also very important to the Protoss. If it weren't for the fact that the Protoss and the demons had discussed in private and decided not to interfere in this matter, Lesia's crime of stealing that thing would be enough for the three goddesses to take action and capture her personally. Really, Naduna could only suppress the complicated emotions in her heart and carefully watch the exchange between Shuren and the demons. Although it was called an exchange, it was actually just Shuren and Lesia bickering with each other, while Xianxia watched quietly from the side. Not long after, Sean and Lesia finally stopped talking and separated on the spot. One continued to walk into the mansion, while the other seemed to be preparing to take a bath in the big bathing area. Nadia hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to continue to follow Sean. Although she was also quite concerned about the master and servant of the demons, in the end, it was the sense of intimacy from Shuren that led Naduna over. It was also this decision that caused Nadia's expression to change drastically. That was what happened when Shuren returned to his room. Bang! Just as Shuren entered the room, a small figure jumped into his arms, giving him a great shock. After that, Shuren saw the full face of the petite figure that jumped into his arms. He breathed a sigh of relief and held her in his arms. Naduna also saw the full face of the figure. Lilith. The one who jumped into Shuren's arms was naturally Lilith. The moment she saw Lilith, Naduna couldn't help but subconsciously go into a defensive state. Even though many years had passed, Naduna still remembered that it was this little goddess who turned the earth into hell and spread evil energy all over the world, creating countless evil creatures and driving countless creatures crazy. Even the continent was sunk by her. In order to seal this goddess, Naduna and the others had done a lot of effort. Therefore, when she suddenly saw Lilith, Naduna couldn't help but go into a defensive state. But in the next second, Naduna saw Lilith's pair of bright amethyst eyes staring straight at Shuren, which were full of emotions and light that didn't exist in the past. By the way, Anima said that Lilith has returned and entrusted the true seal to this hero. Naduna felt both relieved and surprised. There was no other reason than that she had never seen such a docile Lilith, and she didn't expect that Lilith seemed to be very dependent on Shuren, which surprised her greatly. Of course, if Lilith's existence made Nadwa feel shocked, wary, and surprised, then the last person who appeared next was a dangerous existence that made Nadwa's entire body tense up. Is she back? The little girl, who was hugging a pillow, sat on the edge of Shuren's bed and looked at Shuren with dissatisfaction. The other party's appearance caused Nadia's heart to tremble slightly. Demonic Dragon Aie, her former enemy, had finally appeared in front of Nadwa. She's really here? Nadia stared at Aie. There was no other way. In the war 1,000 years ago, it was this demonic dragon who had defeated her and Anima when they had teamed up. Thus, even though she already knew that Aie was by Shuren's side, Naduna still couldn't help but change her expression when she saw her appear. However, the hero didn't take her dissatisfaction seriously. He actually carried Lilith, walked directly in front of her, and picked her up as well. Naduna covered her mouth. She couldn't believe that in this world, other than the deceased demon king and the other 5 demons, there was actually someone who dared to carry Aie. That was not all. The problem was that Aie, who was being carried by Shuren, looked a little unhappy, but she didn't seem to resist much. What did this mean? It meant that this action not only obtained the other party's consent, but also did not cause her disgust. Is this really the demonic dragon from back then? At this moment, even Naduna couldn't help but murmur in disbelief. She still remembered that in the past wars, this demonic dragon highness had more than once swept across the battlefield with a terrifying killing intent and ruthlessness. It could be said that he was synonymous with cruelty. It was unknown how many people had died under the dragon breath of this demonic dragon. It was unknown how many countries and races had been destroyed under the claws of this demonic dragon. Even two of the heroes of the past had been killed by this demonic dragon. After the Demon King was defeated, this Dragon Lord, Dragon King, was said to have gone berserk for a period of time. If not for the other demons stopping him, the human world would have long been plunged into misery and suffering. Thus, Naduna couldn't believe that this unwilling little girl in front of her, who didn't resist at all, was the demonic dragon whose cruelty was second only to the poison demon. Could this be a fake demonic dragon? Naduna started to doubt it. Under such circumstances, Shuren and Aie also began to talk. I say, what are you unhappy about? Looking at Aie, who was sitting on his lap, Shuren teased Lilith, who was rubbing against him, and smiled bitterly. For some reason, after returning to the capital, Aie's mood seemed to have been very bad. I didn't offend you, did I? Shuren rolled his eyes. Why didn't you offend me? Aie was very dissatisfied. I feel that you lack a little self-awareness. I lack self-awareness? Shuren asked with a confused look. Why? Hoof, Aie snorted coldly and said, you are clearly my woman, but you were so easily captured by that pretentious princess and prepared to marry her without my consent. This is a lack of self-awareness. Do I have to ask for your opinion when I get married? The corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. He stopped teasing Lilith and grabbed Aie's face. He narrowed his eyes and said, you don't really think of me as your subordinate, do you? Not subordinate, it's your possession. Aie frowned and slapped Shuren's hand away. She said with annoyance, that's why I said you lack self-awareness. I think it's you who lack self-awareness. Shuren chuckled on the spot and said, possession? You might as well say that I am a gigolo raised by you. What's a gigolo? Aie frowned deeper and deeper, but said, but it's not impossible to raise you. If it's you, it's not bad to raise you. I have to thank you. Shuren smiled insincerely and said, in short, you just think that without your consent, I can't have the freedom to decide my own marriage, right? Aie did not answer. Instead, she snorted coldly again and turned her head away. In fact, Aie just did not know what was wrong with her. Ever since she knew that Shuren and Rosie were going to get married, she had been feeling inexplicably irritated. What about being her person? What about needing her consent? These were just Aie's expressions of not knowing how to deal with this irritated mood. But Aie still had self-awareness. She knew that although she was irritated, she could vent, but she could not go too far. Otherwise, if Shuren really felt that she was restraining him and restricting his freedom, it would only make both sides very unhappy. Thus, Aie wisely chose to shut up. Aie did not notice at all. If it were someone else, she would not care so much and would say whatever she wanted. As for other people's thoughts, whether they were happy or not, what did it have to do with her? Only when facing Shuren, Aie would choose to compromise in some areas. A dignified demonic dragon would actually compromise for such a small matter. If this were to spread, no one would believe it, right? Shuren, who did not know what was going on with Aie, could only look at Lilith, who had a blank look on her face, and immediately fell into deep thought. Although he did not know what was going on with this little girl, since it was already like this, why not coax her? But, was he the kind of person who knew how to coax people? Shuren seriously doubted this. At this time, Shuren inadvertently glanced at the pillow in front of Aie and immediately remembered something important. Oh right, you haven't fulfilled your promise to me, have you? Shuren tapped his palm. What is it? Aie was startled. Shuren revealed a brilliant smile. Have you forgotten? Your Highness Dragon Demon? Shuren said happily, you said that after the crusade against the old demon's faction of the Duke of Stringham, I would take a look at what's under your pillow. As soon as these words came out, Aie's expression finally changed. At this moment, the inexplicable irritation in Aie's heart disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by 3 words, what should I do? The appearance of these 3 words made Aie hug the pillow in her arms tightly. The way she looked at Shuren also became extremely vigilant. However, Shuren only replied with a smile. There is such a thing, isn't there? The smile on Shuren's face was exceptionally bright. However, that dazzling smile only made Ai have the urge to punch it. Under such a situation, Ai really wanted to say no. But wouldn't that be cheating? What was cheating? That was something only a child would do, so, Ai would never do that kind of thing. There is indeed such a thing. At that moment, Ai answered very reluctantly. Instantly, Shuren's smile became even brighter. Then you will fulfill your promise, right? Shuren said as if he was pointing out something. That's right. You are a demonic dragon, an existence that stands at the top of the demons. How could you break your promise? The corner of Ai's eyes twitched. This guy is really asking for a beating. Of course I won't break my promise. But you haven't fulfilled your promise, right? Ai was silent for a while, then said with an expressionless face. Don't forget, the leader of Mirage hasn't been caught yet. What she meant was that before the old demons of Mirage were eradicated, Shuren couldn't be considered to have fulfilled his promise. Unfortunately, if this could get rid of Shuren, then it would be underestimating him too much. Back then, our agreement was that as long as I go with you to Duke Stringham's territory and help you eliminate the old demons there, is that fine? Shuren said with a smile. Now, Duke Stringham's territory has brought you there. The old demons there are almost completely wiped out. Although the leader escaped, we didn't say that we have to eliminate every single one of them, right? Hearing that, Ai was stunned. Could it be like that? You want to cheat? Ai blurted out this sentence. I think you're the one who wants to cheat, right? Sean stared at Ai and said innocently, in order to help you, I went through a lot of trouble this time. If it weren't for the Holy Sword and Emerald, we might have to defeat the evil god Lilith released by the Mirage in the end. I've helped you to the end for such a dangerous thing, but you're using excuses to evade me. You're not going overboard, are you? Ai was speechless. In fact, what Shuren said made sense. The goal of Fata Morgana was to liberate the evil god Lilith, allowing the evil god to descend once more and turn the land into purgatory. Sean was instigated by Ai to go there to deal with this old demon sect, but in the end, he had to face an evil god that was comparable to a demon. If not for the holy sword in his hand and the protection of blessings, it would indeed be an extremely dangerous matter with a slim chance of survival. Although Sean had also contributed to the release of Lilith, and it could be said that he was willing to do it, the danger level of the incident itself did not decrease much. Even if Shuren did not interfere, with the purpose of Mirage, they would still release Lilith in the end. Under such circumstances, Shuren went through such a dangerous thing, and the reward was just to see what Ai was hiding behind the pillow that she had been hugging. In the end, Ai still used other excuses to shirk the responsibility. Wasn't that too much? This time, fortunately, there was me and Emerald, and we finally returned successfully. Only then did Lilith stop. Otherwise, if Mirage really succeeded, he could control thousands of evil creatures to attack the realm of demons and wreak havoc in the realm of demons. Shuren touched Lilith's little head and said casually, but in the end, he still wanted to act shamelessly. It's really sad, don't you think so? Lilith? Hearing that, Lilith, who was quietly listening to the two of them in Shuren's arms, kept nodding her little head. Although she didn't know what happened, it was right to nod at this time. After all, what Shuren just mentioned was not completely unrelated to her. Yes, yes, yes. At that moment, Lilith could only nod her head obediently. This undoubtedly made Ai even more speechless, and she was completely speechless. Seeing this, Shuren used the last strong medicine. Speaking of which, a certain dragon demon highness didn't make a move from the beginning to the end, except for that one move at the last moment, right? Shuren was just short of pointing at Ai's nose and accusing her of not putting in any effort. Who said that? Ai finally couldn't help but say, didn't I help you restrain Anima? That's just restraining her. Shuren was unmoved and said, I risked my life to fight on this side, but in the end. Sigh, Shuren began to sigh, as if he began to complain about this society and this world. How could Ai not understand that? Shuren was doing it on purpose, however, Ai couldn't refute it. The reward and the results were too unequal, causing AIE to be on the wrong side from the beginning. Sigh. As for Shuren, he was still sighing, as if he wanted to add another strong medicine. Alright, stop pretending. AIE couldn't stand it anymore, and said helplessly, I'll let you see it, okay? With a single sentence, the helplessness and sighing on Shuren's face disappeared. Hurry up. Shuren urged with anticipation. There was no other way, he was really too curious. He didn't know why AIE, Vivian, and the others had been hiding it all this time. AIE glared at Shuren hatefully, hesitated for a moment, and then finally sighed as if she had given up. In the next second, AIE put down the pillow that she had been holding in her arms. Thus, the universe, which symbolized infinite possibilities, appeared. Wow. Lilith, who had always been watching quietly, let out an exclamation. Pfft. Shuren's eyes instantly widened, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. I knew it, AIE's voice was full of annoyance. In front of her, the towering chest was clearly imprinted in Shuren and Lilith's eyes, pushing up her clothes. This. Shuren couldn't believe his eyes. Lilith's face was full of curiosity, and she wanted to reach out her hand to touch it, but AIE slapped her hand away. Even Nadura, who had been watching in the dark, covered her small mouth, looking at AIE's chest in astonishment. Isn't it too big? So, you have a child-faced giant. Shuren couldn't help but want to say something, but AIE stopped him. Bang! AIE's small fist smashed heavily on Shuren's chest, making Shuren howl and fall onto the bed. Lilith screamed and fell onto the bed as well. As for AIE, she had already jumped off Shuren's body. That's why I hate being seen by others. AIE gritted her teeth and hugged the pillow again without hesitation, using it as a shield. Don't. Shuren clutched his chest and yelled out subconsciously, not knowing what he was trying to persuade her to stay. AIE was speechless when she saw his pained expression. Men, as if disdainful, AIE turned around and left. Lilith glanced at AIE, who had left, and then at Sean, who was clutching his chest and lying on the bed. After a while, she actually left Sean, who had been sticking to her, and chased after AIE with her little feet. Obviously, this little girl's curiosity was aroused, and she wanted to study AIE's unscientific figure. Sean, on the other hand, was still recalling what he had just seen. How come? Shuren couldn't seem to get over it. Not to mention Shuren, even Naduna, who had been secretly observing, looked as if she had seen a ghost. After fighting with the dragon demons for so many years, she had no idea that this little girl actually had such a big dream hidden in her heart. That was older than her. How did the dragon demon develop? Naduna almost couldn't figure it out. Not to mention Naduna, even Shuren couldn't figure it out. However, after a while, Shuren couldn't help but let out a burst of silly laughter. Because, he finally realized. He had picked up a treasure. He originally thought that she was just a bronze girl, but it turned out that she was a hidden king. Isn't it a pity to hide this figure? Sean made his decision almost without much consideration and without noticing anything wrong with it. I have to think of a way to get more healthy. How could he not do more of such a feast for the eyes? Shuren began to think seriously. This hero, naturally, Nader saw all of this and knew what Sean was thinking. She felt speechless and helpless at the same time. At this time, Nadia confirmed one thing. That was Anima's words. She's right. This hero is indeed different from the ones in the past. Not only was his personality completely different, but even his surrounding environment and relationship were completely different. Looking at Shuren sitting on the bed and thinking seriously, Naduna remembered the scene where AIE and Lilith sat in his arms without any resistance. A demon dweller and a goddess comparable to a demon dweller were completely unguarded against this hero. They even trusted, relied on, and even doted on this hero. It was indeed an eye-opener for Naduna. Maybe the long-lasting grudge between the Protoss and the demons will be completely eliminated under the influence of this hero. At that time, true peace will come, right? Thinking about it, Naduna couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Let me take a good look at what kind of impact you, who came from another world, will have in this era where the war has ended. Naduna's beautiful big eyes curved like crescent moons. It was very beautiful. Sean was completely unaware of it. He was still thinking about something else. Early in the morning, when Sharon woke up from his familiar bed, the beautiful maid was no longer there, just like in the past few days. Sharon was a little depressed. From now on, there will no longer be a cute maid to wake me up, help me change my clothes and brush my teeth. Even men's morning chores have been taken care of. Melancholy, it was really melancholy. When he had it, he panicked, but when he lost it, he realized that he did not know how to cherish it. How could others understand the emptiness in his heart? Fortunately, after losing a versatile maid, God gave Sharon a cute little Lolita. Phew. Phew. In Sharon's arms, Lilith had crawled under the blanket and was sleeping comfortably. She even sucked on her thumb, which was indescribably cute. Looking at the cute Lolita in his arms, the emptiness in Sharon's heart dissipated a lot. At least it's not like my previous life, where I only had a pillow in my arms when I woke up. As Sharon thought so, he could not help but be stunned. Wait. So I only had a pillow by my side in my previous life? Because of his reincarnation, the memories related to his life experience in his previous life were all gone, leaving only things that would not affect the knowledge and common sense of technology in this world. Therefore, Sharon should not know the situation in his previous life. This time, perhaps unconsciously, he mumbled out the things that he had no impression of but had experienced before. However, it did not seem to be something to be happy about. Is this a hint that I was a damn single dog in my previous life? No wonder he always had a feeling that his ancestral skills seemed to be too proficient. So, in his previous life, he really only had his left and right hands to accompany him? I cried. Sharon missed Rosie a little. At least, in this life, I am the winner in life that everyone in the world envies. Even the most beautiful woman in the human race is my wife. Sharon comforted himself and got up from the bed. Ugh. Lilith seemed to have woken up a little. She raised her head slightly, looking sleepy and unable to open her eyes. Good girl, go back to sleep. Sharon patted Lilith's head and coaxed her softly, as if he was coaxing his own daughter. However, it was undoubtedly effective. Lilith seemed to feel at ease and agreed, continuing to sleep comfortably. Only then did Sharon cover Lilith with a blanket and leave his room. Ever since Sean returned, Potter Tut's house seemed to have regained some of its liveliness. Previously, when Sean was not around, everyone in Vivian's team would go on missions at the Adventurers Guild whenever they had something to do. Coupled with the absence of Xia, the place seemed a little deserted. Now that Sean had returned and brought Xia back with him, the Potter Tut family immediately returned to its original state. When Sean walked out of the room, he found that the corridor and walls outside had become incomparably clean, as if they were sparkling everywhere. It could be called a magical scene. It must be Xiaxia's doing again, right? Sean instantly saw through the truth. In Sean's knowledge, only Xia could clean the house like this. Everything was shiny, as if all the floor tiles and wall tiles were brand new. It made people not dare to step on them and dirty them. Only when La Xia was around would the house look like a paradise. It seems like even though that girl has stopped serving me, she is still doing chores in the house. It seems that even though that girl no longer serves me, she is still doing chores at home. Judging from La Xia's personality, she must be doing these chores as a reward for staying here. Sharon looked outside through the window in the hallway. As expected, the garden outside was filled with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. The plants and flower beds were trimmed into all sorts of beautiful shapes like a work of art. Huh? Just when Sharon was admiring the beautiful morning scenery, he was surprised. That was because he saw someone who shouldn't be here. Is that Jacinta? Sharon wasn't sure. The person he saw was one of the 4 officers under Aiyi's command, Jacinta, who was also known as Tyrannosaurus. What is he doing? Sharon looked a little weird. He saw Jacinta was lying down in front of Yulin in the garden, talking to her endlessly. Right away, Sharon squinted his eyes, quietly activated, conceal, and sneaked into the garden. Behind him, Nadura, who no one noticed, was yawning as she followed Sharon out of the mansion. Poor's Tut's house, the garden. Just like what Sharon saw, Jacinta was talking to Yulin who was lying down in front of him. Believe me, I am not lying to you. When Shuren got closer, he heard Jacinta's passionate words that sounded like a sales pitch. It made his mouth twitch. Jacinta didn't notice Shuren as he continued his sales pitch. Among the demons, we dragons are a very special existence. Only with the guidance of the dragon demon highness, after we step on the path of humanization, can we truly transform and become stronger. Look at me, I am the same as you. I was just a dragon in the past. Back then, I didn't have any skills, nor did I have any unique skills. I could only rely on my dragon breath and my powerful body to fight. Although my level is high and I can trample on the ants on the ground, when I meet a true powerhouse, powerful dragons like us are nothing but prey. Throughout history, most of the heroes have slaughtered dragons with their own hands and became famous. You are very strong now, but that's because you haven't met a truly powerful enemy. Otherwise, you will only become a stepping stone for them to make a name for themselves. Humanization. Only humanization is the ultimate transcendence for us dragons. Your level is higher than mine. Once you humanize and awaken your unique skills, at that time, other than the sixth demon highness, you will be the strongest existence among the demons. Come back to the demon world with me. That is the future you should choose. Jacinta kept on persuading like this. When he talked about the exciting parts, his movements were very big, and his voice was full of excitement. Jess and Liz stayed by Jacinta's side. Hearing Jacinta's high-spirited speech, they couldn't help but wipe the corners of their eyes. Shuren exploded on the spot. Good for you, Jacinta. I was wondering what you were doing. So, you were trying to poach me? As Sean spoke in an extremely displeased tone, Jacinta and the other two were taken aback. It's you? Only then did Jacinta notice Shuren. He couldn't help but show an awkward expression on his face. Humph, Jess and Liz still didn't like Shuren. They couldn't help but snort coldly. Roar. Yulin, who was lying there with an impatient face, only now had her eyes lit up. She raised her head and made a grievance cry at Shuren. That look, it was as if she was saying, Master, look, he is seducing me. Okay, it's fine. Shuren touched Yulin's head that stretched over. While touching, he looked at Jacinta with a faint smile and said, poaching people behind their backs is not very moral. Sir Jacinta? Ahem, don't say that. Jacinta coughed, but quickly returned to his original appearance. He chuckled and said, we are both dragons. I am just giving some small advice to a rare junior. Don't misunderstand. Oh my, such thick skin. As expected of someone who plays in politics. Even I believed his words. Why are you here? Shuren asked in a bad mood. Naturally, I am here to see Master. Jacinta shrugged and said, I heard that Master had left the capital for a few days and his whereabouts were unknown. We were worried sick. Especially when we heard that Cosmos of Duke Stringham's territory was destroyed. We almost thought that Master had accidentally done something good. Just how much distrust do you have for your own master? Fortunately, that seems to have nothing to do with my master. Although there is information that my master appeared there, since the Protoss came out to clarify, my master's suspicions are also cleared. Seeing Jacinta's rejoicing tone, Sean looked around. AIE is not here, this kid can keep his life. If AIE knew that she had been treated as a troublemaker and a destructive maniac by her subordinates, she would probably be very unhappy, right? On the other hand, Nadwa, who was behind Shuren, kept nodding. That's right, this is a dragon. In Nadwa's view, this was the correct attitude and posture to treat AIE. In front of Shuren and in front of others, AIE was completely different. Especially in the past, the ferocity of the dragon was almost known to everyone. It was understandable that her subordinates would worry that she would mess around outside. As a matter of fact, as soon as he heard that AIE had returned, Jacinta immediately ran over with 2 followers. However, Jacinta also knew that AIE was probably still sleeping at this time, so he didn't disturb her. While he had nothing to do, he discovered Yulin, and immediately began to poach Sean's talent with his love. By the way, I haven't congratulated you, Minister Sean. Jacinta seemed to have thought of something and said with a sigh, I didn't expect that the little adventurer I met in the meeting hall would become the first husband candidate of Her Highness. That Her Highness really favors you. Why? Shuren raised his eyebrows and said, "Does Sir Jacinta also want to compete with me?" As soon as these words came out, before Jacinta could answer, the followers behind him spoke. "Master isn't interested in humans." "That's right, not to mention that he is a hero candidate with a holy sword. Wanting to make Master fall for him with just a body is a pipe dream." Jess and Liz spoke with disdain on their faces. Jacinta did not refute the words of his two followers. "It's just that. Compared to Her Royal Highness Rosie, Yulin beside Sir Shuren arouses my interest more." Jacinta said with a smile, "How about, Sir Shuren, give me a chance to pursue your mount?" Shuren almost fell. "Roar." Yulin also roared, her voice was full of disdain like Jess and Liz, as if saying, "You want to pursue this lady?" Jacinta turned a deaf ear to it. Instead, he was very excited. This made Shuren start to feel afraid. "This guy, don't tell me he really wants to pursue my Yulin, what? There's a pervert here." Next, no matter what Jacinta said, Shuren wouldn't listen to it. This guy not only wanted to poach his wall, but also wanted to flirt with his dragon. How could Shuren give him a good face? "I haven't even had enough fun being a dragon knight." Therefore, Shuren no longer listened to Jacinta's words. However, there was one sentence that Jacinta said right. She should have a better future. You can't ignore her future because of your own selfish desire and let her be unable to transform into a human, right? Shuren quite agreed with Jacinta's words. In any case, Yulin was a dragon with a promising future. She was only one step away from the limit of life level 100. If she didn't transform into a human and become demons, having higher potential and stronger power, it would be a waste of God's gift. It would also be delaying her. In fact, Yulin herself was also very tempted by this. However, as a dragon, her self-esteem did not allow her to abandon her master directly after willingly recognizing him as her master. The dragon race was such a strong existence with strong self-esteem. Apart from paying attention to things that she was interested in, AIE didn't care about anything else. Jacinta seemed to be very tactful, but in fact, this Tyrannosaurus was also famous for his arrogance and ferocity in the past. In the war thousands of years ago, he was an existence that dominated the battlefield. The dragon race was like this, they had strong self-esteem. If others wanted to force them, even if it meant perishing together or committing suicide on the spot, they could do it. For example, in the Adel Canyon's demon refining ritual, Yulin stubbornly resisted the ritual's demon refining ritual. She persisted, never compromised, and became a monster that was neither human nor ghost. But once they obtained the recognition of the dragon race, their self-esteem would not allow them to do anything that went against this recognition. AIE was like this. After recognizing Shuren, even if she was unilaterally bullied by Shuren, she would only look unhappy, or retaliate, or teach Shuren a lesson, but she would not resent because of this. She would always stay by Shuren's side. It was the same for Yulin. After submitting to Shuren, Shuren was her only master. Even AIE, the Dragon King, couldn't order and force her to do anything, let alone let her abandon Shuren and leave alone. Therefore, Shuren knew that Yulin was actually very tempted by Jacinta's proposal. She just didn't want to leave him. In such a case, Shuren naturally wouldn't tie Yulin to his side in order not to lose his mount. Of course, Shuren also didn't want to accept Jacinta's temptation. Because his name was Shuren, not Xiaoji. Therefore, Shuren directly retorted. You make it sound so nice. Don't you still want Yulin to go to the demon realm and accept your recruitment? Do you have to go to the demon realm to transform into a human? AIE is here with me now. With her guidance, can't Yulin transform into a human? You can talk as much as you want. Shuren's statement made Jacinta speechless on the spot. You want Master to help your mount transform into a human? Jacinta looked at Shuren with an indescribable expression. Why? Can't I? Shuren was confident. However, his confident statement made Jacinta and Najula, who was watching all this, subconsciously wanted to say, I'm afraid you think too much. How could a dignified demonic dragon lend a hand just because you said so? Perhaps you haven't been beaten by society to be so naive, right? However, Shuren didn't care about these guys' ridicule at all. He directly turned back to the mansion, broke into AIE's room, and shook the little girl who was sleeping soundly. Seeing this scene, Xianxia and others who followed up changed their expressions. This guy, how dare he wake up Master, Demon Dragon, so rudely? Xianxia, Jess, Liz, Najula, and the others were shocked and angry. However, before they could react, what happened next made their jaws drop. Aie, who was rudely woken up, had a black face, looking as if she would kill at any time. But Shuren just ignored her, coaxed and pestered her, and even hugged this little girl into his arms, squeezing her in various ways. Finally, he made this so-called demon dragon surrender. Okay, I'll help you. Hurry up and get out, don't disturb my sleep. The moment Aie's extremely helpless voice sounded, everyone, including Najula, opened their mouths wide, and their expressions were extremely interesting. Master, Xianxia stammered and wanted to say something, but Aie glared at him with a murderous look. Get out. Yes. Xianxia, Liz, and Jess shivered and left Aie's room as if they were escaping. Only Shuren, who was still hugging Aie's soft delicate body, kept reminding her. This is what you said, don't go back on your words. After making the agreement, Shuren put Aie down, covered her with the quilt, and left with joyful steps. This idiot. Aie's face was still black, but it was also full of helplessness. She murmured, he actually didn't notice that I've been doing this for a long time. One person, one dragon, one pair of master and servant are equally slow. After complaining like this, Aie began to sleep again. As for Shuren, after leaving Aie's room, he immediately received a complicated look from Xianxia and others. What ability do you have to make master dote on you so much? In the end, Xianxia could only leave a sentence full of jealousy, and then left with Jess and Liz, who were also unwilling to accept all of this. Fight with me? Shuren smiled complacently. Although that was what he said, in fact, Shuren knew that he owed Aie a big favor this time. When you go out, buy her some desserts from Lilith's family. Shuren did not know how to coax his dragon highness to be happy. After Xianxia and the others left, Shuren walked around the mansion again. After walking around, Shuren did not see any girls in the house. Xianxia had not woken up yet. Xianxia had said in the past that the girl was also very sleepy and was not good at getting up early, so she was most likely still lying in bed, completely unaware that Xianxia had changed her clothes and washed her face. Vivian and the others went out. Because of the son-in-law selection, many nobles and foreign dignitaries came to the capital, causing the capital to not only be a lot more lively recently, but also a lot of conflicts and contradictions. Among these dignitaries, some were political enemies of each other, and some were still at war with each other. They had already formed a deep hatred. Now that they were suddenly gathered together, how could there not be some trouble? In view of this, recently, the Adventurers Guild had a lot of commissions to mediate, adjust, maintain law and order, protect important people, and so on. The rewards were also extremely good, so the adventurers welcomed a feast, and many people chose to seize this opportunity to make a lot of money. Vivian and the others joined in this craze. This was not just to earn rewards, but also for terror. Because there seemed to be a lot of nobles from the Ragnar Empire, and even the Royal Highness seemed to have come. Among them was the famous family that Ter's mother was from. In order to prevent Ter from running into them in the capital, Vivian and the others had to use the name of the commission to take Ter away. Then, Xianxia remembered something that Vivian had told her. That famous family has been asking the kingdom to return Ter to them. On the surface, they say that the environment here is no longer suitable for Ter to live in, but in fact, everyone knows that they just fancy Ter's talent and the hero's blood in Ter, and they want to train Ter into their weapon. This was not without reason. Shuren had also heard that the famous family of the Ragnar Empire was a military family, very good at training spies and men of sacrifice, and they had a private assassination unit. The assassination unit had even fought with the Slaughterer faction for a period of time, but in the end, neither side could do anything to the other, so the matter was settled. At that time, the Slaughterer faction was not the old and declining demons that had attacked the capital 10 years ago and suffered heavy casualties. Instead, it was a powerful force at its peak. Although it did not have any high-end masters, it had thousands of experts who were good at assassination, espionage, and covert operations. That famous family could fight with the Slaughterer faction on equal footing, so one could imagine how excellent the assassination unit they had trained was. It was also because of this that they even used their own daughter, sending her to the kingdom in the form of a marriage alliance, making her a spy, and waiting for the right time to strike. The reason why the Slaughterer faction attacked the capital might also have something to do with that famous family. In the empire, that famous family was also regarded as the most cold-blooded and cruel noble family, and they would do anything to achieve their goals. How could such a person take care of Terra out of consideration for her living conditions? They must have taken a fancy to Terra's talent and wanted to train her into a weapon for battle, so they made such a decision. Of course, it was impossible for them to succeed. Putting aside the fact that the kingdom had always hated the empire and this family, Rosie had become friends with Terra at that time, so she could not just watch Terra be taken away by the people of the empire. Even so, I heard that they did not completely give up on this matter. This time, the descendants of that famous family also appeared in the capital. In order to avoid conflict between Terra and them, it's better not to let them meet each other. With this thought in mind, Vivian had been strictly screening all kinds of commissions recently, trying to choose missions where she would not meet those people, and using excuses to take Terra away. When Shuren found out about this, he asked for the name of that famous family. Is it Lephalet? Shuren could not help but ponder. There was a faint throbbing in his heart. Shuren was already a little familiar with this feeling. Another revelation with the same effect as Rosie's blessing, right? In other words, if there were no accidents, he might have some dealings with the Lephalet family. And it would be the kind where there would be a lot of conflicts. Interesting. Not only did Shuren not feel afraid, but he also laughed. Then, Shuren turned around and left the mansion. After leaving Borstadt's house, Shuren was prepared to head to the palace to meet Rosie. However, just as he stepped out of his house, before he could even enter the invisible state, Shuren was surprised to find that something had happened in front of his house. Yesterday, the young nobles from all over the world had gathered in front of his house and clamored, claiming that they wanted to duel with him. Even when Yulin was guarding the door, they did not leave. Shuren thought that they would definitely come today. In the end, they did come, but they gathered at a place further away. Not only did they not clamor like the day before, but they were also pointing and whispering to each other. This is... Shuren could not help but feel a little surprised. However, in the next second, Shuren noticed something else. In front of the young nobles, there was a group of people standing in front of the main entrance of Borstadt's house. They were wearing standard knight uniforms and had long swords hanging from their waists. They looked like smart and capable knights, but they looked like an army, lined up neatly with a murderous aura. Shuren looked over and realized that none of these military-like knights were lower than level 70. In other words, the strength of this group of knights was not inferior to the royal knights. Of course, compared to the royal knights, there were not many of these high-leveled soldiers. There were only 12 of them, but their strength was enough to be the leader of any territory's knights. Now, they were gathered together and led by 3 people. Sean glanced at the 3 of them, and then he did not look away. This was because he realized that these 3 people were even more extraordinary than the knights. The leader was a young man who was obviously rich and noble. He was handsome and exuded a noble aura. He looked like a Prince Charming that would only appear in young girls' dreams. The young man had blonde hair and blue eyes, and the ends of his hair were tied up behind him. He was not wearing the luxurious clothes that nobles often wore, but a ceremonial uniform that was only used in formal occasions. Beside this young man was an arrogant young man who was about the same age as him, as well as a strong old man whose hair was half white. With one look, Shuren knew that these 3 people were not ordinary people. Especially the old man who was in his 50s. Just by standing there, he emitted a strong aura that made Shuren involuntarily raise his eyebrows. The old man's level was also very high, 97. Despite their level and aura, they seemed to be the bodyguards of that prince-like figure. Even the arrogant young man would look at them with respect from time to time. From this, it could be seen that these 3 people had extraordinary origins. Perhaps the reason why the young nobles around did not dare to come close was because of these people. Seeing this, Shuren slightly narrowed his eyes. This is getting interesting. Sean muttered to himself as he pondered for a while. He gave up the idea of using the concealment skill and walked out of the gate in a dignified manner. Shuren muttered to himself as he pondered for a moment. He gave up on using the concealment skill and walked out of the main entrance. At this moment, everyone fell silent and focused their attention on Sean. It was the same for that group of people. It was as if they had discovered Sean's appearance faster than anyone else, and their eyes were fixed on him. The group of people also did the same. As if they had noticed Shuren's appearance faster than anyone else, they stared at him. Sean Potter Toot. Shuren Porstut. The noble's young masters immediately let out a murderous glint in their eyes. The commoners at the outermost area also started to make a ruckus, causing the scene to become quite noisy. The eyes of the noble young masters immediately shone with a ferocious light. The commoners at the outermost edge of the crowd also began to clamor loudly, causing the scene to become quite noisy. "Are you Viscount Shuren Porstut?" A voice that was like a spring breeze resounded in the entire area. It carried with it an unbelievable power, instantly suppressing all the noise in the area. The young man who looked like a prince smiled with interest. He brought 2 guards, one old and one young, to stand in front of Shuren. The young man who looked like a prince smiled with great interest and came to Sean with 2 guards, one old and one young. "You are Sean Potter?" The old man in his 50s also glanced at Shuren, and then silently retracted his gaze, as if he did not pay much attention to Shuren. The old man glanced at Sean, then silently retracted his gaze, as if he wasn't paying much attention to Sean. Shuren's expression looked a little playful. Sean's expression looked a little playful. Shuren ignored the old and the young, and looked directly at the young man who was leading the group. Sean ignored the old man and the young man and looked directly at the young leader. There were not many people in the human world who could bring guards comparable to the Imperial Knights and have a legendary powerhouse protecting them. There weren't many people in the human world who could bring a team of guards comparable to Imperial Knights and be protected by a legendary powerhouse. And there was only one such person who was closest to the Mitra kingdom. "I am Javis Ragnar, the first prince of the Ragnar royal family, and the first-in-line heir to the Ragnar Empire." Along with an extremely straightforward self-introduction, the prince who called himself Javis showed a sunny smile that was like a spring breeze on his face, just like his voice. Sure enough, Shuren, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. Obviously, he had already guessed it. On the contrary, the arrogant young man next to His Royal Highness did not seem to want to see the atmosphere get too good, and sneered. "You dare not salute after hearing the name of His Royal Highness?" The arrogant young man seemed to be provoking him. Unfortunately, Shuren still ignored him. "This is really a bad reception, Your Highness Javis." Shuren pretended to be surprised and smiled at Javis. "I didn't expect a big shot like you to come. Why don't you go in and have a seat?" Shuren acted as if he was very hospitable. "No need." Javis took a deep look at Shuren, and then said with a faint smile, "The dragon that Qing raised doesn't seem to be easy to deal with, and it is very hostile to uninvited people like us. We dare not rashly break into the nest guarded by the dragon." As soon as these words came out, the arrogant young man next to him curled his lips. That kind of big guy is no match for old man Lockhart. What's there to be afraid of? The arrogant young man's undisguised words made Shuren understand that he was definitely a spoiled young man. "But, Lockett, is it?" Shuren could not help but cast his eyes on the legendary old man. Shuren had more or less guessed the identity of the old man named Lockett. In the Ragnar Empire, there was a family of knights with a status similar to that of the kingdom's Elba. It was the #1 family of knights in the empire, and the head of the family was the #1 powerhouse in the country. He led hundreds of thousands of cavalry under his command, and he was the one and only leader of the strongest knights in the empire. The name of the family of knights was Bygusler. And the strongest knight of the empire was the legendary powerhouse known as Ali Dia, second only to the kingdom's legend, Lockett Bygusler. "Is that him?" Shuren's eyes were more or less probing. The other party seemed to have sensed it. He met Shuren's gaze, and the light contained in his eyes was like a sharp longsword, piercing straight at Shuren. If an ordinary person met that sharp gaze, they would even feel a burning pain as if their eyelids were being pierced. But Shuren took it head-on. "Oh?" This time, Lockett was a little surprised. But Shuren retracted his gaze, as if it was his turn to lose interest in the person in front of him and not pay much attention to him. He looked at Harvey again. "I wonder why your highness has come here." Shuren said leisurely, "It can't be that you want to challenge me like those people around you, right?" "What?" The arrogant young man immediately retorted to Shuren's words, saying, "Is your highness not qualified?" Shuren still ignored this arrogant guy and continued to look at Harvey with a smile. The arrogant young man's face darkened. Just as he was about to say something, he was finally stopped. "That's enough, Wally. This is my business. Don't interrupt," Harvey said faintly to the arrogant young man. TSK, the arrogant young man named Wally was speechless. He turned his head and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. It kept spinning and dancing in his hand, twirling one cold blade after another. It looked really cool. "My apologies, my people are a little rude," Harvey said to Shuren with a smile, "but I only have one reason for coming here. I believe you can guess it, right?" After all, the people who would still come looking for Shuren at this time were either his acquaintances or his enemies. The other party was here to issue a letter of challenge to Shuren, the first priority candidate. "I didn't expect that the Empire would also want to marry the kingdom's princess." Shuren's words seemed very thought-provoking. But that was the truth. The relationship between the kingdom and the Empire was not good to begin with. In the end, the prince of the kingdom actually came to participate in the son-in-law selection and planned to marry the kingdom's princess. Wasn't this thought-provoking? In response, the other party only had one sentence to say. "That one is special." Harvey looked straight at Shuren and said without hiding anything, "I believe that not only Mr. Borstut, but everyone who came here today will understand this." Shuren immediately raised his brows. He didn't expect His Royal Highness to be so straightforward. The royal family of the Ragnar Empire is also a descendant of the hero. If you can marry a descendant of the kingdom's hero, and the other party even has the qualifications to become a hero, then no matter how you look at it, you have to pursue it, right? Harvey's straightforward words made Shuren look at him in a different light. It seemed that this prince of the empire had some skills and was not someone who could be fooled easily. However, Shuren did not intend to be too courteous with him. No matter what, this prince in front of him had come here with his eyes on his daughter-in-law, and Shuren would not go so far as to not show any signs. As for the other small fries, Shuren did not have the time to play with them. But if it was the prince of the Ragnar Empire, he should be able to give him some entertainment, right? "Tell me, how do you want to compete?" Shuren did not show any signs of hesitation. This made Harvey raise his brows, and he immediately threw out the words on the spot without wasting any time. "Go on stage. The first prince of the Ragnar Empire is about to challenge the first priority candidate for the selection of the son-in-law." The news quickly spread, and everyone in the capital was excited. Then, they all rushed to the palace at the same time. That included the nobles who wanted to challenge Shuren to improve their own evaluation. After learning of the news, they immediately rushed to the palace without hesitation. Someone finally succeeded in challenging Shuren Bostut. "This is a good opportunity. Let's hurry over." The nobles couldn't possibly give up this good opportunity. Because this was a great opportunity for them to observe the strength of the so-called first priority candidate. Many people had long wanted to see how capable the first priority candidate, who was valued by the kingdom's most precious treasure, was, and whether they had the ability to challenge him and knock him off the stage. Therefore, be it the young nobles, the heads of the noble families, or the commoners, everyone rushed to the palace, filling the bridge leading to the island in the middle of the lake where the palace was located. Originally, the bridge leading to the island in the middle of the lake where the palace was located would only be opened at noon. Usually, only the nobles could enter and exit freely, and commoners could not enter at all. However, because of the selection of the son-in-law, during this period, the bridge would be open without any restrictions during the day. It would only be closed at night, so that many commoners could see the display and competition of the nobles from all over the world, who had gathered around the stage built for the selection of the son-in-law. It could be said that at this moment, the most lively place in the capital was undoubtedly the huge stage in front of the palace. It was the same now. People were constantly gathering and watching in an orderly manner under the guidance of the knights. It was as lively as a festival. Of course, everyone in the palace had also received the news. He accepted the challenge? Liao was a little stunned, but then she left the bedroom with Xianxia without hesitation and headed for the stage. The first prince of the Ragnar Empire? That Harvey? Xianxia also received the news. He raised his eyebrows, and then left the bedroom with Dia. As for Rosie, she was waiting for Shuren in boredom. After hearing the news brought by the Sword Saint Knights, her first reaction was silence, and then she muttered. Isn't it good to be alive? After leaving behind such a sentence that stunned the female knight who came to report, Rosie got up and rushed to the stage. Under this situation, under everyone's gaze, Shuren came to the side of the stage, and couldn't help but yawn. Looking at this scene, many nobles looked at him coldly. He is Shuren Bostut? He doesn't look that great. I really don't know what Her Highness sees in him. Maybe she sees the power behind him. After all, he is a noble who might be related to the Nephilim. He even tamed a real dragon and possesses a high-level, taming, skill. Bostut Rosie. Time. He is a noble. He is a noble. Is Shuren Bostut? Bostut. Although they said that they wanted to challenge Shuren to prove themselves, it didn't mean that these nobles were not afraid of Shuren. No matter what, the news of Shuren's conferring banquet was still spreading like wildfire among the nobles. Everyone knew that this viscount was not only valued by the royal family and other nobles, but he also had connections with the demon dwellers. In addition, Shuren had tamed a dragon and annihilated the Slaughterer clan. In the nobles' circle, many people didn't want to offend him. Now, there were so many people who chose to challenge him because they had no other choice. They couldn't just give up, right? This was the only chance to win the most valuable treasure of the kingdom. In other words, most of the nobles were just unwilling to give up so easily. Hence, they could not help but grit their teeth and brace themselves to challenge Shan. It was still the same sentence. Everyone had a fluke mentality. What if Shuren wasn't that powerful? What if he won? What if Her Royal Highness suddenly fell in love with him if he performed well? In particular, many people thought that the reason why Shuren had the strength to crusade against the Slaughterer clan was that he had a unique skill that could increase his level and skills if he met the conditions. Those people couldn't help but think about it. What if Shuren couldn't meet the conditions to activate the unique skill? What if Shuren couldn't perform well? What if he had a weakness? All of these what-ifs appeared because they wanted to get lucky. At this moment, they had appeared here for the sake of a sliver of hope in their hearts. They wanted to see if this rumored Viscount Porstut was really that powerful, and if they could challenge him. What if, the nobles continued to think that way? Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly a great thing for the Prince of the Ragnar Empire to stand up and challenge Shuren. As a result, even the princes and princes of other countries appeared in various corners and looked over. Do you think Harvey can win? I think he has a good chance of winning. Even if that adventurer-born Viscount has the strength to crusade against the Slaughterer clan, so what? The Ragnar royal family is a descendant of the hero like the Mitra royal family. Although Harvey didn't inherit the Empire's imitation holy sword, and his talent isn't as good as his missing sister, he's already 24 years old. In terms of level alone, he shouldn't be lower than his 17-year-old Valkyrie sister. I remember that when he appeared in the Empire's hunting contest last year, he was already level 75, right? No, it said that he had already reached level 77 at that time. He was only 23 years old at that time, right? As expected of a direct descendant of the hero. Well, there's a big gap between him and the kingdom's treasure and the Empire's Valkyrie, but he's much better than an adventurer-born nobleman, right? Let's wait and see. Let Harvey test the strength of that Viscount. That's right. These princes and princes communicated with each other, expressing their interest in this duel. On Harvey's side, he didn't take off his ceremonial attire. Instead, he brought along an extremely eye-catching broadsword, which looked rather imposing. Wally instigated from the side. Teach him a lesson, Your Highness. As if he couldn't wait to go on stage, Wally kept shouting, let him know that there are some people in this world that he can't compare to. Compared with a true descendant of the hero like Your Highness, his own strength is not worth mentioning at all. Wally acted as if he was very supportive of Harvey. However, Javis glanced over at Wallen. You don't have to instigate me here. Harvey said with a faint smile, I know, you want me to suppress that Viscount's limelight, so that you can use the power of the Lefort family to pressure that Viscount to hand over the genius that your family likes, right? The smile on Wally's face couldn't help but stagnate, but he quickly recovered. I really can't hide anything from you, Your Highness. Wally spread his hands and said rather frivolously, those old guys in the Empire have always said that His Highness Harvey is not as good as Her Highness Capeline, but in my opinion, in terms of brain and psychological quality, His Highness Harvey is much better than Her Highness Capeline, who only wants to defeat the kingdom's most precious treasure. This was the truth. In fact, unlike Rosie, who had always been thought to inherit the throne and become queen, Capeline didn't have as many supporters in the Empire as others thought. Firstly, Capeline's style was too tough and upright. In the eyes of many nobles, this was not something worth advocating, and it was difficult to leave a good impression on others. Therefore, in the Empire, many people only regarded Capeline as a strong person with extraordinary strength, and not as the future empress of the Empire. Secondly, Capeline didn't spend time building interpersonal relationships. What she valued most was her own strength. In her eyes, her only goal was to defeat Rosie, which made many people think that the Empire's Valkyrie was unapproachable. Compared to Capeline, Harvey was not only smart, humble, and gave people a feeling of a spring breeze. He had a good relationship with many of the nobles in the Empire, and his own strength was also not bad. Even if he was not as good as Capeline, he was still much stronger than ordinary children of famous families. In view of this, almost all the people in the Empire's royal family regarded Harvey as the next emperor of the Empire. He was also the first in line to the throne. In terms of supporters and power, he was much stronger than Capeline in the Empire. This time, it was also Harvey's own decision to participate in the Empire's son-in-law selection. His purpose, in fact, was not to marry Rosie. Rather, he was very clear that with the gap between the kingdom and the Empire, the chances of him being chosen by Rosie were probably infinitely close to zero. Therefore, this time, Harvey was just taking the opportunity to come to the kingdom. No one knew his purpose except for himself. However, there was one thing that was certain. That was, he came for Shuren. Let me first test the strength of Shuren Porstut. Harvey ignored Wally's compliments and said in a very honest manner, as for the rest, we'll talk about it after I've investigated the truth of this rumored Viscount. As soon as Wally said this, before Wally could express his thoughts, Locket, who had been silent, spoke. Be careful. Locket suddenly said, he may not be as simple as we think. Locket's words startled Harvey and Wally. However, Harvey was surprised and a little thoughtful, while Wally was very disdainful. What's not simple about him? Isn't he just a Viscount who was born as an adventurer? Wally seemed to really look down on Shuren. Harvey, on the other hand, nodded solemnly. I'll be careful. Hearing this, Locket's expression softened and he nodded as well. Only then did Harvey suddenly smiled, turned around, and walked onto the stage. Oh. When Harvey walked onto the stage with the eye-catching broadsword and appeared in front of everyone, all the audience present burst into cheers. The nobles of the kingdom and the prince of the empire stood opposite each other on the stage under everyone's gaze, making everyone excited. It couldn't be helped. It seems that everyone is looking forward to our performance. Harvey did not look around, but smiled at Shuren, who was standing opposite him. A performance? Shuren no longer yawned, but said noncommittally, they just want to see how far we can go in a battle, right? That's what it was. Before this, there were many people who used this stage. Every day, they would show their abilities here in various ways. Some would make people marvel, some would make people disdain, but without exception, in the end, they did not get any results. Rosie had never raised anyone's score high enough to be one of the candidates for her husband. Therefore, the audience had long since lost their expectations. In addition, there were also many people who came to the stage to make up the numbers and make noise, so recently, the number of people who would come to the stage to watch had been decreasing. But today was different. Today, the two people on the stage were the hottest topics of discussion. One of them was the legendary Viscount, who was currently the first priority candidate for the selection of a son-in-law. The other was the Prince of the Empire, the legitimate descendant of the hero. People wanted to know how capable the former was, and how far the latter could go. Compared to these two people who had so many titles, most of the people who had appeared on this stage before were just actors. Moreover, this time, there were also many things that people wanted to know. If Shuren, the first priority candidate, was defeated, would the kingdom lower his score and raise Harvey up? Would the husband chosen by the kingdom's most precious treasure be relatively strong? What kind of partner did Her Royal Highness Princess Rosie want? Did he have a background? Was he capable? Or was he strong? These were all things that people were eager to know. Under such circumstances, since the first priority candidate had stepped onto the stage, regardless of whether he won or lost, the outcome of the aftermath would reveal a lot of information. For example, if Shuren was defeated, his score did not decrease, and he did not fall from the first priority candidate position, which proved that the kingdom did not value strength. On the contrary, if Shuren was defeated, Harvey's score would rise and he would replace Shuren's position, which proved that the kingdom valued strength. That was what people wanted to see. After all, the outcome of the son-in-law selection depended on Her Royal Highness Princess preferences. Without a standard, people could only find their own rules and strive to climb up. In the end, they would get both human rights and the beauty. And in view of this, in the eyes of many people, they were not interested in the outcome of the duel between Sean and Jarvis. Because both Sean and Harvey were their rivals in love, they naturally couldn't support either of them. In fact, they even wanted both of them to lose. All they cared about was the outcome of this duel. Of course, for the commoners of the kingdom, they really want to see our ability, or how much ability I have, right? Shuren curled his lips and said, "Your Royal Highness is probably the one being considered. You have to pay attention to your performance." "Of course." Harvey said calmly, "No matter what, it's a duel in the capital of the kingdom, in front of everyone in the kingdom. I can't lose my prestige. Otherwise, the people of the kingdom would never show mercy when they ridiculed the imperial prince who seemed to be an enemy and a friend." "You're really honest." Sean couldn't help laughing, but there was a thought-provoking expression on his face. He said, "Well, then let me see how capable the Prince of the Empire is compared to that neurotic Valkyrie." These words caused Harvey to narrow his eyes. Could it be that Harvey wanted to say something, but he did not succeed. The reason was simple. "Quick, look. It's Her Royal Highness Rosie. Her Royal Highness Rosie has come out." Accompanied by such ecstatic shouts, the whole audience seemed to explode and burst into cheers that soared into the sky. No one knew when Rosie had appeared on the open-air platform above the main entrance of the palace. She was looking down at the stage below. Her snow-white hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall and her crimson eyes shone with a beautiful light. Her posture was awe-inspiring and her temperament was outstanding. She made people feel as if a goddess had descended from the heavens and was intoxicated by her. That's Rosie Lusty-Mitra? Wally, who was looking at the stage with a playful expression, held his breath. Looking at the beautiful princess who suddenly appeared, his eyes were a little stunned and a little fiery. What a terrifying magic power! Lockett, who was beside him, could not help but stare at Rosie and exclaimed. "She's clearly a human, but she looks more like a goddess than most goddesses." Even Najula, who no one noticed, was looking at Rosie at this moment, her eyes full of admiration. "She's indeed the most precious treasure of the kingdom." Jarvis was no exception. When he saw Rosie appear, his eyes lit up for a moment, and his heart was somewhat stirred. If even these people were in such a state, then the nobles and commoners weren't any better off. All of them had dumbfounded expressions, and some even started cheering. Most of the profligate young masters couldn't help but reveal expressions that were filled with possessiveness, and they revealed their greedy, fanatical, and intoxicated sides. "Such a beautiful woman, why isn't she mine?" No one knew when Edward had appeared in the corner, but his eyes were filled with lust and desire as he stared at Rosie. Among everyone, only Shuren could look at Rosie with a normal expression, and he could not help but complain in his heart. "This girl is pretending to be a princess again." However, her looks and temperament were indeed perfect and impeccable. At first, Sean thought that he would be immune to Rosie's charm. Who knew that even though he had already done what he should and shouldn't have done, he still couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart when he saw Rosie in such a state. From this, it could be seen what realm Rosie's beauty had reached. I've decided, I'll change to a more challenging position today. Shuren could not help but make such a decision. Rosie, who did not know that she had been targeted by a certain wolf, had completely entered princess mode. She looked down at the stage from above, and her cold but melodious voice rang out. I'm just here to take a look, don't mind me. Rosie said calmly, while secretly giving Shuren a look, as if telling him to perform well. Shuren also gave Rosie a look, as if saying, if I perform well now, it's your turn tonight. Rosie seemed to have received his message. She rolled her eyes at him and nodded lightly without a trace. Only then did Shuren smile in satisfaction, but he did not look away. Instead, he looked to Rosie's side. Over there, another person slowly walked out of the palace. Haha, today's duel is worth looking forward to. Xianxia laughed in a carefree manner. To be honest, I'm looking forward to it as well. Leah also smiled sweetly. Shauna looked down at the stage with a serious face. Aridia stood behind Xianxia, his face expressionless. The appearance of the royal family members had raised the atmosphere to a new high. They're actually paying so much attention to this duel? Wally was a little surprised, and then a little excited. Obviously, this guy was not only a hothead, but also someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. On the other hand, Locket's eyes were fixed on Alidia. Alidia Urbian, Locket's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Alidia, who was standing beside Rosie. Edward, who was in the corner, looked at Leah, who was standing beside Rosie and whispering to each other. The desire in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Even if I can't get the kingdom's treasure, I will get my hands on the first princess. The evil fire in Edward's heart was burning. Of course, this had nothing to do with Shuren and Javis on the stage. I didn't expect the royal family of Mitra to come out. Javis turned his gaze to Shuren, and said with a smile, I think we have to be serious about this duel, Borstat. Perhaps. Shuren did not deny it, and said leisurely, speaking of which, you haven't said how you want to compete. Do you want to lose by falling off the stage, or wait for one side to be defeated? If one side falls off the stage, or if one side admits defeat, then it will be considered a loss. Javis did not hesitate, and said directly, I believe that you are a sensible person, and will not go so far as to not admit defeat even if you die. So, whichever side uses all their strength and has no other means, but still can't do anything to the other side, that side will admit defeat. Oh? Shuren could not help but be surprised. What a refreshing and refined way to determine victory and defeat. It had to be said that Java's straightforward and not hateful style had more or less won Shuren's favor. Compared to the neurotic, stubborn, and unyielding Capeline, this prince of the empire seemed to be more worthy of being friends with. He even said so. Also, in this duel, let's not use magic. Javis looked around, shrugged, and said, if we use magic, we may harm the innocent spectators around us. Let's just fight with swords. All right. Shuren had no objections. Seeing that the other party was so straightforward, he did not hesitate and said, then shall we start directly? Yes. Javis smiled and said, let's start directly. As soon as he finished, the two of them stopped talking. Clang, clang, only the sound of swords being unsheathed could be heard clearly in the surroundings. To Shuren, Harvey was not a strong enemy. At the very least, compared to the enemies that Shuren had met before, Harvey was definitely not a threat. From Shuren's point of view, since Capeline had inherited the holy sword imitation of the Empire, it proved that the prince in front of him should be weaker than her. If even Capeline was not a match for him, and could not even force him to unseal the holy sword, then it should not be too difficult for him to deal with this prince even without using magic. However, when Harvey pulled out that eye-catching broadsword, Shuren realized that he might have been taking things for granted. Apart from Capeline, I have never pulled out this sword against anyone of a similar age. I hope that Mr. Borstat will be more careful, lest I have no way to hold back. Harvey still had a smile on his face that was like a spring breeze, but the feeling he gave off had changed. His aura became sharp, and it was filled with a sharp aura. It was only then that Shuren understood that Harvey was not an opponent that he could deal with casually. Perhaps his potential was indeed inferior to Capeline's, but if he did not take into account the factors of unique skills and the holy sword imitation, this person was definitely not weaker than Capeline. he might even be stronger. This was because His Royal Highness had already reached level 80, and he had learned a series of high-level skills. Level 6, Magic Sword, Skill. Level 6, Body Strengthening, Skill. Level 7, Flashing Sword, Skill. Level 7, Magic, Thunder, Skill. Xianxia suddenly saw a few skills between level 6 and level 7, which made him realize that Harvey's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. In addition, Harvey might still have some unknown unique skills. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to emit such a sharp aura. Xianxia's gaze became more or less serious. Descendant of the hero at level 80? Xianxia mumbled. Well, he's worthy of me taking him seriously. With that, Xianxia raised the holy sword in his hand and pointed it at Harvey. Harvey immediately narrowed his eyes and did not say anything else. He also raised the broadsword in his hand and pointed it at Xianxia. Buzz, the air trembled slightly, causing magic to burn on Xianxia and Harvey's bodies like flames. This scene caused the surrounding cheers to slowly disappear, and the entire place became incomparably silent. Everyone held their breaths and looked at the two people facing each other on the stage. Xianxia and Harvey also looked at each other. One was calm, while the other was smiling. They did not look like opponents who were about to duel. Instead, they looked like a pair of friends who were reminiscing about the past. There was not the slightest hint of gunpowder. On the open balcony of the palace, the crowd led by Xianxia also watched this scene silently. Rosie glanced at Harvey and then at Sean. She pursed her lips and suddenly picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it towards the center of the stage. Thus, the stone streaked across the air. Pa! With a crisp sound, the stone fell between Sean and Harvey. Bang! 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 Two heavy footsteps sounded at the same time. The two figures turned into a gust of wind and swept toward each other. Clang! In the next second, the blades of the holy sword and the greatsword clashed heavily above the spot where the pebble had fallen, producing a loud sound that sounded like a bell being struck. Xianxia and Harvey collided at an astonishing speed, and the weapons in their hands clashed fiercely. The sudden ringing of the bell caused the audience around the stage to let out cries of alarm and screams, as if they were wailing in grief. Clang, 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 clang. At the same time, Xianxia and Harvey both seemed to have suddenly exploded. They swung countless slashes at each other, causing the holy sword and the broadsword to continuously collide with each other. On one hand, they set off waves of blade light and sword shadows, and on the other hand, with the countless collisions, they stirred up a series of crisp sounds and dazzling sparks. The two of them swung their swords with all their might in the center of the stage. In the blink of an eye, they had attacked each other for at least hundreds of rounds, causing the atmosphere to become chaotic. However, this ultimate attack didn't last long in the end. Clang! At a certain moment, a heavy sound of steel colliding with steel abruptly appeared in the continuous sounds of collision. Suddenly, the blade light and sword shadows disappeared. Immediately, the countless collisions ended. The audience around the stage opened their eyes wide. They saw that at this moment, on the stage, Xianxia had used a big movement to deflect Harvey's broadsword, causing Harvey's slash to stop, and also causing Harvey's body to lean back, leaving a big opening in front of him. What? That scene caused Wally to involuntarily cry out in surprise. Your Highness's sword was deflected? That scene also caused Lockhart to be astonished. In the blink of an eye, the first round of attacks was won by Xianxia. Unfortunately, this is not the first time I've faced a sword technique like the flash sword, so I know very well that it is easy to attack and hard to defend. It abandons defense and is downright a high attack sword technique. Xianxia smiled at Harvey, whose expression changed slightly. Immediately, the holy sword in his hand suddenly slashed down like thunder. Clang! The cold sound of the sword resounded in the sky above the stage. Sean's slash cut through the air, and with such a sword hum, it slashed through. It was a pity that the sword slashed at empty air. At this critical moment, Harvey's feet fiercely stomped on the ground, causing his body to rapidly retreat in midair, avoiding this cold strike that was aimed at his chest. Xianxia raised his brows, and without any hesitation, the holy sword in his hand once again turned into a wave of blade light and sword shadows, slashing at Harvey from all directions. Clang, 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 clang. The crisp sound of collision rang out again, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. Harvey violently retreated while waving the broadsword in his hand. He actually wielded it vigorously, wielding it as though it was light. It was as though he was not holding a heavy broadsword in his hand, but a light willow branch. With each move, he deflected the oncoming slashes. However, this situation did not make Harvey feel happy. Instead, his expression changed again and again. That was because, just as Shuren had said, the flash sword that he used was not a skill that had any achievements in defense, but a sword skill that was used for quick and fierce attacks. Since it was a sword skill that was used for quick and fierce attacks, Harvey would soon fall into a defensive position, and would probably be broken through very soon. When that time came, he would be in danger. At that moment, Harvey no longer held back, and directly used the body enhancement skill, causing all the muscles in his body to bulge in an instant. With a bulge, Harvey's physical ability skyrocketed. Demon Sword. At the same time, Harvey did not hesitate to use the Demon Sword skill, causing the dark red light of magic power to shine on the broadsword, turning it into a magic blade. Clang! The Demon Sword in Harvey's hand was like a red bolt of lightning. In an instant, it surged and flashed, slashing at the holy sword that was swung at him. Once again, there was a loud sound like the ringing of a bell. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shuren and Harvey were shaken away by a shocking force, and the distance between them widened. Phew! Only then did Harvey heave a sigh of relief, but he stared closely at Sean with a solemn look in his eyes. He used the Demon Sword so soon? On the other hand, Shuren shook the hand that had just clashed with Harvey's sword. It was as if the power of the Demon Sword had shaken it to the point that it hurt, but there was a mocking smile on his face. The surrounding audience watched this scene dumbfoundedly. As they watched the two people widen the distance between them and face each other again, they began to look at each other in dismay. Oh, 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 oh. In the next moment, cheers finally rang out. It was too exciting. Hey, hey, hey. Are you kidding me? What was that scene just now? Is that their strength? That Shuren Boztut is actually so strong. Oh my god, the expressions of the nobles watching the duel changed one after another, unable to believe what they saw. Not to mention them, even those who were close to Shuren and Harvey were shocked by this quick and intense fight. So powerful, Leah's face was filled with astonishment. These two youngsters have some tricks up their sleeves. And she was also somewhat surprised. The three knights, Ali Dia, Locket, and Shania, were expressionless. Some were slightly surprised, while others, like the others, widened their eyes in shock. It can't be. Wally murmured in disbelief. That Viscount actually blocked His Highness's flashing blade? So powerful. Cold sweat trickled down Edward's forehead. The intense battle between Shuren and Harvey lasted less than half a minute, but it had completely ignited the atmosphere. Only the two in the dueling ring remained calm, while the other's expression had turned grim. The situation was completely different from when they first faced off. So that's how it is. Is this your true strength? Harvey said. Looks like the rumor that you single-handedly defeated the Slaughterer clan isn't just a baseless rumor. Harvey had glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of Shuren's strength. Don't be too surprised, Your Highness. This is only because I've faced the flashing blade once. Shuren did not seem to mind. So, you've met Capeline, haven't you? Harvey looked deeply at Shuren, as if trying to see through the secrets in his heart. Moreover, you've fought her once. I'm very curious, who won and who lost? Shuren did not answer him. Are you trying to stall for time? Shuren provoked. Why would I? Harvey shrugged, stood up, and said, the real battle is about to begin. Yeah, Shuren agreed to the stunned expressions of the audience. That's enough for the warm-up. That's right. The intense battle just now was just a warm-up. At least, it was so for Shuren. In fact, Jarvis could also see that Shuren hadn't used his full strength. That sense of calmness and ease couldn't be faked, so Jarvis' expression was a little solemn. Unlike those incompetent nobles who only had envy and jealousy, he didn't underestimate Shuren from the beginning. Not only because Shuren had crusaded against the Slaughterer clan, but also because Jarvis knew very well that a person who could be valued by the kingdom's most precious treasure was definitely someone with real ability. Those nobles might have forgotten how Xian crushed the entire audience with his aura when they first met. Jarvis, however, learned of this through his own channels and had always kept it in mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used his broadsword, Thunderstorm, right from the start. Huh. With a low shout from Jarvis, the broadsword named Thunderstorm in his hand suddenly exploded with bursts of lightning. That's... Everyone at the scene was shocked when they saw this. Xian was also a little surprised, and his gaze fell on the broadsword in Jarvis' hand for the first time. He saw that this broadsword that was flashing with lightning was not only extremely eye-catching in size, but the blade was also plated with a layer of crystal luster, and the sword hilt was inlaid with crystals. At this moment, it was emitting bursts of rich magic power, causing the lightning to flicker continuously. This scene caused many people to recognize the sword. Is that the Thunderstorm of the Ragnar Empire's royal family? Xianxia was a little surprised. His Highness is using Thunderstorm so soon? Wally was also a little stunned. Thunderstorm, Rosie remembered where she had heard this name before. Jarvis, on the other hand, showed a fighting spirit smile to Xian, who also had a surprised expression, in front of everyone present. This is a magic weapon that one of the emperors of the Ragnar Empire commissioned 100 of the highest-level forging masters of the dwarves to spend an entire year to create. It's a gift for the descendants who can't use the imitation holy sword. Although it's not as powerful as the imitation holy sword, it's one of the most advanced magic weapons in the world. Especially in the hands of someone who has the magic thunder skill, it'll be very powerful. Jarvis' explanation did not surprise Xian too much. Because before he explained, Xian had already used the identify skill to see the true face of the Thunderstorm sword. As Jarvis said, it was one of the most advanced magic weapons, and its effect was to trigger the phenomenon of lightning. Not only could it use lightning attribute attacks, but if it was used by someone with the magic thunder skill, the higher the level of the user's magic thunder skill, the more powerful the sword would be. In the end, it could even manipulate the weather and turn it into a thunderstorm, which was very terrifying. Through the power of this sword, the user's magic sword would be transformed into the lightning attribute, and its power would be greatly increased. Therefore, this thunderstorm sword was also a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the royal family of the Ragnar Empire, second only to the imitation holy sword. In the eyes, I may be, but I'm not even compared to my talented sister. Harvey smiled in the lightning and said, indeed, in terms of potential and talent, I really can't compare to Capeline. When she was 17 years old, she had already reached level 70. At that time I was only level 60. Compared to her, there's really a big difference. I'm 7 years older than her, after all. The fighting spirit in Jarvis' eyes burst out along with the lightning. With 7 years of training, tempering, and growth, don't think I'm much weaker than her. With 7 whole years of training, tempering, and growth, don't think that I'm much weaker than her. Boom. Jarvis suddenly dashed toward Xian like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Xian, raised the thunderstorm sword in his hand, and slashed down. Boom. The roar exploded on the stage, causing the lightning to bloom like an explosion. As it plowed across the entire stage, it spread out in all directions, causing bolts of lightning to jump on the stage, leaving cracks on the stage. For a moment, lightning flashed and gravel flew. The surrounding audience all cried out in surprise. On the open-air platform, Xianxia looked at the scene and gave instructions without hesitation. Raise the barrier. Under Xianxia's instructions, several mages wielding staffs among the knights who were in charge of maintaining order around the stage hurriedly rushed out. They chanted incantations and spread transparent protective barriers around the stage. Under such circumstances, the intense battle between Xian and Jarvis finally reached its climax. Swoosh! Xian's figure suddenly appeared behind Jarvis as if he had teleported, and he slashed at him coldly, causing the sword light to cut through the space. Jarvis sensed all this, but he did not turn around to deal with it. Instead, he turned the thunderstorm sword in his hand, causing the lightning around him to leap as if it had a life of its own. With a single movement, they all blasted at Xian. Bang, 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 bang. Bolts of lightning struck Xian's body one after another, causing a series of dull sounds. However, Shuren turned a blind eye to it. He was unharmed, and the holy sword in his hand suddenly flashed with red magical light, causing a magical blade to appear on it. Pfft! An extreme flash sliced through the air, and the bolts of lightning that slithered like snakes were cut off on the spot, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. You have a resistance skill? At this moment, Jarvis turned around and saw that Shuren was unscathed. He was shocked, but at the same time, his expression became solemn. Without any hesitation, he raised the thunderstorm sword in his hand high, causing countless bolts of lightning to explode on it and blast towards the surroundings. Its power was already several levels higher than that of a high-level lightning spell. Perhaps it was for the sake of using this thunderstorm sword perfectly that Jarvis learned the skill, magical lightning, and raised it to level 7, right? What a guy. Shuren could not help but mutter, but his hands did not slow down at all. Pfft! 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 Under the flashes of sword light, Shuren slashed out countless slashes with the demon sword. The bolts of lightning were cut off, cut, and sent flying on the spot, dispelling Jarvis' attack. Under such circumstances, the lightning bolts kept darting in all directions and landing on the stage like bolts of lightning falling from the sky. They continued to plow through the floor, scraping out cracks, and exploding into bursts of rubble, turning the entire stage into a pool of lightning that flickered with electric arcs. Everyone looked at this battle that had suddenly become extremely intense. They looked at the countless bolts of lightning and flying rubble on the stage, and their expressions were dull and shocked. At this moment, Shuren had already slashed through the countless bolts of lightning, and with the help of the close-range evasion skill, he turned around and charged towards Jarvis. Clang! In the loud collision sound, the holy sword that was mixed with red magical light collided with the sword that was mixed with endless lightning, setting off a turbulent flow of magical power and violent lightning. Clang, 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 clang. On the stage where lightning danced, Shuren and Jarvis once again set off bursts of sword light, slashing at each other at an astonishing speed. However, this time every time Shuren and Jarvis slashed at each other, there would be a mana riot, and there would also be lightning flashing and leaping, shaking the entire stage, causing it to tremble continuously and become on the verge of collapse. It had to be said that after using Thunderstorm, Jarvis' combat strength had risen by more than one level. He could perfectly control the power of Thunderstorm, wrapping the lightning attribute, Magic Sword, around his sword, speeding up the speed of his slashes, causing the already astonishing attack speed and attack power of the Flash Sword to soar. It was as if he was not holding a sword in his hand, but a bolt of lightning. As he swung and danced, even Shuren could only see a flash of lightning. If not for the extreme combat instincts brought about by the War God skill, it would really be difficult for Shuren to keep up with the speed of his slashes. In addition, the lightning carried on the blade of Thunderstorm was not to be trifled with. Every time they collided, it would explode through the point of collision, and through the holy sword that collided with it, it would quickly spread to Shuren's body like a venomous snake, causing him to be constantly struck by lightning. If not for the protection of his resistance skills, at this moment, Shuren would definitely not dare to fight with Jarvis like this. This prince really has some tricks up his sleeve. Shuren realized this. Perhaps many people only saw the glory of the Empire's Empress and the power of Princess Capeline, but they overlooked this prince who had reached level 80 at the age of 24. This prince's strength was also very terrifying, and Shuren had no choice but to take him seriously. Evolve. Thus, Shuren finally used the skill, Ultimate Evolve. Boom! Terrifying mana erupted from Shuren's body. As it flowed through his body, it turned into astonishing power and shot up into the sky like a volcanic eruption, shattering the barrier that rose around the stage. What? At this moment, it wasn't just Harvey, even those who were watching the fierce battle with rapt attention couldn't help but have a drastic change in expression. Including Warren, Lockett, Shauna, and Leah, all of their expressions changed. The mana that erupted from Shuren's body turned into a storm in an instant, sweeping away the surrounding lightning and blowing away the audience who could not react in time, causing them to either stagger or simply fall to the ground, letting out waves of screams and wails. At this moment, Shuren began to counterattack. Boom, another rumble sounded. That was the movement caused by the demon sword, on Shuren's holy sword expanding against the wind, turning into a huge mana blade. Xian raised the huge magic blade high up in the air, and mercilessly slashed it down at Harvey, whose pupils had shrunk abruptly. Boom! At this moment, the island at the center of the lake where the royal palace was located suddenly trembled, causing the surrounding lake water to surge and ripple. There was no telling how long it took for the rampaging magical energy to subside. On the square in front of the palace, the spectators who were sprawled all over the place were still bewildered. Rosie, Lia, Ansi, Alidia, Sanai, Warian, and the other dignitaries who were hiding in the shadows were staring at the stage without blinking. There, Shuren leaped away with the holy sword in hand, the huge magical blade on its blade vanishing at some point. Upon a closer look, the stage did not suffer any further damage from that astonishing blow, and was exactly the same as before Shuren swung the demon sword. Javas held up the thunderstorm greatsword, as if he was ready to take on the blow a second before Shuren struck, his face still filled with tension that had yet to dissipate. Evidently, though Javas had hurriedly assumed a defensive stance, he did not have much confidence that he could take on Shuren's earth-shattering strike unscathed. The reason why he was able to stand there unscathed was because someone had suddenly appeared in front of him. Locket? Javas immediately recognized the person's back. It was the most powerful knight in the Empire who was in charge of protecting Javas, Locket Bygusler. The strongest existence in the Empire, who was level 97, was raising a greatsword that was even more exaggerated than the thunderstorm greatsword in Javas's hand, and the blade was flowing with magical energy as it blocked in front of Javas. Shuren could not help but narrow his eyes at the sight. Because just now, it was this person who had suddenly barged into the field, pulled out that horrifying greatsword from somewhere, and with a swing, erased Javas's demon sword. Yes. It was erased. Shuren clearly saw that when his demon sword swung down and touched the greatsword, the magical energy gathered on the blade seemed to be forcibly dispersed by some mysterious power, vanishing without a trace. That was why the stage was not destroyed. Because Shuren's demon sword had been erased, only the airflow formed by magical energy swept in all directions like an avalanche, causing the tremors and roars. Under such circumstances, Locket rested that horrifying greatsword on his shoulder, looked deeply at Shuren, and then spoke to Javas behind him without turning his head. Your Highness, you have lost this time. Locket made such a declaration on behalf of his master. Only then did everyone present react. Some looked at each other in dismay, some still had lingering fears, and some stared at Lockhart with solemn expressions. For example, and she and Rosie both had grave expressions on their faces. Even Lydia's eyes flickered slightly. Evidently, they had seen the scene of Locket blocking Shuren's demon sword. Moreover, they also felt threatened by the power that Locket had displayed. Javas opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but after a while, he fell silent and exhaled. The lightning on the thunderstorm greatsword in his hand quietly disappeared. Indeed, I have lost. Javas relaxed his body as he looked at Shuren, and said calmly, I didn't expect Qing to have such shocking magical energy and strength. I almost couldn't react in time, so I admit my defeat. After saying that, Javas bowed to Shuren to show his respect to Shuren. Seeing Javas like this, everyone's gaze on Shuren also changed. This guy, Wally's expression kept changing. So he's actually this strong? Lia, Shauna, and the rest also stared blankly at Shuren, recalling that earth-shattering strike just now. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Damn it, Edward's face was pale as a sheet. He cursed, but his eyes were filled with genuine fear and wariness. Most of the nobles hiding in the dark were the same. As if they had completely understood Shuren's strength, the way they looked at Shuren and their expressions were different from before. It was only at this moment that Shuren more or less displayed some of his extraordinary strength in front of the others. Being able to defeat the first prince of the Empire, this would raise Shuren's status in many people's hearts, right? Only Rosie was not surprised by Shuren's performance at all. After all, only she knew that the strength that Shuren had displayed was just the tip of the iceberg. No, it was not just Rosie. There was another person who clearly knew this. He hasn't even used his holy sword, so the strength that he's displaying now is probably just a small part of it, right? No one could detect Naduna's presence, so she stared straight at Shuren and exclaimed in her heart. After witnessing Shuren's strength with her own eyes, Naduna was quite satisfied. Therefore, neither Rosie nor Naduna felt that Sharon's performance was too much. On the contrary, Harvey's performance made them look at him. So, Capellan's brother is this strong? Rosie was quite surprised by Harvey's strength. With that strength, Rosie was not confident that she could win if she did not release the holy sword and use her unique skill. Of course, the holy sword and unique skill were the true trump cards of the heroes. If these two factors were not taken into account, all the heroes were not actually very strong. At most, they would be at the level of Alidia and Locket. However, Harvey had not used his unique skill either. Rosie did not know if he did not use it or he was deliberately hiding it. In any case, Rosie had never heard of this prince of the empire using his unique skill in front of others. In such a situation, it was either that he did not have any unique skill at all, or he was just like Rosie. His unique skill was too powerful and special, so he was unwilling to show it in front of others. Rosie felt that it was the latter. Even Naduna felt the same way. Humans are still the same as before. Although there are many people and most of them are just ordinary commoners, there will be some amazingly talented people appearing in every generation. Naduna sighed. Sharon did not think as much as the others. He only looked at Locket, then at Harvey, and smiled. Is that it? Sharon said meaningfully. Your Highness should still have some tricks up your sleeves, right? What he meant was that it was too early to admit defeat. Harvey could not help but laugh at this. I do not deny it, but this is only a duel, not a fight to the death. Moreover, I am indeed convinced. I can gladly accept this result. As Harvey said this, the comfortable feeling that made people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze was vividly displayed. Coupled with his humble and calm appearance, many people looked at him in a new light. Some girls even blushed, looking at Harvey with infatuation in their eyes. However, Harvey changed the topic again. Moreover, I feel that Mr. Potter still has many tricks up his sleeves. Harvey smiled and said, You're much stronger than the rumors say. I already know this. Since that's the case, that's enough. After saying this, Harvey nodded at Locket, who was beside him, and immediately looked at the royal family on the open-air platform. I've lost this duel. Harvey declared loudly. As expected of a talent valued by the kingdom. I, Harvey Ragnar, believe that only such a hero is worthy of Princess Rosie, so I am willing to withdraw. As soon as these words came out, not only the royal family, but the surrounding audience also broke into an uproar. Rosie was also stunned. She did not expect Harvey to say such a thing. Sharon also raised his eyebrows. Because he knew that he might owe this prince a favor. As the rival of the Mitra kingdom, the son of the royal family of the Ragnar Empire, and the first prince in line to the throne, had actually admitted his inferiority in front of everyone and declared that Sharon was qualified to be Rosie's husband. Then, the originally skeptical commoners would probably start to accept the match between Sharon and Rosie, right, especially the people of the kingdom. If they knew that Sharon had made the prince of the empire admit his inferiority, then they, who had always regarded the empire as an imaginary enemy, would definitely feel honored, and their resistance toward Sharon would be greatly reduced. In the future, the public opinion of the kingdom would definitely be biased toward Sharon. That despicable prince. How dare he do such a thing? Bastard. The expressions of the sons of the nobles changed drastically, and they began to curse. If the public opinion was biased toward Sharon in the future, then as his opponents, their chances would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. After all, the higher the rating of the people, the greater the chance of being recognized. A competition like this was the basis for raising the kingdom's rating, right? Harvey's words directly created Sharon's prestige, and suppressed the competitiveness and influence of the others. In this way, how could those competitors not curse? If this was a fair competition? After this incident, the chances of Sharon becoming the husband of the princess would undoubtedly be greatly increased. Unfortunately, there was an inside story in this competition. Sharon's expression became rather strange. Only Rosie, who did not seem to have changed much, was secretly overjoyed. This result was undoubtedly something she was very happy to see. Although she had long recognized Sharon, if the people of the kingdom could also recognize Sharon and think that Sharon was a good match for her, then she would naturally be even happier. With this happiness, Rosie also felt that Harvey was much more pleasing to the eye. If Shuren was 100 points, and the other stinky men were all 0 points, then this prince of the empire would reluctantly give him a point of 0. 1, and she also gave Harvey a serious look. Lia, you understand, right? And she said to Lia beside him with a serious expression. Yes. Lia nodded with a heavy expression, and said in a low voice, if he is the future emperor of the empire, then the empire will probably become more troublesome in the future. Without a doubt, the strength, character, quality, and intelligence that Harvey had displayed had won the approval of the two. This is the prince of the Ragnar Empire, Shauna murmured. Alidia, on the other hand, exchanged glances with Lakuta, who was standing beside Harvey. One looked calm, while the other's eyes were filled with the desire to fight. As for Harvey, he had already arrived in front of Shuren. Go for it, Mr. Boztut. Harvey extended his hand to Shuren, and said with a smile, I really like you, you know? Sean stared fixedly at Harvey. After a while, he shrugged his shoulders, reached out his hand, and shook hands with Harvey. At this moment, Harvey whispered something to Shuren. Shuren's eyes flickered slightly, but before he could react, Harvey had already withdrawn his hand and returned to Wally's side with Lakuta. There, Wally was staring at Shuren with a completely different gaze than before. It seemed to be fearful, but also gloomy. Shuren looked at all of this and suddenly smiled. Looks like it won't be boring anymore. Soon, the crowd gathered around the stage began to disperse. The audience still had lingering fear on their faces as if they had yet to recover from the earth-shattering strike. They only started to talk about it after they left the island in the middle of the lake. One could imagine that after this battle, Shuren's evaluation in the hearts of the kingdom's people would rise by a lot. At the very least, the voices that said that Shuren was not worthy of Rosie were destined to disappear. Instead, many people started to take this Viscount who was originally an adventurer seriously. On the other hand, the nobles were the complete opposite of the kingdom's people. All of them were in an extremely bad mood. That was because this was definitely not good news for them. Especially those who originally thought that Sean's strength was not too outstanding, or that this was his only weakness. All of them felt that they were not in a good mood at this moment. Who was the one who said that this Viscount's strength was not outstanding? Didn't they say that the crusade against the Slaughterer clan was nothing? Didn't they say that taming a dragon doesn't prove anything? Didn't they say that the Galuoli family's royal knights were destroyed by the Adel Black Dragon? Didn't they say that he was able to stand out because of Her Highness and the demon dwellers? Rumors kill people. Many of the nobles began to curse on the spot. After this battle, those who said that they wanted to challenge Shuren all disappeared. There were no longer people blocking the entrance of Porstut's house every day. The hostility that was reflected to Shuren through the skill, enemy sense, had also decreased by a lot. It could be said that Shuren's position as the first priority candidate was no longer controversial. Of course, it was only relatively uncontroversial. In fact, there were still many people who were unwilling to give up, and they began to make some plans. Presumably, as long as this son-in-law selection wasn't over, they wouldn't stop for another day. They definitely wouldn't let Shuren sit in the first priority candidate position for too long, right? Unfortunately, they didn't know that Sean didn't need to sit for long. He just needed to sit firmly. Moreover, once these guys knew that the so-called son-in-law selection ceremony had already had a winner and they were just here to put on a show, they probably couldn't bear the blow and directly fainted, right? Anyway, their tragedy was already destined, and they could only take advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble. With this thought in mind, not only did Shuren not feel that these people were hateful, but he also felt that they were pitiful. In short, after this incident, Shuren was completely popular. Previously, Sean's popularity was limited to the circle of nobles. In fact, it did not cause much of a stir among the commoners. But this time, Sean had undoubtedly become a hot topic. He had become a figure that the people of the kingdom had been talking about for a period of time. After this incident, even the royal family found Shuren. Well done. You're much more capable than I thought. In this way, you don't need to feel too much psychological pressure when you're with Rosie. I can also rest assured. Anchi said something that made Shuren feel a little subtle. Finally, I know how strong you are. No wonder Rosie looks up to you. Leah's tone was a little subtle, and Sharon didn't know what to say. Even Dia and Shauna were looking at Sharon. One had an inexplicable look in his eyes, and the other had an expression of awe for Sharon. Their expressions were different. In one word, these people were both satisfied and gratified by Sharon's performance. This made Sharon mutter. I was just a little more serious, and you're already like this? If he used his full strength, wouldn't these people start to worship him? Well, he felt a little like the protagonist of Long Out Yin. Rosie, on the other hand, looked a little serious for some reason. That prince is not as simple as he seems. Remember to be careful when you deal with him. Rosie uttered such inexplicable words. But Sharon deeply agreed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Sharon nodded at Rosie, and her expression relaxed. Rosie didn't know that before he left, Jarvis said something to Sharon. Come to the forest outside the west gate of the Imperial City in the wee hours of the morning. There's something important to discuss. This was what Jarvis said when he shook Sharon's hand. Something important? Sharon mumbled again. The day was spent in such a lively atmosphere. Night fell quietly. The Imperial City was still brightly lit after dark. Compared to the few cities that Sharon had been to before, it wasn't on the same level of prosperity. Until now, Sharon had only seen such a spectacular scene of every household lighting up their magic lamps in the Imperial City. The Imperial City was also the most beautiful city at night that Sharon had ever seen. Even the streets were lit up with magic lamps, which made the Imperial City's night more lively than the day. After all, many people had already finished their busy work for the day. For them, the night was the beginning of leisure and entertainment. If there were no accidents, Sharon would have stayed in the palace and played all kinds of fun games with Rosie when no one else was around. So, you called me here. If nothing interesting happens, then I'll be very angry. Outside the west gate of the Imperial City, in the wild forest outside the outskirts, Sharon appeared out of nowhere and threw such words at the shadow in front of him. As soon as his words came out, a laugh sounded in response. I don't know if it's interesting or not, but I think if it's cheating, it should be a little interesting. As he said this, Harvey walked out of the darkness in front of him, followed by a person. It was Lockhart. To actually bring the Empire's strongest knight out for a night run, His Highness Harvey's extravagance is really scary. Sharon pretended to be afraid. I can't help it. My identity is so special. If I were to wander around in the Imperial City alone, I might be killed without a trace. Harvey did not expose Sharon's pretense. Instead, he pandered to him with a kind attitude. I don't think anyone would be that stupid. Sharon spread out his hands and said, to let the Empire's first in line to the throne die in the Mitra Kingdom's Imperial City, this is simply looking down on the current peace and prosperity. That's hard to say. Harvey stopped smiling and stared at Sharon seriously. Not everyone wants to see peace. There are definitely a lot of people who want the kingdom and the empire to fight to the death. Sean was deep in thought when he heard this meaningful speech. So, Sharon looked at Harvey, then at Lockhart, and suddenly said, Oh right, Your Highness, did you not bring that hothead with you? Hothead? Are you talking about Wally? Harvey was slightly startled at first, then immediately guessed who Sharon was referring to. He didn't come, and I can't let him come. All right. At this point, if he continued to keep people in suspense, he would really become an old Riddler. Your Highness, why did you ask me to come here? Just tell me. Sharon crossed his arms and looked at Harvey. Harvey did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell silent, as if he was sorting out his emotions. Sharon was not in a hurry and just waited quietly. Beside them, Lockett seemed to have completely excluded himself from the conversation, lowering his presence and remaining silent. After a while, actually, the purpose of my coming to the kingdom this time is not to fight for the position of Her Highness Rosie's husband. Harvey stared at Sharon and said, the main purpose of my coming here is to get the support of the kingdom. The support of the kingdom? Sharon frowned and said, what does that mean? Hearing this, Harvey still did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell into a struggle and hesitation. Your Highness, Lockett finally spoke, his face expressionless as he said, this is something only you can do. I know. Harvey was silent for a long time, then he took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Looking at Harvey like this, Shuren knew that he must have something important to say. However, after hearing Harvey's next words, Shuren's expression changed. Because, let's put it simply, Borstut. Harvey said calmly. I want to usurp the throne. This prince would not rest until his words shocked people to death. Usurp the throne? Shuren was stunned. Yes. Harvey smiled bitterly and said, I want to usurp the throne and oust the current emperor, my father, from the position of the ruler of the empire. Such words echoed clearly in the forest. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became incomparably heavy. Shuren and Harvey stared at each other. After a long time, Shuren confirmed. It seems that you are not joking. Shuren sighed as if he felt that he was involved in an extremely troublesome matter. He said with annoyance, let me ask, does this have anything to do with me? Yes. Harvey did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, I will look for you first because you have a close relationship with the royal family of Mitra and can recommend me. Secondly, I feel that you have the ability to change my situation. Thirdly, this matter is also related to the people around you, so I think that you will not stand idly by. Come to think of it. Otherwise, His Royal Highness wouldn't have sought out a viscount from an enemy kingdom to help him usurp the throne. And when Harvey mentioned the people around him, Shuren could guess who it was. Is it Ter? Shuren seemed to be asking, but his tone was full of certainty. Yes. Javis nodded and said with certainty, if I'm not wrong, she will be killed by Wally and the Lefort family. Killed? Javis's words made Shuren's heart clench. What happened? Shuren cast his gaze on Javis and said in a deep voice, the Lefort family is Ter's mother's family, right? I've heard that they've taken a fancy to Ter's talent and have been planning to bring her back, but I've never heard that they want to kill Ter. Therefore, Shuren did not expect that the information revealed by Javis would actually be related to Ter's life and death. Seeing that Shuren was serious, Javis also knew that his information was correct. This Viscount Porstad had a very good relationship with the daughter of the Elbison family. Most people would not know this information, and only someone as resourceful as Javis would be able to find out. After all, Shuren and Ter had never appeared to be very close in public. The relationship between them was even more deeply hidden than the relationship between Shuren and Rosie, and it was impossible for ordinary people to know. Javis grasped this point, and that was why he thought that Shuren was a person worth cooperating with. So, let me start from the beginning. Javis deliberated for a moment before he began to tell his story. Actually, this matter has to start from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, it happened to be the time when the capital was attacked by the Slaughterer faction of the Old Demons. According to Javis, everything started from that time. Before that year, although the relationship between the Empire and the Kingdom was not very friendly, it was not as tense as it is now. Javis said, even though the Empire and the Kingdom have had several wars in history because of the border issue, the wars were limited to the border and did not reach the extent of affecting the internal environment of each other. Shuren had also learned about this matter. The Empire had been established longer than the Kingdom. Because the Kingdom was established by the brave who had defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago, the founding king, who was known as the strongest brave in history, was the last brave. After that, the secret summoning device of the brave was sealed, so the Ragnar Empire, which was also established by the brave, could only have been established before the Kingdom of Mitra. However, unlike the famous Mitra, the ancestor of the Ragnar Empire's brave was not very famous. He might be very powerful among humans, but he was not as powerful as the other brave. He was at the bottom level among the brave, so he was killed by the demons of the demons within a few years after he established the Ragnar Empire. That demon was Ai. Ai had killed 2 heroes, which was why she was so infamous and feared by many people. Because of this, although the Ragnar Empire was a country established by the brave, it could be said to have experienced many difficulties. Not only was it criticized by many people, but it also encountered many difficulties. Shuren had heard that in that dark age, the country established by the brave lost its brave. Not only was the Ragnar Empire targeted by many demons, but there were also many humans who eyed them covetously. After all, for the demons, who were extremely hostile to the brave, who were their natural enemies, the Ragnar Empire, a country established by the brave, could be said to be a thorn in their side. For the other human countries, no matter what, the royal family of the Ragnar Empire was the descendants of the brave and had the blood of the brave. If they could marry them and obtain descendants with the blood of the brave, it would naturally be a great thing. Therefore, at that time, the Ragnar Empire could be said to be greatly targeted. The troops of the demons would invade the empire every other day. The human countries exerted all kinds of pressure and forced the royal family of the empire to marry them. In order to survive that era, the Ragnar Empire could be said to have struggled to the extreme. Not only did they betray their dignity many times, reducing the royal family to a breeding ground to beg for support from the human countries, but they also had to get the attention of the Protoss and have the Protoss shelter the descendants of the brave. They constantly sent the elites of the country to the battlefield as the frontline fighting against the demons' army, and experienced countless narrow escapes. Under such circumstances, the Ragnar Empire finally survived the darkest era, and finally, during the war 1,000 years ago, became the most powerful human country, a genuine military empire. But at that time, Mitra appeared out of nowhere. Not only did the humans place high hopes on it, but it also successfully defeated the Demon King and established the Mitra Kingdom directly next to the Ragnar Empire. With the help of the Protoss and the humans, it developed rapidly, and it did not take long for it to become a country comparable to the Ragnar Empire. How could the Ragnar Empire, which had experienced so much darkness, be reconciled to this? This was not just because of the imbalance in their hearts, but also because the location of the country that Mitra chose to establish was actually on the battlefield that ended the Demon King. And the Ragnar Empire was next to this battlefield. What did this prove? It proved that during the war, they were at the forefront and resisted the greatest pressure brought by the demon's army. As a result, as the country that resisted the most enemies and bore the most pressure on the battlefield, not only did they not get the reward they deserved, but even the land on that battlefield was taken over by Mitra. The Mitra Kingdom was also a country established by the brave. Not only did it not suffer any difficulties or criticism, but it was also glorious. With the continuous help of the Protoss and the human countries, it developed at a very fast speed and became an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. In the eyes of the Ragnar Empire, one could imagine how glaring this was. Coupled with the fact that they were bordering each other's territories and were constantly compared to each other as a country of the brave, it was almost inevitable that there would be conflicts between the two sides. However, no matter what, Mitra was a great hero who ended the war, and the Mitra Kingdom was treated with courtesy by the Protoss because of this. Therefore, the empire could not go too far against the kingdom, which would not be too justifiable. Therefore, the conflict between the kingdom and the empire was limited to a few minor wars on the border in the past, and it did not cause too much of a ruckus. If not for this, the empire would not have had the opportunity to send Ter's mother over for an intermarriage, would it? It was just because the hatred between them was not too obvious. It was not until 10 years ago, after the large-scale assassination in the capital, that the relationship between the kingdom and the empire fell to a freezing point. That was what Harvey said. If I told you that the incident that time was actually a sudden idea, would you believe it? Harvey said such a thing. A sudden idea? Sharon was stunned. That's right. Harvey said seriously, the Leferet family is a military family that trains spies, assassins, and death warriors. They are highly valued by the royal family in the empire, and there have been several times in history when the royal family has bestowed marriage upon them, allowing them to marry the royal princess. So, they actually also have the blood of the heroes of the Lagna Empire. Hearing this, Sharon was stunned. Doesn't that mean, Ter Albion is actually the heir of the two hero bloodlines of the Mitra Kingdom and the royal family of the Lagna Empire? When the empire proposed the intermarriage, the original purpose was not to let the daughter of the Leferet family be a spy, but to steal the blood of the heroes of the Mitra Kingdom and combine it with the blood of the heroes of the Lagna Empire to give birth to a talented offspring. Harvey felt a little helpless. It can't be helped. At that time, the birth of Her Highness Rose Lucy almost shocked the entire human race. The empire, which regarded the kingdom as an opponent, was originally ecstatic about the birth of Capeline, but in the end, they received such shocking news. At that time, it was said that many people in the royal family felt despair, thinking that fate was playing tricks on the Lagna Empire, not allowing us to stand out. Under the influence of such a mentality, it was not surprising that some unconventional strategies would appear. The patriarch of the Lefort family at that time was one of them. He believed that the hero bloodline of the empire alone would never be able to defeat the kingdom, so he resolutely decided to intermarry. Unfortunately, at that time, there was only one direct descendant of the royal family of the kingdom, and the other descendants of the royal family were either collateral relatives or had gone too far in the process of fighting for the throne and were jointly sanctioned by the former king and Xianxia. In addition, the Lefort family was not the royal family of the empire, so it was basically impossible for them to intermarry with the royal family of the kingdom. Therefore, the Lefort family planned to start with the Albion family, which was the guardian of the royal family. The ancestors of the Albion family were originally descendants of the hero, and in history, someone had also married a princess of the royal family. They themselves had a relatively strong hero bloodline, so they were undoubtedly very qualified as the first target to steal the bloodline of the enemy kingdom. In view of this, Ter's mother was sent over and gave birth to Ter the following year. I have to say, the birth of Ter Albion really made the Lefort family happy. Harvey sighed and said, I heard that not only is she talented, second only to the most precious treasure of the kingdom, but she also has a very powerful unique skill. She was born with quite amazing power. Although the Albion family chose to hide these secrets, the daughter of the Lefort family secretly sent the news to the empire, and the Lefort family found out. Since then, the Lefort family has always wanted to bring Ter Albion back, and they value her very much. Harvey looked at Sharon and said meaningfully, it's a pity that the Lefort family didn't reveal the matter of Ter Albion's unique skill, including Wally. Every time I asked him, he would choose to give me a perfunctory answer. It really makes one curious, what kind of power is that? Hearing this, Sharon's expression was already a little ugly. He knew that the Lefort family must have known about the existence of the ghost in Ter's body, which was why they valued her so much. For the Albion family, Ter's power was something very dangerous, but for the Lefort family who specialized in training spies, assassins, and even death warriors, the more dangerous this power was, the more they would probably be attracted to it, right? What they valued was only Ter's power. In their opinion, using some extreme means to properly train Ter and make her an obedient tool was not difficult at all. In this way, the purpose of why the other party wanted Ter so much was completely clear. However, 10 years ago, the nature of this matter suddenly changed. At that time, a woman of unknown origin appeared in the Lefort family. Harvey's face began to turn gloomy. A woman? Sharon also frowned. She is a very scary and hateful woman. Harvey said with a cold face, I don't know what method she used, but the Lefort family followed her orders, and introduced her to the emperor, who is my father. From that time on, everything quietly changed. My father was head over heels in love with that woman. No matter what that woman said, he would follow her orders obediently. Gradually, he even ignored the politics of the country, and the politics of the empire were gradually infiltrated by that woman. That woman also framed my mother, causing my father to dismiss my mother as a concubine. She calmly ascended the throne and has now become a figure with great influence in the empire. Because of her ascension to the throne, my father's concubine has either died or been imprisoned like my mother. Now, the empire has almost become her word. Even many nobles who originally opposed her have been dismissed. Less than 10% of them remain. And the Lefort family is the trusted aide of the poison concubine. The large-scale assassinations in the capital were planned by her and carried out by the daughter of the Lefort family. Even the slaughterer faction was recruited by her. Harvey's expressionless explanation made Sharon narrow his eyes. If this was the case, then it proved that the poison concubine mentioned by Harvey was the beginning of all the tragedy. Capeline and I have rebelled against her more than once, especially Capeline. Unlike me, she doesn't know how to flatter and confuse her on the surface. She can almost be said to be incompatible with her. If it weren't for Capeline's special status, she might have already done something to her. Harvey said so. I even suspect that the poison concubine was involved in the Cosmos incident, because Capeline was sent there by her almost semi-compulsion, and after that, Capeline disappeared. Hearing Harvey's words, Sharon's heart suddenly palpitated. This feeling, Shuren pressed his chest without a trace, feeling his accelerated heartbeat, and suddenly had a realization. Could it be that in the Cosmos incident, the person behind the scenes who was hiding in the dark and working with the mirage is this woman? When such a thought appeared, Shuren suddenly understood. This was the revelation of the blessing. The revelation of the blessing was telling Shuren that this woman was the person behind everything. Why did she plan such a thing against the kingdom? Shuren asked Harvey. I don't know either. Harvey shook his head and said, I only know that she seems to hate the kingdom very much, especially the royal family of the kingdom. Every time there is a rumor about Her Highness Rosie in the Empire, she will show a creepy smile, as if she wants to cut Her Highness Rosie or the royal family of the kingdom into pieces. Her murderous intent is very strong. Shuren fell into deep thought. What's her name? Shuren asked tentatively. Harvey answered. Mara. Mara. Shuren could not help but silently recite the name several times in his heart. He had a feeling that he could not ignore this woman called Mara. Putting everything else aside, if he was really the mastermind behind the Cosmos incident, he would have a reason to look for trouble with him. Shuren had never forgotten about that debt. And this woman was obviously not simple. I've investigated her, but I couldn't find anything about her background at all. It was as if she really appeared out of nowhere. She first appeared in Leffert's house, and before that, I couldn't find anything at all. Javis's tone was filled with fear and hatred towards Mara. But she is undoubtedly a cancer of the Empire. She is also the enemy who harmed my father, my mother, and possibly my sister. This time, Javis had appeared here in order to find a chance to bring Mara down. Father has gone crazy and is completely bewitched by Mara. He doesn't even care about what happened to Capelin. He doesn't listen to me anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that a group of nobles led by Locket had been dissatisfied with him for a long time and chose to support me, I, the first-in-line heir, would not even be able to sit until now. I know that they will never hand over the throne to me. Whether it's father or Mo Luo, they are only playing with their power and lives as they please. If this continues, I will probably never be able to do anything to them. Sooner or later, I will be eliminated by them. That's why I chose to seize this opportunity and use the son-in-law selection to come to the kingdom to ask for help. Javis's explanation finally made Shuren understand what he was planning. Whether it was contacting him or fighting him, it was just a means for Javis to achieve his goal. Because of the relationship between the kingdom and the empire, even if he directly contacted the royal family as a prince of the empire and expressed his intentions, it was uncertain whether the royal family would believe him or not. It was also not good for them to directly intervene in the political affairs of another country and help him just because of a word from Javis. That was why Javis chose to start with Shuren. Firstly, Shuren had a close relationship with Rosie, so he could definitely introduce Javis. Secondly, by fighting with Shuren and showing his strength in front of the royal family, he could also gain the recognition and attention of the royal family. Thirdly, Shuren had the support of the demons, and Javis would definitely try to fight for power in this aspect. Moreover, the duel with the first priority candidate of this son-in-law selection could completely confuse the spies of the Empire and make them think that he was really planning to compete. How could Javis not use this plan that could kill 4 birds with 1 stone? Shuren also understood why Javis did him a favor after the duel and gave him so much face. All this was to make him feel more confident. All this time, Javis had had a good relationship with Javis. To be honest, except for those who have just become nobles, I can't ask other nobles for help even if I want to. I cannot be certain that they are hostile to the Imperium, that there are spies of the Imperium among them, or that they might choose to make use of me to push the Imperium into the abyss of suffering. To be honest, Javis, except for those who have just become nobles, I can't ask other nobles for help even if I want to. I can't be sure that they will not be hostile to the Empire, and I can't guarantee that there are no spies of the Empire among them. I don't even know if they will choose to use me to push the Empire into trouble. Javis smiled bitterly. Only Javis, who has just become a noble, has the help of the demons, and has once refused the opportunity to be a noble. I can be sure that you are not from the Empire, and you will not do anything for your own interests. You will not be as hostile to the Empire as the nobles in the capital, right? Almost all the nobles in the capital had experienced the large-scale assassination 10 years ago, so one could imagine how much they hated the Empire. Therefore, Jarvis chose to contact Shuren first, because he had no other choice. It just so happened that Shuren also had someone he wanted to protect. That person was Tyrut. Jarvis believed that Shuren would not sit back and watch Tyrut be killed by the Lefort family. Besides, he had also experienced the incident with Cosmos, and he would not have a good impression of Mara, who was very likely to be involved in this incident. Therefore, Jarvis decided to contact Shuren first and fight for Shuren's help. Shuren knew all this, but he did not say anything immediately. Why did the Lefort family want to kill Tyrut? Shuren decided to get to the bottom of this matter first. Unfortunately, Harvey didn't seem to be very clear about the inside story of this matter. All I know is that it was Mara's order. Jarvis said, according to the information I've gathered, Mara needs Tyrut Albion's body for some reason. That's why she sent Wally here when I proposed to come to the kingdom to run for my husband. On the surface, she said that she wanted Wally to protect me, but in fact, she wanted him to watch my every move and take Tyrut Albion back. For this reason, she seemed to have deliberately stated that she did not need him alive. That was why Jarvis said that Wally was going to kill Tyrut. Wally is a member of the Lefort family. He has always been dissatisfied with the family's efforts to take Tyrut Albion back. He felt that his position in the family would be threatened by her. Therefore, when Mara gave him the order this time, he immediately recommended himself. I'm afraid he also wants to take this opportunity to kill Tyrut Albion, leaving no one alive. It was not difficult to explain why Wally would provoke Shuren again and again. It was not only because Wally was a hothead, but also because he knew that Shuren was Tyrt's protector. This time, I directly stated in public that I am not as good as Wally, and I am going to give up the election. He must think that I will soon leave the capital and return to the Empire. So, this Wally would definitely attack Tyrut in the near future, in case Jarvis left with her, and he would lose the opportunity. That was why Jarvis said that if he guessed correctly, Tyrut would be killed by Wally and the Lefort family. From what I've heard, Mara values Tyrut Albion very much. Even if Wally fails this time, she will still send more assassins after us, right? Jarvis raised his eyes and looked at Shuren. If you want to protect Tyrut Albion, then working with me shouldn't be a bad thing. Indeed. After knowing that Mara was the culprit behind Cosmo's incident, Shuren knew that he could not let this mysterious woman go easily. She was not only plotting against him, but also the kingdom. Moreover, she seemed to be supported by the old demons. No matter what, he should not let her go. If Tyrt's life was also involved, Shuren would not just sit back and watch. Although this matter was obviously very troublesome, and Shuren really wanted to pretend that he did not hear it and just walk away, it seemed that it was necessary to deal with this poison concubine of the Empire. In this case, it was not a bad thing to have Jarvis, the Prince of the Empire, to help her. The problem was, how can I trust you? Shuren asked the most fundamental question. That's right, Shuren did not completely trust Jarvis. Even though the blessing had told Shuren that what Mara said should be true, it did not mean that Jarvis was trustworthy. Who knew if this Prince of the Empire had other purposes? Who knew if he would be used as a tool? Judging from Jarvis's intelligence, the good impression this man showed was not necessarily his true face. It was very likely to be a disguise. Even after the Empire became a tool for others to play with the regime, he could still win the support of a group of nobles. Not only did he fight with Mara with his wits, but he also seemed to be very well informed. Not only did he know about Tyrut, but he even found out some information about Mara. This proved that his means were indeed extraordinary. Just as Rosie had said, he had to be careful when dealing with this person. Jarvis could naturally understand that he had not yet gained Shuren's trust. So, in the name of Jarvis Ragnar, I swear to the goddess I protect that what I said tonight is true. If there is any falsehood in my words, I am willing to accept divine punishment. Suddenly, Jarvis made the oath as if he was chanting a spell, causing his whole body to glow. Your Highness. This scene caused the expression of Lockett, who had been silent, to change. Shuren also stood up in surprise. You actually made a blessing oath? The way Shuren looked at Jarvis was completely different from before. Blessing oath. As the name suggested, it was a kind of oath made with the blessings that one held. Once the oath was made, it would immediately be recorded by the blessings that one held. Once violated, the blessings of the person who made the oath would disappear in an instant, never to be restored. This was not a trivial matter. Generally speaking, only those who had committed the most heinous crimes would lose their blessings, and then be exiled or even killed on the spot by various countries and races of the human race. Those who lost their blessings were equivalent to being abandoned by the gods. They were undoubtedly great sinners, and whether it was the human world or the divine realm, there was no place for them. In view of this, losing their blessings was an unbearable thing for any race or person of the human race. Especially for a prince of the empire like Javas, who was of noble status. Once he lost his blessings, he would instantly be regarded with hostility and contempt by the entire empire. Not only would the people no longer recognize his identity as a prince, but the royal family would also not hesitate to execute him on the spot in order to remove the stain. Thanks to this, a blessing oath could not be made easily. Once it was made, there was no way to cancel it. But now, Javas did not hesitate to make an oath on his own blessing. This is the only way I can think of to gain your trust, my lord. Javas smiled at Shuren as if he had done something that couldn't be more ordinary. This should make you feel more at ease, right? Shuren was silent. It had to be said that Javas' approach had solved the most difficult problem at once. Even Shuren had begun to believe him and sighed. You are probably the kind of person born to be an emperor, your highness Javas. Shuren said sincerely. This is the greatest recognition for me. Javas suddenly smiled and said, so, what do you think, my lord? Don't worry. Shuren naturally would not agree so easily. After pondering for a while, he said, if I choose to cooperate with you, what do you want me to do? It's simple. Javas did not hesitate and said directly, I will first help you get rid of Wali, the Lefert family, and ensure the safety of Ter Albion. I see. Shuren laughed and said, is this the favor your highness really wants to sell me? It's not a favor, it's a mutual benefit. Javas corrected, since it's a cooperation, then we have to do something that both sides can benefit from. From Java's point of view, helping Shuren solve Ter's problem and completely eliminate the threat of the Lefert family was something that would benefit Shuren. As for himself, his goal was to overthrow Mo Luo, overthrow his father, and ascend to the throne of the empire. And this was something that Shuren definitely wanted to do. He wasn't referring to ascending to the throne of the empire, but to topple Mo Luo. After all, Mara was the one who had his eyes on Ter. Shuren thought for a while and felt that it was feasible. In order to prevent Mara from running away, he had to make use of the prince's support, cover, and intelligence. Otherwise, he might not be able to find him even if he came looking for him openly. If he was not worried about this, Shuren would have directly brought Aie, Yulin, and Lilith to the capital of the empire. Would he still have to worry about not being able to deal with a woman who was hiding in the shadows? She was the mastermind behind the scenes, and there was also the old demon's faction behind her. Pulling her out, and then following the vines to find the old demon's faction behind her was what he should do. So, he might really have to find some time to go to the empire. Let's deal with Wali first. Shuren said, where is he now? In the empire's embassy. Javas was not surprised by Shuren's action, so he quickly said, he should still be collecting intelligence on Ter Albion, looking for a chance to attack her. If you trust me, you can leave this matter to me. Leave it to you? Shuren raised his eyebrows. To eliminate the root of the problem. Javas said without any disguise, this time, Wali brought an elite assassination squad from the Lefert family. I plan to eliminate them all in one go, lest we alert the enemy and let the assassination squad report back to the empire, causing Mara and the Lefert family to be on guard. There's an elite assassination squad? Sean's raised eyebrows furrowed again. That squad hasn't entered the capital yet, but is wandering around the capital, waiting for orders. Javas said, I will pay close attention to their every move. Once they show up, it will be their time to die. Ruthless. It seemed that this prince was going all out. He even planned to harm the elites of the empire. But since he had made up his mind to eliminate the Lefert family, what he was doing now was just a drizzle. All right. Shuren nodded and said, but, I have a condition. What condition? I want to take care of these bastards myself. That was the end of the conversation between Linley and Harvey. After that, Shuren decisively turned around and left, separating from Harvey. The two of them had only established a preliminary working relationship. Whether they would continue to work together in the future would depend on how the assassins sent by the Lefort family were dealt with. In any case, when Shuren found out that the assassins were here for Terre and intended to kill her, he had no intention of letting them go. After all, he did not want to be the kind of male protagonist who would passively wait for an incident to happen and then resolve it passively. As long as he was sure that the assassins were enemies and that they were a threat, he would just kill them. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his almost invincible cheat at the start of the game. With this thought in mind, Shuren returned to the Imperial City without anyone knowing. After some consideration, he helplessly chose to return home. If I enter the palace to look for Rosie at this time, my impure motives might be seen through. It was already the middle of the night, yet he still entered Her Highness' bedroom. No one would believe that he did not have impure motives. Hence, Shuren had no choice but to return to Podit's house reluctantly. As soon as he entered the door, before he could even enter the mansion, Shuren sensed a strange movement, causing him to turn his head and look at the side of the garden. There, a figure actually appeared there. Terre? Shuren was slightly startled, and he was a little surprised. It was Terre, whom Shuren and Harvey had been talking about before. At this moment, Terre was holding a sharp blade and concentrating on gathering mana. The air trembled slightly, causing circles of mana ripples to spread and converge on the sharp blade that Terre raised, forming a red mana blade. It was the demonic sword skill. Is she practicing how to use the demonic sword? Shuren could tell what Terre was doing at a glance. From the way Terre was gathering the demonic sword, it could be seen that she was trying to better use it. Shuren took a closer look and was surprised to find that Terre's demonic sword skill had been trained to level 5. Even Terre's level had risen to 66. She has grown again? Shuren muttered to himself in surprise. Isn't this speed a little too fast? It shouldn't have been long since the incident at the Adel Canyon. At that time, Terre had only just broken through to level 60. Now, she had actually climbed to level 66. The speed of her growth was almost catching up to him when he wasn't cultivating seriously. After thinking for a while, Shuren walked toward Terre's direction. Swoosh, just when Shuren got behind Terre, she suddenly turned around and slashed her demon sword at Shuren like a red lightning bolt that pierced through the night sky. Clang, without any hesitation, Shuren reached out and caught the blade of the demon sword with his bare hand. It was as if the demon sword had struck steel, and it made a crisp clanging sound. The sharp demon sword was still cutting at Shuren's palm, trying to chop off the hand that had overestimated itself. It was a pity that Sean, who had maxed out his physical resistance and magic resistance skills, could not even cut a little bit of his skin with a mere level 5 magic sword. Wait, why is your killing intent so strong? Shuren could only stare at the demon sword that was cutting at his hand, speechless. It's you? Terre seemed to have come back to her senses. She suddenly withdrew the power of the demon sword, and the red light on the blade dissipated. What? Did I scare you? Shuren looked at Terre with a faint smile. Yes, I did. Terre stared at Shuren, and said in a rare tone of annoyance, you actually caught the demon sword's attack with your bare hand. If this gets out, not only me, but everyone will be scared to death. As she spoke, Terre lifted her cloak and put away the sword in her hand. Shuren looked at this scene for a while before saying, your strength seems to have improved quite quickly. Yes. Terre seemed to be aware of this, so she didn't deny it. She nodded and said, in the royal capital, the difficulty of the missions and the monsters we had to fight were much higher than in Lemidgen. After choosing to develop in the royal capital, the strength of everyone in the party has improved rapidly, including me. According to Terre, the strength of everyone in Vivian's team had improved tremendously after coming to the royal capital. For example, Vivian was now preparing to break through to level 60. Lumia and Marika were also preparing to break through to level 50. Everyone's strength was improving at a much faster rate than when they were in Lemidgen. You're about to break through too, aren't you? Terre stared at Shuren with a scrutinizing gaze. Well, I guess so. Shuren touched his nose. When he left the royal capital, he had already reached level 55. During the battle in Cosmos, he had fought against the evil goddess Lilith who had gone berserk. Although he didn't defeat her, he had fully experienced the highest level of power in the world, and Shuren had accumulated valuable battle experience. Hence, he had unknowingly reached level 59. Just like Ter, he was at the threshold of a breakthrough and was only one step away from reaching level 60. In other words, Shuren had almost solved the problem of his low level, which had been his weakness in the past. Even if he wasn't as strong as those truly powerful beings, Shuren was no longer the newbie who had just joined Vivian's party. Back then, he had only been level 10. Now, his level had surpassed Lumia and Marika, and was even on par with Vivian. He was about to catch up to Ter. Ter had stagnated at this step for a period of time, so she could almost intuitively sense Shuren's current situation. As expected of a hero, Ter made such a comment. Sean couldn't help but laugh, and he felt somewhat grateful. He knew that Ter definitely had doubts in her heart. After all, how long had it been since Shuren joined Vivian's party? At most, it had only been about 3 months, right? In 3 months, he had actually risen from level 11 to almost level 60. Such a shocking rate of growth was a little strange even for a hero. Based on this, Ter might have realized that there was something on Shuren that could help him grow quickly. However, Ter chose not to pursue the matter. She probably thought that this secret was very important to Shuren, so she deliberately chose to ignore it. Sean would not be unaware of the level of trust this represented. It's already so late, and you're still cultivating here? Shuren suppressed the gratitude in his heart and said, "You've already grown fast enough. It's fine if you don't have to be so anxious." Hearing this, Ter shook her head. "This is not enough. It's just that at this level, it's impossible for that man to even take a look at you, let alone surpass him," Ter said calmly. The man that Ter was referring to was naturally Alidia. Surpassing Alidia was Ter's goal, and it could even be considered a wish. "You seem to care about him," Shuren said casually. "Do you want me to help you beat him up first?" "That's meaningless," Ter said indifferently. "It's not that I don't believe that you can do it. If it's you, you should be able to do it. But even if you beat him up, he probably won't feel anything. If that's the case, it's better not to do it." Ter's words made Shuren feel a little paranoid. "Actually, this time when I came back, I met him for a short period of time." Shuren muttered to himself for a while and said, "I think he might not be as emotionless as you said." This wasn't Shuren speaking up for Alidia. In fact, after coming into contact with Alidia, Shuren did realize that although the inflexible knight was very indifferent, he wasn't completely emotionless. He cared about Shuren's strength and expressed his desire to fight with Shuren. He cared about what Shuren said, and when he heard Shuren mention Ter, he would say, "No matter what, she has my blood flowing in her, in the past, now, and in the future." Shuren didn't know what kind of thoughts Alidia had when he said those words. But he was sure that Alidia did pay attention to Ter, not like what Ter said, treating her like nothing. "However, you think I did something wrong?" Ter seemed to frown. "I didn't say that." Shuren raised his hand to surrender. "It couldn't be helped." Ter's tone was filled with displeasure. It told Shuren how bad her mood was. It couldn't be helped. If it was someone else who said that to Ter, Ter would choose to ignore it. But when Shuren said it, Ter couldn't pretend that she didn't hear it. The reason was simple. "You are the person that I acknowledge, and you are also the existence that I entrust everything to." Ter looked straight at Shuren and said in a serious tone, "Others can acknowledge what that man did, but you can't." Shuren was speechless. He knew what Ter wanted to say. What Ter wanted to say was that if even herself, who she had pinned all her hopes on, admitted Alidia's words, then her denial of Alidia all the time would become a joke. Of course, Shuren didn't really acknowledge Alidia. "I'm just saying he's not as heartless as you think," Shuren said, "but what he did to you is wrong. I'm not going to generalize it." "That was it." "That's good." Ter relaxed her face and said, "Don't worry, I'll surpass him soon." Ter didn't say it with full confidence. Instead, she said it with an unwavering determination. It was not something that Ter wanted to do, but something that Ter had to do. Sharon wanted to say something, but he gave up. Seeing Ter working so hard in her cultivation just for such an illusory goal, Sharon felt sorry for her. She clearly has something she wants to be recognized by others. She keeps working hard for it, even giving up everything. But there are still people watching her in the dark. Thinking of what happened to the Lefort family, Sharon couldn't help but say. You haven't encountered anything strange lately, have you? Sharon's words made Ter frown slightly. Strange things? Ter murmured in a low voice, and then said, not really. What? Sharon's spirit was lifted, and he quickly said, what strange things have you encountered? Ter's answer to this question was as follows. It's Vivian and the others. Ter said bluntly, recently, they've been taking me to do some irregular tasks, as if they're hiding something from me. Is that so? Sharon laughed dryly. Needless to say, this was something Vivian did to prevent Ter from running into the Lefort family. Ter keenly saw some signs, but she didn't say it out loud. Although this girl was quiet, her mind was sometimes unbelievably flexible, and her intuition was also very sharp. Many times, when others were still trying to figure something out, she had already found the pattern. She was one step faster than anyone else, but she didn't say it out loud. After all, she's like Rosie, a lucky one who received the blessing of the goddess of destiny. It's normal for her to have sharp intuition. Sharon sighed. And this idea was immediately confirmed. Also, I have a feeling that something is going to happen soon. Ter murmured, it's like some evil existence is watching me, and it makes me feel a little uneasy. These words made Sharon fall silent. However, the silence made Ter feel that something was amiss. Are you also hiding something from me? Ter stared straight at Sharon, making Sharon feel a little guilty. It seems that I really have to become stronger as soon as possible. Ter seemed to understand something. After a moment of silence, she said, otherwise, it doesn't feel good to be protected by others all the time. In the past, Ter had always been protected by Vivian, Rosie, and Lily. Now, Ter might have also felt that she was protected by Sharon. This was definitely not what she wanted to see. She wanted to entrust everything to Sharon and let Sharon lead her to grow. She didn't want to live in a greenhouse under Sharon's protection. Sensing the emotions in Ter's heart, Sharon trembled and wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, Ter stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and walked towards the mansion. What's wrong? Sharon hurriedly asked. To this, Ter only replied with a simple sentence. Go take a bath. In the past, these words would have made Sharon wild with joy, but now they made him tremble. He knew that Ter was going to use extreme means to get information out of him. Can I hold on? For the first time, Sharon had no confidence in his abilities. On the other hand, while Sharon was caught by Ter and became a toy, Lucia and Marika were strolling outside alone. Along the way, Marika hugged her staff and could not help but sigh as she listened to the discussions around her. On the side, Lumia, who was trembling with fear as she followed Marika, had a worried expression. Are you all right? Marika? If you're not feeling well, you can go back and rest. I'll go buy the recovery items on my own, Lumia said with a worried look on her face. The reason why the two of them went out at such a late hour was to purchase the items needed for the adventure, which were various magical potions. Ever since the incident at the Adel Canyon, Vivian realized how important it was for a party to have sufficient recovery potions in times of crisis. Not only was it necessary to maintain a protracted battle, but it was also a necessary measure to ensure their safety and prevent them from losing their combat strength. For this reason, Vivian's party had now formed the habit of preparing a certain degree of recovery potions just in case they needed them in the future. This task was usually carried out by Lucia and Marika. As the party leader, Vivian needed to communicate and discuss with the guild and might not have the time to do so. Ter, on the other hand, knew nothing about this. Only Lucia and Marika were barely up to the task, and thus they became the party's logistics personnel who specialized in purchasing items. Now, Vivian was still in the guild, preparing for the screening of the commission and investigating the movements of the noble families tomorrow. Ter went home first, and only the two of them went outside to buy some of the recovery items. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Marika to go back alone. There was no other way. If Lucia goes alone and meets a strange shop assistant, she'll definitely be so nervous that she can't talk properly, right? Marika smiled bitterly. Ugh. Lucia said in an embarrassed voice, If the shop assistants are easy to talk to, I can still do it. In other words, if they were not easy to talk to, then Lucia would not be able to. Melika, on the other hand, was also easily nervous, but at least she still had the ability to talk normally. Therefore, if she went back, Lucia would probably be hiding in front of a shop because she didn't dare to enter the shop. She would probably be so anxious that she would cry because she was too afraid to enter the shop. Thinking of this, Marika wanted to laugh, but her mood prevented her from doing so. Sigh, unknowingly, Marika could not help but sigh again. This situation had been going on for a long time. Moreover, it wasn't something that had just happened today. Marika. Lucia peeped at Marika's expression, and after hesitating for a while, she mustered up her courage and asked, "What's wrong with you recently? You've been so lethargic that even Sister Vivian is worried." Is that so? Melika seemed to be aware of this, so she said guiltily, "Sister Vivian has already noticed? But Sister Vivian seems to know why you are like this. When I asked her if she wanted to talk to Marika, she said that you have to think about it yourself. Even Ter said that you should think about it yourself." Lucia nodded, but then said in a puzzled voice, "But Sister Vivian seems to know why you're like this. When I asked her if she wanted to talk to Marika, she said that you have to get over it on your own. Even Ter said that you have to figure it out yourself, and she won't interfere with your decision." Lucia nodded, but she was still puzzled. "But Sister Vivian seems to know why you are like this. When I asked her if she wanted to talk to Marika, she said that you have to think about it yourself. Even Ter said that she would not interfere with your thoughts. So shy. What's wrong?" Lucia seemed to be a little uncomfortable. "Everyone knows about you, but I don't know anything. I feel like I'm being ostracized." No. Marika hurriedly said. "No one has any intention of ostracizing Lucia." "Then what's wrong with Marika?" Lucia pouted. "If you have any troubles, you can tell me, although I might not be able to help." At this point, Lumia's sullen expression turned a little gloomy and dejected. All right. Marika could only comfort Lucia. After hesitating for a while, she said with a red face, "Then I'll tell you. Don't tell anyone else, okay?" Yes. Lucia immediately nodded. "I won't tell anyone else." Hearing this, Marika finally became bashful. Then, she shyly moved her mouth to Lucia's ear and whispered something. What? Lucia's eyes suddenly widened. "You like she." Sob. Before she could finish her sentence, Lucia's mouth was covered by Marika, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. "Don't say it out loud." Marika looked at the passers-by who were looking at them in surprise and said shyly, "They heard it." "Lucia, you idiot." Sob. Lucia hurriedly shook her head with tears in her eyes. It had to be said that the scene of two beautiful girls playing with each other on the street was very pleasing to the eye. The passers-by who looked at them did not necessarily look at them because of Lucia's exclamation. Fortunately, the two girls were already used to being stared at by others. They were no longer as nervous as they were when they first came to the royal capital. They were already immune to it to a certain extent. After a while, Marika finally let go of her hand, giving Lucia a chance to catch her breath. At this moment, Lucia finally understood Marika's troubles. "Are you worried about Mr. Shuren becoming Her Highness Rosie's husband's first priority candidate?" Lucia finally felt relieved. It's not really a problem," Marika said shyly. "I know it's a great thing for Mr. Shuren. I'm very surprised, but I also feel that Mr. Shuren is worthy of being the husband of Her Highness Rosie." "That's right," Lucia said in agreement. "That's Her Highness Rosie Rusty we're talking about. Most people should be proud to have a good relationship with Her Highness. Mr. Shuren was already very close to Her Highness back then, and I didn't expect him to become Her Highness's first priority candidate. That's really surprising." It was also because of this that Lucia actually quite admired Shuren. After all, not long ago, Shuren had just become an adventurer. To Vivian's party, he was a junior that they needed to take care of. Because of some unpleasant things that happened in Vivian's party, the girls were wary of Shuren for a period of time. But now, he had become a hot figure in the kingdom. Not only was he made a noble, but he had also made a series of shocking achievements. Moreover, he was the first priority candidate to become the husband of the kingdom's most precious treasure. It could be said that everyone in Vivian's party had watched him rise to fame, so it was impossible for them not to admire him. Of course, in addition to admiration, Lucia also had some doubts about Shuren. She recalled that time in the Adro Canyon, when he faced Terror who had lost control and gone berserk, and that dazzling holy sword that Shuren had released and used. Lucia could not help but murmur. Sure enough, Mr. Shuren is actually brave. Boo-hoo. As expected, Lucia's mouth was once again covered by Marika's hand. You can't say it out loud. Marika covered Lucia's mouth and said sternly, Sister Vivian has already said that this is a very important matter that concerns the future of the 3 realms and 3 races. So, we can't pursue the matter, and we can't talk about it casually. Have you forgotten? Only then did Lucia come to her senses, and she cast an aggrieved look at Marika. You can't talk about it casually in the future, okay? Marika let go of Lucia, but still worried, she reminded, you can't say it at home either, okay? Got it, Lucia said with a bitter expression. I won't say it again, and I won't ask again. That's good. Marika was relieved. Compared to Lucia, who was half aware, Marika had long been certain that Shuren was actually the hero. Although she did not know why the hero suddenly appeared, thinking of all the mysteries that Shuren had shown up in the past, as well as the lack of common knowledge about this world, Marika was basically certain that Shuren was the hero from another world. However, there must be a very, very deep secret behind this matter. After 1,000 years, and now that the hero's summoning ritual had been sealed, why would the hero suddenly appear? As long as she thought about it, Marika would know that there were serious secrets at play here. And Shuren was in such a whirlpool, and his situation might not be too good. Therefore, Marika had long made up her mind to help Shuren keep the secret no matter what. However, only an outstanding person like Her Highness Rosie and Rusty is worthy of being the hero's partner, right? Thinking of this, Marika couldn't help but sigh. Ah, she's sighing again. Lumia was puzzled. Just what is Marika thinking? I'm not thinking much. Marika stammered and said with some confusion, I just don't know what to do next. Indeed, Marika was only thinking about such things. Although Marika felt envious and surprised about Shuren and Rosie's marriage, she did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Just as she thought, since Shuren was a hero, it seemed very normal for him to tie the knot with Rosie, who was a hero candidate. The problem was that the person she admired was going to get married, so what should she do? Should she continue to get along with him while hiding her love for him like before, or should she dispel this unrealistic fantasy and recognize the reality? After all, she was just a very, very ordinary elf. In the eyes of ordinary people, elves might be noble and pure, but if the other party was a hero, how could an ordinary elf like her be qualified to walk beside him? What should she do? As Marika thought about this, she unconsciously became lost in thought. Marika did not notice that in the surrounding crowd, a pair of eyes was staring at her. Those eyes were filled with surprise, amazement, and evil desire. Edward felt that he was unfortunate and fortunate at the same time. He was unfortunate because after what happened today, he clearly realized that the goddess of his dreams would belong to someone else. He couldn't fight for her and he didn't dare to fight for her. Therefore, he realized the reality in despair and didn't dare to dream about Rosie anymore. Among the nobles who were competing in the capital, there were many who were better than him and had better backgrounds than him. He was the son of a duke who only dared to show off in his own territory, so he had no redeeming qualities here. He didn't even dare to provoke a viscount. That was fine. After all, with regards to Rosie, Adele had already recognized the cruel reality. He knew that it was impossible for him to obtain the kingdom's treasure, so he had already changed his target. All he wanted was to complete his family's arranged marriage and marry the other princess. However, even on this matter, he did not make any progress at all. This was the true misfortune of him. Walking on the streets of the imperial city, Edward recalled how he was turned away at the door when he went to Leah's bedroom. He couldn't even meet the king and had to leave with his tail between his legs. His heart was filled with rage and resentment. Those bastards from the royal family must be looking down on me and have no intention of fulfilling the marriage, right? Adele was able to see that. It was precisely because of that he was furious. I'm also the son of a duke and the blood of the brave flows in my veins. What right do they have to look down on me? Edward vented his resentment and barged his way through the streets, knocking away passers-by one after another and attracting countless angry glares. However, when the passers-by saw the two knights guarding Edward, they knew that he was a noble. They were furious but dared not say anything. All they could do was curse in their hearts and pretend that they didn't see anything and left the scene. Edward was just like that, venting his anger and cursing from time to time. The two knights beside him looked at him with disdain. How dare he call himself the descendant of the brave? With this kind of behavior, even a true hero's blood would be tainted by him, not to mention a duke's son whose hero's blood has been diluted over several generations. There isn't much hero's blood left in him. The two knights also looked down on Edward. Edward was too ignorant and incompetent. He only knew how to bully others and was a spoiled brat. He wasn't even level 20. If not for the fact that he was the only child left in the Xianxia family, he would have been abandoned long ago. How could he still be swaggering around here? The two knights had been serving the Xianxia family for a long time, so they knew very well that the person who was engaged to the royal family wasn't this ignorant and incompetent brat. Both of Edward's elder brothers were once outstanding talents, especially the eldest. He was no less talented than Lim Cho of the Stringham family. He was seen as the pillar of the family at a young age and was heavily nurtured by the family. Because he was not as good as his brother, Edward, who was too outstanding, had become an ignorant and incompetent playboy. The Xianxia family had initially planned for their outstanding eldest son to be engaged to the princess of the royal family. At the very least, they had to let the second son marry the princess. Who would have thought that an accident would cause the eldest and second sons of the Xianxia family to lose their precious lives, and the marriage between the royal family and the Xianxia family fell into Edward's hands. If not for that, the Xianxia family wouldn't have chosen an ignorant and incompetent brat to embarrass himself. They had no other choice. However, Edward did not have any self-awareness in this regard. He thought that this was fate, that he would be the son-in-law of the royal family, that he would be the one to marry the beautiful princess, and that his two brothers would not be able to enjoy it at all, so he had always been proud of it. It was only when he came to the royal capital and was treated coldly by Lia several times and was rejected by the royal family that Edward became like this. His heart was filled with resentment. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Thinking about this, Edward finally lost his temper. He kicked down the signboard of a shop on the side of the road, causing the surrounding people to flee in fear. At this moment, Adele's luck came to his rescue. After the people around him fled for their lives, Edward saw a pair of girls who seemed to be discussing something very serious and didn't notice what was happening. Seeing the girls, the resentment in Edward's heart froze. His eyes, which were filled with anger, suddenly lit up. There was no other reason than that the girls who had appeared out of nowhere were too outstanding. They were a combination of an orc girl and an elf girl. The orc girl seemed to be a hound man. She had a pair of cute canine ears and a furry tail. She wasn't wearing the leather clothing that orcs liked to wear, but light armor that adventurers liked to wear. She looked pitiful and timid, looking like a cute little shivering animal. She was the type of girl that men would want to protect. Even Edward, who had seen countless women, felt his eyes light up at the sight of such a cute orc girl. She was much cuter and prettier than most girls he had seen. It could be said that Edward would definitely see her as a prey if he saw her. But beside this cute orc girl, there was an even more beautiful existence. She looked pure and had fair skin. She was slender and wore a robe that gave her a sense of holiness that was close to nature. However, she seemed to be troubled by something, and her face was full of melancholy. She hit Edward's strike zone in an instant. Ever since he met Su Luoqian, Adair's fetishes had become a little strange. Apart from extremely beautiful women, everyone else in his eyes had become truly mediocre, and he no longer had any interest in them. Only those women who bore some resemblance to Su Luoqian could stimulate his desire, making him feel strange. However, after seeing that elf girl, Edward realized that his pure love for beauty seemed to have returned. She was a woman who was not inferior to Riyadh or Ella at all. In fact, she was even more beautiful than Ella. Furthermore, she was an elf, a race that was famous for its beauty and purity. It was easy to imagine how much she could stimulate a man's desires. To the living beings of the human world, elves were an unreachable existence. Be it in terms of beauty or holiness, they were second only to the goddesses of the Protoss. Hence, there were countless people who were infatuated with elves. The higher one's status was, the more passionate they would be about elf girls. Unfortunately, not only were there very few elves, they were also naturally difficult to get close to. They were abnormally clean, and would never allow others to touch them easily. The royalty of the elves might even feel that talking to people of other races was dirty. Unless they had their approval, they would not give face to anyone, even if they were brave. Furthermore, the elves had always lived in forests far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Ordinary people could not come into contact with them at all, and it was very difficult to see them. In this world, there were only a handful of people who could form a relationship with an elf woman. Edward had never seen an elf in his family's territory. Because of the Xianxia family's reputation, the Xianxia territory, which had always been worshipped by neighboring small countries, was not very respected among the many territories in the kingdom. Although it was not considered chaotic, it was filled with all sorts of nobles and people who played with power. Therefore, even adventurers did not want to develop there, let alone the elves. The elves would sometimes leave the forest to train outside, but they would only go to the more reputable territories or the bases of the elves who were developing outside. After all, no one knew better than the elves how much the people outside coveted them, how greedy and evil they were towards them. Because of this, although Edward had heard about the elves and yearned for them like any other man, he had never had the chance to touch them. Today, Edward realized that the goddess of fate had finally favored him. "Ag, Raid, do you see that?" Edward pointed ahead with an excited look on his face as he spoke to the two knights beside him. "It's an elf. It's really an elf." Hearing Edward's excited voice, the two knights named Ag and Raid felt even more disdain. However, they could not help but look at the elf girl and awe and desire appeared in their eyes. There really is an elf. As expected of the royal capital. Ag and Raid exclaimed in admiration. This undoubtedly made Edward even more excited. "She looks like an adventurer, right?" Edward stared at Marika and asked hurriedly, "Do you know her?" Ag and Raid shook their heads. In this world, there was no lack of elves who made a name for themselves as adventurers. However, according to what Ag and Raid knew, the elf girl in front of them did not match up to those powerful elves. In other words, she was most likely an elf who had just arrived in the human world. At this thought, Ag and Raid could not help but look at Edward enviously. They knew that Adele had his eyes on her. And an elf girl who had just arrived in the human world should be easier to get, right? Seems like I'm quite lucky. Adair grinned, unable to suppress the desire in his heart any longer. It had been a long time since he felt this excited. So, I'm definitely going to have that elf. After making up his mind, Adele strode towards Marika's direction without hesitation. Ag and Reed couldn't help but frown, but they could only follow him helplessly. Edward was right. Today, he was lucky. But at the same time, he was also the most unfortunate. I finally managed to get away with it. Inside the big bathing area of Porstadt's house, Shurin walked out of the bathing area while holding on to the wall as if he was very tired. Don't get me wrong, I'm really tired. I'm not tired because I've done something fun that made my legs weak and I can't walk. Although Shurin really wanted to turn into a beast and devour the daughter of the Elbian family, she obviously didn't want to let Shurin have his way. She kept tormenting him and trying to get information out of him. But if Shurin dared to pounce on her, she would immediately swing her fists and send Shurin flying. "Unless you tell me what you're hiding from me." The naked purple-haired maiden had said that more than once. Even though her tone and expression were calm, Sean really wanted to surrender more than once and tell Ter the truth. She would no longer wear a mask in front of Sean, and no one knew that she was going to be the most precious beauty of the kingdom in the future, as well as her naked posture. However, it wasn't the right time to tell Ter the truth. Because Shurin knew that with Ter's personality, if he told her about Mara and the Lefort family, she might just disappear without a word. Then, Shuren would go to the Lefort family and settle things with them. Don't doubt it, this was something Ter would do. The girl was never afraid of danger, nor did she have the habit of handing her matters to others. She didn't have the habit of relying on others or asking for help from others. Therefore, Shuren was very sure that if she knew about this, she would definitely go to the Lefort family and settle things alone. That would never work. Shuren recalled the information that Harvey gave him. The elite assassination squad of the Lefort family is usually trained to be loyal hounds. They have a very secretive organization that has been secretly collecting talented children, or even abandoned babies. There, they conduct comprehensive, closed-door training for them. In the process, countless people died because they couldn't handle the intensity of the training, and even more so because they had a mental breakdown. In the end, only a small number of elites who lost their sense of self, became numb to reality, and only listened to orders. Because of this, the elite assassination squad of the Lefort family can even be compared to the Slaughterer faction. The elite assassins trained by the Lefort family were all at least level 60, and many of them were even at level 70. They helped the Lefort family eliminate many opponents and troubles. This time, the Lefort family sent out a team of 10. 2 of them were at level 70, and the other 8 were all above level 60. They were very powerful. Wally himself was adopted by the current head of the Lefort family. Because of his extremely outstanding performance in the breeding organization, he was allowed to enter the Lefort family and became a great weapon under the head of the Lefort family. His level is as high as 77, and he also has a unique skill. I heard that it's a very bloody and ruthless skill. If unprepared, even a legendary powerhouse can be killed. 2 years ago, Wally fought with Killian of the Slaughterer faction. In the end, if it wasn't for Beethoven, Killian might have been killed by him. I fought with him once in the name of learning from each other. I didn't use my unique skill, nor did I use Thunderstorm. He didn't use his unique skill either. In the end, although I had the upper hand, I couldn't defeat him. In this way, one could imagine how strong Wally was. To Shuren, this opponent might not be a big deal, but to Ter, he was a terrifying opponent that was hard to defeat. At least, Shuren couldn't see Ter defeating Wally in the future, nor could he see Ter defeating the assassination team of 10 unless she used the power of the horn. But if that was the case, it would be a huge problem. Once the power of the horn was released, Ter would very likely go berserk and destroy the entire royal city. In terms of potential, Ter naturally wouldn't lose to Wally. However, Ter was still young. She was only 16 years old, and her strength was still improving. It wouldn't be easy for her to compete with Wally, who was almost 30 years old. Since that was the case, Shuren couldn't tell Ter about this. I'm doing this for your own good. You little vixen, how dare you torture me like this? Shuren sighed while leaning on the wall. One day, I'll make you kneel down and call me daddy. Let's see if you still dare to do that in the future. Feeling indignant, Shuren prepared to return to his room. He had been out for a whole day, and when he heard that Lilith couldn't find him after she woke up, she almost turned the entire Porstut's house upside down. If it wasn't for Aie and Xianxia stopping her, the evil god might have already rushed out onto the streets. Because of this, Shuren had to go back and coax the little girl, so that she wouldn't go on a rampage every day. Just when Shuren was thinking about this, he didn't notice that the goddess of nature beside him was also sighing helplessly. So his relationship with the other well-wisher of the god of destiny has already reached this stage? Naduna was amused and exclaimed at the same time. I really don't know how this hero did it. As a bystander who had witnessed everything, Nadia was deep in thought. Speaking of which, why do I feel like I've heard the name Mara before? After the conversation between Sean and Jarvis, Naduna, who had witnessed everything, had been muttering this sentence to herself. But for some reason, Naduna couldn't recall anything about this name. I'm a little concerned. If I have some free time in the future, I'll take a look at the situation in the Empire. Naduna made up her mind. But at this moment, Naduna suddenly felt a throbbing. This is... Naduna furrowed her brows, and her pretty face darkened. During this period of time, Naduna had placed all her attention on Shuren, but she would also split some of her attention to some existences that she cared about. Subconsciously, she would monitor them through the flowers, grass, trees, and wood in the natural world. Under such circumstances, if the existence she paid attention to did something unimaginable or encountered some kind of situation, all the flowers, grass, and trees in the natural world would transmit information to Naduna, letting her know everything. Therefore, Naduna already knew that the well-wisher candidate that she had her eyes on was now in trouble. Should I go and help her? Naduna hesitated. To her, it was as easy as lifting a finger. However, once she made a move, she would definitely be noticed by existences like the demonic dragon and Lilith. If they noticed, it would be impossible for her to continue to silently observe Shuren like this. Especially the demonic dragon. Even though she had seen a different side of him here, for Naduna, this was still a vicious existence with a bad temper, and it was not easy to get along with her. If she knew that she had her eyes on the person she liked, it was very likely that she would directly barge into the divine realm to demand an explanation. That would be troublesome. Right. Naduna cast her gaze on Shuren, who was walking in front of her while leaning on the wall. He has the blessing of the Mother Goddess, then the power of my blessing, he should also have the power of my blessing. The blessing of the Supreme God included the protection of the world, and all. The blessing effects of the Protoss's goddess could work on him. Among them, there must be a power of her own, blessing of the Mother Goddess. In that case, if I use the method we usually use to enlighten believers and well-wishers, I should be able to talk directly to him. Just like Elise, who could borrow the power of the goddess of life through prayer, the goddesses could also connect their believers' or well-wishers' minds and talk directly to each other. Then let's do it. Naduna made a decision. Shuren, who was walking in the direction of his room, suddenly stopped, and his expression changed slightly. Because, at this moment, an obscure magic power descended on him, as if connected to him, and enveloped him. This is. Shuren subconsciously wanted to mobilize his magic power to break the shroud of this magic power. However, before that, a voice rang out from the depths of his heart in disbelief. Hello, hero Shuren. It was a voice as clear as a spring in the water, and as comfortable as a breeze in the forest, making people feel relaxed and happy. You are? Shuren stopped what he was about to do and asked silently in his heart. The other party answered. I am Naduna, goddess of nature Naduna. The owner of the voice told Shuren, and Shuren couldn't help but be surprised. Goddess of nature? One of the three great goddesses of the Protoss? Isn't that the pinnacle of the divine realm alongside Anima? It's nice to meet you, and it's nice that you know me. It's my honor to be remembered by a hero like you. The other party spoke in a dignified and polite voice, and it gave Shuren the illusion of a noble princess bowing to him. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This elegant, dignified, and polite feeling made even Shuren understand that the other party must be a rather pure and flawless existence. But, I'm very sorry to talk to you in such a presumptuous manner, but I have something to ask of you. It might be a little urgent, so can you please head to this place now? With this sentence, a message appeared in Shuren's mind, pointing out the direction for Shuren. Then, without waiting for Shuren to have any doubts, the goddess of nature explained. There, a child that I value is in trouble. She's also someone you know. Her name is Marika. As soon as this was said, Shuren's gaze suddenly focused. Just as Najula had said, Marika was in big trouble. Marika, Lucia was already in a state of complete fear. She hid beside Marika, her body trembling as if she would cry at any moment. It's okay, Lucia. Don't be afraid. Marika held Lucia's hand and comforted her. In fact, her face was filled with nervousness. Not only did she bite her lips, but she also held Lucia's hand tightly. If others knew, they would know that she wasn't in a good mood. In front of Melika and Lucia, Adele led Aki and ran to block the way of the young ladies while sizing them up with presumptuous gazes. The smile on his face was polite, but it was very deliberate and pretentious. Or rather, it could be said that Edward's eyes were filled with extreme excitement. It was a sign that his sadistic heart had been stimulated. It was obvious that Melika's nervousness and Lumia's fear had stimulated the Duke's son's happiness. Therefore, not only did Edward not restrain himself, but he also became even more aggressive. Why are you so nervous? Edward said with a smile. I just want to invite both of you for a meal. That's not too much, is it? Hearing this, Lucia was speechless. Marika was also very afraid, but she still mustered up her courage to speak. I am in a difficult position. Really, can you not be like this? Marika tried her best to express her thoughts. However, Marika didn't know that her current appearance was not only unconvincing to those who harbored evil intentions, but it also strengthened her image as a pushover. At least, that was what Edward thought. Therefore, you don't know how to appreciate favors, young lady of the elf race. Let me tell you the truth. I am the son of a duke. My father is the head of the house of Xianxia. I am the next duke and the betrothed of Princess Leah, who is the first in line to inherit the throne. Even the royal family of the elves have to be polite to me. Are you sure you want to disrespect me like this? Ugh. Marika was speechless. If what Edward said was true, then his status was indeed not something that someone like her could defy. Although the elf race was a very noble and transcendent race, especially the royal elves, who were the symbol of nobility in the human world, and even human kings had to pay respect to them. However, the Mitra kingdom was also a country of the brave. It was founded by the brave who had defeated the demon king. The royal elves of this country were also existences that the elf race deeply respected. Once upon a time, the elf king was a companion of hero Mitra. He was friends with the ancestors of the Elba family and the outstanding warriors of the hero group, which was the predecessor of the Imperial Knight Regiment. It could even be said that he was one of them. In the war 1,000 years ago, he and his companions of the hero group fought against the demon beasts of the 6 great demons, leaving his name in the annals of history. Because of this, the relationship between the elf race and the Mitra kingdom was very good. If the elves left the forest to train, they would usually come to the Mitra kingdom. Very few of them would go to other countries. Because of this, the royal elves could be said to be an unreachable existence to the royal families of other countries. However, the royal elves always had a bit of respect and affection for the Mitra kingdom. Under such circumstances, if Edward was really the fiancé of the royal princess, then it was not strange that the royal elves would become polite to him. Moreover, even if the royal elves could be impolite, Marika could not. This was because Marika was only an ordinary elf. She came from an ordinary family in the home of the elves, and was far from the noble royal family. Do you understand now? Edward smiled proudly and said, since you understand, then you should know what to do, right? As he spoke, Edward gestured to Agi and Rand beside him. Agi and Rand looked at each other, then expressionlessly stepped forward and released their auras. That aura caused Marika's expression to change. Level 70, those 2 knights were actually above level 70. Knowing this, Marika's heart was filled with despair. With these 2 powerful knights here, he wouldn't even be able to resist. Not only was there a difference of more than 20 levels, but she was also a mage. At such a distance, as soon as she chanted a spell, the other party would immediately attack and subdue her. Melika's voice trembled as she realized this. I can go with you, but you have to let my companion leave. Yes, Marika was prepared to compromise and at least protect Lumia. No. Marika. Lumia realized this and shook her head continuously with tears in her eyes. Edward, on the other hand, glanced at Lumia, feeling conflicted. After all, this orc girl was also very beautiful. Although she was not as pure and beautiful as the elves, her helpless and pitiful appearance stimulated Edward's sadistic heart. Of all the women Edward had seen, Lumia might not be the prettiest, but she was definitely in the top 5. If not for Marika's presence, Lumia would also be an exquisite prey in Edward's eyes. It was a pity that Marika had the blessing of her race and was the best of the best. As the existence closest to the Protoss among humans, every elf was so pure and beautiful, the perfect object that everyone yearned for. In terms of looks and hobbies, to Edward, Marika's priority was even higher than Lumia's. Thus, after thinking about it, Edward made a decision. Since Miss Sidhi has said so, alright then. I'm not an unreasonable person, so I'll let Miss Sidhi leave. Edward said nonchalantly, but in his heart, he was thinking to himself. I'll think of a way to get this elf first and send someone to keep an eye on the canine. After I succeed, I'll find a chance to bring her back. Edward was not prepared to let go of either of these rare beauties. Marika and Lumia, who did not know what Edward was thinking, fell into an argument. You. Hurry up and leave. Lumia. I don't want to. I'm begging you. Hurry up and go back. Woo-woo. Marika. I can't. The two girls could not help but hug each other, one looking anxious and the other crying. Looking at the two girls, Edward did not feel pity for them at all. Instead, he looked at them with admiration, feeling a little regretful. If I can enjoy these two people together tonight, that will be the greatest enjoyment. At this thought, Edward did not want to let Lumia go. However, the consequence of doing so might be that Marika and Lumia would fight to the death. Edward was not worried that the two young girls would hurt him, but he was afraid that they would be too stubborn and end up like some female adventurers he had forced in the past, committing suicide on the spot. That would be a huge loss. Adventurers were different from others. They often went on adventures and experienced many life-threatening situations. To them, they were already prepared to lose their lives. If they were forced into a corner, they would not mind giving up their lives. If he were to miss out on these two exquisite girls because of this, then he would definitely regret it to death. Let's play it safe first. After all, I will achieve this goal sooner or later. Just thinking about it made Edward's heart burn with passion. Edward had no idea that Marika was even more unyielding than he had imagined. Perhaps because Marika appeared to be a little timid, Edward subconsciously overlooked that as an elf who valued her purity, Marika would never let someone like him touch even a hair on her head. Therefore, Marika had made up her mind long ago. After Lumia leaves, I will immediately use the self-immolation spell. Marika thought to herself resolutely. I wonder if Sister Vivian and Ter will be sad. And Mr. Shuren? Will he be sad? If he will, that would be great. With that in mind, Marika kept pushing Lumia away. Let's go, Lumia. Marika forced a smile and said, let's go back and find Sister Vivian and Mr. Shuren. I'm sure they will have a solution. Marika. Lumia looked like she was about to cry. On the other hand, Edward's face was originally filled with glee, as if he had thought of something exciting. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly froze. Wait, who did she just say? Edward's eyes widened as he murmured, Mr. Shuren. Shuren, isn't that? Do you know him? Edward's expression finally changed. However, it was already too late to change his expression at this moment. Whoosh! Like a flash of light, a figure dashed through the air at an astonishing speed. Accompanied by a gust of wind, the figure appeared before Edward. Bam! Following a muffled thud, Edward, who was shocked, did not even have time to react. He was sent flying by the kick and crashed into the wall of a building. Pfft! Edward spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with pain and shock. What? Attack! AIG and Reed's expressions finally changed. One side was shocked, and the other side was furious. They pulled out their swords from their waists and rushed towards the figure that was attacking them. Without any hesitation, the two knights above level 70 swung their swords at the figure. But, clang! Clang! As two steel-like sounds rang out, the two longswords slashed down on the figure's body and actually caused a burst of sparks before they were immediately repelled. Bam! Bam! In the next second, two more muffled sounds rang out. Gah! Gulp! AG and Reed were kicked away mercilessly like Edward. They hit the ground and rolled on the ground. Only then did the owner of the figure appear in front of everyone. Mr. Shuren. Mr. Shuren. Seeing the figure's face, Marika and Lumia were stunned at first. Then, they looked pleasantly surprised. The figure was none other than Shuren. WH. What? What's going on? Is it a private fight? Hurry up and inform the knights or the adventurers who are patrolling at night. The passers-by seemed to have finally noticed the commotion, and they were all startled at first, before a commotion broke out. However, Shuren turned a blind eye to it, and did not even look at Edward and the others. He simply turned his head and looked at Melika and Lucia behind him. After sizing them up, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Shuren stepped forward and asked. That familiar voice finally made Melika and Lucia realize that they had been saved. Mr. Shuren. Mr. Shuren. In the next second, the two young ladies threw themselves into Shuren's arms. Ugh, Shuren did not expect the two timid and easily nervous girls to be so excited as to throw themselves into his arms. Hence, he was shocked. But very soon, Shuren's heart was filled with pity. This was because the two young ladies who had thrown themselves into his arms were trembling. One could well imagine how terrified they were just now. Especially Melika, who looked as if she had just survived a disaster and was crying tears of joy. Mr. Shuren. Mr. Shuren. Melika hugged Shuren tightly as if she had almost lost something important, and muttered Shuren's name while hugging him. Shuren could imagine what the young lady had just gone through. To begin with, Melika was an elf who valued purity, and had been offended by people like Margrave in the past. It was completely imaginable how she would react when she encountered such a situation. Hence, Shuren could not help but become gentler. He patted Melika's back and Lucia's shoulder, and comforted them. Alright, it's alright now, don't be afraid. Shuren showed a rare gentleness. At this moment, Ike and Reed, who had shakily stood up from the ground, finally saw the appearance of the person who had attacked them, and their expressions changed. Shuren Porstut. They actually know Shuren Porstut. Ag and Reed were sweating profusely at the same time. Obviously, they were scared out of their wits. Cough, cough. Edward kept coughing up blood. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his chest, he rolled and crawled, trying to escape. What a joke. He was just ignorant and a playboy, but he was not a fool. Since Melika and Lucia were Shuren's acquaintances, if he did not escape now, he would really be dead. Unfortunately, bind. The air around Edward suddenly became solid. It was as if an invisible heavy object was pressing down on Edward's body. Edward's body suddenly froze. Not only could he not move, but he was also suffocating from the pressure. He let out a series of strange cries, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Edward's body immediately froze in place. Not only was he unable to move, but he was also suffocating from the pressure. He let out a series of strange cries, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Only then did Sean press on Marika and Lumia's shoulders and turn around to look at Adele. Shuren had a smile on his face, but for some reason, it sent chills down one's spine. Sean had a smile on his face, but for some reason, it sent chills down one's spine. Stop. Ike and Reed cried out subconsciously. Ag and Rand exclaimed subconsciously when they saw the scene. Seeing this, Shuren subconsciously shouted. Sean did not even look at the two knights, and said indifferently. But just like that, the two knights really didn't move at all. They had no choice. Shuren had already used the skill, oppression, and a terrifying aura enveloped the two knights. Horrified, the two knights trembled all over, and they could not even move. With just his aura, Shuren had suppressed two knights who were above level 70. This scene was witnessed by the passers-by. They began to discuss among themselves, and their faces were filled with surprise. Perhaps they recognized Shuren or Edward, and they surrounded the scene. You two, step aside. Shuren then whispered to the two girls in his arms. Yes. Lucia seemed to have calmed down. When she saw how tightly she was hugging Sean, she hurriedly let go of him and timidly retreated to the side. Shuren. Mr. Shuren? Melika did not know what Shuren was going to do, and her face was filled with unease. It's fine. Step back. Shuren smiled at Melika and said, I will help you get back at them. Hearing this, Melika fixed her gaze on Shuren, then nodded heavily and stepped aside. Sean's smile faded, and he strode forward to stand in front of Edward. What? What do you want? Edward was already scared out of his wits. Seeing Shuren walking toward him, his heart trembled as he shouted, Don't come near me. My father is. Before he could finish his sentence, Edward suffered a vicious punch to the face, causing blood to spurt out of his nose and fall to the ground with a bang. The passers-by gasped in shock. Ag and Raid were even more shocked. However, Shuren turned a deaf ear to them. Instead, he raised his leg and kicked Edward repeatedly. Bang! 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 Bang, as a series of muffled thuds rang out, Edward's entire body was kicked mercilessly, causing the surrounding people to reveal looks of horror. Gah! Ah! Stop! No! It hurts! Stop right now! Spare me! Ah! Edward screamed and rolled on the ground, but it did not make Xian show any mercy. Xian expressionlessly kicked him until his face was bruised and swollen. It was a true demonstration of what it meant to be a man of few words. He did not even let his opponent speak a single word. His ruthlessness was truly frightening. Only when Edward was out of breath did Xian stop. He reached out and grabbed Edward, whose face was bruised and swollen, and dragged him in front of him. Come, tell me. Xian smiled faintly. Who is your father? Xian did not even give such a small character a cliché plot to frighten people with a background. After he taught the other party a lesson, he would properly pursue the matter. Edward was already crying. Moreover, he was crying so hard that tears and snot were flowing out of his eyes. My father is a duke. Adele's mouth was a little leaky, so he blurted out the sentence in a muffled voice. Is that so? Xian smiled. Are you sure your father is not a king? Edward was stunned. Seems like he isn't. Xian nodded as if he had gotten the answer. His expression suddenly changed. If your father isn't the most powerful one, then why are you acting all high and mighty here? As soon as he finished speaking, Xian punched out again. Bang! Ah! The punch landed squarely on Edward's face, causing a loud thud and a painful scream. Edward was sent flying. Just like the 2 nights before him, he rolled a few times on the ground before rolling into the crowd of onlookers. The passers-by were all shocked and scrambled to get out of the way. With that, Edward lost his consciousness completely. He fainted on the spot, unable to move anymore. Bloodstains were left on the ground beneath the man's body as he rolled over. The scene was indescribably tragic. Young Master Edward. AG and Reed finally couldn't help but scream, their hearts filled with despair. They knew that it would be hard for them to explain themselves to the master of the house for causing Edward to end up in such a miserable state. Just then, someone brought the knights over. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! What happened? The knights hurried over, and when they saw the situation, they issued a stern warning. However, when they saw Xian standing there with a cold expression and his fist dripping with blood, they were shocked again. That is Viscount Potter Tut, the first priority candidate for Her Highness Rosie's husband. The knights easily recognized Xian. This was something that would not have happened in the past. In the past, although Xian was famous, he was not as famous as he was now. However, ever since the battle with Harvey on the stage, Xian's appearance and life story became more and more well known. Now, at least in the Imperial City, there was no one who did not know him. It was because of this that the knights were shocked. Presumably, they did not expect that the person causing trouble here was actually Xian, who had recently become an influential figure, right? However, Xian did not care about them. He walked up to the fainted Adele and lifted him up with one hand. You two are his guards, right? Xian held Adele in one hand and looked at Ike and Reed. He said indifferently, if that's the case, go back and tell the Duke that this guy mentioned. Ask him to come to my house to get them. As he said this, Xian looked around and said word by word. I want to see if a duke is so lawless that he would allow his son to kidnap a young girl on the streets in the Imperial City with ill intentions. Hearing this, the people around them realized what was going on and instantly broke into an uproar. AG and Rant's faces were even paler. Their lips were trembling, but they couldn't utter a word. After saying this, Xian went to Marika and Lumia. Come, let's go back. As he said this, Xian took Edward, Marika, and Lumia back to Potter Tut's house. The people at the scene looked at each other and the uproar became even louder. The knights also realized that things were not looking good. Let's go and quickly report this matter. Viscount Potter Tut seems to have a fight with the Duke. Something big is going to happen. The knights came and left in a hurry. In the Imperial City, a big commotion was about to begin. In the king's bedroom in the palace. And she was just about to go to bed. However, before she could go to bed, a piece of news passed through the palace guards and reached his ears. "What did you say?" And she, who had already changed into his pajamas, was woken up by the guard's words. The young master of the Xianxia family was taken away by Viscount Porstut, and he even said that Duke Xianxia was going to fetch him himself? And she only had one thought in his mind after hearing about this. That kid, why does he do such earth-shattering things all of a sudden? And she thought about this as he changed out of his pajamas and put on his clothes for going out. He had no choice. The guard had already told him that the master of the Xianxia family was now in a rage. He led his guards to Porstut's house without a care in the world. What an idiot. He knew that the kid had a demon behind him, but he still dared to do this. It seems like the Xianxia family has been living too comfortably in the south all these years. They have forgotten that there are some existences that they cannot afford to offend. To prevent the capital from turning into a river of blood, and she had no choice but to bring his guards with him. He didn't even have time to inform Alidia and went straight to Porstut's house. At the same time, the two princesses also received the news. "Xianxia," Rosie raised her eyebrows. She seemed to have thought of something, but she didn't feel that it was inappropriate. Instead, she smiled. This is a good opportunity. After all, Rosie had long disliked the people from the Xianxia family. It should be said that she had long disliked the engagement between the Xianxia family and the Xianxia family. Now, she finally had a chance to make a fuss. "Let's go and have a look." So, Rosie also changed her clothes and led the female knights of the Holy Sword Legion out of the palace. Naturally, Lia, who had just fallen asleep, was also woken up by the news. Edward tried to snatch Viscount Porstut's woman on the street, so he was seriously injured and brought to Porstut's house? Leah's face was filled with astonishment. But after the astonishment, Lia felt a wave of anger and disgust. That young master still got himself into big trouble after all. Lia didn't doubt the authenticity of the news at all. Because this was indeed something that the Edward she knew would do. How could she not know what kind of person her fiancé was? "I thought that he would restrain himself at this time. I didn't expect that he would still dare to do such a thing." At this moment, because of Rosie's selection of a son-in-law, all kinds of dignitaries had come to King City and could appear at any time. Under such circumstances, even the most hedonistic of nobles would be warned by their families to restrain themselves and not to offend people they shouldn't offend. Edward, on the other hand, had actually dared to do such a thing. He had no one to blame but himself. However, Adele could not be blamed for this. Firstly, Marika was an elf and clearly not a noble of any country, so Adele didn't think too much about it. Secondly, be it Marika or Lumia, they were both dressed as adventurers, which made Adele feel that they weren't people with a powerful background. Moreover, Melika looked like a greenhorn, and Edward was annoyed at being rejected by Lia and the royal family. He was a little impulsive, and in the end, Edward made this move. If Marika had been dressed more exquisitely, and Lucia wasn't the only one by her side, Adele wouldn't have dared to act recklessly no matter how bold he was. Even if he wanted to, as his guards, AG and Red, would stop him from bringing trouble to the Xianxia family. This time, he just happened to kick the iron plate that he shouldn't have. This time, he really just happened to kick the iron plate that he shouldn't have kicked the most. Now, the Xianxia family is really famous. Lia didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she felt happy. She wanted Edward to be punished, so that the Xianxia family would be humiliated. She wanted to see if they still dared to come to the Xianxia family again and again to ask for the former king's engagement. Of course, from her point of view, Lia couldn't pretend that she didn't hear it. I don't know what Sharon is thinking. It's pardonable that he taught that young master a lesson. I don't think the Xianxia family would dare to take revenge on him. But if he directly took him back, the old man from the Xianxia family wouldn't let it go. It wasn't just for the sake of face. It was also because he was the only child left in the Xianxia family. The old man couldn't wait to protect him. How could he let anything happen to him? Therefore, the conflict this time would definitely be very big. Did he do it on purpose? Lia couldn't figure out what Sharon was thinking. In fact, Lia was overthinking this time. After all, Sharon didn't even know who Edward was. However, Shuren was really angry. He didn't expect that such a lousy plot of a noble child using his power to bully others would actually happen around him. Although this plot was lousy, if he really encountered it, there was nothing else he could do other than be extremely popular. Sean didn't dare to imagine what would have happened to Marika if he hadn't received Najula's revelation and didn't know what had happened to her. The more he thought about it, the angrier Shuren became. Therefore, Shuren definitely wouldn't let this matter be settled so easily. Although Shuren hated trouble and the cliché of pretending to be pretentious, he was still a noble and the future husband of Her Highness the Princess. He had the demonic dragon behind him and the evil god by his side. He was also a hero. If he didn't show off his power, he would have come to this world for nothing. Because of this time, Shuren made up his mind to be ruthless and let everyone know that he wasn't to be trifled with. This was to prevent anyone from touching the people around him in the future. Duke? The last duke who dared to be so arrogant didn't even have a grave, not to mention grass on his grave. This was what Shuren was thinking. Lia, who didn't know all this, thought that there was some reason behind it. After thinking for a while, she finally decided. Let's go and take a look. Without informing Shauna or anyone else, Liao led a few knights and left the palace as well. None of this could be hidden from the eyes of the nobles. After understanding the cause and effect, the nobles knew that the imperial capital was destined to not be peaceful tonight. In the main hall of Porstut's residence. Bam, following an abrupt muffled thud, Edward was sent flying and crashed into the wall. He let out an agonizing cry and fell to the ground. Tare looked at the screaming Edward with a furious expression. She stepped forward with a sharp blade in her hand, as if she was going to end Edward's life. Tare. Don't. Stop fighting. Seeing this scene, Marika and Lumia seemed to be frightened. They hurried forward and hugged Tare. Vivian pressed down on Tare's shoulder and stopped her. All right, calm down. Vivian's expression was as calm as still water. If you continue fighting, he'll really die. Then kill him, Tare said coldly. It's best to kill a scumbag like him. Don't. Don't kill me. Edward was already terrified. Ignoring the intense pain all over his body, he cried and begged for mercy. At the side, Shuren just sat there and didn't seem to have any intention of stopping Tare. It was as if he wouldn't even frown if Edward were to be killed. Instead, it was Marika who tried to mediate. Aren't I fine now, Tare? Marika said weakly. Tare immediately glared at Marika and said with an unfriendly expression, What? Tare immediately glared at Marika and said with an unfriendly expression, What? Marika hurriedly shook her head. Of course, she didn't want anything to happen to her. Of course, she didn't want anything to happen to her. As a matter of fact, Marika still had some lingering fear in her heart. However, this wasn't the first time she encountered something like this. Hence, Marika only said in a low voice, I know that everyone is trying to protect me. However, I feel bad that everyone went to such a big fuss over my matter. These were Marika's true thoughts. Marika really didn't care much about Edward's life or death. Elves were a kind-hearted race, but they valued their purity more than anything else. If someone intended to offend them, they wouldn't kill them, but they definitely wouldn't plead for them either. The reason why she stopped Tare was because she felt bad that she had troubled everyone and made them so angry. Vivian patted Marika's shoulder and sighed. I didn't think it through this time, Vivian said guiltily. I should have thought of this earlier. In this period of time, there are many young nobles in the capital who bully others. I shouldn't have let you and Lumia go shopping alone. As she spoke, Vivian also felt her heart palpitate. Fortunately, Shuren was here this time. Otherwise, I really don't know how to apologize to you. Vivian's words made everyone look at Shuren. Who would have thought that, back then, Lily had forced him into their team, and everyone was wary of him because they were worried that he would have some improper thoughts. Now, not only was he living under the same roof as them, but he had also saved Marika and Lumia from the hands of the nobles who had improper thoughts about him. Fate was really a wonderful thing. However, is this okay? Vivian said solemnly. If I'm not wrong, this person should be the son of Duke Lysica. If you bring him back like this and let him come and pick him up himself, if you don't handle this well, even the royal family might not be able to support you. After all, the Duke was a noble of the highest class, a true relative of the royal family. If he was too presumptuous, even the royal family would not be able to help Shuren. However, don't worry. Shuren wasn't worried at all. Instead, he smiled. This time I will let everyone who has doubts about me know that I don't just have the power of the Mitra royal family. No matter what, there was one thing that was certain. I want to make a big deal out of this. This time, the matter had indeed become a big deal. In less than an hour, not only the nobles, but even the commoners in the royal city knew about it. I heard that the young master of Duke Lysica's family has offended Viscount Porstut. The young master of Duke Lysica's family has offended Viscount Porstut's woman. Duke Lysica has already brought his guards and knights to Porstut's house. A viscount has actually gone against a duke. That's amazing. Only Viscount Porstut would dare to do such a thing. Even though it was the middle of the night, the streets and alleys of the royal city were filled with all kinds of discussions. One could imagine how big the incident was. This was also because Shuren was one of the main characters in the incident. As Shuren's reputation had risen, many people were paying attention to him. Whenever he did something, it would naturally spread and everyone would know about it. Hence, not only the nobles, but even some of the more daring commoners headed to the noble district and Porstut's house, intending to find out what had happened. However, when they arrived at Porstut's house, they were shocked to realize that the incident this time was much bigger than they had imagined. This was because the entrance of Porstut's house was surrounded by a dense group of knights. The person in the lead was a middle-aged noble who seemed to be around 50 years old and was dressed in luxurious clothes. This person was Adele's father, the Duke of Mitra Kingdom, Jerliman Lysica. At this moment, Jerliman's face was extremely gloomy. Standing beside him were Aki and Rend, who were both yes men. It was obvious that he was on the verge of exploding. In fact, Jerliman was in a terrible mood. Not only was it because his son had done such a good thing, but it was also because everyone knew about this matter, which made him feel that he had lost all his face. Hence, without much thought, Jerliman brought all the guards and knights around him and surrounded the entire Porstut's house. Shuren Porstut! Jerliman shouted angrily. Return my son to me! Under Jerliman's roar, the knights behind him took a step forward at the same time. Boom! The sound of heavy, orderly footsteps suddenly rang out, filling the world with an austere aura in an instant. This shocked the nobles and commoners who were watching the scene. Is Duke Lysica really going to fight with Viscount Porstut? He's really daring. Although he is only a viscount, he is still the first priority candidate for Her Highness Rosie's husband. He's not even giving face to the royal family? It seems like he's lost his mind for his only son. Just like that, everyone was discussing spiritedly. Until, what a nuisance. It's so noisy in the middle of the night. As expected of the Duke, he really knows how to bully others. After the words were spoken, the door of Porstut's house opened up. Inside the gate, there were no guards or knights. Only Sean and the members of Vivian's team slowly walked out and appeared in front of everyone. There were no guards or knights behind the door. Only Shuren walked out with Vivian's team. However, he was dragged out by Sean by the back of his collar. Everyone gasped when they saw this scene. Not only was Adele dragged out, but the Duke's son was also covered in wounds. His face was swollen, and he looked like he was on the verge of death. There was even a trail of blood under his body. He looked extremely pitiful. Pitiful was no longer enough to describe him. Adele. Jerliman was shocked and angry. He flew into a rage and looked at Sean as if he had killed his father. He growled, "Bastard! How dare you?" Looking at the furious Jerliman, Shuren revealed a cheerful smile that didn't look like he had done all this. "Of course I dare," Shuren said with a faint smile. "He's just a piece of trash who bullies others. Why wouldn't I dare?" "You." Jerliman pointed at Shuren as he panted and shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Give him back." However, Shuren didn't do as Jerliman shouted. Instead, he smirked and dragged Adele over, throwing him in front of him. Bam! In the next second, Shuren lifted his leg and stomped on Adele's body without hesitation. Aha! Adele let out an extremely painful scream that made everyone's heart tremble. "Stop!" Jerliman finally exploded. He raised his staff and chanted a spell, releasing a sky-high flame that blasted at Shuren. Give up. Dispel. Xian did not even move. He merely chanted a sentence, and the mana in his body erupted. The flames that fell on his side immediately disappeared without a trace, as if they had been blown away amidst everyone's exclamations. Bam! Xian didn't waste his breath or retaliate. After dispersing the flames, he lifted his leg and stomped on Edward's body expressionlessly, causing him to scream in agony again. That silent mockery and sarcasm made Jerlaman lose his mind. Everyone, attack! Jerlaman roared, and the knights behind him drew their weapons. The mages also raised their staffs and attacked Shuren. Unfortunately, Shuren didn't move at all. Even the girls around Shuren watched with sullen expressions and didn't move at all. However, just because Shuren and the others didn't move, it didn't mean that no one else would. In midair, a scorching breath suddenly descended and blasted in front of the charging knights. Boom! Amidst the explosion-like rumbles, the scorching breath spread out like magma. Not only did it scorch the ground in an instant, it even blasted the attacking knights away, causing them to cry out in agony. They were blown up and fell to the ground. Roar! Only then did the pitch-black dragon descend from midair and come to the top of Xian's group. It looked at everyone in front of it and let out a violent roar. The angry roar turned into a turbulent wave of air, blowing on everyone's body. The Adal's Black Dragon. It's the Adal's Black Dragon. When the spectators saw this scene, all of them cried out in surprise and trembled with fear. Jerlaman, who was blinded by anger, felt as if a basin of cold water had been splashed on him. He felt a chill from head to toe as he looked at the black dragon descending from the sky. Even he understood that in the face of the legendary Adal's Black Dragon, it would be useless no matter how many people he had on his side. It was said to be a legendary-level magical beast that was above level 90, an almost invincible king of magical beasts. Unless it was the Royal Knights, which private army or Royal Knights under the command of a noble would be able to defeat such a magical beast. Are you awake now? Your Grace? It was only then that Xian spoke sarcastically. You don't really think that you're the stronger side, do you? It can't be, right? That one sentence caused the veins on Jerlaman's temples to bulge. He clenched his fists tightly, and one could imagine how furious he was. After all, when had he ever been bullied like this? As a duke, a noble of the highest class, and a true relative of the king, even the royal family had to greet him with a smile. In the small neighboring countries, even the king had to flatter him. How could Jerlaman be bullied like this? This was also the reason why he dared to bring the knights to block the door even though he knew that Shuren was not to be trifled with. In his opinion, Shuren was just a viscount after all. No matter how extraordinary he was, he should still give face to him as a duke. Who would have thought that not only did Shuren not give him any face at all, he even did his best to ridicule and trample on him, not taking him seriously at all? You're just a viscount, how dare you treat me like this? Jerlaman roared. Do you really think you're Her Highness Rosie's husband? You're just a candidate. This was also one of the reasons why Jerlaman dared to block the door. After all, Shuren was just a candidate, and not Rosie's husband. That was why Jerlaman dared to be so domineering. But, are you senile? Do you really think you're so powerful? Shuren stopped smiling, looked at Jerlaman, and said slowly, let's not talk about whether I'm a candidate or a viscount. I was awarded the royal token when I was still an adventurer. Have you forgotten? Or do you really not take it seriously? As he spoke, Shuren took out the royal token from his arms. Looking at the token, everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and remembered this matter. Yes, Shuren had the royal token. Because Shuren had done so many things that people took delight in talking about, many people had forgotten that Shuren still had the royal token. Seeing the royal token is like seeing the royal family themselves. I don't think I need to teach you this rule, do I? Old thing? Shuren stared at Jerlaman, whose face was alternating between green and white, and said without hiding his sarcasm, you want to compare status? I really want to say that you're not the king, and it's not like no one has a higher status than you. You're a duke. To put it nicely, you're a noble of the highest class. To put it bluntly, you're just a guy who failed to fight for the throne and was sent to the border. You're even a descendant. What's there to be arrogant about? You. Jerliman's hand that was pointing at Shuren was already trembling. He was angry and annoyed at the same time. He dared not believe that Shuren dared to say such a thing. After all, it wasn't just him who said that. Almost all the dukes were mocked. Because of Sean's words, the people from the duke's family twitched in the crowd. But at this moment, Shuren was no longer holding back. "You want this guy?" Shuren kicked Edward, who was at his feet, and a chilling smile appeared on his face. "Fine, I'll leave the body to you." As he spoke, Shuren stepped on Edward's neck mercilessly and exerted force. Crack! Edward's screams came to an abrupt stop. "No!" Jerliman's sorrowful cry echoed in the crowd. Jerliman's anguished howl seemed to have entered everyone's hearts, causing the entire place to fall into dead silence. Everyone watched in shock as Shuren mercilessly broke Edward's neck and killed him on the spot. They could only feel their hearts trembling. He really killed Duke Lusica's son? That's the Duke's son. How dare he? Oh my God, at this moment, both commoners and nobles were shocked by Shuren's unscrupulous actions. He had killed the only son of a duke, and the only heir of the family. This was a huge grudge. "I'll kill you." Jerliman roared hysterically, and began to release magic at Shuren without a care for anything else. In an instant, countless fire magic blasted towards Shuren like a purgatory that intended to destroy everything. It was not an ordinary magic, but a feast of high-level magic. Unlike the ignorant and incompetent Edward, Jerliman was still a duke, and his ancestors were members of the royal family. Even though his bloodline had thinned out, he still had a certain level of hero's blood, and his level was still above 70. Thus, he was a pure mage. He had trained fire magic to level 7, and could use high-level fire magic. Now, Jerliman had completely lost his mind. With a roaring voice, he kept chanting incantations, and released all kinds of superior fire magic towards Sean. In response, Shuren only made one move. Oblivion, dispel. Just like before, Shuren still stood there without moving, and used a short incantation to activate the Oblivion dispel magic. All of a sudden, the various fire magic spells were either scattered into sparks or exploded on the spot under the influence of Sean's mana. None of them touched him. Just like that, Shuren unhurriedly disintegrated Jerliman's magic, causing the square in front of Porstut's house to be filled with flames, sweeping, spreading, and exploding. It was a magnificent sight. "Go! Everyone, go! Kill him! Kill him!" Jerliman roared angrily, causing the knights of the Lusica family to tremble uncontrollably. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and charge towards Shuren. Not bad. This is more interesting. Seeing this, Shuren's lips curled up. Not only was he not afraid, but he also had the urge to let go of all restraints and fight to his heart's content. If it were in the past, Shuren would not be willing to do something so eye-catching. Sean, who was familiar with all the tricks, knew very well that the more eye-catching he was, the more likely he was to get into trouble. He would attract the attention of some people and be targeted by others. If this continued, Shuren's identity as a hero would be exposed sooner or later. Hence, Shuren did not like acting, but he did not mind keeping a low profile. Hence, he did not have anyone provoking him. If someone came to provoke him, then he knew very well that he was definitely not someone who could consider things rationally. He was not the protagonist of destiny who would make plans for the sake of doing great things. Hence, Shuren had said more than once that he was not destined to be a protagonist. However, reality proved that in life, if one did not choose to compromise, one had to be ostentatious. However, reality proved that in life, if one didn't choose to compromise, one would have to be ostentatious. Only when one was ostentatious and powerful enough could one not compromise. Keeping a low profile, it was not impossible. However, from the moment one was unwilling to compromise, keeping a low profile became an extravagant hope. Moreover, many people now knew his identity. Because of Rosie and the others, he could no longer hide his fame. Hence, in order to prevent others from provoking him and the people around him, it was time to make people wary of him. If Mara was afraid of her, she wouldn't dare to do anything to tear. If the Lyusicas were afraid of him, they wouldn't have allowed their son to touch the people around him. Even now, this duke named Gerlaman did not apologize for what his son had done. Instead, he came to Rosie in a dignified manner. This could only mean one thing. That was, the other party's fear of him wasn't enough. Moreover, when he was preparing to marry Rosie, Xianxia already had a plan. After all, his future wife was the most beautiful woman of the human race, the lucky one favored by the Protoss, the most precious treasure of the kingdom, and the goddess in everyone's eyes. If he harmed such a person and prevented others from recognizing his capabilities and becoming wary of him, the troubles in the future would definitely be endless. Because of this, Xianxia was already prepared to establish his dominance. During the battle against Jarvis, Xianxia had planned to establish his dominance, but he was interrupted halfway. Now, since you've run into the muzzle of the gun, I'll make an example out of you. Magic surged out of Xianxia's body like a storm. Give and fly. Xianxia's figure, which was about to be drowned by the knights, immediately rose into the air and landed on Yulin's head. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked at Xianxia, who was standing on the dragon's head. Bathed in everyone's gaze, Xianxia looked down at Gerlaman from above. The magic on his body continued to rise, and rise, until it caused the hurricane to rise and the dark clouds to surge, and it continued to rise. Such terrifying magic. Many people were shocked. Including Gerlaman. Including everyone in Vivian's team. Of course, including Nadura, who had been watching all this. Then, with the vast magic power, attract the aurora from beyond the heavens, Xianxia chanted a magic spell. The tear of heaven, the rain of stars, the bright sky can now shine on the earth. The chanting of the spell echoed in all directions, into everyone's ears, and also spread to the whole world. Accept the call, accept the dispatch, with the sword of light, punish the world. The terrifying magic power surging from Xianxia's body poured into the night sky and turned into a stream of light. Thus, in the night sky, dazzling stars appeared one after another. Horror engulfed the entire area. What is he doing? What magic is that? What a terrifying pressure. No. Run. Run. Everyone present began to panic. Some screamed and fled. Some trembled and fell to the ground. Some were at a loss. Some didn't react. Wait. Xianxia. Even Vivian and Ter realized that something was wrong. They hurriedly called out and tried to stop him. However, it was already too late to say anything now. Descend, stars, Xianxia made his judgment with an indifferent voice. Auroras meteoric. The star rain, the highest and most powerful celestial magic, had appeared once again after annihilating the entire Galuoli family and half of the kingdom's knights. The people in the royal capital would never forget this day. Because on this day, the stars descended from the sky and ravaged the land. What's that? Look over there. Meteors. Oh my God, in the royal capital, the people in the streets, alleys, and buildings saw the meteor shower at the same time. Streaks of shooting stars descended from the sky. Under everyone's stunned gazes, they streaked across the night sky, dragging long tails of light behind them, leaving behind beautiful trajectories. Shortly after, they landed in the noble district. Boom, a meteor landed on a building near the center of the noble district, smashing it into pieces. Boom. 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 Following that, meteorites fell one after another, causing a series of rumbling sounds. The earth began to tremble. Sand and dust began to rise. Buildings were destroyed one after another. Areas were smashed into smithereens. People could only watch as this happened. They screamed because of the strong earthquake, and they were terrified because of the sandstorm that came like an avalanche. They were horrified, panicked, screaming, and dumbfounded, not daring to believe their eyes. Some of the knights and adventurers who had experienced the Adel Canyon battle looked at this scene and screamed desperately in fear as if their psychological trauma had been awakened. That's it. That's the meteor shower. Galuoli was destroyed by this. The kingdom's knights were almost wiped out because of it. It's here again. It's here again. It was a riot. A riot that was not inferior to the one in the Cosmos incident. Many people who ran out of the noble district looked at the land being ravaged behind them and felt the sandstorm and the terrifying earthquake. They had completely lost their minds, rolling and crawling, crying and shouting as they rushed out. Some of the nobles who had come to the royal capital for the selection of a son-in-law were also fleeing frantically, while some were not in the noble district. Looking at the scene of destruction, their hearts trembled again and again. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Is that a divine punishment? Yes. That was a divine punishment. Although it was not a real disaster from a god, it was a judgment from a hero summoned by a god. The clergymen were already kneeling in prayer. The high-ranking officials of various countries and races were also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. Among them were existences like Jacinta, Harvey, and Lockett. They were all in shock and could not extricate themselves. What's going on? What's going on? Anchi, who was rushing to the noble district, was going crazy. In the carriage, Liao was also smacking her lips, her eyes filled with shock. As for Rosie, who was leading the Sword Saint squad, seeing this scene, her heart tightened. It's over. Looks like he's really angry this time. Rosie had no choice but to abandon the knights under her command. She turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the noble district. This night was destined to be crazy. Unknowingly, the number of meteors falling from the sky gradually decreased until they completely disappeared. The meteors that ravaged the earth finally stopped, causing the earthquakes and the sandstorm to slowly calm down. Everything returned to normal. However, the entire noble district that had been ravaged could no longer be restored to its original state. Pa. Pa pa. The sound of gravel rolling could be heard everywhere. The dust that had yet to completely disperse was still filling the air like smoke. Yu Lin was still flapping her wings and flying in the air. She looked down at the ruins that had been reduced to ruins, leaving only a few dilapidated buildings and craters. Although she suppressed the urge to roar, she could not hide the excitement in her eyes. Obviously, this almost invincible king of monsters was very pleased with the scene of destruction in front of him. Only then did Xianxia jump down from the dragon's head. Like a feather, he gently landed on the ground and extinguished the magical energy that was surging around his body. Vivian's party raised their hands in front of their faces, sat paralyzed on the ground, or gathered in front of Borstut's house. Looking at the scene of destruction before them, all of them fell into a state of speechlessness. In the noble district, other than a few houses, only Borstut's house was still intact. The other places had all been reduced to ruins. Lumia was already speechless. Ter was also silent. Mr. Xianxia. Marika seemed to be in disbelief that all of this was done by Xianxia. Even Vivian looked at the scene in shock. She then looked at the expressionless Xianxia who was standing in front of the scene of destruction. She did not react for a long time. You've gone too far. After a long time, Vivian could not help but say this in a low voice. Xianxia pursed his lips. Don't worry, I'm not crazy enough to start a massacre in the capital. Xianxia pursed his lips and said, I've already reduced the power of the magic to the minimum. It only affected the noble district and dispersed its power. Moreover, I purposely avoided the places where there was a magic reaction. In addition, I gave people a lot of time to escape, so there shouldn't be any innocent casualties. Of course, there were no innocent casualties, but it's a different matter if there were any. Xianxia's faint smile was noticed by Vivian's party. In front of them, in the ruined square, the knights and guards of the Liusika family were all lying on the ground. Some of them were buried in the dust. Some of them were deep of the pit. Without exception, all of their life auras had disappeared. Yes. Only those who had accepted Jerliman's order to attack Shan had been fatally wounded. Now, they were either dead or injured. As of Jerliman, ugh. The Duke had already fallen to the ground, and there was a pool of blood under him. His breath was weak, and he could not even move his body. Obviously, he was not going to live for long. There was no other way. If it was someone else, Shan could let them escape, but this Duke would not be able to escape. He was probably hit by the second meteorite, so how could he have escaped, if it weren't for the fact that he seemed to have unfolded a scroll at the last moment and used some magic tool to prop up a very strong magic boundary around himself and was protected by the boundary, he would have been smashed to pieces. After all, he's a duke with a lot of wealth. It's impossible that he doesn't have something that can save his life. Shuren came to Jeraman and kicked Jeraman, who was lying on the ground, over so that he faced Shuren. So, how do you feel, Your Excellency? Shuren looked down at Jeraman, and his tone was full of sarcasm like before. Jeraman opened his blood-stained eyes and looked at Shuren. In his eyes, there was no longer the anger and hatred from before. There was only fear. It's you. Jeraman said with his last breath, the person who destroyed Galuoli was you. At last Jeraman realized this. I don't think I've ever said it wasn't me, right? Shuren shrugged and said, it's just that you arrogant nobles think that I can't do it, so you don't think it's me. Isn't that right? Now, Jeraman understood. This time, he really offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Why? Jeraman said with difficulty, why, do you want to kill Xianxia? Edward was mercilessly killed by Shuren. Almost all the knights he brought with him died in battle. Even he did not have long to live. Jeraman still could not believe such an outcome. However, when his questions fell into Shuren's ears, they were extremely ridiculous. You actually asked why? Shuren looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He could not help but laugh, but there was not even a hint of a smile in his eyes. Indeed, this time, Jeraman and the others ran into the muzzle of his own gun, and were used as a warning to others. However, Shuren did not choose this chicken randomly. Since you asked me why, I'll have to ask you the same question. Shuren said sarcastically. Why can that precious son of yours bully others? Why can that precious son of yours kidnap women without caring about the wishes of others? Could it be that they deserve to be humiliated and exterminated? And you, knowing this, why do you still have the face to ask me why? And why can you still come to my place in such a dignified manner, surround my house with your head held high, and ask me to hand them over? Shuren stretched out his foot and stepped on Jeraman's chest. Why? Are you the only one allowed to bully others, but others are not allowed to bully you? If you don't have the slightest self-awareness, then let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that you are a duke, and your Xianxia family is a so-called ducal family, based on what your son has done, based on your covering up for him, you would have died more than 10,000 times. However, you didn't die before, not because you didn't deserve to die, but because the person who can ignore your power, not be threatened by you, and have the ability to kill you hasn't appeared yet. And now, since you have provoked me first, it proves that your time has come. That's all. In the most direct, domineering, and simplest way, Shuren told Jeraman why they had fallen to this state. That's why I said, you are obviously not the most powerful one, and you don't have the ability to be unscrupulous at all. What right do you have to do so many things that disregard human rights? Your son bullies others and takes advantage of women, and you connive and cover up for him. The Xianxia family takes bribes, and you bear the brunt. There are even many nobles in the Xianxia territory who are corrupted, bribed, colluded, and used their power to cause trouble. As the Lord, you know all of it, but you still choose to turn a blind eye to it. If that's the case, tell me, why can't I kill you, your son, and your entire family just because I don't like you? Jeraman heard every word Shuren said clearly. Shuren didn't know if he understood, and he didn't care if he could understand. Therefore, the Xianxia family has come to an end today. This is the result. Shuren declared blandly. You and your precious son, go to hell and repent to those who have been harmed by you. Hearing that, Jeraman laughed. He laughed crazily. You will die too, Jeraman laughed loudly as he coughed up blood. You destroyed the noble district, to this extent, and offended so many nobles, and so many dignitaries from various countries. They will not let you go, the kingdom will not let you go. Jeraman had already accepted his fate. He was in despair, but he didn't forget to drag Shuren to hell with him. In fact, there were still some frightened nobles appearing from all corners of the noble district. As if they had escaped a disaster, they gathered here and looked at Shuren with fear and hatred in their hearts. Just as Jeraman said, it was one thing for Shuren to eradicate the Xianxia family, but he actually dared to use such a large-scale magic in the capital and destroy the entire noble district to this extent. He must have been hated by many nobles. And many of those dignitaries from various countries who came to the capital also experienced the extremely thrilling meteor shower just now and were tragically affected. Now, they probably hated Shuren. Under such circumstances, they only needed to exert pressure on the kingdom, and with the crime of destroying the noble district, Shuren would definitely not be able to escape. That was what Jeraman thought. Unfortunately, I really want to know who dares to touch my people. When these faint words sounded in the air, everyone's expression changed. Clatter, 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 clatter. Under the clear footsteps, the young girl with the pillow walked out of Borstut's house step by step and appeared in front of everyone. Many people gasped when they saw the young girl. Dragon Demon AIE. It's Dragon Demon AIE. She's actually still in the capital? The people who had just returned to the ruins around them all exclaimed in surprise. AIE came to Shuren's side and glanced at the dumbfounded Jeraman. Then, she turned her gaze in a certain direction. Do you dare to move? The king of Mitra. AIE's words startled everyone. Soon after, they discovered that she had unknowingly appeared in the direction they were looking at, disembarking from a luxurious carriage. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The expressions of the surrounding nobles and commoners changed. Then, some of them bowed, while others knelt down to welcome Anchi. Ansi, on the other hand, looked at the ruins around him, and then at Jeraman, who was being stepped on by Shan. His face was full of bitterness. Your Highness Aie, Anchi opened his mouth, but he realized that he couldn't even say a word. In particular, the way he looked at Shan was so complicated that it was indescribable. Anchi didn't expect Shuren to be so daring. Not only did he kill a duke's family, but he also destroyed the entire noble district. Anchi couldn't believe that Shuren would really do such a disgraceful thing. Moreover, Aie stood up and spoke for Shuren. This was to be expected. Ever since Sister Scylla came here and let you guys discover my existence, you guys seem to have been guessing what the relationship between me and Shan is, right? Aie said indifferently. Indeed. People had been guessing about the relationship between Shuren and Aie. Why would a mighty demonic dragon appear by his side? This was also why everyone's description of Shan was suspected of having the support of the demon dwellers. Because they couldn't be sure if Shuren really had the support of demons. Perhaps he just happened to come here. Compared to Shuren establishing a friendly relationship with him, many people were more willing to think so. But now, I can tell you directly to dispel your hopes of getting lucky. Aie's voice rang out. Shuren is a human I like, and he is under my protection. Making an enemy out of him is making an enemy out of my dragon demon, making an enemy out of my demon race. You want to touch him? Then you have to get my permission first. Silence instantly spread among everyone. Everyone who heard Aie's declaration was shocked by her words. No one would have thought that one day, a demon would actually stand up and openly say that she would protect a human. That was a demon, the pinnacle of the demons. They possessed great power, and even the three goddesses did not dare to underestimate them. They could fight against the power of an entire country with their own power. If they wanted to destroy a country, it would be a piece of cake. In addition, they had the entire demons behind them. If they stood up to protect a human, then even the Protoss and the entire human race would not be able to do anything, right? But, how did Shuren do it? How could he let a devil cultivator do this for him? Since ancient times, there were many people who had dealings with demons, but until now, there had never been an existence like this who was protected by demons. This included the heroes and the goddesses of the Protoss. Now, a young human, a noble who was born as an adventurer, a mere viscount, had done all this. This made everyone, including Anshi, feel as if they were in a dream. They felt that everything was too surreal. Of course, they did not know that there were two reasons why Aie would stand up so openly. One was that what Shuren did this time was very much to her liking. In fact, Aie had long felt that Shuren should have done this. In Aie's opinion, there was no such thing as power and nobility in this world. The only difference was whether one was strong or not. If one was strong enough, then one could do anything unbridled, and all power and nobility would have to bow before one. On the contrary, if one was too weak, then there was no need for power and nobility. Anyone could bully and humiliate one, and no one would care about the human rights of a weak person. And Shuren was a person who was strong enough. No, it should be said that the previous heroes were strong enough. However, each and every one of those brave warriors abided by some inexplicable rules and regulations. At first glance, they seemed to be admired by many people and were heroes in many people's hearts. In fact, they were just used by the divine race and the human race as weapons on the battlefield. Were there no pests in the human race that they protected? Were there only things worth protecting in the world that they protected? He was clearly the owner of the holy sword, clearly a hero, and clearly had such great power, yet he seemed to be bound by the curse of saving the world and protecting everything. He couldn't help but think that the demons were evil existences, and he couldn't help but think that war was a form of cruelty. Why? AI couldn't stand it. People with power actually lost their freedom. They were willing to be ordered around by others, to be used by others. Just because they had the title of hero, they felt that they should give up everything for these people. They didn't know that behind these people, there were many who were secretly happy, thinking that someone was standing up for them. Just like in the Ragnar Empire, once a hero died, the people who flattered him would immediately devour him. If he was still alive and saw all this, would he still feel the need to protect him? Because of this, in the past, Ai had always thought that heroes were just powerful puppets, and she had even killed 2 of them without any hesitation. However, Sean was completely different. He did not have an inexplicable sense of justice. Every move he made had his own will and his own thoughts. He didn't have any weird principles. He would do whatever he wanted to do, and he didn't care what others thought of him. He would not worship others just because they were Protoss, nor would he be wary of others just because they were demons. In fact, even though he was a demon, he said whatever he wanted and did whatever he wanted. His every action was so natural and casual, and he would never care about race, standpoint, faction, or any other boring things. Perhaps this hero was both good and evil, and he did things his own way, but it just so happened to be what Ai felt. The feeling that Shuren gave Ai was not that of a hero at all. Instead, he was a person who was very assertive and had a strong personality. Although he would not show off his power too much, he would not be stingy with his power and fight for what he wanted. It was the same this time. He was angry for the sake of the people around him. In order not to be underestimated, he exerted his power once and for all to make others fearful and avoid possible trouble in the future. Even if the opponent was a human of the same race, he would not be merciful because of this. What Sean did was what Ai wanted to see. In short, everything about Shuren was extremely to Ai's liking. In Ai's eyes, he was very pleasing to the eye. That was why she liked Shuren so much that she wanted to make him hers. This was also the second reason why Ai stood up and confessed. That was to announce to everyone that this hero was hers. Of course, Ai was not the only one who liked Sean so much that she was willing to stick to his side, even if it meant going against the world, she did not care. Swoosh! At a certain moment, another figure dashed out of Boris Tut's house and arrived beside Shuren. Wang! Evil energy rippled around her body. Whoosh! 12 wings unfurled behind her back. The tiny demon god appeared beside Shuren just like that. Together with Ai, they guarded Shuren from both sides. Only a pair of amethyst eyes stared at everyone present, sending a chill down their spines. Who is she? Looking at the little girl who suddenly appeared, everyone was shocked. That demonic aura wasn't inferior to Ai's, causing many people to be overwhelmed with shock. Even Inshi's pupils constricted as alarm bells rang in his heart. He had a feeling that this little girl with 12 black wings was even more dangerous than the demonic dragon Ai. Since when did such a dangerous existence appear beside Shuren? Everyone's breathing quickened slightly. Moreover, the black dragon above Shuren's head was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, and it also had the horrifying power to summon a meteor shower. The people present were shocked to find that at this moment, a force that could shake the entire human race had gathered before them. As if he didn't see everyone's gazes and expressions, Shuren touched Lilith's head. Instead of looking at Inshi, he looked around at everyone else. Do you know who the young master of the Xianxia family plans to attack today? Shuren asked as if he was talking to himself. The person he plans to attack today is only an ordinary elf, but he is valued by the goddess of nature, Nader, and she has been paying attention to him. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as soon as he said that. The person that the goddess of nature values. And Xi's expression changed drastically. Even Gerleman's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just heard. Eh? Eh? Only Marika stood there, stunned and flustered. She had no idea what was going on. In this situation, Xian laughed. Today, I knew that Marika would attack and acted in time because the goddess of nature gave me a hint and asked me to go and save her. Xian said indifferently, if I didn't intervene in today's matter, you can imagine what the result would be. Even without Xian's words, everyone present had cold sweat on their foreheads. If this was really the case, once something happened to Marika, it would be a big problem. As humans, they could ignore the threat of the demon dwellers, but they couldn't ignore the feelings of the goddess they believed in. They could imagine that if the goddess of nature pursued this matter, not to mention the Xianxia family, even the entire Mitra kingdom wouldn't be able to escape punishment. You can think that I'm talking nonsense, or you can come to me for what happened today. Xian smiled fearlessly at everyone. However, when that time comes, I hope that your families, your territories, and even your countries will be strong enough to withstand my aurora meteor shower. After saying this, Xian lowered his head and looked at Gerleman. As for you. Xian narrowed his eyes and said slowly, I'm sorry, but no one will go to hell with you. After saying this, Xian turned around and returned to Borstadt's house. Ai also followed him expressionlessly, as if she was following Xian's lead. As for Lilith, there was no need to say anything. She held Xian's hand and left, not even looking at the people present. In the end, even Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika, who didn't know what to do, looked at each other and hurriedly followed Xian. Only Anqi and his group were left. Anqi looked at the despairing Gerleman, who was slowly losing his life, with a complicated look in his eyes. Let alone Anqi, everyone else looked at each other in dismay, and in the end, they all fell silent. No one noticed that in the distance, there was another carriage that had arrived. I didn't expect him to be so powerful and powerful. Leah also looked in the direction of Borstadt's house with a complicated look, and then looked at Edward's corpse that no one cared about. No one knew what she was thinking. Of course, Rosie had also arrived. At the top of a building, Rosie looked down at everything from above. It was unknown whether she sighed in relief or sighed. After this, I'm afraid there won't be many people left in the three realms who would dare to provoke him. As she thought of this, a smile appeared on Rosie's face at first, but it quickly disappeared. Going so far for another woman. What a womanizer. With that, Rosie turned around and left. Tonight's matter had finally come to an end. However, no one would ever forget this night. Because on this night, an existence that they absolutely could not afford to offend entered the eyes of the major forces. The next day, news of what had happened the previous night quickly spread throughout the entire royal city. It even started to spread outside the royal city. Dragon Demon Ai has personally declared that she will protect Viscount Borstadt. Going against Viscount Borstadt is the same as going against the demons. Xian Borstadt has a very powerful little girl by his side. The meteor shower that destroyed Galuoli was also done by Viscount Borstadt. Viscount Borstadt seems to have learned the legendary celestial magic. It turns out that the goddess of nature highly values an elf girl by Viscount Borstadt's side. Viscount Borstadt killed the young master of the Xianxia family because he was inspired by the goddess of nature. The Xianxia family has been destroyed. The noble district has been destroyed, but other than the Xianxia family, there were no casualties. News like this quickly spread through the capital one after another, and everyone knew about it. Needless to say, the news was shocking. Undoubtedly, the news was suspicious. However, as the royal family issued an oral order, everyone's suspicions disappeared in an instant. The Xianxia family attempted to offend the believers of the goddess of nature and has been punished by Viscount Borstadt. Due to the severity of the situation, the Xianxia family will be stripped of their noble title, and the Xianxia territory will be taken back. The Xianxia family will be demoted to commoners. There was no one who did not understand what such an oral order meant. It meant that everything that Xian had done to the Xianxia family had been tacitly approved by the royal family. The royal family would not hold him accountable for this matter, and would even reward him. On the surface, it was said that it was a reward for punishing the evil, but everyone knew that it was a sign that the royal family had decided to completely rope in Shuren and stand on Shuren's side. Because of this, the royal family did not even mention a word about the destruction of the noble district. The nobles who were originally resentful also chose to swallow the loss. And just like the royal family, they tacitly approved of everything. This was the result. No matter how others thought about it, the result seemed to have been decided. At least now, no one would want to find trouble with a person who was protected by a demon and had great power and influence because of what happened last night. This included the nobles who lived in the noble district and had their houses destroyed by the meteor shower last night. Even though this seemed a little embarrassing, it was still better than following in the footsteps of the Galuoli and Xianxia families and being completely destroyed by Xian, right? Furthermore, there were rumors in the royal city's noble circle that said that the Stringham family had also offended Shuren. In the case of Cosmos, the Stringham family had lost the 1st Knight Regiment that they were proud of, and they had also lost Yuri, who was the strongest in the family, and his future heir, Lim Cho. Even the head of the family, Barry, had disappeared for some reason. Before he disappeared, he seemed to have contacted Xian. The whole Stringham family was now in chaos. It was said that someone from the Stringham family had recently proposed to seek an explanation from Xian. However, after what happened last night, the Stringham family seemed to have given up on the idea after receiving the news. Now, the Stringham family was in a state of internal strife because they were fighting for the position of the family head. Therefore, not only the Xianxia family and the Xianxia family, but even the Stringham family might have fallen into Shuren's hands and ended up in such a state. 3 powerful aristocratic families had all fallen at the hands of a viscount. This situation had already caused many nobles to tremble in fear. With this, who would have the guts to find trouble with Shuren? Therefore, all the nobles pushed all the blame to the Xianxia family and did not mention anything about the Porstut family. No, not only did they not mention it, many nobles did not pursue the matter of their houses being destroyed. They even brought gifts and visited the Porstut family. They seemed to be very excited. In fact, wasn't this a good opportunity for them? If they could make use of this opportunity to build a good relationship with the Porstut family, they might be able to gain the friendship of the demons and demons. They might even be able to gain the friendship of the Protoss. After all, no one had forgotten that the reason why Shuren went against the Xianxia family was because of the revelation from the goddess of nature. In other words, Viscount Porstut not only gained the protection of the demons and demons, but also the protection of the goddess of nature and the Protoss. In addition, he was the first priority candidate for Princess Rosie's husband. He had a dragon by his side and a seemingly powerful little girl by his side. He also had the power to destroy a family and even a noble district. All these titles made him a very popular person. Thanks to this, the Porstut family, which was the main culprit of the destruction of the noble district, was welcomed by carriages after carriages from the 2nd day onwards. The heavy traffic lasted for a few days. Those were the nobles who came to visit out of admiration and wanted to build a good relationship with Shuren. Among them, there were some nobles from other countries and some heirs to the throne of a country. Unfortunately, Shuren had no time to deal with these nobles who wanted to climb the social ladder. He only received a limited number of them. For example, the Lazahad family, who had taken good care of Shuren when he first came to the royal city and had always been on his side. For example, the embassy of the demons, Jacinta, who represented one of the 6 demons, the dragon demons, and his subordinates. Another example was the Temple of God, who had not seen the Pope and the others since the banquet. Other than these few people, Shuren refused to meet the rest. If this was in the past, many people would have thought that he did not know what was good for him and was arrogant. However, now that things had come to this, there were very few people who would think so. With the support of the Protoss and the demons, Shuren had the right to reject the nobles from other countries, right? Under such circumstances, the people who came to visit could only leave their gifts and leave dejectedly. Even so, there was still an endless stream of nobles who came to visit the Porstut family. This made Xianxia somewhat unable to stand it. There are so many nobles, 1 or 2 of them are all here. How am I supposed to go out and do my activities? Xianxia was in a very bad mood. As she was a wanted criminal, although Xianxia had witnessed everything that happened recently, she did not appear even once. She had been staying in her room and rarely came out. Originally, Xianxia thought that this situation would only last for a few days at most. But now, Xianxia realized that she was too naive. If this continues, I won't be able to go anywhere. Therefore, Xianxia, who could not stand it, did not stay in the mansion for a period of time. She directly used teleportation magic and brought Xianxia to God knows where to have fun. Aie, on the other hand, had no interest in this at all. She had been sleeping all this time. Apart from eating and bathing, she did not leave her room at all. As a result, Lilith had been led astray by her. Recently, she had been sleepy, as if she had been infected with narcolepsy. As for Shuren, he would rather accompany Aie and Lilith in bed and sleep than deal with the flattery of the nobles. As a result, most of the nobles who came to visit were received by Vivian. Vivian was also a girl who grew up in a noble family, so she was rather good at receiving nobles. Therefore, Shuren threw all these tasks to her and let her handle them for him. I am not your retainer. Vivian expressed her helplessness, but she could not turn a blind eye to Shuren's request for help, so she could only accept it. Ter also did not have the slightest interest in the nobles. Recently, she had been hiding and secretly training herself. She did not know if it was because she was stimulated by Shuren's aurora meteor shower, but she had an urgent desire to become stronger. On the other hand, Lucia and Marika had been pestering Shuren all this time. This was very normal. Is the goddess of nature really paying attention to me? Really? Is there a mistake somewhere? I'm just a very ordinary elf. Since that night, Marika had become anxious about this matter. She had dragged Lucia to look for Shuren many times, hoping that Shuren could give her an answer. She really could not believe that an ordinary elf like her would be noticed by the goddess of nature, who was the highest religion of the elves. One had to know that there were not many people who could be noticed by the goddess of nature since ancient times. Even many of the elven royalty could not catch her attention. This made it very difficult for Marika to believe that she was noticed by the goddess of nature, and that in order to save her, the goddess had deliberately given a revelation to Shuren. Regarding this, Shuren was also very helpless. What I said is all true. I am not trying to scare you. Shuren said to Marika. Perhaps there is something special about you that caused the goddess of nature to pay attention to you. This statement was unanimously agreed by everyone. Hasn't Marika's magic power been increasing in the past few months? Perhaps this is what makes Marika so special? Lumia's meek words were what everyone was thinking. Even Shuren thought so. Work hard, Marika. Shuren encouraged Marika and said, if there is really something special about you, then work hard to discover it. Perhaps you will be favored by the goddess of nature and receive her blessing. It had to be said that Marika was very moved by Shuren's words. There were not many people who could receive the blessing of the goddess of nature even in the history of the elves. In the elven race, those who could receive the blessing of the goddess of nature had a status even higher than that of the elven royalty. This made Marika unable to help but be moved. She also had to think carefully about whether there was something special about her that attracted the attention of the goddess of nature. Hence, in the end, Marika did not pester Shuren anymore. Instead, she brought Lucia and Ter to train together. Shuren also did not care about anything else and lived a leisurely life in Borstadt's house. Until... What? The result is going to be announced now? On this day, Shuren had just arrived at the palace, entered Rosie's bedroom, and met up with Rosie in her room. Before he had the chance to take advantage of her. Just a few words, Rosie told Shuren the news, which stunned Shuren. The so-called result that Rosie mentioned was naturally the result of the selection of the son-in-law. Yes. Rosie was ready to announce the result. In other words, the kingdom was ready to announce to the world that Rosie's future husband was Shuren. This was also a matter of course. You've already caused such a ruckus. How many people still think that they can compete with you? Rosie looked annoyed. Since the incident with the Xianxia family, Shuren had officially entered the vision of all the major forces, and they were afraid of him. Before, Shuren was not famous for his personal strength, but for his various achievements. In addition, some of the scandals with Rosie and Aie made him famous. But this time, Shuren completely showed off his abilities. Except for the things that he absolutely could not expose, he showed everything that he should show. The dragon demon, one of the 6 demons, had officially become his supporter. He also had powerful combat forces such as Yulin and Lilith around him. Coupled with the celestial magic and amazing strength that he had shown, as well as some connections with the goddess of nature, Shuren might not be as high as many people in terms of status, but in terms of uniqueness, no one could match him. Nobles, he had already destroyed several, and all of them were top existences in their countries. The nobles and royal families of various countries, they were just a small part of the vast human race. Could they compare to the Protoss and the demons? With the support of both the Protoss and the demons, his own combat power was strong enough, and he had several powerful people around him. In the human race, who could compare with such conditions? No one. Therefore, when many nobles were preparing to build a relationship with Shuren, they were actually giving up on competing with Shuren to get the right to be Princess Rosie's partner. Shuren also felt that in the capital, the hostility that had been everywhere had almost disappeared. Those who were left were the type who dared not speak up. At least now, no one dared to block the door of his house and say that they wanted to duel with him. Shuren could now walk on the street openly. Although he was a little eye-catching, what he got in return was no longer the hostility and doubt of the past, but fear and timidity. This showed that Shuren's position in people's minds had indeed changed. Because of this, Rosie thought that it was time for her to announce the result directly. If she announced it now, no one would question the result. After all, if the current Xian was not worthy of Rosie, then no one in this world was worthy of Rosie. Of course. Those noble young masters wouldn't give up so easily, would they? That was what Shuren thought. He was well aware of Rosie's charm. Shuren did not think that those young masters would be willing to give up the #1 beauty of the human race just like that. After all, the reason why bootlickers were bootlickers was not only because they were lowly, but also because they had no bottom line. It was also because they were like real dogs, especially clingy. Not to mention that they were young masters, even an ordinary commoner who became a bootlicker would overestimate himself and go against the heavens, the earth, and the universe for the sake of his goddess. He would never have the slightest idea of what was going on. For example, wasn't Triss of Teratelli's foolish son such an idiot? Shuren believed that there must be many bootlickers among the noble young masters who did not want to see Rosie being pfft. She was forced to marry him by him, the general, therefore, even if they did not dare to find trouble with him openly, they might play some tricks. In any case, Shuren did not think that they would obediently accept their fate. When it came to the goddess in their hearts, bootlickers could lose their minds at any time. For this reason, Shuren was prepared to find a few more ignorant guys to establish his power and completely beat those who had evil intentions into submission. However, Shuren forgot one thing. Those rich young masters may not be willing to give up and will continue to cause trouble, but the elders of their families will definitely not let them go. Rosie curled her lips and said, "No one wants to become the second Xianxia family, so the leaders of those noble families have recently issued a death order that no one in the family is allowed to cause trouble for you. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the family or even executed on the spot." Executed on the spot? Shuren raised his eyebrows and said, "So cruel?" Not everyone is like the Xianxia family, who only has one son left. In fact, many noble families will actually marry many wives and concubines and have many descendants. If sacrificing some of the younger generation can save the family, they will definitely be very happy. Rosie said to Shuren, "It is said that recently, the young masters of several noble families had their legs broken by their families or were placed under house arrest in order to prevent them from causing trouble." Oh? Shuren smiled and said, "It seems that I made the right choice this time." Sure enough, after showing his true strength and making others fear him, he could avoid a lot of trouble. He had shown off his abilities this time, and it had paved many paths for him. But while shocking the small fry, you have also truly entered the sights of some big forces. Rosie could not help but remind him, "I have received news that a lot of people have appeared in the capital recently. For example, at the embassy of the demons, it seems that some people from the demons have come. They seem to be the demons under the command of other demon dwellers other than the moon demon and the dragon demon. They are probably here to investigate you." The 6 demon dwellers were both compatriots and sisters, and it was said that their relationship was very good. Previously, the news of AIE appearing by Shuren's side was not too sensational. Only the cautious moon demon reacted to it and personally came to investigate. But this time Aie announced in a high-profile manner that she would protect Shuren, and she also represented all the demons. Naturally, Aie's demon sisters could not turn a blind eye to this and would more or less respond to it. And there has been some movement in the temple recently. It seems that the goddess of the Protoss has descended. She should also be here to investigate you, right? Rosie said so. Unlike the demons who value power, the Protoss value authority and position the most. To a certain extent, they pay more attention to class than humans. The lower gods will never disobey the higher gods, and the higher gods will never disobey the three goddesses. They are very concerned about class relations, and since you have brought out the name of the goddess of nature, one of the three goddesses, they will definitely investigate this matter. In view of this, the capital was no longer just the dignitaries of various countries, but also the Protoss and demons. The impact of Shuren was that great. Of course. Some countries in the human world have also sent people to investigate you, and some have sent people to contact you. All kinds of forces have also appeared in the capital, and the knights have even found traces of people suspected to be from the old demons. All kinds of existences have already targeted you. Rosie's expression was solemn. Among these people, some will not do anything to you, some are even trying to get close to you, but there are definitely some who have dirty ideas. This was understandable. The world was so big, and there must be a lot of people who decided to take risks out of desperation. And for existences like the old demons, would they not do anything to him just because they were afraid of Shuren? Impossible. If it was really necessary, they would even give up their lives to attack Shuren. If not for this, they would not have dared to openly form groups and become enemies with the Protoss, humans, and even demons. This was also the reason why Shuren did not want to be too famous in the past. No matter how much power he displayed, there would still be some people who were not afraid of death and would definitely come after him. Under such circumstances, the more high-profile he was, the more likely he would be targeted. That was why Shuren chose to keep a low profile. It was not because he was wretched. However, since coming to the capital, he had become more and more famous, and it was impossible to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. That was why Shuren decided to keep a high profile. At least he could beat most people up and make them behave in front of him with their tails between their legs. Shuren had already considered all these. Rosie could also understand this, so she was ready to strike while the iron was hot and settle the marriage between the two of them. At this time, a lot of people have just started to be cautious and do not dare to act rashly. Your reputation is also flourishing, at least it has caused enough heated discussion among the civilians. If we announce this at this time, no matter how unwilling they are, they will not dare to openly oppose it. As she spoke, Rosie smiled. She smiled very happily. I have also told my father that I am going to marry you to the higher-ups of the kingdom. Everyone is now afraid of the power of the Protoss and demons, and cannot even say a word of objection. In other words, the kingdom also agreed. They agreed to the marriage between Shuren and Rosie. Shuren was at a loss. Was he ready to step into his grave? It felt so much faster than he imagined, and Shuren could not get used to it. On the other hand, Rosie's eyes began to sparkle. Father's intention is to announce this matter tomorrow and confirm your identity as the betrothed. Then, in the form of a reward, you will be promoted to the title of nobility. So, tomorrow, we will officially get engaged, and you will also be promoted to a count, becoming a true high-ranking noble. Right, father also said that after the engagement, we will probably not take long to get married, and then you will also be promoted to a marquis. You have to prepare yourself, okay? Rosie told Sean about all this happily, which made him realize that he was right. He was going to get married. Early in the morning, on behalf of Rosie and the entire kingdom, the royal palace released a message to the entire world. That was, Rosie had decided to end this son-in-law selection meeting, which was not too short, but definitely not too long either. After careful consideration, Her Royal Highness Rosie has decided to marry Viscount Potet. From today onwards, Viscount Potet will become Her Royal Highness Rosie's fiancé. An engagement banquet will be held 3 days later, and nobles from all over the world will be invited. In view of Viscount Potet's outstanding performance, His Majesty will promote him on the day of the engagement banquet. When this news spread throughout the entire royal capital, the commotion it caused was no less than the series of events caused by the Xianxia family. So it's like this: some of the more intelligent people had already guessed this result, and they all sighed silently in their hearts. No. This is impossible. Most of the nobles could not believe this news at all. It's actually decided just like that? Isn't this a little too fast? Your Royal Highness, even the common people of the royal capital could not digest this shocking news immediately. They only felt that it was too surreal. Because of this, on this day, the island in the middle of the lake was once again filled with all kinds of people. Large groups of people from the royal capital gathered in front of the royal palace, causing a huge commotion. Everyone hoped to confirm the authenticity of this news. Many people still held on to a sliver of hope, thinking that it was just a rumor. Therefore, they needed the kingdom's statement, and they needed the royal family's statement, before they were willing to admit everything. But in the end, the person who appeared in front of everyone was not a high-ranking official of the kingdom, nor was it the king of the Xianxia kingdom. Instead, it was Rosie, who usually only appeared during the noon ceremony. Yes. Rosie personally appeared. Moreover, Rosie had personally admitted this matter. Viscount Potet is a very outstanding person. Even I have feelings of admiration for outstanding heroes. Therefore, I hope that everyone can support us and acknowledge us. That would be the greatest blessing to us. Rosie threw down these words, then turned around and returned to the royal palace, ignoring everyone who was stunned on the spot. He could basically foresee what would happen next. Those who accepted their fate had already accepted their fate. Those who were dissatisfied were destined to make a fuss. Some people agreed, some rejected, some were calm, and some were excited. Basically, there were all kinds of reactions. Under such circumstances, the news of Xianxia being promoted to Earl seemed rather indifferent, and no one actually asked about it. One had to know that this would definitely be a hot topic during normal times. As for the reason, as mentioned earlier, it was because although there was only a difference of one title between a count and a viscount, their statuses were completely different. Barons and viscounts were at the bottom of the noble class. They were minor nobles in name and reality. They were given to adventurers and ordinary citizens who had made great contributions. This was the meaning of their existence. Earl was a different story. Marquises and earls were the upper echelons of the noble class. They were truly superior nobles. Once one became an earl, it meant that the entire family had contributed enough to the kingdom, received the kingdom's recognition, and truly entered the upper echelons of the kingdom. At this level, they were qualified to be the vassals of many barons and viscounts, to become the suzerain of a faction, to start forming cliques, to form a circle of nobles, to form a force. Only at this level could they enter the decision-making circle of the kingdom, aim to become the center of power, and become an existence that could decide the future of the kingdom. At the very least, the barons and viscounts could not enter and leave the palace at will, nor could they attend some big occasions, such as when Xian first met them. Only the imperial knights and nobles above the count rank could appear in the king's hall. Therefore, in the circle of nobles, the difference between earl and viscount was like heaven and earth, bigger than the difference between a duke and an earl. This was a dividing line. Only by crossing this dividing line could one stand out and bring honor to one's ancestors. Only then could one's family leave their name in the history of the kingdom and continue to exist as a big family. Because of this, normal barons and viscounts had to spend decades or even hundreds of years to accumulate fame, wealth, connections, and achievements. Through continuous contributions to the kingdom, they could finally be promoted to earl and become a superior noble. Xianxia only spent a few months to go from an adventurer to a superior noble like an earl. This was unprecedented in the history of the kingdom. If such a thing happened, it was easy to imagine how heated the discussion would be. But now, because of Xianxia and Rosie's engagement, this matter was covered up. This showed Rosie's position in the hearts of the people of the kingdom and how big the impact of this matter was. In short, the imperial city was once again in a state of unrest. Unlike the noisy imperial city, the atmosphere in Borstut's house was completely different. Congratulations on officially becoming Her Highness Rosie's husband, Xianxia. Vivian congratulated Xianxia with pride. Congratulations. Ter said faintly. Congratulations, Mr. Xianxia. Lumia quickly congratulated him as well. Congratulations, Melika looked a little reluctant, but she still congratulated Shuren with a pout. Congratulations, Lord Shan. Congratulations. Congratulations. All the maids and servants in the house were lined up in 2 neat rows, bowing to Shuren while cheering in unison. Thank you, Shan laughed dryly. He didn't know if he was not used to it, or if he felt unnatural, but he had been scratching his face since the beginning. Beside him, Aie, who had either just woken up or was dragged over, was present. However, unlike the others, she did not congratulate him. Instead, she looked unhappy. Lilith tilted her head, looking puzzled as if she did not know what was going on. Lesia and Xianxia were there as well. Congratulations, Mr. Shuren. Xia's tone was even colder than Ter's. I have to congratulate you as well. You've successfully become the public enemy of all the men of the human race. Lesia mocked. She kept nudging Shuren's abdomen with her elbow, making Shuren want to punch her. The girls who were staying in Porstut's house had all arrived. Their purpose was to congratulate Shuren. This was indeed something worth celebrating. I'm sure the people in Lamigion were shocked when they received the news, Ter said, not knowing what she was feeling. Who would have thought that the new adventurer who was only level 10 would become a count in just a few months and be betrothed to the most precious treasure of the kingdom? Ter said with an indescribable emotion. Wasn't that right? I don't know about the others, but Lily must have been shocked, Vivian said with a bitter smile. Vivian smiled bitterly. I've just received her letter, and it's filled with questions about this matter. Even from reading between the lines, I can tell that she's still skeptical about this matter. In fact, it was not just Lily. Vivian had also received letters from Balin and the others. Those who had come to the royal capital with Shuren and the others could not believe that in just a few months, the adventurer Shuren had become the husband of the most popular princess in the kingdom. It was too magical. I heard that Mr. Lion has been telling others that he's very envious of Mr. Shuren, Lumia said weakly. My elven friends in Lamigion are also asking me about this. Melika was still throwing a tantrum. All in all, the news of Shuren and Rosie's engagement had caught everyone off guard. Many people suddenly realized that this time, the most precious treasure of the kingdom was really going to be married, and to an adventurer who had not been famous before. What could Shuren say? Could he say that he had not expected this? At first, I really didn't plan to do this. Shuren explained weakly. Perhaps he and Rosie had developed quickly, but at first, he really did not plan to provoke the princess. Who was he? The one who was most afraid of trouble was Shuren. For someone like Shuren, he could not wait to stay away from Rosie. Why would he have any ideas about her? That was why Shuren wanted to say. It was just an accident. These words sounded very much like a scumbag. The girls naturally did not believe it. Who are you trying to fool? Lesia rolled her eyes and said, ever since you came to the capital, I have been secretly watching you. I saw you go to the princess room every 2 or 3 days with my own eyes, and you still say it was an accident? That was forced by that boring Princess Royal Highness. She is afraid of being alone, afraid of loneliness, and showing her true colors in front of me. That is why she clung to me and asked me to play with her. That was what Shuren wanted to shout. But at this moment, Xianxia spoke. According to the investigation, in the 116 days since he came to the capital, Mr. Shuren went to the dessert shop of the Lilith family for a total of 88 days, and bought a total of 1,357 gold coins worth of desserts there. Xianxia said expressionlessly, among them, the desserts worth 774 gold coins ended up in Her Highness Rosie's room, and all the dessert boxes appeared in the garbage disposal area of Her Highness' bedroom. There was no need to say more about what this meant. Although Shuren really wanted to say that it was also forced by that boring princess. However, compared to this matter, Shuren couldn't help but complain about another matter. Where did you learn about these things? Could it be that it was all investigated? Heavens, this maid was as terrifying as ever. Shuren had completely forgotten that Rosie was not the only one who was crying piteously for food. There was another person at the scene. A total of 1,357 gold coins worth of desserts. You actually gave most of them to that kingdom's treasure, and I didn't even get half of them? Ai suddenly turned her head and stared at Shuren, her eyes overflowing with killing intent. Obviously, the dissatisfaction in His Highness Dragon Demon's heart had erupted. Why does that princess have so much, but I don't even have half of it? How can I, not compare to that princess? In terms of strength, she has a limitless future, but at the moment, I am still stronger. In terms of looks, she is number one in the human clan, but she also has the ability to fight for the title of number one in the demons, right? In terms of figure. Alright, I'm not as tall as that princess, but I'm bigger than her. In summary, why is it that I'm not as good as that princess? His Highness Dragon Demon expressed his dissatisfaction. You want to compete with this? Seeing the killing intent in Ai's eyes, the corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. This girl seemed to have accumulated too many emotions recently, making Shuren feel a little dangerous. Can't you learn from Lilith? Even now, you still have a tilted head and don't know what's going on, but you still stick to me, hug my thigh, and don't want to leave me. My head hurts. It seemed that he had to find a time to coax this little girl, in case she went berserk. Once this devil cultivator went berserk, other than Lilith, no one here would be able to stop her, including himself. After taking note of this matter, Sean hurriedly made a statement. It's just an engagement. It's still too early to be officially married. Don't congratulate me too quickly. The engagement of the royal family was something that everyone would have. Rosie had only received this treatment a little late. There were many princesses who were born in the royal family and had been engaged since they were young. After they were engaged, it was common for them to cancel their engagement because of one thing or another. For example, due to the destruction of the Xianxia family, her engagement with Adair had been officially annulled. Therefore, an engagement was only an engagement, and not an official marriage. Everything was still too early to say. It was only when they got married that everything was set in stone. After all, in this world, there was no such thing as divorce. Basically, once they got married, it was impossible for them to go back on their word for the rest of their lives. Of course, there was no divorce, but there were quite a lot of separation. Therefore, unless it was an official marriage, a marriage contract didn't mean anything. Although, is it really too early for me to get married? Shuren seriously doubted this. Seeing Rosie's enthusiasm, Shuren always felt that if he went out for a while like last time, when he came back, he would be forced to attend the wedding. He would end the wedding with Rosie in a daze and become a married man. Having a princess in the family who hated marrying him off was really a little unbearable. How was this the most beautiful woman in the human race? It was clearly the most beautiful woman in the human race who hated marrying her daughter off. After thinking about it for a while, Sean felt that he was in a bad mood. It wasn't that he was against marrying Rosie, but she had to give him time to react, right? Shuren really wanted to say that he had just gone out for a while and had just come back. How did he suddenly get involved in such a big event? How melancholic. Unfortunately, no matter how depressed Shuren was, he couldn't reject the engagement, and he didn't want to reject it either. Thanks to this, the capital city had been bustling with noise and excitement for the past 3 days. Although there were indeed some people who were unable to accept this and did some foolish things, such as forming groups of people to protest, or some young masters who did not care about their lives secretly sneaking into Porstut's house with the intention of doing something sneaky, in the end, the consequences that awaited these people were usually very tragic. Needless to say, the families who didn't want to follow in Xianxia's footsteps didn't want to take them back. Therefore, they either became desserts for Yulin, or were thrown out with their limbs broken. Some were even chased out of their families. One could easily imagine what their lives would be like in the future. The former was forcefully suppressed by the royal knights. Whether it was justice, marrying to stop the disaster, or reason, marrying Rosie willingly, both sides were on the royal family's side. Even many ordinary people admitted this. Only those extreme people wanted to continue causing trouble, so they didn't need to be polite. They could just use force to control them. The past 3 days were just like this. Even though it was noisy, even though it was lively, even though there were endless disputes, even though many small things happened, it didn't affect Shuren and Rosie's engagement. Therefore, under the instructions of the royal family, the palace methodically prepared for the engagement of Rosie, the most beautiful princess in the world. They kept sending invitations to the nobles who were still in the capital. It had to be said that the fact that all the nobles from different human countries were gathered in the capital made it convenient for the engagement. At least, the royal family didn't need to worry about spending too much time inviting the distinguished guests from all over the world. Since everyone was gathered in the royal capital, the matter of the invitation would naturally be settled in a matter of minutes. Even though many of the nobles were unhappy about the engagement, and didn't want to see their goddess getting engaged to another man and falling into someone else's arms, under the current situation, in order not to offend the Porstut family, they had to show some respect. This was probably going to be the grandest engagement in history, wasn't it? After all, how could there be a princess who could invite all the dignitaries of the human race to attend her engagement banquet? If it weren't for Xian and Rosie's special status, this grand engagement couldn't have been held at all. Therefore, many people already thought that this might be the largest and most high-end engagement banquet that had never been done before and would never be done in the future. Because of this, the royal family decided that the engagement would be a celebration for the entire country. What did that mean? It meant that on the day of the engagement, all the people in the kingdom would be given a holiday to attend the banquet. As the king of Xianxia, he personally ordered that on the day of the engagement, every city in the kingdom had to hold a banquet to celebrate the engagement of Count Borstut and Princess Rosa Lusty. All the expenses of the banquet would be reimbursed by the nobles from the kingdom. When the news spread, all the cities in the kingdom entered a celebratory atmosphere. In this atmosphere, many of the voices of opposition faded away. It was hard to say whether this was Xianxia's goal or not. In this way, even if Xian wanted to reject it, he wouldn't be able to, right? If I still reject it at this time, not only will I be killed by Rosie, but I will also be killed by everyone in the kingdom. Xian seriously suspected that this was also one of Xianxia's goals. The king seemed to be planning to confirm the marriage between him and Rosie. It was only natural. Right now, you're not just a promising young man in the eyes of the royal family. You have the support of the god race, the demon race, and a mysterious expert. You're also a big shot with terrifying strength. Although this big shot destroyed the noble district and killed the duke in front of the king, which made the royal family and the kingdom lose face, compared to offending you, father would definitely want to tie you to the kingdom completely and tie you to the kingdom's side. Rosie had once said those words rather helplessly, to which Xian shrugged. In fact, Xian could also feel that Xianxia's attitude towards him had changed. Before, Xianxia had been warm and optimistic towards Xian, but that was all. Now, however, Xianxia's attitude towards Xian was not just warm and optimistic. From time to time, there would be a hint of wariness and caution. This was an attitude that would only appear when facing someone of the same status, or even someone of a higher status. From this, one could see that Xianxia no longer dared to casually manipulate Xian's affairs like before. Moreover, Rosie's elder sister, Leah's attitude towards Xian had also changed. Although on the surface, the kingdom's first princess seemed to be the same as before, smart, capable, and a little playful, Xian had always felt that Leah would cast him a somewhat complicated gaze every once in a while. That gaze of bitterness, confusion, melancholy, relief, and a little gratitude had left Xian scratching his head in confusion many times. It was only later that Xian found out that Leah was behaving like that because he had killed her fiancé and freed her from the uncontrollable shackles of the marriage contract. After the incident with Layusika's family, when Xian saw Leah, this was the first thing she said. "This is a huge favor that I may never be able to repay in this lifetime. So, from now on, your matters are my matters. As long as it's your matter, if I can help, I will help you no matter the price." Leah's words left a very deep impression in Xian's heart. This was because later on, Leah had indeed helped Xian a lot. Of course, it was still too early to say these things. Now, Leah had only just gotten rid of the marriage contract that was destined to make her unhappy. Currently, she was also the person with the lowest influence and strength in the royal family, apart from the collateral relatives. She still had a long way to go. If she wanted to be able to help Xian, she would probably have to wait for a very long time. As for now, what Leah could help Xian was to try her best to make the engagement banquet as beautiful as possible for him and Rosie. Because of this, Leah volunteered to take on the great responsibility for the engagement banquet this time. She became the person in charge and the planner of the entire engagement banquet. All the matters of the banquet were handed over to her, and she handled it swiftly and smoothly. In the end, Xian, the main character of the engagement banquet, spent the past 3 days peacefully. There were no disturbances, nor was he busy at all. With Leah around, Xian did not need to worry about the engagement banquet at all. Even if it was some necessary handover and cooperation, Xian would let Vivian handle it for him. This caused Vivian to look at Xian with resentment in her eyes for the past few days. Ter, Lumia, and Marika were immersed in their training as usual. For some reason, they even trained much more fiercely than before. Nobody knew what they were doing. Lesia and Xianxia, on the other hand, were nowhere to be seen all day. They were acting mysteriously, and nobody knew what they were doing. While Xian was happy to be free, he played with Lilith at home every day, or coaxed AIE based on what had happened previously. This made Lilith stick to him more and more, and AIE finally stopped being angry and let Xian off. However, for some unknown reason, AIE had actually said one sentence. "I will be there on the day of the engagement banquet." Hearing this, Xian thought that the little girl was still angry and wanted to ruin his engagement banquet. Who told AIE to never participate in any kind of banquets? According to her, she was not interested in such things, nor did she want to participate in them. In fact, she was even a little annoyed. Instead of going to some banquet, AIE would rather stay at home and sleep. Xian knew AIE like this, which was why he felt that the little girl wanted to ruin his engagement banquet. AIE seemed to have seen through Xian's thoughts. However, she herself expressed disdain for it. "Don't worry, this treasure of the kingdom is barely worthy of being your concubine, so I won't make trouble." After saying this, AIE left. Xian was stunned for a long time. He had no choice. "I'm marrying a wife, not a concubine." Well, he felt that this little girl might be up to something that day. It was decided. On the day of the engagement banquet, he would leave Lilith to this little girl to take care of. With Lilith sticking to her and watching over her, she wouldn't be able to do anything decent. Xian didn't know that the person who should be worried wasn't AIE, but another existence. "Damn it, I was here first. In a corner of the divine realm, Nian grasped the whole thing and kept going crazy. If it weren't for fear of being discovered by Nadura, Nian would have summoned Xian and locked him up for 3 or 4 days, directly ruining the engagement banquet. Her hero was about to get married just like that. This made Nian very unhappy, and she wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "The next one will definitely be me." The delusional goddess was still muttering her vows. At the same time, the Protoss and the demons actually made some moves for this engagement banquet. It could be imagined that on the day of the engagement banquet, it would definitely be very lively. However, on the day before the engagement banquet, Xian welcomed a guest. "What brings you here, Prince Javis?" Xian appeared in the living room of Podit's house and mocked Javis, who was brought in by the maid. Xian appeared in the living room of Porstut's house and ridiculed Harvey, who was brought in by the maid. The newcomer was none other than Harvey and Lockhart. Obviously, the strength that Xian displayed and the power behind him made this cold and arrogant strongest person of the Empire look at him in a different light. Obviously, the strength that Xian had displayed before, as well as the power behind him, had made this somewhat cold and arrogant strongest person in the Empire look at him in a different light. On the other hand, Harvey was still the same as before. He had a smile that was like a spring breeze on his face, and there was no change in his expression. "Congratulations, you have successfully won the heart of a beauty and are about to be engaged to the most precious treasure of the kingdom, Viscount Potter Tut," Harvey said. "No, I should call you Count Potter Tut now, right? My title hasn't been officially promoted yet, so I'm still a Viscount for now." Xian curled his lips and said, "Even if I'm promoted to Count, it's still not enough in front of the Imperial Prince. Your Highness, please don't flatter me." Xian pursed his lips and said, "Even if I'm promoted to a Count, I'm still not good enough to be compared to the Empire's Prince. Please don't brag about me, Your Highness." Javis laughed and said, "Now, who would still think that Sir Potter is a mere Viscount or Count?" With the support of the God race and the Devil race, as well as the strength he had shown so far, even the entire human race had to be wary of Xian, let alone a little prince of an empire. Harvey wasn't bragging. He was just telling the truth. From the moment Xian showed his brilliance, Jarvis could already foresee that this young aristocrat, who was an adventurer, was going to soar into the sky. Ever since Shuren displayed his abilities, Jarvis could foresee that this young aristocrat who was an adventurer would rise to the top. "Alright, Your Highness. You're not here to flatter me, and build a good relationship with me, just like those nobles who were queuing up at the entrance, right?" Shuren said. "Why? That's enough, Your Highness. You're not here to flatter me, and build a good relationship with me like those nobles who are lining up at the gate, right?" Sean was not going to be courteous with Jarvis, and said directly, "Why? Is the Lefort family preparing to make a move?" Sean did not forget that he needed to help Tear deal with the elite assassins of the Lefort family. In the past few days, Sean had done a lot of things, but this was what he was most concerned about. This was because this was something that could threaten the people around him. If it was possible, Shuren wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. If there were any actions on the other side, then Sean could take action. Shuren's spirit was lifted at this thought. However, at this moment, Harvey let out a sigh. "Indeed, the Lefort family has taken action," Jarvis said, "but this action may not be what we want to see." "Not what we want to see?" Shuren was slightly stunned. Jarvis didn't keep him in suspense. "I have received some news." Jarvis looked at Shuren and said, "The Lefort family's elite assassination team seems to be preparing to withdraw from the capital." "What?" Shuren was surprised. "Withdraw from the capital?" "That's right." Jarvis said helplessly, "It's not just the elite assassination team. Even Warren is planning to return to the Empire. It seems that they have decided to give up on attacking Tir Albion." "This?" Shuren didn't understand. Why did they suddenly give up? Sean, who was deep in thought, had no idea that his performance had not only deterred the rascals, but also his enemies. Jarvis said so. "It's not hard to understand why the Lefort family would give up this operation. Because they have seen Qing's true strength and the power behind you, so they have some misgivings. In other words, they have weighed the pros and cons, and finally feel that they have no chance to attack Tir Albion, who is under your protection. This should be the reason why they gave up this operation?" Upon hearing Harvey's words, not only did Sean not feel relieved, but he frowned instead. "He gave up the operation because he was afraid of me?" Perhaps, on the surface, this was the most likely thing to happen. It could not be helped. The power and energy that Shuren displayed this time was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The Empire would not want to offend Shuren, let alone capture Tear from Shuren's subordinates. That was normal. Some people would think that it was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. No matter how powerful Shuren was, as long as he could kidnap Tear without anyone noticing, wouldn't it be fine? Tear was just Tear, after all. She could not stay with Shuren forever. Once the two separated, there was still a big chance. However, Marika was also separated from Shuren. When Marika was in danger, Shuren arrived in time. Perhaps it was only because the goddess of nature's revelation let Shuren know about it. But who could guarantee that the goddess of nature wouldn't give Shuren another revelation when something happened to Tear? Given this, it was understandable that the Lefort family wanted to give up the operation. However, the Lefort family wanted to touch Tear because of Mara's instruction, right? In that case, would Mo Luo be intimidated by the power and energy that Sean had displayed? Impossible. The reason was simple. If Mara is the mastermind behind the cooperation with Mirage in the Cosmos incident, then she probably knows everything I did in Cosmos. This included how Shuren defeated the Orc clergy by himself, how Mirage was destroyed by Shuren, and how Shuren used the Holy Sword and went all out against Lilith. In other words, this Mara probably knew about Shuren's identity. Even if she did not know Shuren's identity, she knew that Shuren had extraordinary power and had subdued Lilith. But even so, the other party still sent the Lefort family to the royal capital. What did this prove? It proved that she would not give up her goal just because of Shuren's power and the power behind him. Then, why did the Lefort family suddenly withdraw from the capital and stop preparing for the operation? What was the reason? Shuren felt that there was more to this matter than meets the eye. On the other hand, Jarvis seemed to have made up his mind. "I came here to ask you, what are you going to do next?" Jarvis looked at Shuren and said in a low voice, "Before, I promised to help you get rid of the Lefort family first. that promise still stands. Of course, Shuren understood what he meant. What he meant. Do you plan to intercept and kill them on their way back? Are you going to kill them on their retreat? Jarvis asked. Jarvis did not hide it and said frankly, although the elite assassination team's whereabouts are very secretive and it is difficult to find their route, but according to my observation, Wally will meet up with them. Therefore, Harvey planned to send someone to follow Wally all the way until he found the elite assassination squad when he retreated from the capital. Then, he would find an opportunity to catch them all in one go. Is it possible? Sean looked at Harvey and said, since the other party is also an elite assassin, it should be very difficult for your men to keep an eye on him, right? It is indeed difficult. Jarvis did not deny it. He stared straight at Shuren and said, but I have to do this, or I will not be qualified to cooperate with you, right? Hearing this, Shuren smiled noncommittally. Jarvis's idea was right. If he could not even deal with a small Wally and an elite assassination team of 10 people, then what right did he have to deal with the Lefalut family, Mara, and Austa's father? Shuren had the ability to help him, but what right did he have to help Jarvis to this extent? Since it was a cooperation, if Jarvis did not show enough ability, Shuren would not need the prince's help. He could just bring Aie and Lilith to the capital and make a scene. That was better than cooperating with a prince who could not help at all. Jarvis was very smart. He knew that he had to show enough value, or else this so-called cooperation would not be maintained. And Shuren also believed that Jarvis should have some tricks up his sleeve. Sean didn't believe that the prince didn't have other strong and capable people under him, given that he could even win over the reputation of the Empire's #1 legendary knight, Locket. Among these people, perhaps there was someone who could keep an eye on Wally and the other elite assassins of the Lefalut family. In any case, Shuren was a little looking forward to it. Then I'll leave it to you, Your Highness. Shuren straightforwardly handed the matter over to Jarvis again. Leave it to me. A confident look appeared on Jarvis's face. The two chatted for a while and then went their separate ways. Jarvis brought Lakuta and left Podit's house. However, before they left, Lakuta, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said something. You are very strong, Podit. Lakuta said solemnly, I am a person who really wants to fight with strong people. I have always regarded Alidia as a target that must be defeated. There was only one meaning in Lokute's words. Now, there may be one more person on my list. Lakuta looked straight at Shuren and said with fighting spirit, I hope to have the chance to fight with you. After saying that, Lakuta left with Jarvis. Shuren was stunned for a long time before he finally rolled his eyes. For this kind of passionate plot, please find other protagonists. I'm not interested. That was what Shuren was thinking. What Shuren did not know was that Naduna, who was staying beside him, was in a dilemma at the moment. Shall I tell him what the Lefaruts are preparing to do? Naduna was naturally aware of the situation. She had been monitoring Shuren. After Shuren and Jarvis mentioned the matter of Mara, she more or less paid attention to it. Although Naduna had to focus most of her attention on Shuren and could not monitor other places, for some things that she cared about, the goddess who could theoretically monitor the entire natural world could still divert some of her attention to discover what was happening in other places. The same was true for the Lefalut family. Naduna had already spied on what those people were preparing to do. If she told Shuren now, the other party's plot would naturally collapse. But, should I tell him about this? I can still use the fact that I am the goddess of nature and the highest faith of the elves to fool him about the matter of the child named Marika. As for the Lefalut family, it has nothing to do with me. Once I tell him about this, he will definitely start to wonder why I know so much about what is happening around him. By then, the fact that she was monitoring him would most likely be exposed. This made Nadia a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, Naduna decided. Let's not worry about it for now. With Shuren's ability, he might be able to solve this matter by himself. If an accident were to happen, he could just remind them at that time. As for now, I'll let this hero get married in peace. Naduna could not help but smile. I wonder if Litas already knows that her well-wishers are going to get married. If she knew, how would she react? Thinking about it, Naduna found it funny. Unfortunately, Naduna did not know that the situation was far more serious than she thought. Divine Realm on a floating island near the center of the big island. This was the divine island where Anima, the goddess of life, lived. Different from the goddess of nature's divine island, which was full of forests and lakes, the goddess of life's divine island was like a large ecological garden. Not only was there a variety of environments, but there were also many life activities. They were all animals. Some could be seen everywhere on the ground, some were precious species that were hard to find on the ground, and there were even ancient creatures that had gone extinct in the long river of history. There was everything, making the entire divine island a living circle of thousands of species, full of vitality and vitality. At this time, Anima had just returned to her divine island from the outside. As she walked towards the temple in the center, her face was full of thoughts. There's no problem with the seal. The hero summoning arcana is still sealed inside. This is for sure. Just now, Anima had gone to the corner of the divine realm where the hero's summoning arcana was sealed to investigate the situation of the seal. The seal set by the overgod Omnis was still in operation. Apart from herself, no one could enter. Although Anima could not enter, since the seal was still intact, it meant that there were no major problems with the hero's summoning arcana. At the very least, no one can enter the sealed area and activate the hero's summoning arcana. Anima thought hard and muttered, if that's the case, why would the hero's summoning arcana be activated? This problem could not be solved. If only the mother goddess was still awake, Anima could not help but think this, but then she shook her head and got rid of this unrealistic thought. She knew that after losing the Demon King's omnipotensin, there was nothing that could attract the attention of the mother goddess. It was impossible to wake the mother goddess up. Let's look through the ancient books on the hero's summoning arcana. Maybe I can find some clues. Anima decided on her next step. At this time, a goddess came in front of Anima in a panic. Lady Anima. Bad news. The goddess seemed very anxious. What's wrong? Anima was startled. The next second, Anima's expression changed. Lady Ledas has run to the human world. The goddess said with a sad face. What did you say? Anima was stunned. Just like that, the day of Shuren and Rosie's engagement finally arrived. On this day, there was no one in the capital for business, nor was there anyone working. Instead, there were many entertainment activities and celebratory parties. The royal knights took the lead and started a parade in the royal city. It was unknown where the celebratory music came from, but it resounded through the streets and alleys. Every household hung up their curtains and lit up their magic lamps that were different from usual. It was as if they were celebrating the new year, full of laughter and cheers. Under the deliberate promotion of the palace, the entire royal city was the first to sound the horn for this engagement banquet that was worthy of being recorded in the history books. Of course, it was the same in the other cities. Even though some people were still unwilling to celebrate Rosie's engagement with someone else, the royal family had decreed that the whole country should celebrate together. No matter how unwilling they were, they still had to put on a show. Therefore, the whole kingdom really entered into an atmosphere of national celebration. Even the adventurers would not work on this day. Other than some of them who received a special commission to contribute to the national celebration of the engagement banquet, the rest of the adventurers were in the Adventurers Guild eating meat and drinking wine. However, their topics were all very interesting. Her Highness is married. My youth is also over. Don't say that. It's just an engagement. They're not really married yet. Even if it's just an engagement, it's still very enviable. Yeah. Similar discussions kept popping up in the Adventurers Guild. At the same time, in the Adventurers Guild in Lemegen, a large group of adventurers were also sighing. I didn't expect that the little brat who was only level 10 and looked down upon by everyone would not only become an earl, but he's also engaged to Her Highness Rosie. A few months ago, that guy was just like us, an adventurer. We're all adventurers. Why is there such a huge gap between us? God is really blind. That's right. I don't know how a devil like him could be so lucky. If I had known earlier, I would have accepted the commission to go to the royal city. If I had gone back then, I might have been the one to get engaged to Her Highness. Yeah, I could have done it too. The group of adventurers were sour, as if they had just eaten dozens of tons of lemons. Leon was among the crowd. His teammates had changed. Margaret had been killed by Beethoven, and Eudilis was not around. However, Leon still relied on his own means to recruit two very high-level adventurers. Both of them were female adventurers above level 40, which was considered very high among the Lamigians. It was a pity that not every high-ranked female adventurer could have outstanding looks. The two female adventurers that Leon brought with him were like this. One was indescribably beautiful, and the other was as strong as a man. The two of them even stuck to Leon's side intimately, ignoring the disdain and disgust of the people around them as they fed Leon in a coquettish voice. "Come and try this, Lord Leon. Lord Leon is also very fortunate. With us sisters spoiling you, you don't lose to Sean at all, right? Come, let's show others how happy we are, Lord Leon. Come, let others see how happy we are, Lord Leon." Ongren. The two adventurers smiled sweetly, but their looks and bodies made Leon's smile look extremely forced. Looking at the two extremely unique teammates in his arms and recalling Rosie's beauty in the royal city, Leon's heart was filled with envy and jealousy. "I've also gone to the royal city. Why didn't such a good thing come to me?" For Leon, who had always wanted to become a noble, everything about Shuren was something that he envied and envied. They had gone to the royal city together. Now, not only was Shuren engaged to the most beautiful woman of the human race and the most precious treasure of the kingdom, he had also become a noble. Not just any noble, but a viscount. Now, he was about to become a count, a true superior noble. With the support of the Protoss and the demons, one could imagine his future achievements and status. This was hard for Leon to accept. It was not that Leon did not know his place, but a few months ago, when they went to the royal city together, they were of equal status. Now, the gap between them had become so huge that it was unbearable. In particular, the experiences of the two sides could be said to be as different as heaven and earth. Shuren became a noble in the royal city, while Leon was humiliated in the royal city and had to go back to the countryside to continue living. Shuren was favored by Her Royal Highness in the royal city, while Leon was looked down upon by his female companion in the royal city, causing his status to plummet. Eudilis, who used to view all the beautiful women who approached Leon as her enemy, went to the capital and saw more outstanding men. After returning to Lamigian, she completely despised Leon. The reason why Eudilis was not here now was because she had dumped him and followed her family's caravan to the royal city. It was said that Eudilis was ready to inherit her family's magical equipment business and train and work in the branch in the royal city. Her goal was simple. She wanted to marry into a rich family and become the wife of a noble, or the concubine of a great noble, so that she could enjoy a luxurious life in the future. Leon wanted to cry. He really wanted to cry. Lord Leon beside him, his two teammates who were as rough as men called out to him in a sweet voice. The forced smile on Leon's face turned uglier than if he were to cry. It was not long before Lion married the sisters, and began to live as a cook in the house. Now, Leon was still fantasizing about it. One day, I'll be like that Shuren, a man that everyone envies. For this, Leon swallowed all the bitterness and grievances in his stomach. He opened his mouth and bit the food that his two teammates brought to his mouth. That scene was tragic no matter how one looked at it. At the same time, Lily wasn't in the guild. Instead, she was in a simple and crude house, accompanying 7 adorable girls. The 7 little girls all had dog ears and tails. They were not even 10 years old, but they all looked a little like Lumia. They lined up in a row in front of Lily. "Looks like everyone is ready." Lily nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "In a few days, I'll bring all of you to the royal city. What do you say?" Hearing this, the eyes of the little girls lit up. One of the girls immediately raised her hand. "Big sister Lily, is our big sister in King City?" The rest of the girls were just like her, looking timidly at Lily with shining eyes. Yes. Lily naturally wouldn't lie to these girls. She said intimately, "Your sister is in the royal city, waiting for you." His words were met with another round of questions from the little girls who could not wait any longer. "We'll be living in the royal city from now on, right? I heard there's a big house for us to live in." "It's the house of sisters teammates." "No, it's the house of sisters man." "I heard it's the house of Her Highness the Princess." "I'm looking forward to it." Just like that, the little girls began to chatter, appearing particularly lively. Lily was especially stunned when she heard the word sister's man. Where did you hear that from? Lily asked hurriedly. Regarding this, the little girls answered without any hesitation. It's the grandma next door who told me. We showed the letter that sister sent us to the granny. Because we couldn't understand it. The granny said that sister said in the letter that she's living in a very impressive man's house. Granny also said that a cute girl like sister will be eaten alive if she stays in a man's house. So that means that he's sister's man. I just don't know what he means by eaten alive. The little girl started chattering again, causing Lily to feel a headache. Oh no, this is a big misunderstanding, Lily sighed at the thought. Forget it, I'll let Lumia worry about it. Who told the girls to suddenly say that they weren't going back to Ramjan and would be staying in the royal city? When Lily had first received the news, she had jumped in fright. Especially when she thought about how special Vivian and Ter were, she knew that they wouldn't want to stay in the royal city forever. Who would have thought that this time, they would all make the decision to stay there? Who is it all because of? As she muttered to herself, Lily thought of that inconceivable man. I really didn't expect him to become the fiancé of the princess in just a few short months. He's so perfect that I can't even be jealous of him. But on second thought, given his identity, he was more than enough to be a match for Rosie. I just don't know if Vivian and the others are also, otherwise, why would they want to stay in the royal city? Really, Lily couldn't help but laugh. Outside, the celebratory atmosphere was still ongoing. Shuren and Rosie's engagement banquet was about to begin. Royal City, Lakeshore Island Temple. In the deepest part of the Divine Hall, in the inner hall where no one could see, a shining door suddenly appeared and opened, allowing a figure to slowly walk out from within. It was the goddess. Her skin was as white as snow, her hair long like a waterfall, her figure graceful, tall, and beautiful. She had long white hair and blue eyes, and she wore a white robe. It's been a long time since I've been to the human world. The beautiful goddess sighed with emotion, as if she was reminiscing the past, as if she was reminiscing about something. But after a while, all that was left on the goddess' face was indignant. I'd like to see who's trying to kidnap my lovely well-wishers. You're Shuren Borstut, right? Wait for me. Brimming with anger and enmity, the most powerful goddess in existence strode out of the Temple of Light. Unknowingly, the engagement banquet in the palace was nearing. When the sky started to darken, carriages began to move towards the palace, passing through the bridge that connected to the island in the middle of the lake and directly entering the palace gates. This scene lasted for a very long time, not stopping for a few hours. One could imagine how many nobles were preparing to attend this engagement banquet. Many citizens had specially come here to watch. Looking at the palace, which was decorated with lanterns and banners, preparing to host the official engagement banquet, their hearts were filled with envy. I really want to go in and take a look. Yeah. I heard that Her Highness Rosie will be wearing a formal dress today. If only I could have a look at it, Yizichin muttered. Don't even think about it. Her Highness Rosie is about to be engaged to Viscount Porstut. No, I should say Count Porstut. That's just an engagement, right? That's right, it's just an engagement. Who knows if the engagement will suddenly be cancelled? That's right. Many of them chatted with each other while harboring this somewhat embarrassing hope, as if they were trying their best to grab onto the last straw of hope. In the end, people still did not want Rosie to marry another man. Even if they could not have it, they did not want others to have it. This was a deep-rooted bad habit of men. As long as the goddess did not belong to anyone, she would belong to everyone. There were countless people who harbored such thoughts. Perhaps, even if Rosie really married someone, there would still be many people in this world who looked up to and admired her, right? The most precious treasure of the kingdom would always be the most precious treasure of the kingdom, deeply loved and respected by the people of the kingdom. People could only admire the princess while cursing Shuren in their hearts. Even though the situation had progressed to this point and many people had accepted this reality, there were still many people who were cursing the man with the greatest luck, Shuren Porstut. Achoo! In the hall of Porstut's house, Shuren sneezed violently. What's wrong? Seeing this scene, Vivian immediately asked with concern, Did you catch a cold? Vivian's words caused the gazes of the young ladies in the hall to focus on Shuren. Are you all right? Mr. Shuren? Melika revealed a look of concern. Did you really catch a cold? Lumia still had a timid look on her face. Don't screw up at a time like this. Ter couldn't help but say this. Sean rubbed his nose as he felt the concern from the group of young ladies. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just suddenly felt like sneezing. As he spoke, Shuren also looked at the group of young ladies. A group of 4 young girls gathered around Sean, and they were dressed completely differently from usual. At a closer look, the girls in Vivian's party had all changed out of their usual adventurer's gear and put on formal attire. Marika was wearing a long green dress that complemented her naturally flowing long hair. She looked like an elf princess at a ball. She was not peerlessly beautiful, but she was definitely fresh and pure, beautiful and moving. Lumia, on the other hand, was wearing a light yellow short dress. Her fair calves were exposed to the air, and they were so smooth and supple that anyone who looked at them would want to pinch them. Lumia herself had been feeling very uncomfortable since the beginning, and she was still fidgeting with her hands. Even Ter had taken off her usual boring black robe and changed into a simple yet stylish one. Like Lumia, she wore a short one-piece dress, but it was a black dress that left her shoulders bare. Her eye-catching purple hair was also tied into a braid that hung in front of her body, making her look like a cold little witch. The only downside was that she still wore a mask that covered the upper half of her face, which was a bit of a killjoy. The one who drew the most attention was undoubtedly Vivian. This was because Vivian had taken off the full body armor that she had been wearing all the time, finally revealing the full appearance of her delicate body. It was a curvaceous, enchanting, and sexy body that did not lose out to Scylla at all. Vivian was dressed in a dark blue dress and high heels. Her skirt was slightly long, and her hands were holding the sides of her skirt, giving her an indescribably elegant and beautiful way of walking. Sean still remembered that when he first saw Vivian like this, he was so shocked that he stood rooted to the ground for a few seconds. It couldn't be helped. In terms of beauty, Shuren had seen people more beautiful than Vivian. Be it Rosie or Nian, they were both more beautiful than Vivian. Shuren, on the other hand, had already eaten one of them and kept the other as a spare tire, Nian, a chew. It was already very difficult to impress him with their looks alone. The reason why Vivian was able to do this was that her appearance was so different from her usual appearance that Shuren could not help but stare blankly for a few seconds. Looking at these 4 beautiful girls of different styles, Shuren suddenly understood why Vivian's team had to be so vigilant of male adventurers when they were in Lemijin. There was no other reason other than the fact that these 4 girls were too attractive when they were together. However, today, these 4 girls were dressed up to attend Shuren's engagement banquet. As the first people Shuren got to know after coming to this world and his teammates who had been living under the same roof with him for the past few months, it was impossible for the 4 girls not to receive an invitation from the royal family to attend Shuren's engagement banquet. Of course, among the 4 girls, except for Vivian who grew up in a noble family, the other 3 were terrified of this matter at first. I've never attended such a high-class banquet before. Me too. Melika and Lumia almost panicked. Ter even frowned for a long time when she heard that they were going to attend the banquet. Obviously, she did not want to attend at all. But in the end, all 3 decided to attend. As for the reason, of course, it was because of Vivian's advice. This is Shuren's engagement banquet, are you sure you want to be absent? That one sentence caused the 3 girls to fall silent. In the end, they mustered up their courage and silently agreed to attend Shuren's engagement banquet. As for Aie, she was naturally present. I've never heard of dressing like this. Aie looked unhappy. This dragon demon was also dressed in a bright red gown, revealing her shoulders and legs. There were 2 ribbons hanging down from the back of the skirt. It had to be said that this gown was extremely suitable for Aie. Although it took a long time to prepare this gown, mainly because there was a lack of fabric in some areas, making the gown too tight and requiring extensive alterations before it could fit, the dragon demon who had once shocked the 3 realms of gods, humans, and demons had such a stunning side to it. It was truly worth the trip. She had protested many times and was dissatisfied with this, but Shuren's words stopped her. You were the one who said you were going to attend my engagement banquet. Of course you have to wear a gown, right? Shuren said. AI really wanted to say that no matter what kind of occasion it was, she would never wear such troublesome clothes. And that was the truth. In the past, AI had never worn a gown, nor had she attended any public events. Only when she had to appear would she appear in front of a portion of people. This AI did not care about the dress on the spot at all. She would still wear whatever she was supposed to wear. In other words, it was also AI's first time wearing a gown like this. AI really wanted to say something, but after seeing Sharon's appreciative gaze, for some reason, she swallowed all her words back. In the end, AI could only say one sentence. In the entire world, only you can make me do this. AI sighed with deep dissatisfaction. That's really an honor. Sharon shrugged his shoulders and said, speaking of which, do you feel that uncomfortable? The fabric of that gown should be quite expensive, right? In particular, this little girl was wearing a famous item. She did not save any fabric that should be saved, and it really cost Sharon a lot of money. Therefore, Sharon felt a little indignant about AI's dissatisfied performance. Who would have thought? You won't understand. AI suddenly fell silent, and then said in an inexplicably heavy tone, if I have even the slightest interest in clothes, then as early as 10,000 years ago, I would have become a doll of my sisters, caught by them to play dress-changing games. Alright, 2 seconds of silence for you. That being said, since it's rare for you to change into a gown, can you remove that dampening pillow? Sharon finally could not help but protest. Yes. AI was still hugging her pillow, blocking in front of her. Even though she had changed into different clothes, the front of her was still tightly blocked. This made Sharon, who thought that he could feast his eyes today, very dissatisfied. But this was also the bottom line that AI would not give up no matter what. It's fine if it's you, but I don't intend to let other men casually look at my body. AI snorted softly, but her words were full of ambiguity. Casually look at your body. Wah. Melika and Lumia were shocked. Sharon, could it be that you, Vivian and Ter also looked at Sharon in a different way? Wait. Stop your imagination first. What you imagined didn't happen. Sharon trembled all over, and he hurriedly explained. However, this explanation didn't convince the girls. They were only half convinced and half doubtful. Sharon wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, a small hand pulled on Sharon's sleeve, making Sharon lower his head and look to the side. There, Lilith stood quietly, looking up. This little goddess had already put on a gown. However, unlike AI's bright red gown, Lilith's gown was pure white and flawless. She was a demon god, but this pure white and flawless gown seemed to suit her no matter how one looked at it. Sharon could not help but reach out and touch Lilith's head. Okay, let's go. Sharon said. A minute later, Yulin roared and flew out of Podit's house, heading toward the direction of the palace. Roar. The dragon's roar lingered in the sky above the capital, causing the citizens who were celebrating to raise their heads and look at the sky. Yulin roared in high spirits as she flew towards the palace under everyone's gazes and complicated gazes. People were pointing fingers at her. People were talking about her. That was because they knew that the main character of this grand engagement banquet that the entire country was celebrating was now the dragon. Riding a dragon to get engaged? I have to say, it's really domineering. Seeing this, I can only say that he is indeed worthy of being the husband that Her Highness Rosie has chosen. Yeah, people seem to have realized the reality at this moment, realizing that the person who was about to step towards the throne that everyone envied was a hero that they could never reach. Compared to him, they were nothing. What right did they have to object? The people of the royal capital were thinking about this with complicated feelings. Sharon didn't know that his trip would have such a positive effect. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care, right? It could only be said that he was starting to get used to the attitude of others. Under such circumstances, it didn't take long for Sean and the others to arrive at the palace with Yulin's flying. Bathed in everyone's gaze, the dark dragon flew across the night sky and the vast lake. Finally, it arrived at the island in the middle of the lake and landed in the direction of the palace below. Due to the large number of people invited to this engagement banquet, there were also many people of noble status. The high-level relationships were also very high, so it was directly carried out in the king's hall. The king's hall, which was used for meetings in the past, was now decorated with many luxurious tables and chairs. Plates of hot dishes and drinks were served by the palace maids, covering the white tables, allowing the nobles to enjoy themselves. Of course, they gathered in twos and threes, but the topic of conversation could not be separated from the main character of this engagement banquet. After today, the most precious flower of the kingdom will completely belong to someone. To think that we fought for so long, but in the end, we can't even compete with a viscount who was born as an adventurer and has only been a noble for a few months. It can't be helped. He has the support of the Protoss and the demons. If I had the support of the Protoss and the demons, I would have already soared to the sky. I can only say that we are all losers today. Just like that, the nobles and even the royals of various countries gathered together and chatted about some sour and sentimental topics. At this moment, whether it was the nobles who stood on the side of the country or the nobles who were political enemies, they all had a rare feeling of sympathy for each other. They gathered together and drank big mouthfuls of wine, as if they were ready to get drunk. The nobles who were allowed to come here were basically those who had accepted reality, admitted it, stopped having unnecessary fantasies, and gave up on going against Xian. Otherwise, their families wouldn't have allowed them to attend at all, in case they caused trouble and caused a disaster. Therefore, today, these noble children were here to reminisce for the last time. It wasn't strange for them to gather together like this to appreciate each other. So, today, these nobles were here to cherish the last time. It was not strange for them to gather together like this. The rest of the nobles also gathered in twos and threes to chat. When the kingdom's most valuable treasure and Minister Borstud are officially engaged, the Mitra kingdom will have formed a deeper relationship with the Protoss and the demons, right? In the past, the kingdom had already received a lot of help from the Protoss because of the hero Mitra and the kingdom's most valuable treasure, Her Royal Highness Rosalesti. This time, they have a marriage alliance with someone who has a deep relationship with the demons. I'm afraid they will surpass the Ragnar Empire in the future and become the strongest human country. Could this be the reason why the Mitra royal family chose Borstud? Who knows? Although Ansefalg is famous for doting on his daughter, he also has a practical side. Maybe he is really calculating the interests involved. It seems that the Mitra kingdom will become more and more powerful in the future. Don't worry. The Ragnar Empire should be the one who should be worried. That's true. The dignitaries all turned their gazes to the side and looked at Harvey, who was chatting with someone. However, Harvey did not seem to notice anyone's gaze as he continued to chat with someone calmly. His spring breeze-like smile made the cheeks of many young ladies of noble families in the royal hall blush and their eyes light up. However, many influential people had come to this banquet, and Harvey was definitely not the most dazzling among them. Even Popule of the Temple of Light had brought a group of clergymen to attend the engagement banquet. Many people were greeting him respectfully, and he himself had a kind expression on his face. He didn't look arrogant at all, but Yule's side was undoubtedly the center of the most prestigious and dazzling circle of the day. As the spokesperson of the Protoss in the human world, the status of the Pantheon was very special among the humans. The Pope of the Pantheon was on equal footing with the king of a country, and even had a higher status than the king of many small countries. If they could establish a relationship with the people of the Pantheon, it would definitely be a great thing for the nobles of various countries who were active in the human world. Therefore, as soon as Yule appeared, he immediately became the most respected person in the audience. From the beginning, people had not stopped greeting him. Even Harvey and Lockett had come forward to greet him respectfully. This showed how special the status of the Pantheon was. Yule had never personally attended any banquet before, but this time, he had personally come to attend Shuren and Rosie's engagement banquet. One could imagine that in his heart, Shuren and Rosie were also very special. After all, both Shuren and Rosie had a great relationship with the Protoss. With this connection, Yule didn't dare to put on airs. He had no choice but to attend the engagement banquet. He basically represented the intention of the Protoss here, proving that the Protoss was also paying attention to this engagement banquet, paying attention to Shuren and Rosie, and even offering their blessings. For this, many people from the embassy of the demons had also come. As if they were competing with the Protoss, they became another dazzling circle in the royal hall. For this engagement banquet, all the members of the celestial race, human race, and demon race had come. In this way, it was no wonder that others felt that this engagement banquet would be the most sensational and high-class engagement banquet in history. Under such circumstances, Shuren and his party arrived late. When the footsteps rang out clearly in everyone's ears, the entire place fell silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Shuren slowly walked in. He was wearing a luxurious ceremonial robe. His left and right hands were holding Aie and Lilith respectively. Behind him, Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika, who looked like a blooming flower, followed him in a line, as if they were his female companions and attendants. That extravagance instantly overwhelmed all the nobles and figures present. Especially when Aie, who was holding Shuren's hand and dressed in a bright red dress, appeared, many people's expressions changed. Not long after, "Greetings, Minister Borstut." "Greetings, Your Highness." At some point, Liao had brought Shauna to stand before Shuren and the others and properly bowed. Only then did everyone come to their senses. "Greetings, Emissary Borstut." "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, Your Highness." At this moment, be it the royalty of the various countries or the nobles whose titles were far above Shuren's, all of them bowed to Shuren and Aie. It was the same for Yule and the clergymen of the Temple of Light. They had completely lost their usual aloofness and lowered their noble heads. Needless to say, the people of the devil race, upon seeing Aie appear, all of them panicked and knelt down. Evidently, Aie's appearance was not something anyone had expected. Aie, however, did not even look at these people. She only coldly held on to Shuren's hand. Although the people here were all of high status, in Aie's eyes, they were undoubtedly no different from mortals. Therefore, Aie would not look at them, nor would she respond to their salutes. Only Shan looked around at the nobles of various countries who had bowed their heads to him. He sighed in his heart as he looked at them, who undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of the most powerful and influential people in this world. Everyone else was lamenting that Shuren had been an adventurer a few months ago, but now he had soared to the sky. They all felt that it was quite unbelievable. But how much better could Shuren be? After all, Shuren had always seen himself as a very vulgar and ordinary person. He did not see himself as the protagonist or the center of this world. Even in his past life, while Shuren had forgotten what kind of person he was, one could tell from his attitude and values in this life that he was definitely not a person of wealth or nobility. And yet, in a few short months, he actually stood among the nobles of various races, making them all lower their heads to him. It was impossible not to sigh over it. No wonder otakus have the dream of reincarnating into another world and transmigrating to the second dimension. It was precisely because of this feeling that made people feel like they had become the person of destiny that people were so passionate about it, right? Unfortunately, I'm still a vulgar person, a very ordinary salted fish. Shuren smiled open-heartedly, the sigh in his heart gone. His ability to accept things had always been this strong. So, in just a second, he had completely reacted. "Greetings, Your Highness." In such a formal occasion, Shuren did not act too casually, and also bowed to Liao. It could not be helped, this was his own engagement banquet. No matter how wild Shuren was, he would not go so far as to do so at his own engagement banquet. However, Shuren would not be too polite. "Where's Rosie?" Just like that, Shuren went straight to the main topic. Liao smiled and turned around, turning everyone's gaze towards the direction of the throne. Over there, on the side path, two figures slowly walked over, imprinted in everyone's eyes. They were Anxi and Rosie. Anxi held his daughter's hand, like a father about to entrust his daughter to someone else, his face full of kindness. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the figure beside Anxi. It was the same for Shuren. There was no other reason than that Rosie was simply too beautiful today. She wore a white muslin, a pearl necklace, and a jade earring. Even though she did not put on any makeup, her skin was as white as snow, smooth and alluring. She wore a pure white gown, like a wedding gown, revealing her shoulders and back, exuding a breathtaking feeling. Today, she did not have a holy sword by her side, nor did she have an awe-inspiring aura, only a soul-stirring sense of beauty. In particular, she unconsciously carried a trace of a smile on her face, as well as a pair of crimson gem-like eyes that curved like crescent moons. That look added to the softness and beauty that she did not have in the past. Like this, she was a true princess. Like this, she was a goddess in everyone's eyes. The number one beauty of the human race, the most precious treasure of the kingdom, in front of everyone's eyes, made a grand entrance in the most beautiful posture of her life. Everyone was stunned. Everyone's heart skipped a few beats when they saw it. At this moment, the focus of the entire audience was undoubtedly Rosie. No one could compare to her. She is indeed blessed by the heavens. Nader, who had been following Sharon, finally couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Rosie like this. So that's how it is. She does have the qualifications to be taken seriously. Even AIE seemed to have a whole new level of respect for Rosie as she muttered. Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika were also looking at Rosie at this moment. Their hearts were filled with amazement, awe, admiration, relief, and all sorts of other emotions. Even Lilith seemed to feel that Rosie was very elegant and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. And she led Rosie all the way to Sharon and AIE. "Greetings, Your Highness." And she lowered his head and bowed to AIE. And she hadn't expected AIE's appearance either. But he was undoubtedly satisfied. Because this meant that the demons were paying attention to this engagement banquet and the Mitra royal family. This was something to be happy about. AIE glanced at Anshi. "I'm just here to take a look." AIE gave Anshi some face and said indifferently, "Don't worry about me. Do your own things." "Yes." And she naturally had no objections. Thus, and she turned his gaze and looked at Sharon. His gaze was somewhat complicated, but he also felt gratified and satisfied. Although he was shocked by Sharon's ability and even felt fearful, he had to admit that such an existence was also a good fate for Rosie. Thus, and she had no regrets. If the main characters of this engagement banquet were Sharon and Rosie, then the MC would undoubtedly be Anshi. Ansi nodded at Sean, seemingly satisfied, and then looked around the room. "First of all, please allow me to welcome all of you on behalf of my daughter Rosie and the Mitra Kingdom. Thank you for accepting the kingdom's invitation and attending this engagement banquet." Anshi's voice woke up those who were obsessed with Rosie's beauty. "Today is the engagement day of my daughter, the second princess of the Mitra Kingdom, Rosie Lusty Mitra. She is my baby and the most precious treasure of the kingdom. She has been gifted since she was young, and no one in the human race can match her. Not only did she receive the approval of the ancestral holy sword, she was also blessed by the goddess of destiny and loved by the Protoss. I believe that in this world, no one can be more outstanding than my daughter, and no one can have such achievements. For this, I sincerely thank God for giving me such an outstanding daughter, and she has made me proud for 17 years. From now on, I will probably continue to be proud of this until the day I die. I also believe that everyone in the kingdom is as proud of my daughter as I am. They love and praise her from the bottom of their hearts. Now, my outstanding daughter has finally found a husband that is compatible with her." As he spoke, and she held Rosie's hand in one hand and Sharon's hand in the other, facing everyone present. His background is not noble, but with his own ability, in just a few months, he transformed from an adventurer to a hero of the kingdom and all races. He has tamed the legendary Black Dragon, fought against the old demons, and disrupted the schemes of the fallen nobles several times. He stood out from the many heroes of the human race and became the most outstanding one. If there is anyone in this world who is worthy of the most precious treasure of our kingdom, I think it should be him. So, today, I officially hand my daughter over to him, betrothed the most precious treasure of my kingdom, the treasure of the royal family, to this equally outstanding man." As he spoke, and she placed Rosie's hand in Sharon's. Sharon and Rosie held each other's hands tightly, almost subconsciously squeezing each other's hands tightly. It was as if the two of them could no longer see anyone else, and only had eyes for each other. And she suddenly smiled, but his mood was still very complicated. He remembered that back then, he had made up his mind that if Sharon really had a relationship with his daughter, he would not agree to it unless he completely became a member of the kingdom. Who would have thought that the world was unpredictable, and now, it was no longer a question of whether he would allow it or not. In the end, his precious daughter would still be stolen. This made Anshi very melancholy for the past few days, but he also got over it. She had been very sad these days. From today onward, he will officially marry my daughter, and will be Rosie's daughter. Rosie's daughter will be Rosie's marriage. Rosie will be my daughter, and will be king, and she. Everyone, please offer your most sincere blessings to this fiancé. Hearing this, everyone present looked at Sharon and Rosie, who were holding hands and looking at each other. There was no one else in their eyes, and their hearts were filled with reluctance. This was especially so for the nobles. When they saw Rosie, who was much more beautiful than ever before, their hearts, which had originally intended to give up, began to waver. Not to mention them, even the nobles were somewhat hesitant. Were they really going to give up? Could they really give up on such a beautiful princess, the descendant of the most outstanding warrior of the entire human race, a woman who was blessed by the heavens? Wouldn't it be a great blessing if the marriage alliance was with their own family? The nobles, who had already made up their minds to give up, began to waver. Even Harvey smiled bitterly in the crowd. Even I am a little regretful that I gave up so easily. Rosie, Rusty Mitra, is really a scary person. With such a person as her opponent, it was no wonder that the pressure on her was so great that she became so rigid and neurotic. Most of the people present had similar thoughts as Harvey. They all felt that they had given up too early. However, it was too late to regret now. Clap, 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 in the hall, a round of applause rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look and were immediately stunned. Because the person who was clapping was none other than AIE. Yes. AIE actually took the lead in clapping. The most precious treasure of the kingdom lives up to her name. You are worthy of my applause. AIE glanced at the surprised Sharon and began to clap. At the side, Lilith immediately imitated him and clapped with a serious face. Vivian and Tare looked at each other. In the end, Vivian suddenly smiled, and the others' expression softened. They also began to clap. Even Lucia and Marika hurriedly followed suit. After a moment of silence, Lucia smiled as if she had been relieved. Then, the applause rang out. Seeing this, the people present began to follow suit one after another. You two are very compatible. God will bless you too. Popul applauded with a smile, and all the clergymen in the temple began to clap together. The demons also did the same. Looking at AIE, who took the lead in clapping, they did so without hesitation. Harvey also smiled helplessly and clapped with Locket. The rest of the people could no longer hesitate and could only clap unwillingly. The applause grew louder and louder until the entire hall was filled with cheers and applause. However, the noblemen's hearts were bleeding as they applauded. Looking at Rosie's goddess-like figure and seeing that she only had eyes for Sharon and had a smile on her face that had never been there before, the nobles were even more frustrated. They wanted to kick Sharon away so that they could be the one standing next to Rosie. Ansai, on the other hand, smiled happily. Then, he looked at Sharon. I, Ansai Fulgur Mitra, in the name of the 13th king of the Mitra kingdom, bestow upon you the title of an honorary earl. Ansai then proceeded with the last task. From today onwards, you are no longer a viscount, but an earl of the kingdom, a superior noble. You have truly stepped into the upper class of the noble circle. I hope you will treat Rosie well and work hard to improve yourself to the next level. Earl is tut. After that, Ansai let go of his hand and stepped back, giving the stage to Sharon and Rosie. Sharon and Rosie finally looked at each other and smiled. Especially Rosie, her eyes were filled with happiness and relief. She knew that she had finally bid farewell to her past and would no longer have to continue living a boring life like before. From today onwards, she would no longer have to live in response to other people's expectations, nor would she have to hide herself so painstakingly. Although today was just an engagement ceremony and they were not officially married yet, Rosie, who had the God of Fate's blessing, had a premonition that her life would completely change from this moment onwards. Thinking of this, Rosie could not help but tighten her grip on Sharon's hand. It was rare that Sharon did not make a fool of himself. It was as if this beautiful princess was the only thing left in his eyes, and his face was filled with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Sharon seemed to be able to see the scene when he first met Rosie on the square in front of the palace. At that time, Rosie was so beautiful and so awe-inspiring that even Sharon was dazed and held his breath. However, what really made Sharon recognize Rosie was that decisive scene. Until now, Shuren could still vaguely hear the words of that time. Why did such a troublesome thing happen again? Can't you just let me have a good rest? My daily schedule is already so full. Not only do I have to go out and show my face every day, but I also have to deal with the nobles who came to propose marriage. I don't even have time to play. Finally, I can stay in the capital for a while, but why does this have to happen again? How much work does God want me to do before he is satisfied? I don't want to work. I don't want to work. I want to go out and play. I want to eat the desserts from Lilith's shop. I want to eat the sumptuous meals from Alice's shop. I don't want to eat the cold dishes from the palace all the time. Sob sob sob. That idiot Vivian. Why did she bring me so much trouble? What do these people want me to do? So troublesome. So troublesome. Recalling the voice, the words, and Rosie who was lying on the bed, rolling around and complaining about the current situation, Shuren could not help but laugh. Shuren moved closer to Rosie's ear. Do you still think that meeting me is a troublesome thing? For some reason, Shuren asked such a question. Rosie seemed to know where Sean's question came from. It was as if she had also recalled what had happened at that time. She looked at Sean with displeasure in her eyes. But meeting you is the luckiest thing that has happened to me in my life. Rosie followed her heart and answered word by word with a bright smile. His smile once again caused everyone present to be dazed. Shuren could not help but be dazed for a moment, and then he smiled. Sean glanced at the beautiful and charming Rosie, and then looked at the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of the nobles around him. Suddenly, the smile on Sean's face turned sour. Then, Shuren suddenly grabbed Rosie's hand and tightened his grip. Ah! Rosie could not help but cry out in surprise and threw herself into Shuren's arms. Shuren held the princess in his arms, and then without hesitation, he lowered his head and stole her lips. Wow! Everyone present was speechless. Crack! The hearts of all the nobles suddenly shattered like glass. What? Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika were all stunned by what they had just seen. That guy. Aie stopped clapping, and her face twitched. Even the smile on Ani's face froze. In front of everyone present, Shuren hugged and kissed the most precious treasure of the kingdom, the most beautiful woman of the human race, and announced to the world that this princess was now his. Rosie finally reacted, and she was angry and anxious. But then, Rosie's body also softened. She stretched out her hands, wrapped them around Shuren's neck, closed her eyes, and entrusted all of herself to Shuren, letting him do whatever he wanted. This was also a declaration, announcing that she had become this man's possession. She had fallen in love with him, not for the sake of a political marriage, and not for any other considerations. She had simply fallen in love with this man who had kissed her in a domineering manner. Finally, someone in the hall was so stimulated that he collapsed and fainted on the spot with a scream. The rest of the people also felt dizzy, and some only felt dizzy. They felt their hearts go empty and lost their souls. Really? Even Nader, who was hiding in the dark, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The only one left was Lia. She had been watching silently from the side since the beginning, and now, looking at the couple who couldn't stop hugging and kissing, she felt gratified and complicated. Your Highness Lia. Shauna called Lia, and her eyes were full of envy and yearning as she looked at Shuren and Rosie. I'm fine. Lia shook her head and said softly, Rosie has finally found her own happiness. She has found someone who truly loves her, and she loves him with all her heart. Lia would no longer feel jealous. But she would still feel envious. Her Highness Lia has broken off the engagement with the Xianxia family, and she will also find her own happiness. As the person who understood Lia the most and was closest to her, Shauna naturally knew about Lia's troubles and her current mood. I hope so. Lia did not have the bitter expression she had in the past. Instead, she smiled sweetly. She knew that she was still not as good as her sister, just like before. Even if the engagement with the Xianxia family was broken off, as the princess of the royal family, and the first in line to the throne, she would still very likely go towards a political marriage, marrying someone she didn't like. Without Rosie's special status, and without Sean's special conditions, there were very few things she could decide on in the family. But at least, now, she wouldn't be as hopeless as before, right? Because of this, Liao couldn't help but say while she was grateful to Shirin for giving her such hope. I have a wish, Shauna. Liao suddenly blurted out such a sentence. Wish? Shauna was stunned at first, and then she understood. Liao was both happy and playful at the same time. I want to be in love. She didn't want it to be spectacular, and she didn't want it to be painstakingly etched in her heart. She only wanted to meet such a person, and then, she would love him with all her heart, and he would love her with all his heart. Even if, in the end, the two of them couldn't be together, it didn't matter. That was her, Riyadh Isla's wish. The engagement banquet entered the celebratory stage when the host family was overjoyed and most of the guests lost their wits. Receiving everyone's blessings? From then on, what Shirin and Rosie needed to do was to walk around the venue hand in hand and greet all the guests. Frankly speaking, this was Shirin's least favorite part. Greeting the so-called dignitaries with a fake smile on his face, which he did not know at all, that was undoubtedly one of the most troublesome things in Shirin's heart. The only fun he had was greeting some of the nobles and seeing the smiles on their faces that were much uglier than his. When shaking hands, they would look like they wanted to crush their own palms, but did not dare to use any strength at all. It had to be said that this made Shirin happy for a long time. In the end, he even found some fun. He kept walking in front of the nobles with Rosie, greeting them with a smile and humbly saying, "Please continue to support me and my wife in the future." Looking at the miserable faces of the nobles, he felt a sense of pride. In other words, that was, I like to see you guys look like you want to beat me to death, but do not dare to do it. That was it. Even Rosie had a rare smile on her face. Holding Shirin's arm, she followed Shirin and walked around the venue, greeting the dignitaries. Her beautiful appearance, which could never be seen in the past, was really enviable and heart-wrenching. Because, the more they looked at her, the more they realized that the world's #1 princess was already taken and did not belong to them anymore. If it were those nobles who still refused to admit this reality and were not allowed to attend this engagement banquet by their families, they would definitely have completely flipped out and attacked Shirin. Of course, at this moment, the nobles present were extremely regretful that they did not attend this engagement banquet like the other nobles. Why did I come here to watch my goddess be taken away by someone else? Do I have nothing to do after eating my fill? Did I come here just to be provoked? The nobles all vomited blood at the same time. Sean managed to get rid of a wave of hatred that he had painstakingly carved in his heart very smoothly. However, it was not that Shirin did not greet them sincerely. For example, when they were at Harvey's side, Shirin did not provoke him much. Are you satisfied? Your Highness Harvey? Shirin brought Rosie along and smiled at the prince. Greetings, Your Highness Harvey. Rosie also greeted Harvey. She still had a gentle smile on her face, but she did not show any further expression. However, Harvey could not help but look at Rosie for a second. Looking at this incomparably beautiful treasure of the kingdom, he sighed in his heart. Looking at this beautiful treasure of the kingdom, he sighed in his heart. He immediately looked at Sean, and said in a low voice, Wally has already withdrawn from the capital, and did not attend your engagement banquet. I've already sent someone to keep an eye on him, and I'll probably be able to make a move soon. Other than Sean and Lockhart, who was waiting quietly at the side, only Rosie could hear him. Make a move? Rosie was slightly startled, but she did not say anything. Is that so? Shirin said calmly, do you need me to make a move? No, it is not to the point where I need you to make a move. Harvey shook his head and looked straight at Shirin. He said, this is my proof of allegiance. After dealing with the Lefalut family, I will ask you to cooperate with me. All right. Shirin said straightforwardly, then I will wait for your good news, Your Highness. After that, Shirin left with Rosie. Only then did Rosie speak. Are you going to make a move against Warrior Lefalut? Rosie asked softly, is it because of terror? Her Royal Highness was extraordinarily sharp. Sort of. Shirin did not intend to hide anything. He continued to walk forward and replied nonchalantly, don't worry. Leave this matter to His Highness. Not really. Rosie looked at the sight of Shuren's face and said, I just don't know why he would help you deal with a noble from his own family. Obviously, Rosie had begun to guess Harvey's intentions. After all, Harvey's performance in the last duel had already attracted the attention of the Mithrin royal family. Rosie was also a little concerned about His Highness. She seemed to be worried that Shuren would fall into his trap. Don't worry. Shuren squeezed Rosie's hand and said, I know what I'm doing. Hearing this, although Rosie was still a little concerned, she did not say anything else. She nodded and did not ask any further. After that, Shuren and Rosie greeted Yul seriously. Thank you for coming, Your Highness. Shuren lowered his head and bowed to the Pope, who had a good impression of him. Thank you for coming. Rosie spoke respectfully. It's my honor to be able to attend your engagement banquet. Yul's face was kind, as if he was looking at his own grandchildren. He said, You two are the most outstanding talents of the human race. I look forward to your future. God must also be watching over you. I hope you will continue to work hard and become the pillars of the human race. As he spoke, Yul made a gesture of blessing to Shuren and Rosie. Sean and Rosie endured it with smiles on their faces, but they had the same thought in their minds at the same time. Pillars? My relationship with the demons is much better than with the human race. I hope you won't worry about me destroying the human race in the future. That was Shuren's thought. I don't want to work hard anymore, that was Rosie's thought. Just as the two were thinking about this, Yul seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said to Shuren. Speaking of which, Mr. Potat still has a chance to enter the inner sanctum of our temple. You haven't used it yet, right? Sean was slightly taken aback by Yul's words, but he soon recalled it as well. That was the reward the temple gave him after he defeated the old demons, the Slaughterer faction, and came to the royal capital. Due to the Slaughtering clan doing whatever they wanted in the royal capital, the celestial race, human race, and demon race had been paying close attention to this matter and were prepared to jointly reward Sean for his efforts in suppressing the Slaughtering clan. On the human side, Anchi represented the kingdom and allowed Shuren to enter the underground magic library of the royal palace for a month of study. On the other hand, Jacinta represented the demons and gave a magic wand of the highest grade to Shuren so that Shuren could use it to set up the defense system in Potat's house. Then, the Protoss represented the temple and gave Shuren a chance to enter the inner sanctum. Unfortunately, Shuren forgot about it. The reason was simple. What's in the inner sanctum of the temple? Shuren didn't know about this, so he didn't pay much attention to it and forgot about it. Only now, when Yul mentioned it, did Shuren remember. Under such circumstances, Rosie, who was beside him, was a little surprised. You haven't entered the inner sanctum? Rosie had a "you missed out on a few 100 million" expression. What's in the inner sanctum? Shuren was curious. Rosie also knew that Shuren hadn't been in this world for long and didn't know many secrets. So, Rosie began to explain to Shuren. It's an inner sanctum that only exists in the main sanctum of the temple, which is the capital of the Mitra kingdom. It is said that it was created by the supreme god Omnis to increase the strength of humans and fight against the demons. Rosie's explanation surprised Shuren. A treasure that can increase the strength of humans? Shuren looked at Yul. Yul smiled. It is a treasure that the gods have given to us humans. Since ancient times, it has always been managed and protected by the temple. Yul began to explain. Its function is very simple. It allows those who enter it to directly connect with world truths, allowing them to sense the existence of truths and come into close contact with it. Rosie continued Yul's explanation. After coming into contact with the world axiom, we will have many insights that we didn't have in the past. We will be able to see everything about ourselves, and even the entire world. Rosie said seriously, after this kind of enlightenment, those who enter the inner sanctum will grow. Some will increase their level, some will learn skills that they haven't learned yet, and some will even awaken unique skills. It is very precious, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing this, Shuren was tempted. It turned out that he still had such a precious opportunity. I really missed out on a few 100 million before. Especially when Yul emphasized this point. Many of the human race's powerhouses obtained extraordinary insights after entering the inner sanctum, breaking through their previous limits and entering a whole new realm. For example, His Excellency Aridia, the leader of the Imperial Knights, the head of the Elba family, a knight by His Majesty's side, and the strongest existence in the kingdom, only broke through from level 89 to level 90 after entering the inner sanctum, becoming a legendary powerhouse in one go. Therefore, the opportunity to enter the inner sanctum was very rare and precious to the entire human race. No one would ignore it. If Shuren knew about this, he would probably have left a long time ago. But perhaps this could also be considered a blessing. There is only one chance to enter the inner sanctum. Even if there is a second chance, there is no way to continue to come into contact with the world axiom after entering. Therefore, many people feel that their strength cannot improve and have reached a bottleneck or limit. That is why they enter the inner sanctum, seeking to surpass and break through. Rosie said so. Since you haven't gone yet, you can consider keeping this opportunity. When your strength slows down in the future, you can go and try again. In fact, Rosie was like this. She naturally had the opportunity to enter the inner sanctum, but she had never gone there until now. Shuren nodded and made a mental note of this. But is it possible for my strength to improve slowly? It feels a little difficult. After that, Shuren came to another corner and greeted the people there. It couldn't be helped. The people there were acquaintances of Shuren. You are. Rosie followed Sean and approached the place. Only then did she get a clear look at the people who were staying there. Her pupils shrank. Shuren said lightly as if nothing had happened. As expected, you came here on your own. I knew you wouldn't stay at home obediently. The people Shuren was talking to were two girls who looked exactly the same. One was dressed like a daughter of a rich family, while the other was dressed like a maid. They looked like sisters. They were Xianxia and Xianxia. Congratulations on your engagement, Mr. Shuren, Your Highness Rosie. Xianxia bowed calmly. Oh, I've been discovered. Xianxia sat on the table with a plate of food in her hands and nibbled on it. Her face was full of smiles. However, none of the people present noticed the presence of Xianxia and Xianxia. They didn't even seem to be aware of this small corner. None of them went near it. The reason for this was simple. Did she cast a cognitive obstruction spell? Rosie finally realized. Yes. Xianxia cast a cognitive obstruction spell to affect the correct perception of their existence, causing them to be completely unaware of their existence. That was why they didn't go near this corner. Xianxia also cast this spell when she was in Lemijin. It was under such circumstances that Xianxia met Shuren and started to pay attention to Shuren and got to know Shuren. Shuren, who had the magic resistance skill, was naturally resistant to this kind of magic that affected his cognition. Therefore, Shuren had long noticed the presence of Xianxia and Xianxia, unlike the others who didn't notice them at all. No, Aie and Xianxia must have noticed the presence of Xianxia and Xianxia. However, except for Aie and Lilith, the others were completely affected by Xianxia's cognitive obstruction spell. Even a legendary master like Locket was no exception. This showed how powerful this young lady's magic was. Shuren knew that this was because Xianxia had a unique skill related to magic. Her unique skill increased the power and effect of magic, and even allowed her to use magic that she hadn't learned. She could even forego chanting magic spells. This showed how powerful this unique skill was. But, you really dared to come to such a place. Shuren said impatiently, aren't you afraid that you'll be killed on the spot if you're discovered? One had to know that this girl used to be a member of the Old Demons faction. 10 years ago, she sneaked into the royal city with the Slaughterer faction. She even snuck into the palace and stole an extremely important item from the palace. Because of this, the kingdom had placed a bounty on her head for 10 whole years. However, because they were afraid of the item in her possession, they did not dare to attack her openly. However, if she was discovered by the public, and this fellow actually dared to sneak into the palace again, then this time, she would definitely be hunted down and killed. This could be seen from Rosie's silence, but her eyes were fixed on Xianxia. It was obvious that Rosie had recognized Xianxia's identity and was hostile towards her. Xianxia naturally noticed it. I say, Your Highness, can you not stare at me so fiercely? Xianxia said helplessly, I was just bored, so I brought my maid here to get some food. I didn't plan to do anything. Is that so? Rosie said calmly, but your appearance here is a complete provocation to the royal family. Once again, the palace was quietly invaded by the thieves from 10 years ago. This was a matter of dignity, so it was no wonder that Rosie would be hostile to them. It seems that your highness doesn't like me. Xianxia raised her eyebrows and suddenly laughed. Does your highness want to take me down here? A little, Rosie said honestly. Rosie told him the truth and said calmly, unfortunately, I am also very clear that it is impossible for me to capture you with my current ability. The fact that Xianxia possessed spatial magic was no secret to people at Rosie's level. Therefore, Rosie knew very well that she might be stronger than Xianxia, but if Xianxia only wanted to escape, no one in the world could catch her except the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. No, even the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons might not be able to catch her. After all, Xianxia's attainment in spatial magic was very high. The level of her magic skills was not low, and with the enhancement of her unique skills, it was estimated that no one in the celestial, human, and demon realms would have a higher attainment in spatial magic than her. Because of this, Rosie did not choose to make a move. Especially on a day like today, Rosie did not want to make a move. But, you seem to have a good relationship with her. Rosie glanced at Xian, and the hand that was holding his arm unconsciously moved to his waist. We just know each other. Feeling Rosie's movement, Xian laughed dryly and quickly tightened the muscles on his waist. His resistance skill had no effect on the princess, so Xian did not think that Rosie could not break through his defense. For the sake of his waist, he had to be clear about which side to take. However, Xianxia rolled her eyes and suddenly held Xian's other arm, perhaps to retaliate against Rosie's earlier attack. Our relationship is more than just knowing each other. Xianxia's eyes seemed to be filled with love. She looked at Xian and said affectionately, You've been to my house long ago, and I've been living under the same roof with you for a long time. Our relationship is very good, isn't it? At this moment, Xian clearly felt that the hand on his waist suddenly tightened, grabbing a piece of soft flesh. Xian's expression changed, and he quickly pushed Xianxia away before the hand could exert any force. That's another price. Bah! When did my relationship with you become so good? Xian almost drove the car off course. However, Xianxia didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, she hugged Xianxia beside her. I'm just telling the truth. Xianxia said to Xianxia, right? Xianxia? Hearing this, before Xian could refute, Xianxia spoke. I think this is a good thing. Xianxia said calmly, with Miss Xian's help, Her Royal Highness can also relax a lot. Otherwise, with Mr. Xian's size, ordinary people would not be able to bear too much. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. Pfft! Xian directly vomited blood. Huh? The smile on Xianxia's face also froze. Rosie was silent. The car that was almost driven off course suddenly sped up. But Xian knew that this road would lead to a dead end. In other words, the car was going to overturn, so, Xian hurriedly said. We have to go greet the others. You guys help yourselves. Eat and drink as much as you want. It's okay. After saying this, Xian grabbed Rosie and ran away. Wait. You bastard, what did you do to Xianxia? Xianxia's exasperated voice came from behind, but it did not make Xian go back. Looking carefully, Xianxia seemed to be holding Xianxia's hand, who was about to rush out, calmly dissuading her. Could it be that she did it on purpose? Xian could not help but think so. Until, when you go back, explain this to me clearly, a ghostly voice rang in Xian's ears. Yes, the corner of Xian's mouth twitched. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Little did he know that Rosie looked at Xian with a complicated feeling. Although Rosie was not against Xian marrying a concubine in the future, it still depended on what kind of person the other party was. The identities of Xianxia and Xianxia were indeed a bit special. They were so special that no matter if it was the humans, the Protoss, or the demons, they did not know how to deal with them. In the end, the 3 races could only tacitly ignore them and let them do whatever they wanted. Otherwise, the thing that Xianxia stole was so important that no matter if it was AIE, Anima, or the kingdom, they would not touch her easily. It was because Xianxia was also very special. After taking that thing, she became even more special. People did not even want to mention that thing in front of Xianxia. It was the same for Rosie. She said that she wanted to capture Xianxia, but in fact, she just wanted to give her a warning so that she would not go too far and treat the palace as a place where she could come and go as she pleased. Now, Rosie was worried that Xian would be in trouble since he was so close to Xianxia and Xia. Perhaps, Xian had already entered the sights of the gods and demons because of this matter. That might not be the case. Looks like I have to find a time to remind him. Rosie thought so. She did not want to see her lover foolishly touch some taboos that he should not touch and become the common enemy of the three races. Of course, considering Xian's identity, it was most reassuring to have those two by his side. Rosie thought so. Rosie didn't know about this. Beside her, Naduna had been watching this scene silently inside. I wonder if it is a good thing for the hero to come in contact with the sisters. Nader was somewhat worried. But in the next second, Nader's expression suddenly changed, and she raised her head. Nader seemed to have sensed something and was stunned. At the same time, in the hall, Aie, who was holding Lilith's hand with a bored expression, also raised her head. This feeling, Aie's expression tightened, and for the first time, a solemn look appeared in her eyes. Even Lilith was shocked. She turned her head forcefully and looked in the direction of the gate. There, a figure had appeared out of nowhere and soundlessly stepped into the throne room. His figure instantly attracted the attention of countless people. In that instant, the entire royal hall fell into silence, and not a single sound could be heard. Everyone seemed to have been guided by a divine being, and as if they were subconsciously pulled, they looked at the figure that had appeared. Following that, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. That's Ansi, who had been chatting with the others a second ago, lost her voice. What? Vivian, Lumia, and Marika also held their breaths, as if they could not believe what they were seeing. Especially Ter, whose eyes behind the mask were trembling. Even Harvey, Lockhart, Leah, Shauna, and the others were dumbfounded. Pfft. Xianxia, who was questioning Xia to find out what had happened between her and Xian, could not help but feel her heart skip a beat, and she spat out the remaining food in her mouth. Everyone present was just like that, either stunned or speechless, causing the entire place to fall into a deathly silence. Even Rosie turned to look at the figure. Her eyes trembled, and her face was filled with astonishment. What's wrong? Among everyone present, only Xian was at a loss. Naturally, he had noticed the arrival of that figure. That figure seemed to have an extraordinary presence and influence, causing Xian's gaze to almost naturally be drawn to her, and he discovered her existence. Frankly speaking, when Xian first discovered the existence of the other party, he couldn't help but be shocked. It was not for any other reason, but simply because her appearance was too outstanding. Her snow-white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her skin was white like frost, her figure was graceful, and her temperament was extraordinary. Any compliment that could be thought of in this world could be applied to her. Her beauty was not as breathtaking as Rosie's, nor was it as pure and holy as Nian's, but it was otherworldly and flawless. Of course, if it was just her extraordinary appearance, it would not have shocked Xian. What truly shocked Xian was that he actually sensed a bottomless power from her. It was not how powerful her magic power was, nor was it how terrifying her aura was. Instead, it was as if everything was under her control as long as she existed. That kind of power gave Xian a feeling that he had never felt before. Because for the first time a thought occurred to Xian. That was unrivaled. It was unrivaled. It was not as simple as not being able to defeat her. Rather, it was because he should not make her his enemy. The emergence of this feeling was the reason why Xian's heart trembled. Because of this, Xian was at a loss. There was no other reason other than that this was the first time he had seen the so-called top. Then, you are, in the royal hall, a voice finally sounded. It was Yule's voice. This pontiff of the divine temple, whose status was higher than a king of a kingdom and who had almost unparalleled power among the human race, was agitated at this moment. He was so excited that his hands and legs were trembling. All the clergymen, including the Pope, were trembling with excitement. The nobles of the human countries were also shocked. All the clergymen, including the Pope, were trembling with excitement. The nobles of the human kingdoms were also shocked. Among them, more than 99% of them should not have known her. Among them, more than 99% of them shouldn't have recognized her. However, when she appeared here, people still easily recognized her. Because she was the greatest goddess who guided the growth of humans, illuminated the path for them, and had always sheltered, loved, and protected humans. This was because she was the greatest goddess who guided mankind's growth and illuminated the path for mankind. She had always protected mankind, loved mankind, protected mankind, and protected mankind. Her statue had always been in the temples of the world, and she had always been worshipped and protected. Her statues have always been placed in temples all over the world, worshipped and believed in by people. In this world, there was no one who did not know her. Yule was the first to kneel on the ground and lowered his head piously. Yule was the first to kneel on the ground and lowered his head piously. Almost at the same time, everyone in the hall came to their senses and knelt together in an uproar. Almost at the same time, everyone reacted and knelt down in an uproar. Including Harvey. Including Leah. Including Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika. Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika were also among them. Even Rosie knelt down. In the end, only Shuren, Aie, and Lilith did not kneel. Everyone else knelt. Then, greetings, Goddess Lydas. Yule shouted. Greetings, Goddess Lydas. Greetings, Goddess Lydas. Greetings, Goddess Lydas. Everyone shouted in unison. Sean's heart trembled again. She was the leader of the three goddesses. Apart from the supreme god Omnis, she was the top of the Protoss. She was the most powerful being in the three realms. She was above the demons and was second only to the supreme god Omnis and the demon king Claudius. She was the most powerful being in the three realms. She was above the demons and was second only to the supreme god Omnis and the demon king Claudius. It was said that in the world known as the Omnipotensen, apart from Omnis, who was the true god, and Claudius, who was the true demon, Lydas was the first to be born. If Omnis and Claudius were born before the world, then after the world was created by the omnipotent goddess Omnis, Lydas was also created. Her name literally meant the first life form in the world. She was the most powerful goddess of the Protoss, the one who controlled fate and guided the people of the world, Lydas. The legendary goddess of destiny had finally appeared here. Then, she stared at Shuren. Are you Shuren Bostat? A cold voice rang out from the mouth of this powerful goddess. The voice was as cold as ice, as cold as a sharp weapon. There was no doubt that it was the voice of a god. Although it was not high and mighty, it was as if it was the epitome of godly might. It was disdainful and majestic. Shuren felt a suffocating pressure on his body. But then, a powerful force burst out from his body and completely dispersed the pressure. Huh? Lydas seemed to have sensed something and made a sound of doubt. Sean, on the other hand, felt his body lighten. Immediately, his expression changed, and he looked at Lydas with an unfriendly expression. Although he did not know why the goddess suddenly appeared here, he knew that she was here for him. The power that burst out from his body made Sean clear of the sense of powerlessness that he felt just now. It made him stare at his opponent, and his eyes began to turn cold. So, Shuren stood out. I am Shuren. Shuren did not want to show weakness and said in a strong voice, "What can I do for you?" His rebellious expression and tone stunned everyone who came back to their senses. Shuren. Rosie could not help but reach out and pull Shuren's sleeve. However, Shuren did not care and only stared at her with an extremely displeased expression. That look, in the eyes of the people present, was perhaps very disgraceful and immoral? That kid, only Ai's eyes lit up and her originally serious expression became joyful. Oh no! Nadia, who was hiding in the dark, exclaimed in her heart. She seemed to have guessed what was going to happen next. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lydas was silent. Then, she lifted her feet and walked towards Sean. A suffocating pressure filled the entire place. Everyone present held their breaths. They wanted to say something yet were unable to open their mouths, and it caused many to become anxious. Especially Vivian, Ter, Lumia, Marika, Leah, and Lesia. Seeing Lydas approaching Shuren step by step, they were extremely anxious. Facing the most powerful god in the world, the most terrifying existence, Shuren dared to be so disrespectful. Everyone could already foresee what would happen next. Only Rosie and Nadia spoke in unison. Wait. The two of them were eager to say something. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as Sean was holding his breath, but his heart was filled with hatred, and he was ready to risk his life when his opponent attacked him, something unexpected happened. Smack, with a soft sound, the figure of Lidas, who was walking towards Sean with the power of heaven and earth, tilted to one side. That's right. Tilted. This was because her left foot had tripped over her right foot. Ah! A scream rang out. Bam! A muffled sound followed. Ouch! A cry of pain followed. And then, there was no more. Shuren was stunned. Yule was stunned. Ansi was stunned. Vivian and the rest of the people present were also stunned. I knew it, only Rosie, Nadia, and Ai could not help but murmur and cover their faces at the same time. In the royal hall, silence for the third time spread. Everyone looked at Lidas, who had fallen to the ground with her entire face on the floor. Their faces twitched. Ouch, it hurts. Only then did Lidas prop herself up, but she was covering her red nose from the collision, and tears welled up in her eyes. Silence. Silence. Speechless. Stunned. Such emotions appeared in everyone's mind. Especially when Lidas tried to prop herself up, but her palms slipped, and she fell to the ground with a second cry. Everyone present couldn't bear to see that scene, and turned their faces away at the same time, as if they were in pain. The indescribable silence continued to spread. Ouch! Lidas propped herself up for the second time, covered her face, and stood up with tears in her eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice, and began to cry. This time, it was indescribable emotions that filled everyone's mind. Shuren was the same. His face was completely frozen. There was only one word he wanted to express in his heart. F*ck, it was a plant. At this moment, the heavy pressure that pervaded the royal hall disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked at Lidas, who was covering her face with her hands. One could imagine how complicated their emotions were. But they did not dare to say anything, nor did they dare to ask. They could only lower their heads and continue to pretend to be pious. Only Rosie, after a wry smile, hurriedly stepped forward and helped Lidas up. Lady Lidas, why are you here? Rosie asked helplessly. Lidas immediately turned her tearful face to Rosie, looking very angry. Can't I be here? Lidas said indignantly, if I didn't come, I might still be in the realm of gods when you get married. Then you should just stay in the realm of gods. Rosie could not help but whisper, that way, you won't have to embarrass yourself. You. Lidas immediately shouted in anger. But looking at the strange expressions of the people kneeling on the ground, Lidas seemed to have realized her image. She quickly tightened her face and looked at Shuren, whose mouth was twitching. You are Shuren Bostut? The human who stole my well-wishers? Lida's expression was very unfriendly. And it was even more unfriendly than Shuren just now. But at this moment, the unhappiness in Shuren's heart had already disappeared without a trace, leaving only a feeling of helplessness. Godly power, cold and merciless, what was that? Was she eaten? This goddess couldn't be a joker, right? Shuren immediately sighed. I told you, I am Shuren. Sean said weakly, but what do you mean by snatching away your well-wishers? Hearing this, Lidas seemed to be even angrier. Isn't that so? Lidas said loudly, he actually got engaged to my Rosie behind my back. If it wasn't for the report from a lesser god, saying that there was a human in the human world who was enlightened by Najula and had a close relationship with the dragon demon, I wouldn't have known about this at all. It seemed that the good things that Shuren had done had already reached this goddess' ears through the Protoss's investigation. Shuren really wanted to say it. No way? Shuren squinted his eyes and said, why didn't I know that humans who have received the blessings of God have to report to the god who blessed them when they decide on their marriage? This? Lidas was speechless. Because there was indeed no such thing. Although God blessed the human race and protected the human race, he would not interfere with the lives of the human race. Even if a human committed a heinous crime and became a heinous criminal, God would only feel disappointed and regretful. he would only make the blessing of his well-wishers disappear. Other than that, God would not do anything else. Of course, if it was something bad that would affect the existence of the human race, the Protoss, or even the demons, then God would intervene. However, generally speaking, God should not interfere with the lives of humans in the mortal world. They should even interfere with the marriage of their well-wishers. In fact, most lower-level gods did not even bother to pay attention to humans in the mortal world. Because they only gave their blessings to humans based on their duties, just like a job. Only those who reached the level of a superior god could receive their blessings be counted on one hand, and each of them was an elite of the human race. Only then would God pay attention and guide them. As for the three goddesses, their well-wishers might not appear even once in 1,000 years. But if they did, it meant that they had amazing potential and would become the pillars of the human race in the future. In such a situation, the three goddesses naturally attached great importance to those who were qualified to receive their blessings. However, although it was reasonable to guide people to grow and walk on the right path, it was a bit too much to interfere with someone's marriage. So, Lita suddenly realized that she was in the wrong. At this moment, "You're still as rash as before, Lita's." Along with this sentence, Aie held Lilith's hand and walked forward. Demonic dragon? Lita's was stunned at first, then she froze. She froze not because of Aie's appearance here. She also knew that Aie was by Shuren's side, so she was not surprised by Aie's appearance at all. But when she saw Lilith, who appeared with her, Lita's was really surprised. "You're Lilith?" Lita's covered her small mouth and exclaimed, "You broke free from the seal?" Obviously, Lita's didn't know about Cosmos yet. After all, Anima did not say anything and only mentioned it to Nadia. Lita's was still in the dark. Of course, everyone was a bit surprised to see Lita's surprised look when she saw Lilith. They naturally knew Lilith. They knew that she was the mysterious expert who appeared beside Shuren when Shuren destroyed the Lyusica family, and together with Aie, she protected Shuren. However, they did not know Lilith's identity or her origins. Now, seeing Lita's surprised look, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this little girl's background was so extraordinary that even the goddess of destiny was surprised? That was what everyone thought. Beside them, Yule could not help but speak. It could not be helped. As early as when Lilith appeared, the Pope of the Temple of Light had actually already noticed her. Putting the others aside, as the Pope of the Temple of Light, Yule felt Lilith's existence. He felt that Lilith was very likely to be a goddess, not an ordinary little girl. So, Yule asked aloud. "Do you know this Miss Lilith? Lady Lita's?" This question was met with a clear answer. "How could I not know her?" Without thinking, as if she did not have any ulterior motives, Lita said, "Lilith, the evil god of the evil gods, the daughter of the demon who controls evil and chaos. She stands at the peak of evil gods and demon gods, and was born at the same time as Artemis, the goddess of justice. She once turned the earth into hell 10,000 years ago, and because she lost control, she was sealed by us. Her power is above that of the goddess of life and the goddess of nature, and she is as famous as Artemis. She is the strongest evil god who can rival the demons." Lita's words caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. The strongest evil god that can rival the demonic man? Yule, Ansi, Harvey, Lockett, Leah, and the others looked at Lilith in a different way. They did not expect that this mysterious expert had such a powerful background. No wonder even the dragon demons treated her with an equal attitude, always bringing her along, going in and out together. With this demon's arrogance, if she did not have the same power as him, how could she treat her like that? In other words, Shuren not only had the support of a demon, but also an evil god who could rival the demons. This fact caused the hearts of many to tremble slightly. Even Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika's group were the same. One must know that the four women, like everyone else, did not know Lilith's true identity. During the days in Bostad's house, Lilith was either stuck to Shuren, or was taken care of by Aie or La Xia. The four women were very busy and had almost no chance to interact with Lilith. Who would have thought that Lilith's background would be so terrifying? No wonder, Vivian murmured as if she had understood something. On the other hand, facing Lita's gaze and the shock of everyone present, Lilith's expression did not change at all. She even went to Shuren's side and held his hand, silently showing her support for Shuren. Lita's surprised gaze once again turned to Shuren. She did not know why Lilith had broken the seal. She also did not know why Lilith would appear here, and it seemed that she had successfully returned, unlike the past when only her upper body was left wandering outside. But she knew that the relationship between Lilith and Shuren was definitely not ordinary. Even Aie curled her lips and went to Shuren's other side, holding Shuren's other hand. I really did not expect you to appear in a place like this, Litas. Aie said indifferently, no matter what your purpose of coming here is, let me make it clear to you first. This human is someone that Lilith and I have taken a liking to. Even if it's you, don't even think about touching him. Aie's words made all the nobles present look at each other, and they immediately felt a wave of envy and jealousy in their hearts. Yes. They were really envious and jealous. Looking at Shuren being held by Aie and Lilith, they knew that the relationship between Shuren and these two existences that could decide the direction of the world was much better than they had imagined. With the support of such a demon and a demon god, was there anything that Shuren could not do in the human world? Only Litas. Although I don't know what's going on, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Litas's tone changed. No, not only her tone, even the feeling she gave people had changed. The rash and cowardly feeling suddenly disappeared, and what replaced it was the same as at the beginning, cold, ruthless, godly, and frighteningly powerful, as if it carried the power of heaven and earth. That feeling not only made everyone suffocate, but also made Aie and Lilith's expressions become solemn. Shuren's heart tightened again. This goddess was indeed the strongest person in the three realms. He must not be careless just because of her previous performance. That was the truth. Even if the two of you join forces against me, I dare not say that you are not qualified, but I dare say that you can't stop me. Litas's expression also changed, and she said calmly and straightforwardly, step down, it's not wise to fight me here. In this world, only this goddess was qualified to say such words. If the three goddesses and the 6 demons were existences above the limits of life, and there was a dimensional difference from other existences such as gods, humans, and demons, then if the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons were to be ranked, Litas would definitely be at the top. The goddess of life Anima and the goddess of nature Najula were on the same level. The 6 demons were on the second level above the 2 goddesses. And Litas, on the other hand, was on another level above the demons. She alone occupied the position of the strongest. In the war 1,000 years ago, she single-handedly resisted the joint forces of the moon demon and the succubus, and even gained the upper hand. This showed how powerful she was. But, then what about me? When that faint voice seemed to descend from the night sky and entered everyone's ears, the suffocating pressure in the throne room was suddenly shaken. Lita's expression changed as she turned her head to look at the source of the voice. It was the same for everyone present. They all turned their heads to look. But when they looked, the person who entered their sight caused their expressions to change for the umpteenth time. Long time no see, god of fortune. With a faint smile, the demon's girl who was as sexy and alluring as a ripe peach walked in from the door. Behind her, led by Jacinta, a group of devil race emissaries followed her step by step, as if they were following their king's subjects, appearing very respectful. Lady Scylla. The eyes of all the demons present were filled with excitement. Moon Demon. Ansi, Yule, Leah, Jarvis, Vivian, and the others were also moved. Even Shuren, Rosie, and Aie were a little surprised. Sister Scylla? Aie was stunned. Why is she here too? Shuren could not help but mutter. Rosie, on the other hand, did not know what to say. After Aie, Lilith, and Litas, another demon dweller-level existence appeared valiantly. It was the head of the 6 demon people, the leader of the demons, Scylla. You're here too? Litas could not hide the surprise that appeared on her face again. Let alone Litas, the others did not expect Scylla, the supreme of the demons, to be here too. It's getting bigger and bigger now, Nadura, who was hiding in the dark, smiled bitterly. Only Scylla herself, as if she had done something very common, glanced at Shuren and Aie, who was holding Shuren's hand, and showed a faint smile. No matter what, this is the engagement banquet of the person my sister said she would protect. As the manager of the demons and the eldest daughter of the demon people, I should come and see. Scylla said thoughtfully, but you, Lidas, you came so suddenly. I'm afraid the divine realm has already fallen into chaos because of your departure. Anima and Nadura are probably panicking, right? Hearing this, Lidas's reaction was not seen by the others, but Nader smiled bitterly. I'm panicking. Now, Naduna didn't know how to end it. Lidas's arrival was really something that she did not expect. What was even more unexpected was that Scylla, the supreme of the demons, was also here. 2. Seeing that Aie and Lilith were firmly protecting Sean, and Scylla was blocking Lida's way, as though she was surrounding Lida's in a triangular formation with Aie and Lilith. Nadia knew that if anything went wrong, she would have to show up to help in order to avoid the following conflict. After all, you don't seem to be very friendly to the human over there, god of fate. Scylla said casually, but he is also the person my sister said she would protect. In that case, we, the demons, will stand on his side? There was no one who didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Even if it's you, facing me, Aie, and Lilith at the same time, I'm afraid you will have a headache, right? Scylla took the lead and said, you also don't want to fight with us here, right? Lidas was silent. She really didn't want to fight with 3 demon-level existences here. Putting aside the problem of whether she could win or not, once the 4 of them fought, the entire capital would be erased from the human world. What's more, if they did not stop, the territory of the kingdom might disappear from the ground because of the 4 of them fighting. Naturally, Lidas didn't want to see that scene. Not to mention, this time is different from 1,000 years ago. Scylla suddenly changed her expression and said faintly, it's night now. As soon as she said this, Lida's heart suddenly tightened. Yes, it was night now. And night was the domain of the Moon Devil. In this domain, if she fought with the Moon Devil, she probably did not need Aie and Lilith's help. The Moon Devil had the ability to block her alone. Therefore, it was not a wise choice to become Scylla's enemy at this time. It must be known that even in the war 1,000 years ago, the Protoss and the human race took advantage of the night to launch an attack. Their goal was to prevent the Moon Devil from unleashing its true power. Naduna also thought of this and could not help but feel a little anxious. It was not very wise to fight with the Moon Devil now. Especially with Aie and Lilith on the side, even if it was Lida's, she would inevitably suffer a loss. There's no other way. Naduna bit her lip and immediately prepared to show herself. But tonight, it was destined to be lively. I'm sorry, everyone, for my sake, how about we settle things for the time being? Accompanied by such an anxious and helpless voice, a figure that seemed to have gathered all the breath of life in the world appeared here with a burst of light full of vitality. Due to the confrontation between Lidas and Scylla, the crowd was already feeling uneasy. When they saw the new figure appear, they felt bitter in their hearts, then shocked. Lady Anima. Yule's voice once again trembled with excitement, telling the others who this time was. It was the goddess of life, Anima. Oh, Anima, you're here too. Only then did a smile appear on Scylla's face, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Goddess Anima. Rosie let out a sigh and bowed to Anima. Again, Shuren did not know how to describe the current situation. 2 of the 3 goddesses. 2 of the 6 demon dwellers. Furthermore, there was also Lilith, the strongest evil god. At this engagement banquet, several of the most powerful beings of the god and demon clans had appeared all at once. That scene caused Sean to be at a loss, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Aie and the others' faces to tighten as they became serious. Anima. Lidas also looked at Anima. It was hard to tell if she was relieved or regretful. You're too impulsive, Lidas. Anima first scolded Lidas, then looked at the crowd. The next second, Anima's motherly and gentle voice rang out. It seems that everyone has suffered a lot of shock, I sincerely apologize. But please believe me, whether it's the Protoss or the demons, we all want to give our most sincere blessings for today's engagement banquet. Please do not be affected by us, and celebrate today's fiancé to your heart's content. Hearing this, the trembling and nervous hearts of the people present were finally comforted by Anima's gentle voice. The continuous appearance of the highest-level goddesses and demon dwellers had created this degree of psychological pressure for them. Anima saw this. "Leaders, let's leave this place first." Anima softly said to Leaders, then turned to Sala and Aie, and requested, "Can the two of you come with us to the back to continue the discussion?" Without a doubt, Anima wanted to clean up the situation in front of her, and let the pressuring existences leave first. "I have no objections." Scylla spread out her hands as if she didn't care at all. "Humph," Aie snorted coldly, but did not object. "Father." Rosie then gestured to Anshi beside her. And she immediately reacted, hurriedly stood up, and subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Everyone, please move to the side hall." And she finally remembered that he was the host. Anima and Sala both nodded, then looked at Lidas and Aie respectively. Lidas seemed a little unwilling. "I'll go over." Aie expressionlessly said to Shuren. "Go." Sean rolled his eyes. He didn't want to make any unnecessary comments on the current situation. He just wanted to quickly turn the page and talk about the rest later. Anima seemed to have seen through Shuren's displeasure, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry to disturb your engagement banquet. I will send you a gift on behalf of the Protoss later. I hope you don't mind." "All right," Shuren nodded, his expression softened a little, and said, "I'll go over later as well." He also wanted to know what the Goddess of Destiny was up to. "All right." Anima naturally had no objections. However, they didn't know that the sight of the Goddess of Life speaking to Shuren in such a humble manner was a thrill to the others present. Everyone looked at Shuren, at this inconceivable man. The dragon demons loved him very much. The moon demons loved him, and the moon demons loved him. The evil gods listened to everything he said. Even the Goddess of Life treated him with courtesy and respect. Before, they had thought that Shuren's power was already great enough. Who would have thought that this power and influence would be far greater than what they had imagined? At this moment, whether it was the emissaries of the demons, the members of the Temple of Light, or the dignitaries of various countries, they all silently had a new understanding of Shuren in their hearts. Even Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika were silent, looking at each other and smiling bitterly. Ansai and Lia were even more so. They finally realized that the power behind Shuren was far beyond their imagination. Under such circumstances, Anima brought the reluctant Lidas, Sela brought the uninterested Aie, and under the respectful invitation of Ansai, they went to the side palace. Phew, Lesia, who had hidden herself, exhaled the breath that had been held in her chest, and hurriedly ran away with Lasya. She didn't want to be discovered by Lidas. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Only then did Shuren and Rosie get together again. The two looked at each other, and after a while, they sighed faintly at the same time. After that, Shuren and Rosie didn't celebrate much. After greeting some of the people they were on good terms with, they left in a hurry. It couldn't be helped. The situation over there was a little concerning. Not to mention Rosie, even Sean didn't want those big shots to suddenly get into a fight and ruin their engagement banquet, let alone Rosie. Hence, Shuren and Rosie left the scene to Lia to handle and left. Under such circumstances, the nobles didn't have the mood to continue celebrating. They also began to bid farewell and left the palace. Of course, they definitely wouldn't forget what happened at today's engagement banquet. They also couldn't forget that the two goddesses of the Protoss and the two demons of the demons were now in the palace. As for their goal, it was even simpler. They were all here for Shuren. This made many people re-examine the power behind Shuren, and it deepened the idea that they couldn't afford to offend or make an enemy out of him. It was indeed the right decision to cooperate with Minister Porstut. Javas was glad about this. "Let's wait for the two goddesses outside the palace and see if they have any orders. You'll also led the clergyman of the temple and stood guard outside the palace." Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika were all sighing. I didn't expect to see the Goddess of Life here. It's a pity that we didn't see the Goddess of Nature." Between Lumia and Marika, one was excited, while the other felt that it was a pity. Ever since she saw Anima, Lumia had been beaming with excitement. After all, Lumia was a beastman, and the Goddess of Life was the most worshipped by the beastmen. It was impossible for her not to be excited to see the Goddess of Life in person. Compared to Lumia, Marika only felt that it was a pity. The goddess of destiny and the goddess of life had appeared. Only one of the three goddesses hadn't appeared, and it just so happened that it was the goddess of nature, the most worshipped by the elves. Marika naturally felt that it was a pity. Of course, Marika didn't know that the goddess of nature was also present, just that she didn't show herself. Vivian, on the other hand, looked at Ter. "Aren't you going?" Vivian said softly. "If it's you, you should be qualified to go, right?" Hearing this, Ter was a little surprised. "So you already know?" Ter was silent for a while before murmuring. Vivian's words proved that she already knew that Ter was blessed by Litas, just like Rosie. But Ter didn't tell anyone about this except for Roland. Thus, Ter was a little surprised by Vivian's words. "Because you don't plan to hide it, do you?" Vivian smiled and said, "Plus, I've been with you for quite a long time, and you sometimes show a little abnormal sharpness and intuition, so I took a guess." "You guessed it right?" Ter said calmly, "Indeed, among everyone here, you understand the god race the most." Tired tit Vivian didn't. She had a close relationship with the Protoss. She couldn't do anything about it. "Are you sure you don't want to go?" Vivian asked. "It's fine. No need." Ter shook her head. With the dragon demon, the moon demon, and the strongest evil god by his side, it doesn't matter if I go or not. When she said this, Ter's tone didn't sound right. Vivian heard it, but she didn't expose it as if she knew what was going on. "If it's you, Goddess Litas will listen to you even if it's just 1 or 2 words of advice," Vivian said. The higher the level of a goddess, the more she cared about her well-wishers. Vivian naturally knew about this. "But, I'm different from Her Royal Highness. Apart from the time I received the blessing when I was young, I've never had any contact with the goddess of destiny," Ter said calmly. "In that case, my words probably don't carry as much weight as Her Royal Highness. If my words are effective, Her Royal Highness's words will be more effective." In that case, it didn't matter if she went or not. That was what Ter wanted to express. "All right," Vivian said helplessly. "Then are you going back with us?" Ter went silent. After a while, Ter shook her head. "No, I'll go out for a walk before going back." After saying that, Ter left on her own. Looking at Ter's back, for some reason, Vivian felt a little heartache. "Actually, you don't have to put so much pressure on yourself," Vivian couldn't help but say to Ter's back. "I know you view Shuren in a different light. You're probably betting everything on him. For this, you're planning to work hard to improve yourself. In the future, you'll serve him and be loyal to him, just like the ancestors of the Elba family." Ter stopped. Seeing this, Vivian continued. "I think, in Shuren's heart, you must have a special place." Vivian stared at Ter's back and said seriously, "Even if he already has the demonic dragon, the strongest evil god, and even the Protoss and other powerful demons paying attention to him, it doesn't mean he doesn't need you." In the end, Vivian still revealed what Ter was thinking. That's right. Seeing unimaginable powerful figures appearing one after another around Shuren, Ter finally started to worry. Worrying about whether Shuren didn't really need her anymore. During this period of time, Ter had been training herself so hard because of this. Seeing Shuren getting stronger and stronger, the people around him getting stronger and stronger, and even Rosie about to marry Shuren, Ter suddenly felt a sense of urgency. She wanted to improve herself, prove herself, and make herself needed by Shuren. At least, her blessing was telling her, if you continue to be so slow, there won't be a place for you beside that person. This made Ter not only feel a sense of urgency, but also a sense of crisis. Moreover, during this period of time, Shuren seemed to be hiding something from her. Under Ter's taciturn appearance, her heart seemed to be getting more and more anxious. Today's incident had undoubtedly given Ter the greatest amount of pressure. Because Shuren had finally attracted the attention of the Protoss and the demons, the two most powerful figures. The goddess of fate, Litas. The moon fiend, Selah. One was the strongest of the Protoss. The other was the supreme of the demons. In the absence of the supreme god and the demon king, these two were the true leaders of the gods and demons. Now that these two people had appeared by Shuren's side, not only did this shock all the nobles, but it also brought unprecedented pressure to Ter. And so, you won't understand, Vivian. Before she knew it, Ter had said those words. For someone like you who treats everyone gently and treats protecting everyone as your duty, you won't understand my selfishness at all. Leaving such words, Ter left the place. Only Vivian was left, looking at her departing figure with a sad expression. I actually understand, and I understand it more than anything, Ter. Vivian murmured in a sorrowful tone. How can I not understand the feeling of being abandoned by the people around me? If not for that, Vivian wouldn't have become like this, and wouldn't take protecting everyone as her duty. It was because she no longer wanted to see the people around her leave her behind. On the other hand, after leaving the royal hall, Ter was about to leave the royal palace, but she met someone she didn't want to meet. Because this engagement banquet involving the entire human race was of utmost importance, and no one could be allowed to get hurt, she ordered the royal knights to strengthen the security in the royal palace, not letting any suspicious person escape. Of course, as the leader of the royal knights, the leader was also near the banquet. When Ter saw him, he was standing alone on one of the paths in the royal hall, staring at her with an expressionless face. Ter's face turned cold right away. She walked up without saying a word. She didn't even have the slightest intention to greet the leader. She walked past him and was ready to leave. But at that moment, the leader spoke first. You don't even dare to face me now? Lydia's cold voice made Ter pause hard. She turned around and looked at the leader with an extremely cold gaze. That's not how you look at your own father. Lydia glanced over at Ter. Even though he said that, his expression was just like Ter's, very cold. Ter was mocking him. Don't tell me, even until now, you still hope that I will call you father? Ter said. Unfortunately, Lydia didn't seem to care. That kind of small matter doesn't matter. Lydia said without any emotions, but, don't forget, you are the daughter of the Albertine family, the blood that flows in your body is the Albertine family's blood. Ter clenched her fists. What are you trying to say? Ter asked softly as if she was suppressing her emotions. Nothing. Lydia was still as calm as before. I just want to remind you to pay attention to your surroundings. Don't let the thief who covets your blood get what he wants. Lydia then turned around and left without a second thought. Ter also turned around and left, as if she couldn't stay any longer. The father and daughter then turned their backs to each other and went their separate ways. That scene seemed to be telling others that the distance between them was getting further and further. And this scene was witnessed by one person. Seems like I came at the right time. Woolen curled his lips, his face was filled with coldness. Who? Just when Valline's eyes flashed over a sense of coldness, Ter's body trembled all of a sudden. As if she felt something, she turned around with a sharp glare in her eyes. However, when Ter was about to reach for her weapon, she realized she didn't bring it with her. Of course, Ter couldn't bring her weapon when she was in her formal attire. So, Ter's heart sank, but she didn't overreact to the situation. Instead, she quickly calmed down and stared ahead. Over there, William was also a little stunned. I didn't expect her intuition to be this sharp. No wonder that Lord wanted to obtain her, even if it was just a corpse. While such thoughts flashed over Valline's mind, he didn't lose his sense of propriety. Because he entered the palace openly, no one would question his presence. If that wasn't the case, the royal guards led by Lydia wouldn't be easy to deal with. So, Wally slowly walked up to Ter. Valline was wearing the standard armor of the royal knights and had a long sword at his waist. A royal knight? Ter looked at the unfamiliar old man in front of her and doubts flashed over her heart. Obviously, Ter didn't expect the one who was watching her in the dark was a royal knight. However, the old man smiled at Ter. His smile was a little hearty, but somehow, Ter didn't like it. Although the old man was smiling, his eyes didn't even have the slightest trace of a smile. It was as if he was staring at a prey, or an enemy he didn't like. Based on that point alone, Ter had reason to believe that the old man didn't come with good intentions. Who are you? Ter asked in a heavy tone. The old man didn't answer, he just said casually. Come with me, Ter Elbian. The moment the old man appeared, he said such words. Ter frowned but didn't say anything. Or should she say, she was too lazy to speak. Since the old man didn't want to reveal anything and didn't come with good intentions, Ter would just take him down without further words. Valline seemed to have sensed the killing intent under Ter's silence. Although he was quite displeased with Ter's presence, he had to admit that Ter had the qualities to be valued by the Lefalut family. It wasn't just because of her talents, it was also because of her coldness and calmness. As a killer or an assassin, it was rare. Maybe this hybrid was a natural killer. She just didn't know why the Lefalut family wanted her, but why did the Lord want her? Valline suddenly spoke when he thought of that. Don't reject me yet. Wally remained calm and composed, making him look incomparably confident as he said, this might not necessarily be a bad thing for you. Ter didn't reply and stared at Warren coldly. Her cold and emotionless appearance wiped away some of Wally's prejudice against Ter. Instead, he began to admire her. As one of the most outstanding elites nurtured by the Lefalut family, Wally was very disdainful of Harvey's friendly manner of treating people like a spring breeze. There was no need to show affection to those who could be killed, nor was there a need to greet them with a smile. As for those who couldn't be killed, there was no need to interact too much with them because both sides wouldn't cross paths. As for those who couldn't be killed, there was even less need for them to interact too much. There was no need for them to interact too much because there would be no interaction between them. He basically wouldn't be polite to anyone. He would only judge their value and judge whether they were the first kind or the second kind. So, Valline didn't need people to be gentle to him. It wasn't even worth a dime. Instead, it was the coldness that made him feel like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. Therefore, Wally didn't need others to be gentle to him. That was not even worth a dime. On the contrary, it was this kind of coldness and indifference that made him feel like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. He had a feeling that he could quickly determine what kind of person the other party was. Coupled with his pride as a killer and assassin, not only did Wally not feel disgusted by Ter's coldness, he even admired it. Actually, I've been watching you, Ter Albion. Actually, I've always been watching you, Ter Albion. Actually, I've been watching you, Ter Albion. Everyone else thinks that I've been obediently waiting for reinforcements to arrive. They even think that I've left the Imperial City. But in fact, I've always been by your side. I wonder if you've noticed? A week ago, you and the women in your squad went on a patrol mission in the civilian residential area of the eastern sector. At that time, a kid kept running past your patrol spot. Did you notice? A week ago, you and the woman in your team went on a patrol mission. The location was the civilian residential area in the East District. At that time, a child kept running past the area you were patrolling. Did you notice it? 5 days ago, you and your squad of canine men and elves went shopping at a couple of shops in the southwestern sector. At that time, one of the shop employees was watching you. Did you notice? And 3 days ago, 2 days ago and even yesterday, there was a pair of eyes watching you. Did you notice all these? What Wallen said in a playful tone made Ter's expression turn more and more sinister. What are you trying to do? Ter's voice finally turned cold and filled with killer intents. The killer intents that could hurt someone at any moment didn't scare Valline. Instead, it made him excited and delighted. So, Valline had no intention of hiding his thoughts. My original goal was to kill you and bring your body back. Wally licked his lips and laughed in a hoarse voice, but the power that Sean Potter Toot displayed really shocked me. If I rashly attacked you, I reckon that I wouldn't be able to walk out of King City alive. Although Valline was arrogant and unruly, he was an assassin who would stop at nothing to complete his mission. Of course, he wouldn't continue doing meaningless things when he knew it was impossible to accomplish. Because of that, Valline decided to give up on his original plan. Now, in the eyes of others, I should have left the Imperial City, Valline said with a cold smile, but I've always been by your side. As for his goal, it was self-explanatory. Since the hard way didn't work, Valline could only go easy on her. That's right. Valline was planning to make Ter follow him willingly. If that happened, even Shuren wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Therefore, let me tell you something good. Wally smiled cunningly and slowly opened his mouth. As Valline spoke, the cold Ter's expression froze for a moment. Then, her face was filled with wavering, shock, disbelief, and even speechlessness. When Bauline finished, Ter lowered her head, clenched her fists, and didn't say a word. Tell me your choice, Ter Urbian. Bauline looked at Ter with a cunning smile that didn't fade away from his face. Ter went silent. She remained silent for a very long time. Until a long time later. Don't lie to me. Ter said with her coldest tone so far, if I ever find out that you lied to me, I will cut you into a million pieces. Bauline nodded without a care in the world and muttered in his heart. Mission complete. Huh? At the same time, Nadwa seemed to have sensed something and was surprised. What did he say to Ter Urbian? Nadwa was aware of the situation on Ter's side. The goddess of nature was well aware of Walian's actions and deeds. However, Nadwa still thought that everything Wali did was so that he could sneak up to Ter's side and attack her. Who would have thought that Bauline didn't make a move and instead chose to talk to Ter? It gave Nadwa a bad feeling. However, soon enough, Nadwa's attention was diverted by the situation before her. It couldn't be helped because the situation on Ter Urbian's side couldn't be neglected. I'll be honest then. Inside the side hall, in the most luxurious guest hall of the palace, Lita slammed the table and said in an unquestionable tone. I don't agree to this marriage. Absolutely not. The powerful goddess of nature was making a ruckus in the hall, which rendered Anchi speechless. Sayla rolled her eyes. I say, God of fate, it's really embarrassing for you to be so unreasonable. Sayla pointed out. What does it have to do with you whether he gets married or not? It was even more merciless in her sarcasm. Lilith also nodded as if it was a serious matter. Even Anima looked like she was having a headache. Alright, stop fooling around, Litas. Anima patted Litas's shoulder and said in a gentle voice, I know you value Rosie and even see her as your own daughter, but as goddesses, we shouldn't use our own preferences to restrict the lives of our well-wishers. This is wrong. Anima's tone sounded as if she was persuading a child. But Lita suddenly had tears in her eyes as if she was wronged. Shuren and Rosie stayed at the side and didn't say a word from the beginning. That's what she said. Shuren said weakly, aren't you going to persuade her? It's useless. Rosie looked like she had given up and said helplessly, once she gets into this state, no matter what I say, Madame Litas won't listen. Obviously, this was not the first time Rosie encountered such a situation. Was this the reason why Rosie chose to remain silent and watch from the sidelines after Litas appeared? It was not that Rosie didn't want to express her opinion, but she knew very well how stubborn the goddess who had blessed her was. Madame Litas is the first goddess born, the first life, so she has always felt that she should guide others to grow and take responsibility for the development of the world and the growth of life. For this reason, she has cultivated a strong sense of mission and responsibility for countless years, thinking that she has the obligation to shoulder everything. Rosie sighed. But this strong sense of mission and responsibility can sometimes go out of control, making her stubbornly do things her own way, not listening to others, and causing a lot of trouble on her own. This time, it was probably because Litas thought that she was the one who had blessed Rosie, an existence equivalent to Rosie's mother, that she lost control and went out of control. After all, he was the last one to know that his daughter had gotten married. If he wasn't worried that his daughter had married a bad man, or if his daughter had been deceived or abducted, it would be impossible for him to do so. So, Litas exploded and ran to the human world without a care in the world, trying to stop the engagement ceremony. But, no matter what, I don't agree. No. Same. Meaning? Seeing that Litas was starting to get upset, Shuren only had one sentence in his mind. The strongest goddess. That's it? No matter what, since things had developed to this point, there was no way to continue like this. Even though the rumored goddess of destiny had changed Shuren's understanding of her and made Shuren feel a little heartache, Shuren felt that if he didn't stand up and say a few words, there would be no need to get married. It wasn't because she objected to it, but if he didn't say anything when she came to his engagement party, then what was the point of getting married? If that happened, he might as well change his name to Shuren Coward Boztut. So, Shuren stood up. You're Litas, right? As soon as he came up, Shuren directly called her by her name. This startled Litas, and also made the expressions of Scylla, Aie, Anima, Ansai, and Rosie change. The difference was that Scylla and Aie became interested, while Anima, Ansai, and Rosie were a little worried. Anima was worried that Shuren would be angry. Rosie was worried that Sean would be impulsive and say something rude. Ansai's reason was simple. He was just worried that Sean would offend the greatest goddess of the Protoss. Only Lilith looked at Shuren calmly, as if she would support Shuren no matter what he wanted to do. Under such circumstances, Shuren spoke. I want to ask you, goddess, Shuren said nonchalantly, what kind of existence are well-wishers to you? Lydas answered this question without any hesitation. Of course, they are children worthy of love. Lydas said without hesitation, especially Rosie. She is obedient, excellent, and such a special existence. I can even treat her as my real child. Real child? Shuren couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know what Lydas meant by this sentence. However, Shuren only wanted to say one thing. Since you care so much about Rosie, I want to ask you, since you have been opposing this marriage since you appeared, have you asked for Rosie's opinion? Sean's words could be said to be quite blunt. Lydas was speechless. Shuren immediately followed up with another attack. You didn't ask for Rosie's opinion at all, yet you unilaterally rejected this marriage. Don't talk about being a god, you're not even a human, right? Shuren said sarcastically, or does the goddess think that she is above everyone else, that she controls everyone's fate, and that a mere mortal who has been blessed has no right to object? As soon as these words came out of Shuren's mouth, everyone realized something was wrong. Because, this was no longer a matter of speaking rudely, but of offending someone. Shuren! Boztut! Rosie and Ansi couldn't help but shout. Not to mention Ansi, even Rosie didn't dare to continue listening to Shuren. After all, no matter what, Lydas was the pinnacle of the Protoss, an omnipotence and powerhouse. If he really offended her, he would be in big trouble. Moreover, Rosie didn't want to see too much conflict between Shuren and Lydas. This was because Lydas was not only the goddess who had always protected her, but also the one who had always treated her well, allowing her to receive many special benefits and care. Rosie's position in the Protoss was so special, not only because of her own factors, but also because of Lydas's care. As such, on one side was her lover, and on the other side was the object of faith and care. Rosie naturally didn't want the relationship between the two to be too bad. This was also the reason why Rosie didn't dare to express her opinion. She was worried that her words would provoke them. However, before Rosie and Ansi could say anything, Sala and Aie spoke. Don't interrupt. Aie said in an unquestionable tone, causing Rosie and Ansi to shut their mouths. I think what he said is quite right. Let him continue. Sala was even more eager to see the world in chaos. Okay. Lilith didn't know if she understood, but as long as she felt that it was beneficial to Shuren, she would nod. Under such circumstances, Anima hurriedly spoke. Actually, Lydas respects the thoughts of her well-wishers. Anima explained, like Princess Rosie, when she refused to live in the realm of gods, Lydas was also very reluctant, but in the end, she respected the wishes of her well-wishers and didn't interfere too much. Her other well-wishers didn't want the existence of a god to interfere too much in her life, so Lydas also endured the heartache. Even when she found out that she was being ostracized and targeted by the nobles in the royal city, she still didn't do anything. Anima's explanation didn't move Shuren. Instead, it moved everyone else. Another well-wishers? Rosie was surprised. The goddess of destiny has another well-wishers? Ansi was equally shocked. Sala and Aie were also very surprised. There's such a genius in the human race? And in the royal city? Sala and Aie both fell into deep thought. No one present knew that Lydas had another well-wishers, and this well-wishers were far away, yet close to the royal city. This surprised everyone. Only Shuren knew that the person Anima was referring to was Terre. However, this was also the first time Shuren knew that the goddess of destiny had been paying attention to Terre. She even knew that Terre had been ostracized and targeted in the royal city. It seemed that, as Anima said, the goddess was very concerned about her well-wishers. However, concern couldn't be used as an excuse. In any case, I feel that the goddess should give me an explanation. Sean crossed his arms. He did not feel that he should respect the other party at all. As if he was in fear and trepidation, he said calmly, "In any case, I have not done anything against reason and nature, nor have I offended the Protoss. My marriage with Rosie was only set with the approval and permission of the royal family and the kingdom under the condition that we were in love with each other. In other words, there was nothing unreasonable about my engagement banquet, so there's no reason for it to be denied or objected." Shuren spread his hands and said, "Of course, if the goddess thinks that we humans shouldn't have any complaints about this, shouldn't question the goddess's actions, and that the gods should naturally affect other people's lives and disturb other people's affairs, then just pretend that I didn't say anything." After that, the whole place suddenly went silent. Everyone seemed to have nothing to say and fell into silence. "Well said." Aie clapped her hands in delight. "Yes, it's reasonable and well-grounded." "I think it's well said." Scylla also smiled sweetly. The two devil race powerhouses seemed to be itching to see the goddess of the divine race embarrass herself, and they were even more happy to see the human race resist the divine race. In fact, as demons, they would indeed feel happy to see the three goddess-like existences being humiliated in front of the humans. For a long time, the humans held an attitude of worship, faith, fanaticism, and even brainless reverence for the Protoss. Almost no one had ever rebelled against the gods. Especially in this world, the gods and humans were very close. The gods also truly existed and had been protecting the humans since ancient times, causing the humans' belief in the Protoss to be deeply rooted. They had never doubted the Protoss. In this way, how could the old rivals of the demons not feel happy to see the Protoss being humiliated in the hands of the humans? However, Shuren's words were indeed reasonable and could not be refuted. Ugh, tears welled up in Lita's eyes once again, as if she had suffered a very heavy blow. Her tearful expression made Shuren feel like he was bullying a child. Anima also smiled bitterly. She naturally knew that what Shuren said was reasonable. But as a longtime sister, Anima knew that although Lita's would sometimes be influenced by a strong sense of mission and responsibility, causing her to lose control of her actions, her intentions and character were not bad. Moreover, although Lita's was the strongest and the original Protoss, she was always rash and clumsy. In fact, whether it was the gentle Anima or the dignified and polite Nadura, they all treated her as a younger sister. "So, how about this, Mr. Shuren? I apologize to you on behalf of Lita's. What do you think?" Anima said very seriously. Let the goddess of life apologize?" And she felt terrified. This was not something that could be joked about. As one of the three goddesses, Anima had a high status and could be said to be one of the top figures in this world. She was also a true goddess. Letting such an existence apologize would only make people feel like they were being humiliated. But Anima had already made up her mind to do so. There was no helping it. Lita's was very stubborn. Even if she realized her mistake and regretted it, she would only bear it with a wronged expression and not choose to compromise. Since that was the case, she could only compromise on her behalf. Anima did not think this was a bad thing to do. Firstly, Anima was a very gentle and reasonable person. If she really did make a mistake, even if the other party was a beggar, she would still sincerely apologize. Secondly, Anima was the goddess of life. In her eyes, all life in the world was equal. Unless she had fallen, she would not maintain her identity and think that she was superior to others. Thirdly, Shuren also had the right to receive this treatment. No matter what, others might not know, but Anima knew. She knew that the man in front of her was not an ordinary person, but a true hero. Facing heroes, the Protoss always held respect. As goddesses, it was not difficult for them to lower their heads to the brave. However, just as Anima made up her mind, the aggrieved Lita spoke. "Anima, don't apologize." Lita's wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and immediately after, she actually said such a thing. "I did this, I will do it myself." End of chapter 457. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.